Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're all doing well. I'm excited to welcome you to the full part of our new series. Today, we're going to talk about a fun what if Ino's obsession with Naruto grew dangerous? It's an interesting idea, and we'll explore what might happen if that were the case. So, stay with me and let's get started. Chapter 1: The aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War brought peace to the world, but for Naruto Uzumaki, it was a harsh revelation. Naruto was no longer the naive and cheerful boy who wore his heart on his sleeve. He had become cold and distant. The war had opened his eyes to the true nature of those around him. He had seen firsthand how even those he once called friends had exploited his kindness and determination for their own benefit. The bitter truth held his heart. Now worked as an elite Ambu agent with his life shrouded in shadows. Naruto's transformation was startling. His once sun-kissed skin had turned pale, almost as if it had been carved from smooth, flawless ice. His bright orange wardrobe was replaced with elegant clothing, and as he exuded sophistication and power, the boy who had once craved recognition now had more than he could ever want. The people adored him, the hero of war, a symbol of hope and resilience. Women loved him. They threw themselves at him, seeking his attention, but Naruto dismissed them all without a second thought. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Sakura Aruno stood next to Sasuke. Yukiya with a heavy heart from regret. She had spent years chasing a dream, a love that had never really been hers. Sasuke, always stoic, looked at her as he watched Naruto walk past them. His presence was magnetic. His cold blue eyes ignored everyone, including them. He's changed, Sakura murmured in a voice full of sadness. I can't even say a word to her. Sasuke clenched his jaw as he watched the scene. A group of giggling girls surrounded Naruto, eagerly asking for an autograph. The way they looked at him, the admiration in their eyes, aroused an unknown emotion in Sasuke: jealousy. Naruto had become an adored fanbase from all over the world, surpassing even the fanbase Sasuke had during his days at the academy. Someday, he will change his mind, said Sasuke in a tone lacking conviction. Sakura shook her head, her emerald eyes shone. I don't believe it now. He sees us as traitors. I don't know what went wrong with our team, but it seems that we were cursed. Sasuke crossed his arms and his gaze stopped on Naruto's figure that was walking away. I just hope that it doesn't become something that any of us can control. Sakura sighed deeply. I hope so too. Somewhere else in Konoha, the Yamanaka flower shop was bathed in the warm sunlight. Ino Yamanaka, the most beautiful woman in the village, prepared a vibrant bouquet of flowers with expert ease. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back and her blue eyes sparkled, though a deep sadness lurked beneath the surface. She had rejected every suitor that came her way, knowing they wanted her for her beauty rather than her heart. Her mind often wandered to the people she had lost in the war. She had grown distant. Her world felt smaller with each passing day. As she placed the last flower in the arrangement, the sound of a commotion outside caught her attention. Peeking out the window, she saw him, the most eligible bachelor in town, and the man who had kicked everyone out of her life. Naruto Uzumaki stood there effortlessly, drawing attention as he signed autographs for a group of adoring fans. Ino's cheeks blushed a deep red as she took in his striking appearance, his sharp jaw, his piercing eyes, and the natural way he carried himself took her breath away. No frowned. Her emotions became a chaotic whirlwind of admiration and frustration. What does he think he is, some kind of god? He muttered under his breath. His face was blushing more and more, but despite his irritation, he couldn't look away. His heart raced, and a pang of jealousy stirred inside him at the sight of the women. Diello. He bit his lip as his thoughts swirled. No one has the right to touch what's mine. Understanding touching her like a ton of bricks, and he quickly shook his head. What am I thinking? He whispered, his voice barely audible. He clenched his fists, trying to dispel the treacherous thoughts that invaded her mind. Calm down and know. But when Naruto turned to leave, his presence still lingered like a storm in her chest. She found herself whispering, so damn attractive. His voice was mixed with equal parts admiration and longing. She leaned against the counter, her legs felt weak. What happened to me? She thought, following him with her gaze until he disappeared from her sight. The warm glow of the afternoon sun bathed the Yamanaka flower shop with a light, peaceful. Ino Yamanaka worked in silence as her delicate hands prepared a bouquet of fresh flowers. The vibrant colors of the flowers should have lifted her spirits, but her mind was elsewhere. She had spent much of her time there since the war, seeking solace among the flowers. The shop was a reminder of her family's legacy, but it also underlined the loneliness that now defined her life. Her quiet routine was interrupted by the sharp ringing of the shop bell. She looked up and saw an Ambu agent masked man standing at the entrance. His presence was imposing and disturbing at the same time. Ino Yamanaka said dryly with a voice devoid of emotion, I need you for a mission report to Lady Tsunade immediately. and no side, deeply another boring mission, she muttered under her breath, leaving the bouquet on the floor. She dried her hands on her apron and followed the people outside. Her mood worsened with each step. When Hu entered Sunam's office, the atmosphere was tense. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk with her staring at the blonde Kunoichi. Ino offered her a polite smile. Good afternoon, Tsunade-sama. What is the mission this time? She asked in a tone of voice laden with some impatience. Tsunade raised a hand to silence her. Wait, you won't go alone. Your partner will arrive shortly. Ino frowned. A partner, who before she could finish her sentence the door creaked open. The room seemed to grow colder when Naruto Uzumaki entered. His presence was as imposing as ever, but the warmth that once defined him had disappeared. Gone. His expression was stoic. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. He didn't spare a glance at Ino as he walked to stand beside her. Ino's heart sank. Why is it that Naruto, of all people, didn't speak? His silence was more oppressive than words. Ino's annoyance flared up. Why did he snap, looking at Tsunade angrily? She's the last person I want to be associated with. Naruto finally broke his silence. His voice was as cold as ice, as if he wanted to be paired with a weak and useless girl. As you said, his words cutting through the air like a sword. You are nothing but a pathetic excuse for a kunoichi. Ino's eyes widened in surprise, her face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. Excuse me, she snapped, raising her voice. Who do you think you are? You were the class clown, the town idiot, and now you think you're better than everyone else. Naruto's gaze settled on her. His expression was unyielding. His next words were imbued with a poisonous calm that was then, look at me now. I am the hero of war, the man who defeated Pain Madara and the legends of the battlefield. I am the most desired person in the world, a symbol of power and greatness, Commander Andu, a position that only someone of unparalleled skill and importance can have. He took a step closer, and his voice turned into a menacing whisper. And you are nothing. You have no past or future or importance. You are just a spoiled, self-centered girl clinging to the remnants of relevance. You are dust. Ino's throat tightened at his words. They were like daggers, each one deeper than the last. She clenched her fists, forcing herself not to cry. She wouldn't give him that satisfaction, however. The pain of his cold indifference was almost unbearable. Tsunade, who had been silently watching the exchange, finally intervened. Enough, she said firmly. Concentrate. This mission is no joke. She pushed a map onto her desk. Your targets are a very, very dangerous group of bandits. They've been ambushing and assassinating merchants traveling through the land of fire. They're not criminals. Common, they are ruthless, skilled, and will not hesitate to kill. That is why I send you to. Ino took the map, and his hands trembled slightly. Understood, he said in a calmer voice than usual. Naruto did not answer. He simply turned around and left the office without saying another word. His silence was deafening, a reminder of the enormous abyss that now separated him from the people who once showed him friends. I froze for a moment with wounded pride and a heavy heart. He forced himself to breathe deeply. Do not leave, that affects you. She told herself. He's a cold, bitter fool. But as she tried to shake off his words, they lingered there like a shadow. She couldn't escape. She looked at Tsunade, who gave her a sympathetic nod. You have your orders. Be careful out there. Ino ascended and turned to leave. As she walked down the hall, her mind was racing. She couldn't understand how Naruto had changed so much. The boy who once radiated warmth and hope now seemed consumed by the darkness. Outside from the tower of the box, Naruto waited with an unreadable expression. No, she approached him cautiously. His usual confidence faltered. Are you ready? She asked, trying to sound different. Naruto didn't answer. He simply started walking, and she followed him. Ino frowned and muttered under his breath, what an insufferable idiot. Despite his bravado, she couldn't shake the uneasiness that had settled in her chest. Naruto's coldness wasn't just an act, it was a transformation, and it scared her more than she wanted to admit to. As they moved forward towards their mission, and she swore to prove her worth not only to him, but to herself. However, deep down, she couldn't deny the lingering pain his words had left. The dense forest was silent save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the crunch of footsteps against the forest floor. Naruto and Ino moved quickly through the undergrowth, fulfilling their mission. The tension between them was palpable. Naruto's icy demeanor hadn't melted, and Ino was feeling increasingly irritated by his unbreakable silence. They had been traveling for hours without exchanging a word. Naruto maintained a cold and stoic attitude with his gaze fixed ahead, as if his silence did not even exist before. Tolerable now felt oppressive, and did not clench his fists. The silence ate away at his nerves. He could feel that his patience was running out. Finally, he could not stand it anymore. That's all he said, stopping dead. I'm tired of this silence. As it's evident that you do not want to talk, I will take charge. I will be the leader of this mission. Naruto stopped in regret. and turned to look at her. His cold blue eyes locked with hers, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "Who told you?" He began in a low and dangerous voice. "That a weakling like you has the right to lead this mission." Ino's heart skipped a beat at the pure venom in his tone. Before she could retort, Naruto took a step closer, and his voice was like ice. "You are nothing more than a spoiled brat playing kunoichi," he said, and each word was sharp as a blade. "Leadership is not a game for genin who think they are special because they have memorized a few jutsu. You do not have the skills or the mindset to lead anyone, much less me." Hino's cheeks flushed with anger. "Sorry, I am not an inexperienced girl. I have been on many missions and seen a lot of combat." Naruto scoffed. "Your experience is ridiculous at best. Do not fool yourself. And just because you survived the war does not mean you are qualified for anything. Being a war hero, being me, puts me light years ahead of Ti." Ino clenched her jaw and took a step forward, refusing to back down. "You think being the hero of war makes you untouchable? That title doesn't give you the right to belittle the worth of others. You're no better than me, Naruto. You're no better than anyone." Naruto's gaze grew colder. "You're wrong. I'm better than you, better than your entire clan, and better than anyone in this village, the Yamanaka, a clan of flower sellers who pretend to be ninjas." Pathetic. Ino's lips parted slightly. Her cruel dismissal of her entire clan left her momentarily speechless. Her body shook from both rage and the pain of his words. Naruto's expression remained impassive. "Accept it, and you're not out of your league. But by all means prove me wrong. You want to be the leader? Well." She turned around and started to walk away. "Good luck, Captain. Let's see what can you do without me." And she didn't look at him straight. Her hands shook with barely contained fury. "You're just going to leave like that?" she screamed. "What kind of shinobi are you?" Naruto didn't stop or even look back from the guy who doesn't waste time looking after losers, he said. His voice trailed off as he disappeared into the woods. I stood there for a moment with my fists clenched at my sides. I couldn't believe his arrogance, his utter disdain for her, and everything she stood for. "He thinks he's so much better than everyone," she muttered to herself, her voice shaking with anger. "I'll prove it to him. I don't need him to complete this determined mission." Ino continued on her own, following the map given to them. Tsunade had given. The hours passed and the forest darkened as the sun sank into the horizon. The silence of the forest was eerie, but Ino put aside her uneasiness and focused her mind on the task at hand. Finally, she reached a clearing where she could hear faint voices. She crouched down and scanned the place with her piercing eyes. Further up ahead, a group of men sat around a campfire, and their crude laughter filled the air from their hiding place, and she couldn't make out their leader, a tall and muscular with a scar running down the side of his face. His presence was imposing, and each of his movements exuded confidence and cruelty. "Well, boys," he said in a deep voice, "how many have we taken down today?" One of the bandits sounding, and he raised a blood-stained bag. 11, boss, and we have a lot of button to go with it." The leader let out an excellent laugh. "We are making a lot of money, literally." He leaned back and smiled even more. "The merchants of this country are nothing more than traveling gold mines. It's a too bad they are so easy to kill there." Her blood boiled as she listened. She gritted her teeth and squeezed the kunai she had at her sides. Monsters. She thought they won't get away with this. Just when she was about to enter, a chill ran down her spine. She felt a presence behind her, a dark and threatening aura. Before she could react, a deep voice spoke and sent shivers down her entire body. Well, what do we have here?" Yo turned around with the kunai raised, but it sank heart. Seeing him, the leader of the bandits was a few meters away, preventing him from escaping with his imposing figure. He had moved silently with his predatory gaze fixed on her. "A small kunoichi from Konoha," said with a crooked smile spreading across her face. His eyes scanned her from top to bottom, stopping in a way that made his hair stand on end. "And how pretty you also have a spectacular body." He didn't lick his lips and took a step closer. "Let's have some fun tonight." Ino pressed harder. "Sakunai, don't you dare come any closer," she warned him in a firm voice despite the fear that gripped her chest. The leader chuckled sadly. "What a fighter, I like that." Ino's mind went to work at full speed. She was alone, outnumbered, and facing a dangerous opponent, but she refused to back down. She took a deep breath and prepared to fight with everything she had. "I'll show you who you're dealing with." The clearing was eerily quiet save for the rustling of leaves and the occasional crunch of a twig underfoot, and she wasn't standing in the middle of the bandits. Her chest rose and fell as she tried to control her breathing. Her eyes darted between the men surrounding her, their lascivious smiles and eyes fixed on her. Every move. "Stay back, you filthy pigs," she hissed, tightening her grip on the kuna, and in her hand one of the bandits chuckled, his gaze fixed on her body. "What's wrong, honey? are you scared what a fighter?" Another intervened, running his gaze over her curves. "She likes it when they defend themselves." Her leader stepped forward, his imposing figure cast a shadow over Hino. He was a huge man, his scarred face twisted into a cruel smile. "You have spirit, I grant you, but you are out of your reach, little one." And he didn't grit his teeth. "We will see." Without saying another word, he launched himself at the nearest bandit. His kunai flashed in the moonlight as he attacked, and his sword found its mark in the man's shoulder. The man screamed in pain and staggered back as blood poured out, seeped from the wound. The bitch spat, clutching her shoulder. Ino didn't stop. She turned around and delivered a swift kick to the other bandit's knee. He collapsed with a grunt, but before she could land another blow, the leader's voice echoed through the clearing. Just enough. Ino barely had time to react before the leader was upon her. He moved with surprising speed for a man his size, and his fist slammed into her stomach. The force of the blow knocked her to the ground, and her crib and slipped from her hands. He gasped for air as his vision blurred. "I'm not done yet," he muttered, forcing himself to stand up. The leader laughed, a deep, guttural sound that sent shivers down his spine. "Oh, you've got guts, I'll give you that. But you're no match for me." Ino's eyes narrowed as his hands formed a familiar seal. "Think about it again, you bastard." With a surge of chakra, he activated his signature jutsu, the mind-body switching technique. His spirit lunged forward, aiming for the leader's mind. He smiled as he felt the jutsu. She connected, sure she had it, but her victory was short-lived. The leader's laughter echoed in her ears. "Nice try, girl, but your little tricks won't work on me." Ino's eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, the connection was cut, and she was thrown back into her own body. She stumbled and her knees buckled as she struggled to stay upright. The leader's smile widened. "You have a lot of nerve trying to do that to me." But playtime was over in the blink of an eye. Closing her eyes, he was on top of her again. His huge hand grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked her head back. Ino screamed in pain, her hands clenched in his hold. "Let me go," she screamed, kicking wildly. The leader sneered and grabbed her chin with his free hand. "Such a pretty face," he muttered in a mocking voice. "It's a shame it's wasted on a weakling like you." The other bandits stepped up and reached out their hands to her. I writhed against his grip, her heart pounding in her chest. "Get away, her filthy hands of me, animals." Her pleas were answered with laughter. One of the bandits pulled her jacket open to reveal the thin fabric of her tank top underneath. Another tug at her waist, his fingers brushing her skin. She didn't scream, but with tears in her eyes, stopped. The leader leaned towards her, and she felt his hot breath on her ear. "Oh, we're just getting started, baby." He reached out for the strap of her tank top and curled his fingers around the fabric so her breath wouldn't catch her breath. When the strap slipped from her shoulder, she squeezed her eyes shut, and her body trembled. "Is this how it all ends?" But then the forest erupted into chaos. A blur of movement crossed the clearing, and the bandits' laughter turned to screams, and she snapped her eyes open and saw them fall one by one, their bodies collapsing to the ground like abandoned rag dolls. The leader let go of her, and her attention turned to the shadows. "What the hell is going on?" Grunt from the darkness. A figure emerged, his golden hair reflecting the light of the moon, and her icy blue eyes burned with an intensity that made even the leader take a step back. "Naruto," whispered Ino in a trembling voice. The leader scoffed. "You have a lot of courage, boy. Do you think you can take on all of us?" Naruto didn't answer. His expression was cold, unfeeling, as if the scene before him was nothing more than a nuisance. "Grab him," the leader shouted. The remaining bandits attacked with weapons in hand, but Naruto moved like a shadow, and his Dell soared with a lethal. In a matter of seconds, everyone was down, their lifeless bodies strewn across the clearing. The leader's bravado flail gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes darting back and forth in desperation. "You think you're tough, hummy?" Naruto was upon him in an instant. With one fluid motion, he lowered his sword. The leader's words died in his throat. As he fell, the light faded from his eyes. The clearing fell silent. Once more Naruto stood over the bodies, his expression unreadable. He turned to Ino, who she was still on the ground with her body shaking, her eyes wide open in shock and tears running down her face. She managed to stand up. Her legs were shaking. Naruto whispered again without saying a word. He took off his cloak and placed it over her shoulders. The warmth of the fabric contrasted starkly with the cold night air. Ino grabbed the cloak tightly. Her whole body was still shaking. I thought she was going to." Her voice broke, and she began to sob. Naruto remained silent with his eyes fixed on her. Ino, unable containing herself, she threw herself into his arms, clinging to him as if he were her lifeline. "Thank you," sobbed her voice, muffled against his chest. "Thank you for saving me." Naruto hesitated for a moment, then slowly wrapped his arms around her. Kurama's voice echoed in her mind. "Need." Naruto hugged him tighter, and his voice sounded soft for the first time in years. "It's okay," he murmured. "You're safe now." Ino looked at him, and her tear-streaked face lit up with a small smile of gratitude. For a moment, Naruto was cold and distant. He disappeared and was replaced by the boy she once knew. Without another word, he picked her up and carried her bridal style through the forest. Ino rested her head on his chest, and her heartbeat finally began to slow for the first time in what seemed like forever. She felt safe. The night was oppressive, filled with the incessant sound of rain pounding against the tents. Lightning lit up the dark forest, followed closely by the deafening roar of thunder. Ino lay in her tent, clutching her blanket tightly as each bolt of lightning sent a flash of light through the small opening in her tent. She couldn't stop shivering. It wasn't just the storm. It was the nightmare she'd been dreaming of. The bandit leader, his cruel smile, his hands tearing apart. Music. The storm continued and the rain fell on the tent in waves. She bit her lip. She hated storms as a child. Whenever there was thunder and lightning, she'd crawl into bed with her parents and find comfort in their warmth and protection. But now, they were gone and she was alone. "I can't do this," she muttered, running a hand through her hair. Her eyes quickly went to the entrance of her tent. An idea occurred to her that made her cheeks blush with heat. Why not? Ino took a small umbrella to protect herself from the rain and left her tent. The cold rain fell around them, soaking us from the storm. But for what she was about to do, she took a deep breath and then went inside. The interior of Naruto's tent was dimly lit by the glow of a flashlight. Her eyes quickly adjusted to the dim light, and what she saw made her face blush. Naruto lay on his side with his chest bare. The blanket barely covered his lower half. His lean, well-defined muscles stood out under the soft light. His skin glistened slightly from the moisture. His features were relaxed from sleep, his usual cold expression replaced by one of peace. Ino's heart skipped a beat. She had always known Naruto was handsome, but seeing him like this, so vulnerable and calmly, it made her stomach flutter. She knelt down beside him and gently shook his shoulder. "Naruto-kun," whispered. He stirred and opened his eyes slowly, and no, his voice sounded dazed, confused. "What are you doing here?" She looked away, suddenly aware of her appearance. She was wearing a sheer nightgown that clung to her curves and left little to the imagination. She pulled the cloak she had borrowed earlier tighter around her, but it didn't manage to hide her figure. "No, I can't sleep," she admitted in a barely audible voice. "The storm is giving me. I'm scared, and I've had a nightmare." Naruto blinked, and his expression softened a bit. "A nightmare?" She ascended with eyes full of tears. "I dreamed about before with those bandits. I kept screaming, but no one came to save me." Her voice broke, and she looked away, embarrassed. "I know it's stupid, but I'm scared." Naruto sat up, and his eyes met hers. "It's not stupid," she said quietly and didn't breathe shakily. I can sleep here. Just for tonight." There was a moment of silence, then Naruto nodded. "Yeah, right." She felt a great relief, and before she could stop herself, she hugged him. "Thank you," she whispered. Naruto stiffened at the contact, clearly not used to such displays of affection. But he didn't pull away. Instead, he clumsily patted her back. He moved away a little. His face was inches from hers. Her eyes fell on his chest, and then back to his face. "I'll lie here," he said with his cheeks burning. She sat down next to him and rested her head on his chest. His warmth comforted her, and she could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat from her heart. Beneath his ear, she hugged him and held him tight. Naruto shrank back, slightly trying to ignore the fact that her body was pressed against his. Her soft curves were impossible to ignore. Her nightgown did little to disguise the feeling of her skin against his. "Goodnight, Naruto-kun," murmured, her voice filled with a mix of tiredness and contentment. "Goodnight," she replied, her voice softer than usual. As she fell asleep, her breathing steadied, and she snuggled closer to him. Naruto stood still, his mind racing. He wasn't used to that kind of closeness inside his mind. Kurama chuckled. "He didn't know you were so soft." "Naruto, shut up," Naruto muttered under his breath. "She's clinging to you like a lifeline. You better get to the kitchen." Naruto sighed softly, his hand cupped Hino's hair. "I know," he whispered. In the office, he locked it away from the storm. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk with a bottle of whiskey in her hand. Kakashi stood nearby, his face hidden. As always, his mask. "Things have changed," Tsunade said in a deep voice. "Naruto has changed." Kakashi ascended. "He's been through a lot. The war, jobs, death scars has driven everyone away." Tsunade frowned. "Even Ino." Kakashi chuckled. "You sent them on a mission together. What a brave decision." "They don't get along," Tsunade admitted, "but maybe this will help them understand each other." Kakashi was suspicious. "I just hope Naruto doesn't get lost. He's been walking down a dark path since the war ended." Tsunade poured herself another drink. "He won't. Naruto is stronger than I believe in him." Kakashi sounds lightly under his mask. "So do I, but sometimes fate has a way of surprising you." Tsunade raised her glass. "We hope that she surprises us in a good way." Kakashi shook his head with a lost look. For the sake of everyone back in the tent, the storm continued to rage, But Ino slept soundly for the first time in weeks. Naruto remained awake. His thoughts were a whirlwind of memories and emotions. For the first time in a long time, he didn't feel completely. Only Naruto woke up slowly. His senses awoke in the dim light of the tent. The warmth he felt against him was immediate, as was the slight discomfort of something heavy holding him down. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, he looked down. Ino lay sprawled on top of him, her soft, rhythmic breathing tickling his bare chest. One of her legs was draped over his lazily, and her arms were wrapped around him tightly, as if he might disappear if she let go. Naruto, he sighed. He tried to move, but the slightest movement made Ino stir. She frowned and muttered dazedly, "Don't move, I don't want to wake up yet." She lay still, sighing again, but with more resignation. "Teeth, this is ridiculous," she muttered under her breath, and didn't sink further into him, pressing her cheek firmly against his chest. Naruto's eyes widened as he became painfully aware of her body, especially the way her broad chest pressed against him. The thin fabric of her nightgown was not a barrier to warmth and softness against his skin. Kurama's deep, rumbling laugh echoed in his mind. "Look at you, Naruto Uzumaki, the mighty war hero reduced to a little girl's body pillow." Naruto frowned internally. "Shut up, you stupid furball," he whispered under his breath, being careful not to wake Ino. Kurama snorted. "You're supposed to be the great protector of this village, and you're here pinned down by a girl. How the mighty have fallen." Naruto's face twisted in annoyance. "Oh, please, you're the only one who talks to yourself. You're a lazy fox who spends all his time sleeping or making fun of me. What have you done lately?" "Oh, that's right, nothing." Kurum grunted. "No, watch what you say, you insolent brat. I'm the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of all tailed beasts. My power could uproot mountains." "Blah, blah, blah," Naruto interrupted, rolling his eyes. "You're nothing but a talkative wimp who gets grumpy when I don't let you take a nap." Kurama bristled. His voice echoed in Naruto's mind. "How dare you? I am a creature of unparalleled power and majesty. Show some respect, or I'll cry about it." Naruto joked. "Face it, Kurama, without me you'd still be trapped in a damp cave, probably napping under a rock. You owe me a fur ball." The fox growled, clearly furious. But before he could retort, Naruto felt something wet against his chest. He blinked, taking care of his joke with Kurama. As he focused back on the present, I muttered, noticing the wetness spreading across her skin. She was crying. Silent tears ran down her face. Her body trembled slightly. Her lips trembled as she held onto him tighter, her fingers gripping the fabric of his pants. "And know what's wrong?" Naruto asked softly, his voice tinged with worry. She sniffled, and her words came out between sobs. "You were right, Naruto. I am weak and pathetic." Her voice cracked. The pain in her tone pierced the air. "I am nothing more than a spoiled girl who has always depended on others. I almost lost everything yesterday because of my weakness. If you don't, you would have been there." She shuddered, unable to finish the sentence. Naruto remained silent, his eyes narrowed slightly as he listened. "It could have been me." He choked on his words and buried his face in her chest. "He almost took all my pride, my dignity, my virginity. If you hadn't come." She broke down sobbing, and her shoulders shook violently. Naruto clenched his jaw and felt his heart sink. He wasn't the best at dealing with emotional situations, but he couldn't ignore the pain she felt. Slowly, hesitant, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer. "I," continued, his voice barely audible, "I have always been given everything, the techniques of the Yamanaka clan, my way of life. I didn't have to fight like you. Were an orphan hated by the village. You had nothing, but you worked hard and became the strongest shinobi, and I am nothing. You were right about everything." Naruto frowned and held her tighter and said quietly in a firm but gentle voice, "You are not weak. Yes, you have had it easier than others, but that doesn't mean you are worthless." He did a pause, searching for the right word. "Strength isn't about never falling down. It's about getting back up. No matter how hard you've been hit, you have potential, but you need to work hard to find it." Ino Soyozu and looked at him with red eyes streaked with tears. "And if I can't," she whispered, "you can," said Naruto firmly. "You are strong, and you don't just need to believe it." He hesitated a moment and then added, "And you are not only strong, you are talented, smart, and beautiful also." Ino's cheeks flushed, and her tears were forgotten for a moment as she stared at him in surprise. "Beautiful?" Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and looked away awkwardly. "Yes, you don't look bad," he muttered. Ino's lips twitched, and a slight smile cut through her sadness. "You are terrible at giving compliments." "You knew that?" Naruto shrugged. "I'm not exactly one for nice words." She laughed softly, her laughter mixed with the sound of the rain. She slowly sat up and straddled his lap. Naruto's face turned scarlet as her hips bucked. They settled against him, and her nightgown rode up slightly. "I started," but she silenced him by placing a finger on his lips. "You've been there for me when no one else was," she said in a soft but determined voice. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Before he could respond, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. The kiss was soft at first, a tentative exploration, but quickly grew deeper as she poured her gratitude and emotions into the act. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise before slowly closing. His hands hovered uncertainly before resting on her waist, his fingers brushing the soft fabric of her nightgown. When they finally separated, they were both breathless. Ino smiled, her eyes sparkled with a mix of mischief. "And you really are something special, Naruto-kun." Naruto's face was still red, but he managed a small smile. "You're not that bad either, and no," she laughed softly, resting her forehead against his. The storm outside continued to rage, but inside the tent, a new sense of calm had settled between them for the first time in a long time. They both felt a little less alone. The morning light filtered through the trees and formed dappled patterns on the forest floor. The storm had passed, and the air was cool but heavy with moisture. Naruto stood outside the tent, adjusting his gear and preparing for the journey back to the village. His expression was neutral, though his mind was churning with the weight of recent events behind him. "I was taking care of her belongings, carefully putting them away in her travel bag." Her movements were methodical, but her eyes kept drifting to Naruto. Was standing with his back to her, his lean and wiry body outlined by the morning sun. His skin was pale, almost luminous, and his delicate features gave him an ethereal beauty that was hard to ignore. I felt her cheeks blush as her thoughts wandered. "He seems almost too perfect, like some kind of porcelain doll. But I know he isn't so. Beneath that serene exterior lurks an unmatched strength." She tightened the strap of her bag. "I've made my decision, Naruto," she thought, and her determination hardened. "You are mine, my love, my protector, my everything. No one else, Hinata, Sakura, or no one will stand in our way. If they try, I will destroy them." Breathing deeply, she approached him. "Naruto-kun," called him softly, his voice tinged with nervous anticipation. He turned with a calm and firm look. "What's wrong?" and didn't feel his heart skip a beat. He swallowed. She salivated hard and lowered her gaze a moment before meeting his. She was thinking, she began to say with a slightly broken voice. Naruto raised an eyebrow, at which Hino's face turned red. I need you." He clenched his fists, gathering courage. "I want you," she blurted out. Naruto blinked in surprise as he realized how his words sounded. Ino waved her hands frantically, and her face burned. I want you to train me." She quickly corrected herself. "Please, Naruto-kun, I need your help." Naruto bowed his head, and her expression changed to one of curiosity. "Why me?" Ino took a deep breath with a sincere look. "Because I'm weak, Naruto, and I hate it. I need to get stronger, and I can't do it alone. You're the only one I trust, the only one who sees more than just my body." Her voice became quieter. "Everyone else only wants me for my looks, but you're different. You see me for who I am. That's why I want you to train me, please." Naruto stared at her for a long moment, mentally weighing her words, could see the determination in his eyes, the desperation to change, to grow. After a pause, he nodded. "Okay," he said finally, "I will train you, but I will not be lenient with you." Ino's face lit up with joy. Yes, thanks." Naruto-kun exclaimed, hugging him enthusiastically. "Hey, let go." Naruto protested with his arms stuck to his sides. "I don't know." Ino laughed, hugging him tighter. She turned happily and let go to run between the trees. Her laughter echoed in the forest. "Naruto-kun is going to train me. This is the best day ever." Naruto watched her with a strange, small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His exuberance was contagious, reminding her of a time when he had been just as optimistic, just as full of life. But the smile faded as his thoughts darkened. Those days were over. There was no turning back. His musings were interrupted when Hu returned, and his attitude suddenly changed. His eyes that before shone with joy now had a darker and more possessive glow. He approached, and his voice lowered to a low tone, almost sinister. "By the way," Naruto-kun said sweetly, though her words had a sharp tone, "if you ever train another girl besides me." She fell silent, and her smile grew sharper. "I will kill you." Naruto blinked, bewildered. What? Ino's smile widened, her tone still deceptively cheerful. "I mean it. You are mine, Naruto, only mine. If anyone else tries to come between us, regret it. From now on, I am the only girl you need in your life." Naruto stared at her with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "That's a little extreme, don't you think?" I shrugged, and her smile was relentless. "I don't care." She grabbed his arm and pressed it against her chest. Naruto's face turned red as he felt the softness of her body and tried to pull away, but her grip was surprisingly strong. "I let go," she murmured in a tense voice. "No," she said, playfully leaning into him. "This feels good." Naruto groaned internally, It's like a completely different person. It must be that Yamanaka. Madness that's coming to light. Meanwhile, Kurama was laughing out loud at last. I can't believe it. Naruto Uzumaki, the great shinobi, completely defeated by a girl. This is priceless. Shut up, Kurama, snapped Naruto internally. Oh, I'll never let you get over this, I laughed. Kurama, she has you in her power, and you know it. Naruto sighed, resigning himself too. His determination, and despite himself, he felt a flash of hope. Maybe alone, maybe he wasn't as alone as he thought. Naruto and Ino walked together through the village gates. The usual cold and distant attitude of Naruto only cracked slightly at the persistent attention of Ino. Yamanaka, her arm was firmly linked with his. Her hand gripped his arm close to her chest, and she wore a satisfied smirk, as if she didn't have a care in the world. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed torn between exasperation and embarrassment. His eyes darted around him as the villagers turned to look. Sasuke, who was walking with Sakura nearby, suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes at the sight of Naruto. Ino, approaching, his eyes widened with disbelief. Sasuke, asked Sakura, noticing the change in his expression. She turned her head in the same direction and gaped at the unusual scene unfolding before them. No way, this can't be real. Other villagers who were around them also began to notice it. Rumors spread through the streets, fueled by shock and disbelief. Kiba, who was standing next to Shino, blinked and let out a laugh, half in disbelief, half in amusement. This is all the end of the world. Someone save the children. Shino raised an eyebrow. Without altering his usual stoic expression. You're exaggerating, Kiba, he muttered while adjusting his glasses. But Kia shook her head dramatically. No, this is like a shinobi giving up his skills. It's like a member of the Inuzuka clan giving up his ninkin for a cat. Shino looked at him. I'm here. Meanwhile, Hinata, who was also walking nearby, saw Ino hugging Naruto so openly her face darkened, and she looked away, feeling a pang of sadness. Ino looked at the crowd, and her smile grew wider as she got closer to Naruto and rested her head on his shoulder. They are so happy for us, Naruto-kun. Isn't that cute, he said, giving Sakura a mischievous look as they passed. Sakura stared with a face full of surprise and confusion. Naruto and Ino, the two people who couldn't stand each other. Naruto sighed, lightly tugging on his arm. Ino, can you let me go now? Ino gave him a playful smile. No, he replied, happily squeezing his arm a little louder. As they walked, Sasuke watched the scene with narrowed eyes, while Akura continued to watch, processing the strange turn of events. Naruto kept his head down, hoping to avoid any more attention, but Ino's antics made that impossible. Kurama thought, I swear this is beyond embarrassing. Kurama laughed inwardly. The mighty Naruto Uzumaki, humiliated by a girl. This is priceless. Shut up, furball. Naruto whined, his cheeks reddening slightly as they approached. The Naruto felt a little relieved, hoping to finally be able to finish this public spectacle. But Ino had no other ideas. When they entered the office, Shizune and Tsunade were in the middle of a conversation. Shizune's eyes fell on them first, and her mouth dropped open as she looked at them. Tsunade noticed her assistant's reaction and turned to look at her, but her mouth dropped open as well. What the hell? Ino smiled brightly, seemingly oblivious to everyone's surprise. We are here to present our mission report, she said sweetly, still holding onto Naruto's arm. Tsunade looked at them, squinting, trying to process what she was seeing. Ino, Naruto, what exactly is going on here? Ino looked at Naruto, then back at Tsunade. Oh, didn't we tell you Naruto-kun and I are together now? She announced with a wide smile. He's my boyfriend. Naruto's face blushed deeply as he quickly shook his head. I didn't say that. Ignoring him, Ino continued, isn't it wonderful? Very soon he will propose to you. We will get married, and we will have many adorable children. Shizune looked at her in surprise. So that's it. Naruto tried to free his arm again, but Ino grabbed him and patted his arm as if he was doing something silly. Oh, Naruto-kun whispered, you don't have to be shy. Everyone is already happy for us, right? Tsunade's face softened a little as she watched them. Maybe she will help him see things in a different way, she muttered to herself with a small smile on her lips. Every great man has a woman by his side. Before Naruto could reply, Ino dragged him towards the door. Well, we have places to go, right? Naruto-kun said cheerfully as she led him out, leaving Lokage and his assistant watching in bewildered silence. Once they returned to the streets of the village, Ino finally let go of him, smiling brightly. Naruto-kun, I'll miss you, she said dramatically, placing a hand over her heart. Naruto looked at her, blinking a little bewildered. You'll miss me? Ino sighed and nodded. I wanted to keep training with you all day, but I know you need to rest. She looked down and pouted slightly. Naruto shrugged, trying to hide his confusion. Yet tomorrow's training sounds good. Ino gave him a sudden look of inspiration. Oh, I almost forgot something. Naruto raised an eyebrow when she quickly leaned down and gave him a firm kiss on the lips. For a split second, he was too shocked to react. He pulled away, biting his lip with a playful smile as he looked at the villagers surrounding her, who they had turned to look with wide eyes now. You will have something to remember me by, he said in a low voice, and Dulce, Don't forget it. With a child, he turned around and began to walk away, leaving Naruto standing there nervously. He could hear the faint whispers and gasps of the people around them, and he pulled up the collar of his shirt a little, trying to hide the blush that was taking over his face. The Yamanaka clan is officially insane, he thought, looking down and seeing a stain of her lipstick on his shirt as he continued his walk back to his apartment. He kept replaying the moment in his mind, a small smile tugging at his lips. Despite himself, the attention, the gestures, everything was overwhelming, but a part of him found it oddly endearing. Back in Okage's office, Tsunade shook her head and let out a soft laugh. Maybe she's exactly what he needs. The moon hung high in the sky, its silver light casting a serene glow over the quiet village of Konoha. Everything was calm except for a restless soul. Ino Yamanaka sat on the edge of her bed, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, and her legs swung back and forth as she stared at the wall. Her mind was filled with one thought: Naruto. Every time she closed her eyes, vivid dreams of him haunted her, dreams that left her breathless and longing. But tonight was different. She couldn't sleep, not even for a second. Why can't I stop thinking? In it, she whispered to herself as she placed a strand of hair behind her ear. Naruto-kun, my love, my fiancé, my future husband, suddenly realized, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, why do you torture me like this? I don't need to be alone. She put her hands together, and her lips curved into a mischievous smile. I'm moving in with Naruto-kun. Yes, that's all. I'll live with him, I'll share everything with him, and I'll be by his side at all times. Without thinking twice, Ino jumped up and began to prepare the luggage. She threw her clothes, her items of dresser, and some sentimental items in her suitcase, humming happily as she worked. The thought of living with Naruto filled her with a sense of purpose and anticipation. I don't need 2 bedrooms in that fancy new apartment I just bought, she told herself as she zipped up her suitcases. 1 room is enough, 1 bed is enough for both of us, she laughed to herself, imagining Naruto's reaction, what face he'll make when he sees me at his door in the middle of the night. Probably priceless. Laughing, he grabbed his suitcase and walked out of his apartment with determination written all over his face. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the middle of a strange and peaceful dream. For once, his mind was not burdened by the burdens of his past or the responsibilities of his present. His breathing was regular, his body relaxed as he lay sprawled in his bed. But that peace was short-lived. Explosion, explosion, explosion. A loud and insistent knocking echoed in his apartment. Naruto moved, groaning as he pulled the pillow over his head. Who the hell is knocking at this hour, he muttered. Still half asleep, he rolled over trying to ignore it, but the knocking only grew louder and more persistent. With a sigh, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. It's okay, I'm coming, he muttered, shuffling towards the door. He was expecting to see a neighbor, or worse yet, an AMBU member with some urgent mission. But when he opened the door, he was met with the last person he expected and didn't ask, blinking surprised, what are you doing here? Before he could get an answer, Ino pushed him away and dragged his suitcase inside like she owned the place. She kicked off her sandals and dropped onto the couch with a sigh of contentment. Nice place, Naruto-kun, she said, ignoring his bewildered expression. I've decided to move in with you. Naruto gaped. What, can't you just but I can, she interrupted, Ino waving a hand dismissively. You see, I've been having some terrible nightmares and I can't sleep. So I thought who better than my dear and sweet fiancé to stay with me. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm not your fiancé, and no, not yet, she corrected with a wink, but you will be. Kurama's laughter echoed in Naruto's mind. This is gold, said the fox, barely able to contain his amusement. She's not going to let you have a moment of peace. Naruto groaned internally. Shut up, furball, Ino began in a firm tone. You can't just move in here without asking. But I already did, Ino said happily, standing up and straightening her shirt. Her tight fit and shorts left little to the imagination, and Naruto quickly looked away, face flushed red. I'm not leaving. Naruto sighed, realizing he was fighting a losing battle. Okay, but you'll sleep in the other room. Ino's laugh was loud and unapologetic. Oh, Naruto-kun, you're so funny. Of course I'll sleep in your room. Naruto's eyes widened. What the hell? Let's go, she said, grabbing his hand and leading him towards her bedroom. Come on, it's been a long night, and I'm tired. Before Naruto could protest further, Ino tossed her suitcase into the corner of her room and flopped down on her bed. She began to remove her tank top, revealing a lace bra that was struggling to contain her ample chest. Naruto quickly turned around, his face burning. Ino, what are you doing? I'm getting comfortable, of course, she smiled, removing her shorts to reveal matching underwear. Don't be shy, Naruto-kun, from now on we'll be living together. You'll Just have to get used to this, Naruto groaned, mumbling under his breath. This can't be happening. Meanwhile, Kurama was practically laughing out loud. Oh, this is priceless. Your reputation is doomed. Ino slid under the covers and patted the spot next to her. Come on, Naruto-kun. Don't make me wait. Naruto hesitated. His instincts were screaming at him to run. But he knew Ino well enough to understand that once she set her mind to something, there was no stopping her. Resigned, he got into the bed, keeping as much distance between them as possible. As soon as he lay down, he rolled over and pressed himself against him. His head rested on his chest, and his arms wrapped around him tightly. Good night, Naruto-kun murmured in a soft, content voice. Naruto lay stiff as a board, his heart pounding in his chest. This is my life now, he thought, staring at the ceiling. Kurama's voice was the last thing he heard before falling asleep. You've got a real problem, boy. The night was quiet, but Naruto's mind wasn't. His body lay motionless on the bed, but in his dream, he found himself in the middle of a desolate battlefield. The ground was cracked and charred, and the sky was a storm of darkness, accented by flashes of eerie purple lightning. A figure stood before him, shrouded in shadows with eyes that burned like embers. His presence radiated malice, and his weapon, a huge, serrated scythe, shone with a sinister black aura. On Naruto Uzumaki, said the man in a deep, mocking voice, the so-called hero of the fourth great ninja war. How the mighty have fallen. Naruto clenched his fists, breathing heavily as he tried to summon his usual strength, but no chakra answered his call. His limbs felt heavy and his reflexes dulled. Even Kurama's power seemed distant, like a flickering ember in the cold. Who are you? Naruto demanded, his voice defiant but laden with underlying fear. The figure chuckled and raised his scythe. I'm Duff. He lunged forward, moving faster than Naruto could react. The blade of the scythe whistled through the air, and Naruto barely managed to dodge it. Stumbling backwards, the man pressed his attack. His blows were relentless and precise. Each blow of the scythe left dark trails in its wake, and Naruto found himself on the defensive, struggling to evade it. His heart pounded in his chest as the weapon grazed his side, sending a shock of pain through his body. You are weak, the man said disdainfully, his eyes shining with sadistic glee. Without your allies, without your precious village, you are not nothing. Naruto gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. He lunged at Dante, aiming a punch at his opponent's face, but the man effortlessly caught his fist and twisted his arm, forcing Naruto to his knees. Enough games, he growled. The man raised his scythe above his head, the blade glowing with dark energy. It's time to end this. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki. The scythe fell with a deafening roar, and Naruto felt a cold, stabbing pain as the blade pierced him. He saw his own body fall lifeless, with his head rolling to the ground. In the real world, Naruto's body was convulsing violently. Sweat was running down his face, and his breathing was ragged beside him, and he didn't move. Feeling the tremors in the bed, he blinked to wake up. He rubbed his eyes and immediately noticed Naruto's anguish. His face was contorted with fear. His body was shaking uncontrollably. Naruto-kun whispered with a voice full of concern. When he didn't respond, he sat up, placed a hand on his shoulder, and shook him gently. Naruto-kun, wake up. Still he didn't move. His breathing became more erratic, and his hands clenched the sheets tightly. He yelled, Dino, shaking him harder. Naruto-kun suddenly woke up. Naruto's eyes shot open. He sat up suddenly, his chest heaving as he gulped in air. His skin was pale, and his hands were shaking as he gripped the blanket. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Ino asked, her eyes wide with worry. You were shaking and sweating. It looked like you were having a nightmare. Naruto's eyes scanned the room quickly, his mind still caught in the horrible vision. He ran a hand through his wet hair, trying to steady his breathing. It's nothing, he said hoarsely. It was just a nightmare. I don't want to talk about it. Ino frowned, but didn't press him further. Instead, she reached out and placed her hand on his arm comfortingly. It's okay, Naruto-kun said softly. You're safe now. Naruto nodded, but remained tense, his body still trembling slightly. Ino watched him for a moment, and then decided to make a decision. Take off your shirt, she said suddenly. Naruto looked at her, blinking, confused. What? Why do it? Ino insisted. Trust me. Reluctantly, Naruto removed his shirt, revealing his toned chest. Although slightly marked by scars, his skin glistened with sweat, and he shivered slightly from the cool night air. Before she could ask him what he was doing, Ino reached behind her back and unclasped her bra, letting it fall to the floor. Her ample, full, soft chest was now bare, and she leaned down in front, pressing on you. What are you? Edge said. Ino, wrapping her arms around him, pulling his head down and gently resting it against her chest. This will help you relax. Just breathe. Naruto-kun. Naruto's protests died in his throat as he felt the heat, the softness of her skin. The steady beat of her heart echoed in his ear, a soothing rhythm that slowly began to calm his racing mind. Her scent, a mix of floral perfume and something uniquely hers, enveloped him, and he found himself exhaling Deeply you see, Ino murmured, stroking his hair. Isn't it better this way? Naruto murmured something incoherent. His face was still red, but he didn't pull away. His shaking slowed down, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Ino smiled, feeling his warm breath against her skin. Okay, now let's get some sleep. She leaned back, keeping Naruto's head resting against her chest. Her fingers continued to tangle in his hair as she closed her eyes with a satisfied smile on her lips. Sweet dreams. Naruto-kun whispered. Elsewhere, the village was far from quiet at the Okage residence. Kakashi Itachi stood by his window looking out at the dark streets. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a frown and heavy thoughts. A sudden knock on his door broke the silence. "Come in," Kakashi said, turning to face the visitor. I-8 Gecko walked in with a grim expression. "Kakashi-senpai, we've received a report. Another village has been destroyed." Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "Which 5 villages are there really?" 8 corrected in a tense voice. "Small settlements in the outer regions, all razed to the ground. There are no survivors." Kakashi's heart sank. "And the culprit, we still don't know." Hade admitted. "Whoever it is leaves no trace. The only clue we have is the brutality of the attacks. Everyone dies." And he hesitated and asked, "Kakashi, women are raped before they are killed," said Hade in a voice barely above a whisper. "It is inhuman, monstrous." Kakashi clenched his fists, and his mind went to work at full speed. "This is not some simple rebel ninja. This is something much worse." You nodded. "What should we do, senpai?" Kakashi sighed, and his gaze hardened. "We will prepare tomorrow. First thing in the morning, I will inform Lady Tsunade. In the meantime, rest a little. We will need our strength for what is coming." "Yes, Kakashi-senpai," said Hate, bowing to before leaving the room. Staying alone, Kakashi turned to the window with his heavy thoughts. "This does not bode well," he muttered to himself. "What is happening to our world?" And with that sinister thought, the night continued, fraught with unseen dangers and dark omens. Unknown date, unknown author. Naruto Hino Bonds of Light and Shadow. Chapter 3, a Naruto fanfic. Welcome. Title: Morning Shenanigans and Intimento Goals. The sun filtered through the curtains, casting a soft golden glow upon the room. Naruto stirred, slowly awakening from his restless sleep. When he regained consciousness, he noticed a peculiar sensation. His face was pressed against something soft, no, incredibly soft and warm. It smelled faintly of flowers, and something sweeter, more intimate. Naruto's eyes flew open, and his heart nearly stopped. His face was buried in Hino's bare chest, whose generous bust rose and fell gently with each breath. He could feel the warmth of her skin, the soft curve of her body pressing down on him. They squeezed his head, pulling him closer. "That hhh," he murmured in a soft, playful voice. "Sleep a little longer, Naruto-kun. You're so warm," I said. Naruto in a muffled voice, his face still firmly pressed against Hino's chest. "She lets go. I have to get up." "No," she replied. Ino with a mischievous smile. "You will stay here." She stroked his hair softly, and her tone was mocking. "It's not comfortable." Naruto moaned. His voice was still muffled. "And no, seriously, let me go." She sighed, dramatically loosening her grip, just enough for him to pull away. Naruto sat up quickly, his face a deep shade of red, and did not remain lying down with his arms outstretched but lovingly above his head. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," said with a yawn, and his eyes shining with amusement. Naruto, he looked at her briefly, and then quickly looked away. "Good morning, Ino," she pouted. "Don't be rude, Naruto-kun. Look at me when you say it." Jockstrap, still making eye contact. "Good morning, Ino." She sounded triumphant. "That's better. You see, it can be sweet when you try." Naruto stood up and grabbed a shirt to cover himself. "I'm going to take a shower." "And cover yourself? Do you want me?" She laughed, covering herself with a blanket, but leaving one shoulder exposed provocatively. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you're so shy." Naruto muttered something under his breath and walked out of the room. As he walked down the hall, Ino suddenly jumped out of bed and ran past him. "Hey," Naruto called her, confused. She got to the bathroom first, sticking her tongue out at him. "The ladies first." "Naruto-kun, be a gentleman." Naruto groaned. "Okay, whatever." Before he could walk away, Ino leaned down and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said sweetly before closing the door. Naruto stood frozen for a moment, his face red. "She's impossible," she muttered, heading into the living room. They passed the minutes while Naruto was sitting on the couch thinking about the strange dream that had happened. The nightmare still hovered in his mind, a dark cloud that he couldn't shake off his thoughts. They were interrupted by the sound of running water and Hino's voice calling from the bathroom. "Naruto-kun, the shower is broken." He frowned and stood up. "How is it broken?" "It doesn't work," she replied in a frustrated tone. "Come fix it." Naruto sighed, muttering to himself how it was all that he went to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "Okay." I'm going in, this is embarrassing, you know. There was no response, so he cautiously opened the door. Steam came out, and for a moment he couldn't see anything and he didn't scream, entering suddenly. The door slammed shut behind him. He turned around and saw Ino leaning against the door, completely naked with her hands on her hips. "You tricked me, Naruto," exclaimed with wide eyes Hino, noticeably mischievous. "I didn't trick you, I just wanted a little help, and maybe some company." Naruto's face turned red. "And no, this has no thank you." She moved closer, her wet hair sticking to her skin. "Come on, Naruto-kun," she said playfully, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "We're both adults, let's enjoy this." Naruto tried to protest, but the words got stuck in his throat as she pushed him into the shower. The water cascaded over them, soaking his clothes instantly. "And not my clothes," he groaned, trying to take a step back, but she held him firmly in place. She laughed, running her fingers through his hair. "It'll dry you off, relax, Naruto-kun, this will be fun." Despite his embarrassment, Naruto felt unable to resist her. Her confidence, her playful attitude were overwhelming. After the shower, Naruto found himself in the kitchen with clean clothes and preparing breakfast. He concentrated on the task at hand, trying to ignore the memory of Ino's playful teasing. Meanwhile, Ino entered the room dressed in a tight sports suit that accentuated her figure. She turned around dramatically, showing off her new outfit. "What do you think, Naruto-kun?" she asked, striking a pose. "I bought it yesterday. It's perfect for training. Don't you think?" Naruto looked at her briefly, then turned his attention back to the stove. "It's okay," he said simply, and didn't pout. He walked over to the table and sat down. "No, you're funny, Naruto-kun, but it's okay. In time, I'll get you to relax." He took a plate of food and took a bite with wide, delighted eyes. "Oh my god, this is amazing," she exclaimed. "Naruto-kun, you're an amazing cook." Naruto shrugged. "It's just the breakfast one." Ino smiled and took another bite. "I've already decided from now on you'll be making all of our meals. It's your job as my future husband." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Cool. Just what I needed, a new job." After breakfast, Ino packed her training backpack and filled it with water bottles and other essentials. She adjusted her headband and stretched, looking excited. "I'm ready, Ano. Today is the day I begin my journey to become stronger than you, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled. "We'll see." She walked over to him, grabbed his hand, and pushed him towards the gate. "Come on, Naruto-kun, come on." As they left, the voice of Kurama echoed in Naruto's mind, laughing. "Good job, Naruto. You have quite a handful of things to do." Naruto sighed. "This is going to be a long day." Ino smiled and squeezed his hand. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, we will make it fun." And with that began their day of training and mischief. The sun was shining brightly as Naruto and Ino walked through the bustling streets of Konoha. Ino held Naruto's hand tightly with her head resting on his shoulder, radiating happiness. Naruto, on the other hand, maintained his usual calm and distant attitude, with his gaze fixed ahead. The people of the town whispered and stared at each other as they passed by. It wasn't every day they saw Naruto, the once loud and cheerful war hero, walking so silently hand in hand with the bold and beautiful Ino Yamanaka. Among those watching was Sakura Aluno, standing near a store, squinting at the sight of her two former teammates, her heart twisted with a mix of envy and confusion. Ino noticed Sakura's gaze and smiled, deliberately snuggling closer to Naruto. She raised her voice just enough for Sakura to hear. "It's not a bear, Naruto-kun. Spend the morning together. Just you and me," Ino said in a sugary sweet tone. Sakura clenched her fists as she fought the urge to retort. Her jaw tightened, and a spark of anger flashed in her eyes. Ino muttered under her breath. Sakura finally snapped, her voice loud enough to pierce the morning air. "Since when does Ino train, and why is it Naruto who trains her?" Ino turned her head and gave Sakura a satisfied smile. "Oh, Sakura, you didn't know that I have decided to become stronger, and who better to help me than my wonderful future husband?" She winked at her. "Enjoy the view in front of her." Sakura's face turned red with anger. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words got stuck in her throat when she noticed something that hurt her more than Hino's teasing. Naruto didn't even look at her. He continued walking with his face expressionless and his gaze fixed on the path he had in front of her. It was as if Sakura didn't exist. The weight of his indifference hit her like a punch to the stomach. Sakura's anger faded and was replaced by a deep, cold sadness. "What happened to you?" Naruto wondered. "Why you became so distant." As Naruto and Ino walked away, Sakura could still hear Ino's cheerful voice talking about her training plans. Each word felt like a knife twisting in her chest. Meanwhile, in Okage's office, Kakashi Atake stood in front of her, a stern expression on her face. Tsunade's usually cheerful tone in the room was replaced by a heavy silence as he presented his report. "5 villages," said Kakashi sadly, "completely destroyed in just 2 weeks. The attackers left no survivors, men, women, children, all massacred." Tsunade frowned deeply as she leaned back. "It's worse than we thought. Do we have any idea who is responsible?" Kakashi shook his head. "There is no concrete proof yet. But who are they?" "They are brutal," reports say." He hesitated and lowered his voice. They raped the women before killing them. They are not just attackers, they are monsters. Tsunade's hands clenched into fists. This is a dark force heading our way. But we will be ready for them when they arrive. Kakashi nodded. We have our best shinobi on standby. Sasuke is already preparing strategies. And don't mention Naruto. Tsunade interrupted abruptly in a tone full of worry. He is far away from us now. I am worried about Kakashi has changed a lot, and I fear it's only getting worse. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. He's worried, that's for sure, but he's still my student. He'll listen to me, and I'll talk to him. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Do you remember the last time you talked to him? 2 weeks ago. Kakashi grimaced, remembering the conversation. Yes, he told me that I didn't need the advice of an old pervert who reads trash books. Tsunade let out a bitter laugh. He also insulted me. He called me an old drunk, good for nothing but drinking. Kakashi laughed nervously. Well, he's not entirely wrong. Tsunade glared at him, but then sighed. Naruto and Ino, what's their story? How did they end up together? Kakashi leaned on the desk and crossed his arms. It's a very interesting story. It seems that Ino fell in love with him after he went through a rough time. They've been inseparable ever since she even moved in with him. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. It's unusual, but love works in mysterious ways. Maybe, and it's not exactly what Naruto she needs right now. She's bold, confident in herself, and isn't afraid to challenge him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. But what about Hinata? She's been in love with Naruto forever. This can't be easy for her. Tsunade leaned forward with a serious expression. Kakashi, let's be honest, Hinata isn't the right match for Naruto. First, she's too shy. She can't even hold a conversation with him without fainting. Second, Naruto has no feelings for her. He doesn't even seem to remember she exists half the time. Kakashi frowned, but didn't say anything. Tsunade continued, and no, on the other hand, she is everything that Hinata is not. She is strong, self-confident, and not afraid to go after what she wants. She won't let anyone come between her and Naruto. I've known Ino for years. She is my student, and I can see it in her eyes. She truly loves him. Kakashi nodded slowly. You may be right. If anyone can break through Naruto's walls, it's her. Let's hope she opens her heart before it's too late. Tsunade smiled slightly. Love can do things amazing. Kakashi, maybe, just maybe Deo love will save him. Kakashi chuckled. Well, it will definitely be an interesting story to watch. The two shared a moment of quiet reflection before Kakashi stood up. For now, we will focus on the threat that lies ahead, but I will not lose V to Naruto. He is still my student, and I will not give up. Tsunade nodded. Okay, let's hope love and war don't collide in ways we can't control. With that, Kakashi walked out of the office, his mind full of thinking about the impending danger and the fragile bonds of love and friendship. The training field stretched out before them, a vast open expanse surrounded by trees and filled with training dummies and equipment. The morning air was fresh, filled with the faint scent of grass and the distant chirping of birds. Naruto led Ino towards the center of the field with determined steps and an expression as calm and serious as always. Ino, for her part, practically vibrated with energy. She rolled her shoulders, stretched her arms, and looked at Naruto with determination. Very well, Naruto-kun said confidently. Let's begin. Naruto crossed his arms and stared at her. There was no doubt that she was a very skilled girl, but there was something he couldn't ignore. Before starting, Naruto said in a calm tone, there is something we must address. Ino tilted her head, curious. What is wrong? You are too weak physically, he said bluntly. If you want to become stronger, you must first develop your stamina and strength. Otherwise, you won't last in a real fight. Ino's confident expression faltered for a moment. Hey, you're supposed to be my boyfriend and fiancé, not my critic. Naruto shrugged. The truth is better than empty compliments. If you really want to improve, you need to listen to it. I pouted and crossed my arms. Okay, you're right. So what's your brilliant plan, sensei? Naruto smiled lightly and walked over to a nearby storage shed. He came back with a set of weights equipment specifically designed for intense physical training. We'll start with this, he said, holding the leg weights. The eyes of Ino, they open wide. Those are your weights? No, you've used them before. Naruto nodded. They will push you to the limit. Believe me, you will feel the difference. Reluctantly, and did not allow Naruto to place the weights on his legs while he adjusted the last strap. A gust of wind crossed the field and slightly lifted the hem of Ino's skirt. Naruto's eyes opened wide, and he quickly looked away. A slight blush colored his cheeks. Ino, always observant, noticed his reaction and couldn't help but laugh. You saw it well, Naruto-kun, she teased, her voice filled with playful antics. Let's focus on training, muttered Naruto, trying to steer the conversation back to the task at hand. Ino stepped closer, and her voice dropped into a sultry whisper. You know, she said in a tone both dangerous and seductive, if anyone else saw my underwear, I would kill them on the spot. She paused, then added with a playful smirk, but since it's you, Naruto-kun, you can stare as much as you want. Naruto's murmur deepened. Stop it, Ino said, trying to keep her composure. But Ino wasn't done. She playfully lifted her skirt up just enough to reveal the purple underwear. she was wearing underneath. Isn't that adorable? She asked in a voice full of feigned innocence. Naruto groaned and his face turned a deep shade of red. Stop playing around, she snapped. Ino giggled and pulled her skirt down. Okay, okay. Let's get serious. They started with basic physical exercises. Naruto had Ino start with lunges as the extra weight on her legs made every step a challenge at first, and she had no difficulty. Her movements were slow and deliberate despite the difficulty. He pushed forward with unwavering determination. Well, Naruto said, observing his posture, now let's do the push-ups. And he didn't let himself fall to the ground and began the exercise. When he got to the 10th push-up, his arms were shaking, and he was breathing heavily. This is brutal, panting. Naruto knelt down beside him. Come on and know you can. Just a few more. Ino gritted his teeth and continued with the remaining push-ups, collapsing to the ground. When he finished, he stood there for a moment looking at the sky as his chest rose and fell with each heavy breath. It better be worth it, Naruto muttered. He chuckled. You'll thank me later. They continued with a variety of exercises, each one more grueling than the last, and he didn't push himself any harder than ever. His body ached and his muscles screamed in protest, but he refused to give up. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Naruto called for a break. Ino collapsed onto the grass, sweat dripping from his forehead. He looked at Naruto. His expression was a mix of tiredness and annoyance. Okay, he said hoarsely. What's next, sensei? Another round of torture. Naruto smiled. That was just the warm-up. Now we begin the real training. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. That was just the warm-up. Naruto nodded. If you want to get stronger, you have to push your limits. You're doing very well so far. You sat down and stared at him. You're a sadist, Naruto-kun. A total sadist. Naruto laughed. Maybe, but you're the one who asked for this. They went on to combat training. Naruto adopted a defensive stance and motioned for Ino to attack. She lunged at him, her movements driven by frustration and determination. I threw a punch that Naruto easily dodged, then kicked him, but Naruto caught her leg in mid-air. You're leaving yourself completely exposed, he said in a calm and instructive tone. Ino growled, frustrated. She pulled her leg back and attacked again. Her blows were faster and more aggressive, but Naruto blocked them with ease. As the fight continued, Ino began to feel the weight of his exhaustion. His movements became clumsy, and his attacks lost precision. Come on, Ino, said Naruto in an encouraging voice. You have more to give. Show me what you got. And he didn't clench his fists, and his frustration overflowed. Am I really so weak? He thought. I can't do it. With renewed determination, he attacked Naruto again. This time, he concentrated his chakra and channeled it into his attacks. His movements became more precise and calculated. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he noticed the change. That's better, he said with a hint of pride in her voice. Ino launched a series of attacks, forcing Naruto to reinforce his defenses. For the first time, she managed to land a blow, and her fist impacted on his shoulder. Naruto smiled. Well, now we are getting somewhere. They continued training, and each session brought Ino closer to her limits. Despite the challenges, Ino felt a sense of accomplishment. She was getting stronger both physically and mentally by the end of the session, and she was not completely exhausted. She collapsed to the ground with her body in pain, but with a satisfied smile on his face. Naruto knelt down beside her and offered her a hand. You did well today, he said. But this is just the beginning. Ino took his hand and allowed him to help her up. I will get stronger, she said, her voice full of determination. I will become someone you can be proud of, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled with a rare softness in his expression. You already are. As they packed their things and prepared to leave, Naruto looked at Ino and felt a great pride in his chest. This was just the beginning of their journey together, and he was sure that with Ino by his side, they could face any challenge that came their way. Let's go back home, Ino said, nodding and taking his hand once more. Together, they walked back towards the village, ready to face whatever the future held for them. The comforting hum of activity filled the cozy apartment as Naruto busied himself with the kitchen. The soft sound of utensils, the hiss of boiling water, and the enticing aroma of freshly prepared food created a warm and welcoming atmosphere. He worked with precision, cutting vegetables, browning the meat, and seasoning the dishes to perfection. The menu that night was a mix of simplicity and exquisiteness: miso soup, grilled teriyaki salmon, steamed rice, and a colorful mix of stir-fried vegetables. Naruto looked at the clock as he placed the food on the dining table, taking care to place it elegantly. Next to each plate there was a pair of carefully folded napkins, accompanied by shiny chopsticks. The centerpiece was a small vase with a single white lily whose delicate petals added a touch of grace to the scene. The sound of running water stopped, and a few moments later I emerged from the bathroom. She was wrapped in a white silk robe that clung loosely to her body, and her damp blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders. The soft fabric of the robe hinted at her figure, the soft curve of her waist, and the toned lines of her legs were visible. As she walked towards the dining room, "Go Naruto-kun," said Hino with a voice full of genuine admiration. She ran her fingers through her damp hair, and her blue eyes sparkled as she took in the beautifully set table. "This is amazing. You really went all out." Naruto, still focused on the finishing touches, nodded lightly. "I wanted it to be special," she said, in a casual tone, but with a subtle warmth. Enjoying aloe, Ino pulled out a chair and sat down with wide eyes as she admired the food before her. This, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "The food is amazing, beautiful, perfect." Naruto chuckled and sat down in front of her. "Thank you, now eat before it gets cold." Ino took her chopsticks and took a bite of the salmon. She closed her eyes in pleasure as the flavors exploded on her tongue. "Oh my god," Naruto muttered. "Kun, this is amazing. Not only are you a hero, you are also a chef." Naruto smiled slightly, but his thoughts seemed distant. As he continued to praise her cooking, Naruto's mind drifted and sank into the dark corners of his recent dreams. The image of a man he was chasing, a faceless figure wielding a massive scythe drenched in shadows and malice. In those dreams, the man brought death wherever he went. His weapon cut down the innocent with ruthless efficiency. Naruto could almost hear the screams, feel the icy grip of fear, and see the lifeless eyes of his victims. He shuddered. The weight of sleep held him down. He had recently heard rumors of a new threat, an unknown group that had decimated 5 villages in just 2 weeks. They had not stopped. Survivors and their brutality knew no bounds. Men were slaughtered and women were subjected to unspeakable horrors. The thought of such evil made his hair stand on end. "Hey Naruto-kun," Ino's voice brought him back to reality. Naruto blinked and realized he had been staring at his plate. He looked up and saw Ino leaning towards him with her face just inches from his. "You've been distracted," she said in a playful tone, but with a hint of concern. "What's going on in your head so hard?" Naruto shook his head. "Nothing important," she replied, trying to dismiss the dark thoughts. Ino wasn't convinced. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Well, whatever it is, I have an idea. Better imagine grapes." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Grapes? Yes, green purple grapes, juicy and delicious." She smiled. "You can do that." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Not even my imagination is safe from you, huh?" And he didn't exactly laugh. "Now open up." She held a piece of salmon with her chopsticks, ready to feed it. Naruto hesitated. "Is this necessary?" "Yes," she said, Ino with firmness. "After all, I am your future wife." Naruto sighed. "You are not my wife yet," Ino corrected, her eyes shining with determination. "But I will now open it." Reluctantly, Naruto opened his mouth and did not give her the bite of salmon. She smiled with satisfaction. "You see, it is not delicious." Naruto chewed, shaking his head slightly. "You are something special." "Ino, my turn," said Ino, opening her mouth expectantly. Naruto, resigned to his fate, took a piece of vegetable and fed it to her, and did not exaggerate his enjoyment, making the deliciousness burn. "Delicious," she declared. They continued with their fun dinner. Hino's cheerful antics brought Naruto out of his dark thoughts, if only temporarily, but as the night progressed, the weight of his dreams returned. Later, as they prepared for bed, Ino dragged Naruto into her room, insisting that he stay with her. She changed into a light semi-sheer nightgown that left little to the imagination. Its pale tone contrasted beautifully with her skin, and Naruto couldn't help but blush as she got into bed next to him. "Good night, Naruto-kun," said H sweetly, resting his head on his bare chest. Her soft blonde hair tickled his skin, and the warmth of her body comforted and distracted him at the same time. Naruto remained motionless, trying to calm his racing heart, but sleep brought him no peace. Once again, he found himself in the middle of a nightmare. The 6th village was burning, and its inhabitants were screaming in terror. The women, with their clothes torn, were huddled together, and their eyes reflected fear. The faceless man appeared again with his scythe, shining in the firelight. He moved with terrifying grace and struck down anyone who dared to get in his way. Naruto's breathing quickened. He felt the man's cold, dead eyes bore into him as the scythe made its way towards his neck. He woke up startled, with his body covered in sweat and his chest heaving. H didn't move beside him, muttering something unintelligible in his sleep. Instinctively, he clung to him tighter, his soft breath against his skin, and a small trail of drool sliding over his chest. Naruto looked down and blushed as he noticed that his nightgown had moved. He could see the curve of her breasts, the fabric barely covered them. He swallowed hard and moved carefully, so as not to wake her. However, his mind was still tormented by the nightmare. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the 6th village, the true horror unfolded. A sinister figure dressed in black rose among the Inus. His followers surrounded him with their faces hidden by masks. "You killed all the men?" asked the leader in a cold and authoritative voice. "Yes, my lord," answered one of the subordinates, and the women are here. A young girl was dragged forward with her eyes wide and full of terror. She struggled to free herself from her captor's grip. Her clothes torn and her face streaked with tears, the leader approached and reached out with his gloved hand to grab her chin. He tilted her face up and inspected her with a cruel smile. "We will have a good time tonight," he said in a voice full of malice. His hand moved towards his chest and squeezed it as she let out a desperate cry. The men around him laughed and their eyes glinted with wicked anticipation. The alarming leader, with mischief, and tightened his grip, soon said, his voice full of dark promises, "We will rule this world." His laughter echoed through the night, a chilling prelude to the horrors to come. The morning sun filtered through the curtains and cast a warm glow over the bedroom. Naruto stirred and slowly opened his eyes to watching Ino lay next to him. Her blonde hair was disheveled, but she looked serene. Her chest rose and fell gently with each breath as Naruto tried to move and get out of bed. Ino's eyes snapped open. She smirked mischievously in a low, teasing voice. "Why are you in such a hurry, Naruto-kun? Stay a little longer." Before he could respond, Ino straddled him and pinned him down to the bed. She leaned forward and let her robe fall slightly to reveal her generous chest. "Enjoy the view," she whispered playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Naruto's face turned red like a tomato. His hands floated awkwardly in the air as he struggled to look away. "And no come on, let me get up, Ino," he giggled and leaned down to give her a soft kiss on the lips. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," I sighed, and her blush grew deeper. "Good morning, and I'm Naruto." "No, Naruto-kun, no whatever," and no smiling, tilting my head as if pondering his words. "But I like Naruto-kun, he's cute. From now I'll call you Nargo." She fell off of him and let him sit up as Naruto left the room to get dressed and didn't remain sitting on the bed, her fingers gently caressing the fabric of his robes. She pressed her hands to his chest. Her heart was beating rapidly. "This guy is driving me crazy," she murmured to herself with a loving smile tugging at her lips. "His love is overwhelming. If only I had realized sooner. I wasted so much time lasting Sasuke in the academy. How foolish I was." Her smile grew larger as she stood up, determination shining in her eyes. "But now all I have will be for Naruto." In the kitchen, Naruto was preparing breakfast with the ease that comes with practice. The smell of eggs, rice, and grilled fish filled the air as she finally joined him. They ate together. Their conversation was light and filled with laughter. After breakfast, Ino put on her sports clothes, a stylish black sports bra and matching leggings that hugged her athletic figure. Naruto grabbed his gear, and together they headed to his field training. The open field stretched out before them. The morning air was cool and invigorating. The birds sang in the nearby trees, and the distant sound of a river added to the peaceful atmosphere. "Very well, Ino," said Naruto, stretching his arms above his head. "Today, we are going to find out what your elemental affinity is." Ino blinked, confused. "Elemental affinity? What is that?" Naruto looked and crossed his arms. "It is your natural connection to one of the 5 basic elements: wind, water, earth, fire, and lightning. There is also the wood, but it's quite rare and usually requires a unique bloodline." Ino tilted her head. "Okay, but how do we find out?" Naruto began to explain. His tone changed to that of a teacher. "Every shinobi has a natural affinity with chakra. It's like a talent to manipulate an element more easily than others. For example, if your affinity is fire, you will find it easier to learn fire-based jutsus. It's important to know your affinity so you can adapt your training." Ino assimilating the information that has meaning. "So what's your affinity?" Naruto irritatingly reached into his bag and pulled out a small thin piece of wind paper. "And we're going to find out yours with this." Ino looked at the paper in disbelief. "A piece of paper? Are you kidding me?" "Right." Naruto shook his head with a serious expression. "No kidding, this isn't ordinary paper. It's chakra paper. It reacts with your chakra and shows your elemental affinity is proven by channeling a small amount of chakra into the paper. It instantly split cleanly in half. You see, wind affinity. Now it's your turn." Ino hesitated a moment and took the paper carefully. "You really mean being, huh?" Naruto ascended, and his eyes encouraged him. "Come on, try it." Ino held the paper with both hands and closed his eyes. He concentrated his chakra, wanting it to flow into the paper inside him. He prayed silently, "Please don't embarrass me in front of Naruto." A moment later, the paper reacted and split cleanly in half, just like Naruto's. Naruto's eyes opened slightly, and a placid smile spread across his face. "Go me, you also have an affinity for wind. That's pretty rare." I gaped, and her eyes lit up with excitement. "Seriously, I'm weird just like you." Naruto nodded. "Yes, wind is one of the less common affinities. You have a real talent here." And he didn't let out a cry of joy. He wrapped his arms around Naruto and hugged him tightly. "Yes, I am rare. I'm amazing." Before Naruto could react, she gave him a quick and jubilant kiss on the lips. Naruto's face turned red as he tried to gently push her away. "No, oh, come on. It's supposed to that we should be training." But Ino was too excited to care. She skipped around the training field, waving her fists in the air. "Wind affinity? I will be the best wind user ever. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Her energy and enthusiasm reminded him of his older self Kurama, the great nine tails sealed within him. Stirred in the back of his mind, he has spirit. Kurama commented, his deep voice echoed in Naruto's thoughts. Reminds me of your mother Kusina, always full of energy. Naruto laughed softly to himself. Yeah, it's definitely something special. Ino stopped her celebratory dance and turned to Naruto, her eyes shining with determination. All right, Naruto, let's get back to training. I'm ready for anything. Naruto smiled, his own excitement growing. You got this, and don't let's do this. And so their training continued, with Ino more determined than ever to master her new power. The sun was high as Naruto and Ino trained on the training ground. Ino's concentration was sharp, and her movements fluid as she followed each Naruto attack. Despite her determination, Naruto's calm demeanor and precise strikes kept her on her toes. And don't focus your chakra, and don't just react, predict my next move, Naruto said in a firm but encouraging voice. Ino nodded and adjusted her stance. Understood. Narrow. They continued for another intense round until a black blur appeared in front of them. A masked Ambu member materialized, standing tall and imposing. Uzumaki Naruto Yaman. Ino, the Okage request your presence immediately, said the Ambu in a cold and authoritative voice. Ino frowned. I took a step forward. Hey, who do you think you are interrupting my valuable training time with? Naruto, you idiot. Naruto sighed and raised a hand to calm her down. Okay, Ino, let's go. Ino pouted but relented. Okay, but first we're staying home. No way, I'm going into the office. I'm wearing my training clothes. I don't want anyone to see me like this. Just you, Naruto. Naruto lightly sounded and followed the Ambu back to the village. Once in, Ino quickly put on a smart yet modest outfit, a blouse and sash paired with a short white skirt and knee-high boots. Her hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail. Naruto had already put on his signature white-on-white ensemble. He exuded an air of quiet confidence. As they entered the cashier's office, all eyes turned to them. The room was filled with familiar faces: Sakura, Shikamaru, Hinata, Kakashi, and even Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze turned as she stopped at Naruto. Her usual stoic expression softened for a moment. He's changed a lot, she thought. Sasuke, he's no longer orange. He looks refined, almost like a model. Sakura, standing next to Sasuke, blushed slightly as she observed Naruto's new appearance. The elegant white outfit highlighted his slim but muscular figure, and his intense blue eyes seemed even more piercing despite his roar. She didn't say anything, remembering Naruto's sharp tongue and the rumors of his biting sarcasm. Naruto entered silent, his expression unreadable, while Buto held her hand confidently with a satisfied look on her face. All right, we've arrived. What's the problem? Naruto said coldly, his gaze fixed on the Okage. Tsunade gestured for everyone to sit. I'll explain when everyone is seated. Sakura frowned. Who are we waiting for right now? Ino stepped forward with a mischievous smile. Hello, forehead. It's been a while. Sakura got angry at the nickname, but bit her tongue. Naruto, meanwhile, he remained silent. His eyes, they briefly met up with Sasuke's. None spoke, but Sasuke couldn't help but notice the cold distance in Naruto's demeanor. He's not the same idiot as before, Sasuke thought, his mind their last meeting years ago. Once everyone was seated, Tsunade began. I have called you all here to discuss a serious matter. For the past few weeks, a group of unknown raiders have been attacking villages. They have destroyed entire communities. They have killed men. And he paused and his face darkened. They have attacked the women. The room grew tense. Ino clenched her fists and looked at Naruto. She couldn't help but remember that mission, the one in which she almost became a victim. If it hadn't been for Naruto's timely intervention, Tsunade continued, the most recent attack was on Asagakure. They left no survivors. Our information suggests they may be planning their next move, and it's only a matter of time before another village falls. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What is the mission? Will they work together to track down these attackers and eliminate the threat? This is a high-priority mission. Failure is not an option, said Tsunade with her eyes fixed on Naruto. Yada, who had been watching in silence, he looked down with an aching heart. It should have been me who was by his side, he thought bitterly, glancing sideways at Ino, who was now casually leaning against Naruto. Shikamaru sighed and crossed his arms. It sounds troublesome. Sakura, still nervous about Naruto's entrance, tried to hide her discomfort. We will do the best we can, Lady Tsunade. Ino, noticing Sakura's lingering gaze on Naruto, he stepped forward. Hey, forehead, are you still single, or did someone finally put a ring on that giant forehead of yours? Sakura's face turned red with anger. What did you just say, pig? Did you hear me? Forehead, I replied, smiling. The two lunged at each other, exchanging light slaps and verbal blows. Sasuke sighed and muttered, this is Yulo. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, and his voice was full of irritation. Troublesome. Hinata stood up, trying intervene. Please stop fighting. Enough. Tsunade's voice thundered as she hit the desk with her hand. The room fell silent. The two sit down. Ino and Sakura stared at each other, but obeyed. Tsunade sighed Rubbing her temples. Naruto, control your fiancé. Do you want? Naruto raised an eyebrow, and his tone was dry. She is not my fiancé, and that is none of your business. Old woman Tsunade's veins swelled on her forehead, but she kept her composure. Sakura, however, was not so reserved. Naruto, that is no way to talk to the Miss Tsunade. Naruto looked at her coldly, and his voice was heavy with sarcasm. And you should mind your own business. Gum. The room was silent for a moment before Ino burst out laughing. Gummo, that's priceless. I wish I had thought of that. Sakura's face turned red in embarrassment and anger. Why? Before he could finish, Tsunade raised her hand. Enough, all of you. Concentrate, you have a mission to prepare for. Shikamaru pushed himself away from the wall and headed towards the door. Let's finish with this at once. Naruto followed without a word with Ino at his side, their laughter still echoing as they left the office. The mission team advanced through the dense forest, silently jumping from one tree to another. The only sounds were the rustling of the leaves and the soft thuds of their feet against the bark. Naruto led the group, his golden hair reflected the sunlight that filtered through the foliage. He had not said a single word since they left the village. His eyes remained fixed on the path that they were ahead of them, illegible and distant, and she didn't follow him closely. Her gaze turned to Brute from time to time. She couldn't help but admire him, the way his hair shone, his pale skin that shone almost ethereal, and his face that had acquired a refined, almost androgynous beauty over the years. Her cheeks blushed as she thought really red. Well behind them, Sakura watched Naruto with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Her mind raced as she tried to reconcile this man, calm and collected, with the loud and cheerful boy that she once met. When he became like this, it's incredible. She blushed, embarrassed by her own thoughts. Yada, on the other hand, struggled to maintain his composure. He kept his gaze fixed on Naruto. His heart ached with each glance Naruto-kun thought, but his gaze drifted to Ino, who seemed completely at ease at his side. The sight filled her with a deep sadness. It should have been me, but he's with her now. And Nat looked down, trying to suppress the tears that threatened with falling. Sasuke remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Naruto. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He has changed so much. That aura, that presence is undeniable. He is no longer the silly boy who chased me. Sasuke clenched his jaw. What kind of life has he been leading to become like this? Shikamaru, always attentive, studied Naruto with a thoughtful expression. Something is not right, he reflected. There is a darkness in his eyes. It is resentment, hatred. He remembered how Naruto had withdrawn from everyone after the war, isolating himself completely. He did not attend none of the memorials or meetings. We're locked up and emerged like this. It's okay, Shikamaru finally said, breaking the silence. We will rest here for now. The group descended to a small clearing. Everyone began to unpack supplies and set up a makeshift camp. Naruto, however, walked away a few steps and sat under a large tree with his back resting against the trunk. He leaned his head back and squinted as he looked at the sky, lost in his thoughts. In Naruto's mind, the disturbing image of his recurring dream brought forth a figure shrouded in shadows. He stood in the middle of a scene of ruins, burning villages, shattered houses, lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. The figure's face remained hidden, but its presence exuded pure malice. Who are you? Naruto thought. Why are you chasing me? His hands clenched into fists as he tried to piece together the fragments of the dream. Could the destruction they were investigating be related to this vision? The thought ate away at him, filling him with unease. Naruto's soft voice, she brought him out of his thoughts and turned to see Ino standing over him with a kind expression. She sat down without waiting for an invitation and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, she said quietly, her tone free of the teasing tone it normally had. Naruto blinked in surprise at her sudden closeness before he could respond. Ino leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. The warmth of her body against his was comforting but unfamiliar. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly, but he remained motionless. Ino, she smiled softly, intertwining her fingers with his. She didn't need to say anything. His presence alone seemed to ease the tension in her mind. For a moment, Naruto allowed himself to relax, his thoughts calmed as he focused on the steady rhythm of his breathing. Not far away, Hinata watched the scene unfold. Her heart ached painfully as she watched. Ain't leaned towards Naruto with her hand in his. He should have been me, she thought bitterly. I've loved him for so long, but Hinata knew that she had no one to blame except herself. She had waited too long. She had hesitated too long now, and she hadn't claimed the place she had once dreamed of. Hinata's hands shook as she fought back tears. She turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. This is my fault. I wasn't brave enough. Meanwhile, Shikamaru watched everything from a distance, his sharp mind putting together the pieces of the dynamics within the group. Naruto is distant and not attached to him. Hinata, he is heartbroken, and Sakura, well, she is confused as always. She looked at Sasuke, who was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Even Sasuke seems uneasy about Naruto's transformation. Shikamaru sighed and ran a hand through his hair. This mission involves much more than the enemy we are chasing. Naruto is carrying something somewhat heavy, and whatever it is, he has changed it back under the tree. He shifted slightly and got closer to Naruto. He could feel the tension in his body, the weight of the load he carried above. Naruto murmured, using the nickname he had affectionately given her, whatever it is that you have in mind, you are not alone. I am here. Naruto looked at her, and his eyes softened for a moment. He didn't answer, but a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ino's heart swelled. She didn't need him to say anything. His presence was enough. As the camp fell into an awkward silence, Naruto's thoughts returned to the shadowy figure from his dream. Whoever you are, I will find you and stop you. But in the background, could not shake the feeling that this mission would bring him closer to the answers he sought. In the darkness, he feared. The team cautiously entered the ruins of the village with the senses assaulted by the overwhelming stench of blood and death. The buildings were in ruins, burned and crumbled. The ground was covered with rubble and shattered bodies. Women were already scattered in the streets, stripped of their dignity and their lives. Their faces were frozen with terror, their bodies brutalizer, almost unbearable. Ino squeezed her jaw and eyes filled with tears. She reached for Naruto's hand and held it tightly. This is horrible, she whispered in a shaky voice. Naruto's face remained impassive, but his eyes dilated in a flash of excitement. Her stomach turned, and for a moment she thought she was going to vomit. However, she swallowed the bile rising in her throat and forced herself to maintain her composure. Sai, who was a few steps away, made a face. So this is what they've been doing, he muttered in a disgusted tone. Sakura, he knelt next to one of the lifeless women, his fists clenched. Those monsters, he said in a low, angry voice. How could anyone do this? Hinata froze, her eyes wide with fear, and she couldn't look directly at the carnage. Instead, she looked down, her hands shaking. This is disgusting, Shikamaru said, pulling out a map. But we have to concentrate. Let's look for survivors. The group dispersed and searched the rubble for signs of life. But Naruto remained motionless. In the place with a lost look, his mind was elsewhere, trapped in a fog of thoughts and memories. Suddenly a vision took over. His surroundings became blurred and was replaced by vivid and horrifying images. He saw the town as it was before, peaceful, prosperous. Then came the invaders, hooded figures that brought destruction and death. They laughed as they burned houses and dragged women from their hiding places. He saw their cruelty, their lack of mercy. His vision focused on a particular scene, a young girl, barely conscious, abandoned under the rubble, forgotten. In her frenzy, Naruto's eyes flew open, and his breathing came in rapid, shallow gasps. Sweat was pouring down his face, and his heart was pounding in his chest. Naruto's voice of Ino interrupted his trance. She was beside him, gripping his shoulders with her hands. What is it, Naruto? Talk to me. He blinked, and his vision cleared. I struggled to find the words. His voice was hoarse. Shikamaru approached with a grim expression. We've searched everywhere. There are no survivors. Naruto shook his head, his resolve hardening. There's someone. Shikamaru frowned. What are you talking about? We've been looking for you, I said. Naruto interrupted in a firm tone. There's someone. Without waiting for an answer, he turned around and began walking with determined steps, and he didn't call out to him. The worry was evident in his voice. Naruto, where are you going? No answer. His concentration didn't waver. The team exchanged uncertain glances before following him. Naruto led them through the rubble as his mind repeated the vision. Suddenly stopped in front of a collapsed building. Without hesitation began to remove the rubble with quick and determined movements. Here, he said in a low voice, but sure. The others watched him in disbelief. Shikamaru took a step forward. Naruto, are you sure? Before he could finish, Naruto discovered a small figure under the rubble. It was the girl from his vision, barely alive, but breathing. Sakura Jade, and ran to the girl's side, quickly assessed her condition. She is alive, she said, feeling relieved, but she is in bad shape. State. We need to treat her immediately. Shikamaru stared at Naruto, his mind racing. How did he know? Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his thoughts mirrored Shikar's. What's going on with him? While Akura and Hinata tried to stabilize the girl, Naruto remained silent. With a blank look, once again his body swayed slightly, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Naruto, Ino's voice was full of concern. He moved a little closer and noticed her pale complexion and the beads of sweat on her forehead. You're well? I'm fine, he murmured, though his voice lacked conviction. I'm just tired. She wasn't convinced. He grabbed her hand firmly. Come on, you need to rest. Without protest, Naruto allowed her to carry him back to camp. His tiredness was overwhelming, and the moment his head hit the pillow, he passed out. Ino knelt beside him and searched his face with her gaze. He looked so peaceful, so vulnerable. As he slept, Ino took the blanket and covered them both. He hesitated a moment and then removed his outer clothing and stood with a sand. She was wearing a bra and shorts. The fabric of the bra was tight, and with a sigh she unhooked it and let it fall. Lying next to Naruto, she rested her head on his chest, pressing her bare skin against his. She could hear the steady beat of his heart, a soothing rhythm that calmed hers. Ino ran her fingers gently through his hair, with a worried look on her face. Please, be okay, Naruto-ko, she whispered, giving him a tender kiss on the forehead. As the night progressed, she stayed by his side with her protective instincts activated. Whatever challenges awaited her, she would face them with him together. The morning sun gently rose on the horizon and cast a warm glow over the makeshift camp. Inside a small tent, the young woman stirred and opened her eyelids. Her body ached, and all her muscles protested at the slightest movement. She blinked, and her vision gradually cleared. A soft voice greeted her. Good morning, said Hinata with a warm and reassuring smile. She knelt next to the little girl, her eyes the band filled with genuine concern. Do you feel better? The girl shuddered, her eyes wide with fear. She tried to pull away, but quickly collapsed. Her body was too weak to obey. Leave me alone, she screamed in a hoarse and shaky voice. Please, I didn't do anything, don't hurt me. And Nat gently placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Her touch was as light as a feather. It's okay, she said softly. We're not going to hurt you. We're here to help. The girl's breathing was ragged, and her eyes moved around the store as if looking for a way out. At that moment, Sakura entered with a small first aid kit in her hand. Her expression softened when she saw the scared girl. Hello, she said in a kind tone. Now you are safe. The girl's lips trembled. No, I don't understand. Sakura knelt beside her and took out a small device to monitor her pulse. Are you okay? She assured her while her hands worked efficiently. They haven't touched you. Thank God, you're going to be okay. Shikamaru followed her shortly after with the hands shoved into his pockets. Nonchalantly, he offered the girl a small, kind smile. Good morning, he said. How are you? The girl's eyes filled with tears. They killed everyone, he whispered, his voice barely audible. My family. My mother choked on the words. Her body shook with sobs. Them. Shikamaru raised a hand. Gently, you don't have to talk about them if you're not ready, he said. Right now, the important thing is that you're safe. Hinata ascended. What's your name? He asked softly. The girl hesitated, and then she muttered, Aya. Hinata smiled again. What a nice name, Aya. My name is Hinata. This is Sakura. And this is Shikamaru. Sakura made a small gesture with her hand as Shikamaru approached in recognition. We have a couple more in our group, Shikamaru added. Sasuke and Naruto. Aya's face lit up slightly at the mention of Naruto. Naruto repeated softly, I like that name. Meanwhile, in another tent, Naruto woke up. His body felt refreshed with renewed energy. After a dream deep and much needed, he opened his eyes slowly, only to find himself face to face with Ino. She was leaning on him, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, a serene smile on her face. Good morning, Naruto-ko, she said sweetly, leaning down to place a soft kiss on his cheek. Naruto blinked, bewildered for a moment. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat when he realized something. Ino's chest was bare. Her face turned a deep shade of red. Ino, put some clothes, she stuttered, turning her head in embarrassment. Ino laughed, clearly enjoying his reaction. Oh, come on, Naruto, she joked. You're going to be my husband someday. What's the problem? Naruto groaned. Just put something on, please. Okay. Okay, said Hino with a playful sigh. She reached for her bra and lifted it up. Can you help me with this? You know my chest is too big for this, really. I need a new one. Naruto's face lights up even more. And no, come on, she said, turning her back to him. Fasten it. Reluctantly, her hands shook slightly as she closed the clasp. There she said, walking away quickly. I turned around and gave him a wicked smile. You're a good boy, she said, leaning down to give him a quick kiss on the lips, but the kiss deepened, and before Naruto could pull away, she slid her tongue into his mouth. Naruto's eyes went wide as he tried to push her away, but Ino's grip was firm. Just when she managed to separate them, Sakura stormed into the store. Ino yelled, Sakura, her face red with anger. What the hell are you doing? This isn't a love story. He smiled, unfazed by the interruption. Mind your own business, front, he said coldly. Sakura narrowed her eyes. How did you just call me? Did you hear me? Said Ino, standing up to face her rival. The two began to argue. Their voices were growing louder and more heated. Naruto, seeing his chance, silently walked out of the tent, muttering under his breath about the chaos he was leaving behind. He walked to a nearby stream and splashed cold water on his face. The cold helped clear his mind, but he couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling that had come over him. Something is wrong, Kurama's deep voice echoed in his mind. Naruto frowned. You feel it too? Kurama growled softly. There's a dangerous presence nearby, and this world is on the brink of another war. We have to stop it before it starts. Naruto sighed and let his shoulders slump. I don't even know if we can do it. Kurama's silence said it all. It was the first time Naruto expressed doubts about his own abilities. and it unsettled the great beast since the distance Sasuke watched Naruto. His eyes narrowed as he observed the uncertainty in his old friend's posture. Sasuke thought, not only his strength but his confidence had changed. Death, what did you do to him? Naruto's gaze turned to the horizon. His thoughts were heavy. The fate of the world. In the gloom of a cavernous hideout, the air was heavy with expectation. A figure stood in the center of the room, shrouded in shadow. His presence was imposing and sinister. His deep, resonant voice broke the silence. Then he said slowly with a tone full of sinister, calm, the ninjas of Konoha have arrived. One of his subordinates, a man dressed in dark armor, and with a scar on his face, stepped forward and bowed. Yes, my lord. They entered the ruins of the village, and took the survivor. The leader, wrapped in a heavy black cloak, bowed his head, and a malicious smile spread across his face. His eyes shone with malevolence. Excellent, he muttered. Today, we will show them our power. We will send a message, no, not only to Konoha, but to the entire world. His voice rose and filled the room with a chilling echo. Prepare yourselves. The time has come for us to rise. We will crush these ninja and prove the futility of resistance. Soon you will know the terror of the Headless Horseman. A murmur of approval ran through the room of followers. The leader clenched his fist. I will take back what is rightfully mine, he swore. And when I do, this world will kneel before me. The Age of Shadows begins now. He threw his head back and laughed. The sound echoed throughout the cavern. His subadus joined him. Their laughter was a cacophony of dark intentions. On the way back to camp, the atmosphere was tense, but calm. The group had gathered in one of the larger tents with their attention focused on Aya, who lay on a makeshift bed. Her frail body was wrapped in blankets. Her face was pale, but slowly regaining color. And no, she was sitting nearby, her sharp blue eyes scrutinizing the girl for any sign of discomfort. Sakura was standing at the foot from the bed with his arms crossed. As he watched her intently, Shikamaru leaned against a post, his usual lazy demeanor replaced by a quiet intensity. Sasuke sat in the corner silent and brooding while Hinata busied herself with preparing herbal remedies. The only one missing was Naruto. He's outside, Shikamaru muttered. When Sakura asked about him, you know how he is, he doesn't like crowds. All she stirred and opened her eyes. She looked around nervously before fixing her gaze on Shikamaru. Why is he doing this? He whispered. Why the Headless Horseman attacks our villages. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. That's what we came to find out, he said. But it seems you know more than you're letting on. Why don't you start from the beginning? He hesitated, clutching the blanket with his hands. Have you heard the legend? He asked with a trembling voice. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What legend? The legend of the Headless Horseman, said Hei. Sasuke snorted. Fairy tales, there are no such things. Hei shook his head vehemently. It's not real. He is real. He and his followers have been raiding villages in search of something from someone. Ino leaned forward with a skeptical expression, but curious. And what exactly are they looking for? She took a deep breath. Someone with special blood. Only their blood can open the portal he seeks. Without it, he cannot fully regain the power. Shikamaru rubbed his beard. Whoever finds her will kill anyone who gets in his way. He believes the blood of the chosen one will lead him to her. I shuddered involuntarily, even though she tried to hide it. It's creepy, muttered Sakura, noticing Ino's discomfort. She smiled. What's wrong, Ino? Are you afraid that I'll read you a bedtime story? Shut up, Ino snapped, regaining his courage. Shikamaru sighed. This is turning out to be a strange mission, he said. But if there's any truth to this legend, we're in bigger trouble than we thought. Aya squeezed the blanket tighter. He's ruthless. If he thinks you have what he's looking for, he won't stop until he gets it. Ino's mind turned to Naruto, bit his lip. A cold knot formed in his stomach. Could it be, he thought, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's ridiculous. Sakura noticed his distraction and decided to scoff. What's wrong, Ino? Are you thinking about your Naruto-ko again? Ino glared at her. Don't you have anything better to do? The two women began to argue, their voices rising as they traded insults. Sasuke rolled his eyes enough, said gruffly, we have to go. If that rider comes, we can't stay here. Shikamaru nodded. He's right. Pack your bags there. You're coming with us. She seemed unsure, but nodded. Thanks. She whispered. Outside, Naruto was alone, looking at the horizon. The morning breeze ruffled his hair as he breathed deeply to calm himself. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Kurama was right. He thought something big is coming. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Stay alert, Naruto. This rider is not just a myth. I can feel his presence. He's watching us. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Let him come, he murmured from the shadows. Sasuke watched him, noticing the tension in his posture. It's different now. He thought Sasuke more closed and more dangerous. Suddenly Naruto felt a familiar weight on his back. Ino had jumped on him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. It's time to go, Naruto-ko said happily. Naruto sighed. Get out of the way and no, she said, laughing. Naruto shook his head but couldn't help but give a small smile. It's okay, let's go. As the group prepared to leave, far away in the hidden lair, the leader of the followers of the rider, without head, looked through a crystal sphere. His eyes glittered with dark amusement. There he is, he said with his gaze fixed on Naruto. He is the one we were looking for. A cruel smile spread across his face. Today, he will know the true meaning of fear. The scene faded as his laughter echoed throughout the chamber. In the heart of the shadowed fortress, the leader stood before an ancient altar with his hands raised, as if he were communicating with an invisible force. The dim light of the torches' flickering shadows cast long, distorted shadows upon the walls. His voice echoed with a fervent intensity as he addressed his assembled followers. Soon, he declared, eyes gleaming with dark purpose, the ship will come. Within it lies the key, the latent power that will free our master from his eternal prison. The headless horseman will rise once more. The crowd roared in unison, their unwavering loyalty. The leader turned to his second, Armando, a gaunt man with piercing eyes. I can feel it, the leader whispered. His chakra resonates with the seal. Naruto Uzumaki is the one we were waiting for. The subordinate bowed. We proceed as planned, my lord. The leader's lips curved into a sinister smile. Yes, set the trap. When they realize what's happening, it will be too late. Somewhere else, the Konoha team advanced quickly through the dense forest. The one on top was thick and only let a few rays of sunlight through. The group was silent, each member concentrated on the mission ahead of them. Shikamaru carried Aya on his back. The girl gripped his shoulders tightly as her eyes nervously scanned the surroundings. Despite the tense atmosphere, her gaze kept drifting to Naruto. He walked behind with an unreadable expression, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. Unlike the others who exchanged occasional comments or communicated with each other, Naruto remained absolutely silent. He leaned closer to Shikamaru, and she whispered, he doesn't talk much, does he? Shikamaru sighed. Naruto has been through a lot now. He's different. Hinata looked over her shoulder, her soft eyes filled with concern. Naruto-kun has his own way of handling things, he said softly to her. She nodded, but was still curious. She noticed that the blonde-haired girl I would occasionally walk next to Naruto and talk to him in a cheerful tone, unlike the others, and she didn't seem to be completely comfortable with him, even playful. That girl said Aya softly. She's not afraid of him, Shikamaru. He smiled and didn't stand close. He doesn't back down from anyone, not even Naruto. In front of them, Sasuke suddenly stopped. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. They're watching us, he murmured. The group stopped and tension spread through the air. Shikamaru frowned. There were no signs of movement. Are you sure? Naruto's voice broke the silence. Low and cold. You're walking into a trap. Everyone turned to him. Sasuke closed his eyes. Explain yourself. Naruto took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the path he had ahead. The air is too still ahead. The birds stopped chirping 5 minutes ago. There's an ambush waiting for us. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. You could have mentioned that before. Naruto's eyes turned to him, his expression unchanging. I did. You didn't hear me. Before anyone could respond, slow clapping could be heard through the trees. A figure emerged from the shadows with deliberate, mocking movements. He was tall. He wore a dark robe that seemed to billow like smoke. His face was partially hidden by a hood, but his eyes shone with malevolence. Well done, the figure said in a soft voice, full of sarcasm. You are more cunning than I expected. Uzumaki behind him appeared, more figures, all dressed in dark armor and with their weapons drawn. They deployed and surrounded the Konoha team. The leader of the group took a step forward and set his gaze on Naruto. You have made it easy for us. I didn't think you would bring the ship to our door. Shikamaru's eyes opened wide. Ship? What are you talking about? The man laughed darkly. The boy carries within him the power to awaken our master. His blood, his chakra, are the key to breaking the seal. Sasuke stood in front of the group with his Sharingan activated. You will not lay a hand on him, the leader smirked. Oh, I'm not here to fight you, Yukiya. My men will take care of that. As for you three beautiful ladies, his gaze stopped at Sakura, Hinata, and Ino with a malicious expression. Maybe we'll have some fun after we're done. Sakura clenched her fists. Try it, and I'll make you regret ever being born. Ino narrowed her eyes and rested her hand on her kanai. You are disgusting. The leader laughed, unfazed by her threats. Bold words. Let's see if they can back them up. He raised his hand, signaling his men to attack. Chaos took over the clearing. Sasuke and Sakura launched themselves into battle with fluid and precise movements. Hinata activated Sub-Byakugan and knocked down the enemies with millimeter precision. Shikamaru quickly found a safe place for Heia before joining the he scuffled with his shadow possession jutsu, mobilizing several enemies at once. H didn't stay close to Naruto, his eyes moving between him and the battle. Naruto said urgently, we need you. But Naruto didn't move. He stood rooted to the spot with his hands clenched at his sides and his eyes darkened, and he couldn't feel that something was wrong. A storm was brewing beneath his calm appearance. "Come on," Naruto shouted. She shook his arm. "Get well," yet he remained silent with his gaze. The leader looked at him with a sinister smile. "What's wrong, boy? Are you paralyzed with fear?" Or maybe he leaned forward, and his voice turned into a whisper. "Are you beginning to understand? Are you sorry? No, the power inside you is calling to him." Naruto's fists clenched, and his nails dug into his palms. I looked at him with my heart racing. "Naruto, whatever happens, we will tell it together, but right now we need you." Naruto did not answer. He watched as his friends fought and risked everything to protect themselves mutually. However, he felt a great weight upon him, a dark presence that scratched at the edges of his consciousness. In the midst of the battle, the leader's eyes did not leave Naruto. He could see the struggle, the doubt, the fear, and he knew that soon the boy would collapse. The fight continued, but Naruto remained motionless. His mind was a battlefield in itself. The battle raged on with fury. In the dense clearing of the forest, the air was filled with sounds of steel clashing and explosions of chakra. The enemy forces, although they were outnumbered, they fought with a ferocity that kept Team Konoha on high alert. Each shinobi was locked in their own desperate fight with their lives on the line. Sakura ducked to dodge a swinging sword. Her fists glowed with chakra as she delivered a bone-crushing hup to her opponent. He staggered back, but quickly recovered. His speed was astonishing. As she prepared for another attack, a different enemy lunged at her, and her hand grazed his chest in a grotesque display of audacity. "Damn you, filthy thing!" Sakura roared as her fist slammed into his face with a thunderous impact. The man fell back, his nose broken and dripping with blood, but he managed to get to his feet, a crooked smile still on his face. Sakura glared at him angrily, her eyes shining with fury. "You disgusting vermin. You'll regret that somewhere else." Sasuke faced a formidable adversary, his Sharingan and Rinnegan deploying as he countered Sasuke's every move. Of the enemy, his opponent was fast, his blows precise and relentless, but Sasuke remained calm, his movements fluid and calculated. "You are good," Sasuke admitted in a low and measured voice, "but not good enough." The enemy smirked, and his own eyes shone with a creepy light. "Let's see if you can keep up." Yukiya, meanwhile, Hinata found herself surrounded by multiple enemies. With her Byakugan activated, she moved with grace and precision, and her blows aimed at vital chakra points. Despite her skill, the enemies pressed her relentlessly, and her coordination made it difficult for her to gain the advantage. "They are stronger than she expected," she muttered with a frown of concentration. She deflected a sword that was aimed at her side, and responded with a quick blow with the palm that made her attacker scatter. "I have to contain them." Shikamaru had placed A behind a makeshift barricade of fallen logs, with his mind divided between protecting her and facing the enemies. Their shadows snaked around, trapping several enemies instead. "This is a pain," she muttered with her usual calm demeanor tense from the pressure. "Why do these things always happen when I'm around?" Ino stood back to back with Shikamaru. Sukuna, infused with chakra, deflected the incoming attacks. She looked at Naruto, who stood at the edge of the clearing, still and silent. "Something is wrong," Ino said in a tense voice. "Naruto, you've been watching for too long. We need you here." Naruto didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the horizon. His arms hung loosely at his sides, his body relaxed, but his eyes dilated with a deep intensity. It was as if he was waiting for something from someone. Suddenly, a slow and deliberate clap resounded in the chaos. The sound crossed the battle and attracted everyone's attention. The enemy leader emerged from the shadows and stepped forward with an imposing and unwavering presence. He was tall, with a thin and muscular build, and his face was partially hidden by a dark hood. However, his eyes burned with a cold and malevolent light. "Impressive," said the leader in a voice calm and confident. "You have managed to stand firm in front of my men for longer than I expected." The Konoha shinobi regrouped and closed their eyes as they assessed this new threat, but it was Naruto who caught the leader's attention. "Ah," said the leader, fixing his gaze on the blonde shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki, the hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War, or should I say the vessel of our salvation. Naruto's eyes finally shifted and fixed on the leader. His expression remained impassive, but the tension in the air was palpable. "I don't know who you are," Naruto said in a low, firm voice, "and I don't care whatever game you're playing, it ends here." The leader chuckled, a deep, disturbing sound. "What arrogance, but that's to be expected from someone of your stature. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mar, the one destined to free this land from its false peace, and you, Uzumaki, are the key to that liberation." Naruto frowned slightly. "You're wasting my time. I'm not interested in your delusions of grandeur." The Malric smile widened, and his eyes glinted with dark amusement. Ah, but you see, it's not about what you want, it's about destiny. Within you lies the power to awaken the Headless Horseman, the ancient warrior who will bring true balance to this world. Naruto's lips curved into a slight smirk. Fate, huh, I've heard that before, and it always ends the same way with people like you lying on the ground. Malric's expression darkened, though his voice remained calm. You mock that which you do not understand. The rider is more than a mere legend. He is the incarnation of the power of fear, and once he is released, no force on this earth will be able to stop him. Naruto took a step forward. His gaze was firm. Do you think that awakening an ancient monster is going to change anything? All you are doing is setting yourself up for failure. The two men were just a few meters away, and their presence dominated the battlefield around them. The fight had slowed down as both allies and enemies alike focused their attention on the confrontation. You and I are the same, Uzumaki said Malric, lowering his voice to a whisper. We have both been shaped by the pain of loss, but where you cling to the past, I embrace the future. Together we can reshape this world. Naruto's gaze hardened. No, I need someone like you to tell me who I am. If you think you can manipulate me, you're even more foolish than you seem. Malric smiled again, although it was colder now. You are brave, that's what I grant you that, but bravery alone will not save you. He leaned forward slightly, and his voice was a deadly whisper. When the time comes, you will have to choose to accept your destiny or let yourself be consumed by it. Naruto didn't flinch. The only thing I will accept is the end of this conversation. The tension between them was electric, a clash of wills that promised a battle far greater than any they had faced before. Neither of them moved. Their gazes met in silent challenge. This was more than a fight, it was the prelude to a war, a confrontation that would shape the future of the world, and both Naruto and Mahler knew it. Chapter 2. The battle around him continued, but for Naruto, the world had shrunk to the man standing before him. Mahler, the enigmatic leader of the enemy forces, exuded a silent menace. His every move, every breath seemed calculated, deliberate, a predator sizing up his prey. Naruto cracked his knuckles, a smirk playing on his lips, ready to lose. Mahler chuckled sadly. Trust is a double-edged sword, Uzumaki. Let's see how sharp yours is. Without warning, Naruto lunged forward with his fist charged with chakra as he threw a powerful punch at Malric. The enemy leader gracefully stepped aside, and his counterattack was swift. A glowing sword materialized in his hand and sliced across Naruto's midsection. Naruto spun to dodge the blow narrowly and countered with a spinning kick aimed at Malric's head. The impact landed and Mahler was sent back several meters, but the man didn't falter. Instead, he stood tall with an unwavering smile. He was impressive, said Malric, wiping a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. You live up to your reputation. Naruto didn't answer. His hands formed a quick series of seals, and in an instant multiple shadow clones appeared surrounding Malric. Attack pattern beta. Naruto ordered. The clones moved in perfect synchrony, attacking from all angles. Malric's sword spun in the air, deflecting blows with precision. Sparks flew as the steel collided with the chakra-infused kunai. However, as Malric clone after clone Naruto himself lunged at him, his real body masked in confusion. I got you, Naruto growled, directing a Rasengan at Malric's back, but Malric was ready in a flash. He spun around, his hand glowing with a strange dark energy. He caught the Rasengan head-on, and the chakra swirling about his palm shook the ground beneath them, cracked and shattered, but Malric held firm. His strength was amazing. You'll have to do better than that, Malric said, pushing Naruto backed away with a powerful blast of energy. Naruto landed gracefully and narrowed his eyes. So you got a few tricks up your sleeve. Let's see how you handle this. With a deep breath, Naruto called upon the power of the tailed beasts. Within him, chakra surged around him, forming the familiar golden cloak of Kurama mode. His speed and strength instantly multiplied. Mahler's eyes sparkled with interest. The power of the nine tails. Now we're getting serious. Naruto disappeared, and he reappeared behind Malric in an instant. His fist, now wrapped in tailed beast chakra, struck like a bullet. Malric barely managed to block it. His sword absorbed the impact, but cracked under the pressure. You are fast, Malric admitted in a calm voice, despite the intensity of the fight. But speed alone will not save you. Malric weaved a series of hand seals, and suddenly the ground beneath Naruto's feet erupted in a torrent of dark flames. Naruto leapt into the air, avoiding the inferno, but Malric was already. I was there to receive it. Shadow parting, Malric shouted as he threw his repaired sword into the air. A wave of dark energy shot towards Naruto, forcing him to cross his arms defensively. The explosion sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into a tree with enough force to break its trunk. Naruto groaned, getting up. It's okay, don't play anymore. He formed another Rasengan, this time larger and more powerful, the Rasen, Sukin the hum filled the air as he threw it towards Malric. Malric narrowed his eyes. He brought his hands together and summoned a barrier of swirling shadows. The Rasen Sukin collided with the barrier and created a deafening explosion that shook the entire forest. The air was covered in smoke and debris, obscuring the battlefield for a moment. Everything fell silent. Then as the dust rose, Malric emerged with his cape scorched but otherwise unharmed. Impressive, Malric said in an admiring tone. But you rely too much on raw power. Naruto clenched his fists, sweat beading his forehead, and spoke too much. He advanced again. His movements were confusing, but this time Maul answered him blow for blow. Their clash was a whirlwind of fists, swords, and chakra. Each blow was precise, each counterattack meticulously calculated. Suddenly Malric made a feint to the left and caught Naruto off guard. His sword hit the target. It pierced Naruto's cloak and left a shallow cut on his side. Naruto hissed in pain and jumped back to gain distance. Malric's smile widened. Are you feeling it now? No, this is the difference between us. You fight with emotion. With impulse, I fight with a purpose. Naruto gritted his teeth and formed another Rasengan. But when he tried to mold it into a more advanced Rasen Shuriken, the chakra escaped from his hands. His eyes widened in surprise. He tried again, but the result was the same. The Rasen Shuriken wouldn't form. His chakra felt out of sync, as if something was interfering with his control. Malric chuckled as he noticed Naruto's struggle. You have problems. My techniques do more than attack. They interrupt your connection with the tailed beasts. It's failing. It's not like that. Naruto's mind went to work at full speed. Interrupt? How is that possible? Maul didn't have time to think. He lunged forward with his sword flashing. Naruto dodged, but the movement was slower than before. Malric took advantage of his advantage. His blows were relentless. You've relied on your power for so long, Malric mocked in a cold voice. But now that it's slipping away from you, what will you do? Naruto panted. His body ached from the sustained battle. His chakra reserves were still large, but his control felt erratic. He needed a new strategy, and quickly Malric raised his sword and pointed it at Naruto. This is where you fall, hero. Naruto clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand tall despite the odds. No, today, he grunted. No, but doubts began to arise in his heart. Can I really beat him like this? The fight was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, Naruto felt the weight of true combat pressing down on him. The battlefield was engulfed in the sounds of clashing steel, and the cries of battle filled the air. Naruto stood at the center of it. All his golden chakra cloak flickered and sizzled before disappearing completely. He was breathing heavily, and sweat dripped down his face. His once dominant form returned to its natural state. He clenched his fists, feeling the absence of Kurama's power. What is going on in his mind? Kurama shouted. What is happening? The nine-tailed fox appeared. Its enormous figure loomed over him. Kurama's eyes were filled with worry. I don't know, Naruto. Something is wrong. There is a disturbance in the flow of your chakra. Naruto frowned. Disturbance? What kind of disturbance? Kurama's gaze hardened. It's as if your negative emotions, the darkness you buried long ago, are resurfacing. The hatred, the loneliness, everything you endured when the village rejected you, when Sasuke betrayed you, when Sakura used your feelings for her to chase him. It's all coming back. The Naruto's eyes opened wide. But I'm over all that. I've made peace with my past. Kurama shook his head. Has he, or have you just buried it, pretending it doesn't exist? That darkness has always been a part of you, Naruto, but now it's interfering with your connection to me. Light and dark cannot coexist, and until you face that truth, my power will remain out of your reach. Naruto remained silent, his mind racing, the weight of Kurama's words pressing him back in the physical world. Mauler's mocking laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. Look at you, Uzumaki, stripped of your power, reduced to nothing. How does it feel to be weak again? Naruto gritted his teeth, and his fists trembled. He could feel the gazes of his comrades upon him, and not with their usual confidence. He shouted, Naruto-kun, please get up. Sasuke engaged in a fierce duel with one of Malric's top lieutenants. He cast a worried glance in Naruto's direction. Be it, Naruto, don't fall now. Shikamaru, always a strategist, he muttered under his breath. This is bad. If Naruto can't fight, we'll be in bigger trouble than he thought. Mauler raised his weapon, a dark and threatening spear that ant with a sinister energy. It's over, Naruto. Once it pierces your heart, the last of your rebellion will fade. Naruto had his head down, and his bangs hid his eyes. He could feel the weight of his failures, the expectations of those around him, and the memories of his painful past collapsing at the same time. But in the middle of the storm of emotions, a single thought cut through the chaos. I'm not afraid. As he looked up, his eyes burned with renewed determination. You think I'm afraid of losing, he said in a firm voice. You think I'm afraid of pain. You don't understand me at all. Malric paused, spear still raised. Brave words to a man on the brink of defeat. Naruto took a deep breath. Don't you understand I've lost everything before I've faced darkness worse than you can imagine, and I'm still standing, so no, I'm not afraid of you, because it doesn't matter. No matter how many times I fall, I will always rise. Malric's smile faltered for the first time. Interesting. But words alone will not save you. He launched himself with his spear aimed straight at Naruto's heart. The world seemed to slow down as the lethal weapon drew closer. But then in the split second before impact, something extraordinary happened. Golden chains erupted from Naruto's back, their surfaces etched with ancient Uzumaki seals. They moved in blinding fashion. They intercepted Malric's spear and enveloped it, stopping his advance. What Malric's eyes opened wide in shock as the chains tightened, breaking the spear and draining its dark energy. Naruto stood up. The chains glowed with a fierce golden light. You're not the only one who's been hiding their true power, Mauler growled. He stepped back and summoned a wave of dark energy to break free, but the chains absorbed the attack effortlessly, and their light grew even brighter, and his mouth didn't drop open. Those are sealing chains, Uzumaki. Naruto Kuin. He had this kind of power, since always. Sasuke, momentarily distracted from his own battle, narrowed his eyes. So he's been training in secret. Typical Naruto. Sakura clenched her fists and her eyes filled with amazement. That's incredible, Naruto. You're amazing. Shikamaru let out a low whistle. Well, fuck me. You really don't cease to amaze us. Naruto flexed his hands, and the chains responded to his every command. They launched themselves at Malric with precision and force, pushing him back. By first time, Malric was on the defensive, and his usual composure faded. You underestimated me, Naruto said in a firm voice. And that is your biggest mistake. Malric frowned, his pride hurt. Do you think this changes anything? I will crush you. He unleashed and of powerful attacks, but Naruto's chains moved like living shields, blocking and countering each blow in one swift movement. The chains wrapped around Malric and immobilized him. Naruto took a step forward with his eyes glowing. This is the power of the Uzumaki, and this is just the beginning. Malric struggled against the chains. His frustration was evident. You think you've won? Naruto smiled. No, the real fight begins now. In a powerful wave, the chains tightened, forcing Malric to his knees. But even as the enemy leader glared at him, Naruto knew this was far from over. This was only the beginning of their true battle, and the stakes had never been higher. Utsumi's golden chains creaked with power as he snaked across the field of battle, surrounding Malric in a web of brilliant light. Naruto stood firm with his hands outstretched as he commanded the chains with precision and strength. Each movement was deliberate, calculated. This was not the reckless fighter Malric had expected. He was a strategist, a warrior who had honed his skills through countless battles. Mauler struggled against the chains, his muscles tensed as he tried to break free. The dark energy that swirled around him clashed violently with the radiant light of the Uzumaki seals. These chains are suppressing my chakra, he growled, his voice full of frustration. Naruto smirked with a cold and unyielding look. That's the point. You think your power gives you the right to terrorize people, but you're about to learn what it means to be truly powerless. With one sharp movement, Naruto sent one of the chains towards Malric's chest, hitting with the force of a battering ram, sending the dark leader skidding backwards across the battlefield. Malric barely had time to Naruto recovered before another chain was launched, coiling around his arm and pulling him forward. Naruto didn't give up. He pulled Malric back and attacked him with a series of attacks. The chains moved in perfect synchronization. One chain hit Malric's ribs while another hit his legs, forcing him to his knees. A third chain wrapped around his throat, tightening enough to cut off his air for a brief moment before breaking loose. The battlefield seemed to blur as the two warriors clashed. Mauler unleashed waves of dark energy, each blast directed with deadly precision, but the chains moved like extensions of Naruto's will, forming a barrier that absorbed the attacks. The golden light of the Uzumaki seals shone brighter with each impact, reflecting Naruto's growing dominance. Malric narrowed his eyes as he raised his spear, once more channeling a wave of concentrated darkness. You are strong, Uzumaki, but you are not invincible. He swung the spear with all his might, the weapon cutting through the air like a black comet. Naruto's chains reacted instantly, forming a protective dome around him. The spear hit the barrier and exploded in a burst of dark energy, but when the smoke cleared, Naruto stepped out and Lesso lowered the chains a little, revealing a mocking smile. That's all you have? Malric's frustration boiled over. He stepped forward and summoned two twin swords of pure shadow. The ground beneath his feet cracked with each step as he closed the distance between them. He swung the swords in a deadly arc, but Naruto's chains intercepted him. They wrapped around the weapons and snatched them from Malric's grip. Before Malric could react. Naruto closed the distance, his fist glowing with chakra as he delivered a powerful punch to Malric's jaw. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield and Malric staggered back, spitting blood. "You're starting to piss me off," Malric growled out, reaching out, and the ground beneath them erupted as massive shadow spikes shot upwards with the aiming to impale Naruto. But Naruto was already on the move. The chains lifted him into the air, allowing him to effortlessly dodge the deadly spikes from above. He launched a volley of Rasengan-infused chains, each one striking Malric with devastating force. The ground shook with each impact, and the Dark Leader was forced to his knees once again. "You are not getting up again," Naruto said in a low, deadly voice. He raised both hands, and the chains tightened around Malric, lifting him off the ground. The light, the golden glow, intensified, and for a moment it seemed as if Naruto had finally mastered his enemy. Mauler's laughter cut through the air, harsh and mocking. "You think you've won, boy? You're nothing but a child toying with a power you barely understand." With a roar, Mauler unleashed a pulse of dark energy, breaking the chains surrounding him. The force of the explosion sent Naruto flying backwards, but he landed gracefully. His chains were already rearranging themselves around him. The two warriors stood facing each other. The tension between them was palpable. Naruto's breathing was heavy, but his resolve held firm. He tightened his grip, and the chains responded, their golden light flickering with renewed intensity. Malric's eyes glowed with malevolence as he summoned his spear once more. "You are stronger, Uzumaki, but strength alone will not save you from what is coming." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "I am not afraid of what is coming." Come on." The two attacked each other, and their respective powers collided in a storm of darkness. The field of the battle was consumed by their clash, and the air crackled with energy as they traded blow after blow. For a moment, it seemed that Naruto had the upper hand. His chains moved with precision, and they attacked Malric with relentless force. Each attack was a masterstroke that weakened the Dark Leader and brought him closer to defeat. But then the situation began to change. Malric's attacks became more ferocious, his movements more calculated. He adapted to Naruto's strategies, countering the chains with a quick and brutal efficiency. Slowly but surely, he began to gain the upper hand. Naruto could feel the strain on his body, the weight of the battle pressing down on his chakra. Reserves were dwindling, and each move required more effort than the last. However, he refused to back down. As the battle reached its climax, a sudden movement caught Naruto's attention. On the other side of the battlefield, one of Malric's lieutenants had grabbed Ino by the neck, lifting her off the ground with easily. Her efforts were useless. Her face was pale as she gasped for air. Time seemed to stop as Naruto's gaze fixed on her. A cold terror settled in his chest, and for a moment, everything else faded. Not the battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, but to Naruto, time seemed to slow down as his eyes fixed on No. She hung limply in the clutches of one of Malric's henchmen. Her feet barely touched the ground. Her face was pale, and though she was breathing raggedly and painfully, he managed a smile. "Ah, so this is it," Malric said in a broken but triumphant voice. He wiped the blood from his lips, and his dark eyes glittered with cruel satisfaction. "You may have the power to defeat me, Uzumaki, but power alone means nothing in this world. This is the world of the wicked, where only those willing to make the most horrible sacrifices can claim victory." Naruto clenched his fists, and his golden Utsumi chains flickered with uncertainty. His surroundings, his chest heaved with the effort, and his heart pounded as Malric's words cut him deeply. Malric gestured towards Ino, who was still struggling in the grip of her subordinate. "You want to be the hero, then choose to defeat me and let her die, or surrender and save her worthless life. Either way, you'll lose," I gasped, and for a moment her eyes that used to be defiant softened. "Naruto, don't do it," she whispered in a hoarse but determined voice. She managed a slight smile, bittersweet. Just hit him. Don't worry about me. Thank you for everything." Naruto's heart twisted at her words. For the first time in his life, he felt completely lost. The weight of the world had always been on his shoulders, but now it weighed down on him with a suffocating intensity. His instincts screamed at him to finish Malric, to end the threat here. And now, yet something deeper, something more primal refused to let him abandon Ino. "This is not right," Kurama's voice echoed. In his mind, stern and unyielding, "Naruto thinks clearly. She is only one person. Sacrificing her could save countless lives. You have always known that the burden of leadership involves making difficult decisions." But Naruto shook his head, and his resolve hardened. "No, Kurama, this time not." Kurama growled, "You will not condemn us all if you let your emotions control you." Naruto ignored him. His gaze returned to Ino, who was now crying openly. Naruto-kun screamed with a broken voice, "Do not do this. I am not worth it. You are better than this." But Naruto had already made a decision. He slowly, deliberately let his chains dissipate, his golden light faded into the air. Malric's eyes opened wide in surprise. Then delight as Naruto fell to his knees. Naruto opened his arms and stared up at the stormy sky. The air around him seemed to calm down, and the battlefield grew eerily silent. You when he said in a firm voice, "Do whatever you want with me, just let her go." Hino's screams filled the silence, raw and desperate. "No, Naruto-kun, stop, please don't do this, I beg you." Malric's smile grew wider as he stepped forward, his dark aura ant with renewed vigor. Ah, what a sight! The mighty Uzumaki brought to his knees by love. How poetic! With a sadistic laugh, he raised his spear, the tip of which glowed with dark energy. "Goodbye, Naruto." Uzumaki, the spear fell, and the battlefield erupted in a blinding flash of darkness and light. The impact caused a shockwave in the area, and when the light faded, Naruto lay lying on the ground with blood pooling from him. His breathing was shallow, his body was broken, but still alive. Malric stood over him, triumphantly holding a vial of Naruto's blood. The leader of darkness turned to his men, and his voice echoed, "It's time to gather around." The henchman holding Ino finally let go of her, letting her fall to the ground. She crawled towards Naruto, tears running down her face as she held her battered body together. "Naruto-kun, why?" she whispered. "Why you did this?" Naruto's eyes snapped open. His gaze was blurry, but filled with a quiet determination. "Why do you matter to me?" he muttered. "I won't lose anyone else." Ino choked back a sob and hugged him tighter. "You stupid idiot, selfless idiot." Around him, Malric's men formed a circle and chanted in a language older than time. The ground began to shake, and a huge, sinister portal opened in the center of the formation. Malric stepped into the circle and lifted the jar with the Naruto's blood above his head. "With this sacrifice, the darkness will rise again," he proclaimed. The air surrounding the battlefield was heavy with a heavy and oppressive darkness. The portal still creaked and hissed as the monstrous figure fully emerged from its depths. The creature sat upon a massive black horse, its mane and tail swirling in a storm. The rider was clad in ancient serrated armor, and his form radiated an aura of pure malevolence. But most of all horrifying was his absence. Where his head should have been, there was nothing. An empty echo emanated, a faint and eerie glow of dark energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. Shikamaru's voice broke the awkward silence. "So that's all?" A headless knight, his normally calm tone faltered. "And I, who thought things couldn't get any worse." Naruto, lying on the ground soaked in blood, could do nothing but stare, with his body shaking in pain and exhaustion. Mahler's laughter resonated as he approached the rider. "At last, the Black Reaper has returned," he proclaimed, his voice full of maniacal triumph. "Your reign will begin anew, my lord." Naruto clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he forced his arms to move. He stood up a little, but the weight of his wounds dragged him down. He groaned in frustration, and sweat mixed with the blood on his face. Hino knelt beside him, his hands trembled as he grabbed his shoulders. "Naruto-kun, stop," he pleaded with a broken voice. "You are in no condition to fight. Please, please don't do this." But Naruto's eyes burned with a mix of fury and helplessness. "No, I can't just sit here," he muttered, trying to get up again. His vision blurred and he swayed dangerously. Ino hugged him tighter and tears ran down his face. "You'll die if you keep going like this. Let me help you." The headless horseman shifted in his saddle. The gigantic black sword he held gleamed ominously. He moved with a slow and deliberate grace, scanning the battlefield. Despite not having eyes, the tension was palpable as the gaze of the knight, or whatever dark force was guiding her, briefly rested on each person. The knight seemed to stop, and his attention shifted to a figure in the distance. Shikamaru followed his line of sight, and his eyes widened in horror. "No, her no." On the other side of the field, the young test subject, whose protection they had risked everything, was huddled in a corner. Her body trembled violently. Her wide eyes looked around for an escape route, but she was trapped. Sasuke, bloodied and breathing heavily, gripped his sword tightly. He was pointing it at her. He screamed with his Sharingan ignited. Naruto's heart sank as he realized what was happening. He didn't scream hoarsely, struggling harder to get to his feet. The horse reared, and its hideous rider raised his sword. Then soundlessly the horse charged. The ground trembled beneath its hooves as it sped across the battlefield, a dark stain of death racing towards its victim. Shikamaru, she reacted instantly, and her hands formed a familiar seal, shadow possession jutsu. Her shadow extended towards the rider, but the knight simply shattered the tentacles with a pulse of her dark aura. Sakura leapt into action. Her fists glowed with chakra. She slammed her hand into the ground, creating a crack that blocked the horse's path. The knight didn't even slow down and effortlessly jumped over the obstacle. Hinata now screamed. Sakura Hinata activated her Byakugan and sent a volley of chakra needles at the rider. The attacks hit their mark but dissolved harmlessly against his armor and Nat J. Deo, and his hands trembled. "He is invincible." Sasuke gritted his teeth and his Maneki Sharingan spun frantically. In an instant, he appeared in the knight's path, with his sword slashing in a brilliant arc, but the knight stopped him effortlessly, causing Sasuke to step back. The rider was unstoppable. As he approached the girl, Shikamaru shouted, "Run, get out of there." But it was too late. In a single fluid movement, the Black Reaper, he swung his massive sword. The battlefield fell silent as the girl's headless body fell to the ground. Her head rolled a few feet back, her lifeless eyes stared into space. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Shikamaru fell to his knees, his shadow flickered and vanished. "No, no, no, no," he muttered in a cracked voice. "We failed him." Sasuke staggered back, his sword slipping from his grasp. He grabbed his stomach and felt bile rise in his throat. This can't be real," he said in a barely audible voice above a whisper. Sakura collapsed next to Naruto. Her hands trembled as she tried to heal his wounds. Her face was pale, tears ran down her cheeks. How could this happen? Hinata covered her mouth with her hands, and Sub-Yugon deactivated as she fell to the ground. "We could not save her." The Black Reaper dismounted and his horse dissolved into the shadows. He plunged his sword into the ground next to the girl's severed head as dark energy swirled around him. Then, with a terrifying jerk, he raised both his sword and his head, securing the gruesome trophy. Malric clasped his hands together, and his face twisted into a grotesque grin. "Magnificent, my lord has left his first mark on this world." Once again, Naruto's vision blurred as he tried to get up again, but fell into Ino's arms. He could barely feel her as she held him tight. Her sobs shook his body. "Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry," he whispered. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so weak." Naruto's head bowed to a side. His strength was completely exhausted. The darkness closed around him, and the last thing he heard was the anguished cry of Dano. Sakura's voice broke the silence, trembling with urgency. "We have to get Naruto to the hospital now, or he won't make it." Shikamaru, still kneeling, managed to nod. "We will get him back. But this fight is not over by any means." Sasuke finally recovered his voice, his face pale and haggard. "We regroup, but first let's get this out of here." H hugged Naruto tightly, his tears soaked his clothes stained with blood. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with regret. "This is all my fault." The journey back to KO had been a whirlwind of blood, tears, and despair. Naruto lay unconscious on the gurney, his face pale and gaunt as the medics rushed him to the hospital. The team was barely holding together, each consumed by their own thoughts of failure and loss. In the operating room, Tsunade worked with precision and urgency. Her hands glowed with green chakra with constant as she stitched the deep wound on Naruto's abdomen. The bleeding had been incessant, and despite her best efforts, his condition was critical. Finally, after what seemed like hours, she managed to stop the bleeding and close the wound. She took a step back with a frown. "His wounds are stabilized, but he has lost too much blood," she said to Shizune, who was at her side. Shizune nodded, her head. Concern was reflected in her face. "What is it?" "Blood type AB negative," she answered. Tsunade with seriousness, "Extremely rare. There is no one in the village that matches him." Shizune's eyes widened. "So what do we do?" Tsunade let out a deep sigh, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "She will need a blood substitute to survive, along with a carefully controlled diet of iron-rich and nutrient-dense foods. It's not ideal, but it's all we can do for now." She took off her gloves and walked out of the operating room with a tired but determined face. When she walked out into the hallway, she was met with a spot of blonde hair. "Ino," said Tsunade, her voice firm but gentle. Ino grabbed her arms, her eyes wide in panic. "Tsunade-sama, how is it going to be okay? Please tell me you're okay." Tsunade placed her hands on Ino's shoulders to reassure her. "Calm down. Ino is alive. The is closed, and the bleeding has stopped." Ino's relief was immediate, but short-lived. "But there's something else." Tsunade didn't ascend. "She's extremely weak. Naruto lost a significant amount of blood, and his blood type is so it's strange that we don't have any compatible donors." Ino's breathing stopped. "What does that mean? What can we do?" "We'll have to make up for it through other means," Tsunade explained. "A specific diet and careful monitoring. He'll recover, but it will take time. For now, he's stable but needs to rest." Ino bit her lip. Her hands were shaking. "I see." Tsunade gave him a pressured tranquilizer. "He's strong. No stronger than anyone else I've ever met. But right now, he needs you to be strong." With that, she walked away, leaving Ino standing in the hallway, her heart heavy with guilt and pain. Ino didn't enter the hospital room, which was dimly lit. The constant beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound, a constant reminder of Naruto's fragile state. He lay motionless in the bed, his chest rising and falling slightly. An oxygen mask covered his face, and an intravenous drip was connected to his arm. Seeing him like this, so vulnerable, and still made her chest tighten painfully. She approached the bed slowly, feeling her legs as if they were made of lead. Sitting on the edge of the bed, She took his hand in hers, and her fingers brushed his callous skin. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, "Naruto. Kuin, you idiot, why did you do it? Why did you risk everything for me?" Her voice broke, and she buried her face in her hand as her shoulders shook with silent sobs. "If I wasn't so weak, none of this would have happened. You wouldn't be here lying barely holding on." The minutes turned into hours while she stayed by his side with guilt and sorrow consuming. Her finally exhaustion began to take its toll. She shifted slightly, leaning on him, but the bra was tight and uncomfortable. With a sigh of frustration, she reached under her shirt and unbuttoned it, removing the garment discreetly. She tossed it aside. She settled back down and rested her head gently on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun," she murmured, closing her eyes as sleep overcame her. Meanwhile, in Tsunade's office, the atmosphere was tense. Tsunade she sat behind her desk with a serious expression. As she listened to Shikamaru's report, Kakashi stood nearby with his arms crossed and his face unreadable. Shikamaru recounted the events of the mission in detail in a low, steady voice. Despite the guilt weighing on him, he described the portal, the appearance of the Headless Horseman, and the tragic death of the girl. Tsunade leaned back in his chair with his hands clasped. "Then this is the threat we face now," he said quietly, "a monster born from the darkness, capable of piercing our strongest defenses." Kakashi sighed. "And Naruto put himself in danger to save Hino?" Shikamaru nodded. "He knew the risks, but he didn't hesitate. Even when the odds were against him, he stood firm." Tsunade's lips curved into a slight smile. "That's right, Naruto, always willing to sacrifice himself for the good of others." Kakashi's gaze softened. "It seems he has found someone worth fighting for. He may not realize it yet, but his actions say it all." However, Shikamaru looked down and clenched his fists. "We failed," he said bitterly. "We promised to protect her, and we couldn't. She trusted us, and we let her down." Tsunade's expression hardened. "You did what you could, Shikamaru. Sometimes even our best efforts aren't enough, but we learn and move on." Shikamaru felt reluctantly. Before he died, the girl mentioned something. He said that his grandfather warned him about the Headless Horseman who seeks revenge and will not stop until he gets his head back. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "So that's the missing piece," she muttered. "We need to find out more about the origins of this creature and how to stop it." Shikamaru stood up. "I will begin gathering information immediately. We can't let this happen again." Tsunade nodded. "Okay." And Shikamaru, he paused and looked at her. "Don't carry this burden alone," he said softly. "We're all in this together." Shikamaru nodded lightly before leaving the room. The weight of his failure still weighed on his shoulders. Kakashi sighed with a lost look. "We have faced countless threats before, but this feels different." Tsunade leaned forward, hands clasped together. "We will face this together. But for now, let's focus on Naruto's recovery. He is the key to our survival." Back in the hospital room, the night grew deeper. Ino stirred and opened her eyes. She looked at Naruto. His face was calm despite the turmoil they had endured. She gently brushed a strand of hair from his forehead with her heart aching. "I promise you," Naruto-kun whispered, "I will become stronger for you." The room remained silent, but the determination in his eyes burned brightly. Naruto stirred in his sleep. His body ached from the battle that had nearly cost him everything. His mind was burdened with fragmented memories of pain, loss, and a strange warmth that now lingered at his side. He shifted slightly, feeling something soft and warm pressed against him. His breathing quickened, and his eyes slowly opened. The white ceiling and the sterile hospital bed greeted him, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. But as the events of the mission came back to him, he felt a tightness in his chest. His hand moved instinctively and brushed against something that wasn't part of the hospital bed. Something soft and smooth. Naruto turned his head slowly, and his gaze fell on a waterfall of blonde hair that shimmered in the dim light and spread over the head. His heart skipped a beat when he realized who it was. He murmured. She was curled up next to him. Her face was serene but streaked with dried tears. Even in her sleep, her brow was furrowed, as if she were trapped in a painful dream. Naruto's heart sank. Her vulnerability was a stark contrast to the fierce and self-assured Ino he was used to. Seeing, he reached out hesitantly and brushed a strand of hair from her face. The sight of her tears made his hair well up, and for a brief moment, she seemed disoriented. Then her gaze locked with Naruto's, and her eyes filled with tears. "Instantly, Naruto," she screamed, wrapping her arms around him and holding on tight. Her voice cracked as she sobbed. Stupid idiot, stupid idiot." Naruto winced at the sudden hug. His body was still weak and blooming, but he didn't push her away. Instead, he let her cry against his chest. Her sobs shook them both, and he didn't start, but his voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. "You could have died," he screamed, his voice muffled by the hospital gown. "Do you have any idea how scared I was, how much it hurt me to see you like that?" Naruto remained silent with his gaze lowered. He didn't know how to respond. The weight of his failure, the loss of the girl, and his own helplessness oppressed him strongly. Ino moved away a little, her face furrowed with tears filled with anger and pain. Why did you do it? Why did you risk everything for me? Naruto swallowed hard, trying to find the right words, because what if something had happened to you? He wouldn't have been able to forgive me. Ino's eyes opened wide in surprise, her grip on him loosened a little, and she stared at him, searching his face. Any sign of hesitation or doubt? Naruto's eyes flashed with an emotion he couldn't quite comprehend. I didn't think about it, I just care about you. And no, the words escaped him before he could stop them, and his eyes went wide in panic. He covered his mouth with one hand, and his face turned bright red. Ino's cheeks blushed deeply, but a small, tender smile played on her lips. She reached out her hand, gently took his and pressed it to her chest, just above her heart. Thanks, Naruto-kun, whispered. Naruto's heart raced as he felt the warmth of her skin beneath his hand, the steady beat of his heart. His face grew even hotter, and he tried to pull her hand away, but Ino held it firmly in place. Before he could say anything, the door to the room opened and Tsunade walked in. She stood frozen in the doorway, contemplating the scene before her. Well, she said, raising an eyebrow. I hadn't realized you two were so close. Naruto's face turned a deep red as he tried to explain it. It's not what it seems, Tsunade back on. And no, however, he simply smiled and let go of her hand. Good morning, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade chuckled and crossed her arms. How are you feeling, Naruto? Naruto shifted uncomfortably, testing his limbs. I've been better, he admitted. He tried to sit up, but his body protested, and he sank back into his pillow with a groan of frustration. Tsunade walked over to the bed, and her expression softened. You're not completely healed yet, take it easy. Ino put a hand on her shoulder and gently helped him down. Listen to her, Naruto-kun, you're not going anywhere until you recover. Naruto clenched his fists, his frustration was evident. I hate this, he muttered. I hate feeling weak and useless. Ino's eyes softened in understanding. She leaned down and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but didn't pull away. It's okay to feel this way, Ino said softly. We all feel this way sometimes, but you're not alone, Naruto. We're in this together. She kissed him again, this time their lips. They took a little longer. When he pulled away, he gave her a teasing smile. Oh, by the way, you weren't wearing a bra earlier. Naruto blinked in confusion, then his gaze landed on the discarded garment lying on the floor. His face turned bright red. UK, Ino giggled, clearly enjoying his reaction. She leaned in close to him. Her voice was a playful whisper. Don't worry, it's our little secret. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm still here, you know I am. She smiled unfazed. I don't care, Naruto groaned, covering his face with her hands. Despite the embarrassment, a small smile tugged at her lips. For a moment, the weight of her recent experience seemed a little lighter. I'll get you something to eat, Ino said, standing up and stretching. She looked at him with a warm smile. You need to eat if you want to regain your strength. Naruto watched her as she left the room. His heart felt a little lighter. Tsunade crossed her arms and smiled. You're lucky to have her, Naruto. Don't screw this up. Naruto let out a deep sigh and leaned back on his pillow. Yes, she said quietly, I know. As I walked through the bustling market, I thought about everything that had happened. My heart felt heavy, but also strangely full. I stopped in front of a food stall, my mind racing. What should she get him, Naruto-kun? She muttered to herself. Naruto sat alone on the hospital bed, his fists clenched tightly, and his knuckles white from the pressure. The sterile room, the distant sound of medical equipment, and the soft murmurs of the hallway were drowned out by the storm raging inside him. His mind was consumed by a single thought. His defeat is humiliating, he muttered under his breath. His voice trembled with frustration as he punched the mattress beside him. I hate this feeling of helplessness. The fight, it repeated itself in his head like a torturous cycle. The overwhelming power of the headless horseman, the cold, lifeless eyes of the young woman, and the haunting sound of the sword colliding with flesh. It was all too much. Kurama, Naruto shouted in a tense voice. The deep, resonant The Ninetales growl echoed in his mind. What is it, Naruto? Naruto's eyes narrowed as he focused on the presence of his inner demon, that thing, the headless horseman. What is it? What does it want? Kurama was silent for a moment, as if he was weighing how much to finally reveal. His voice rumbled with a mix of disdain and solemnity. It's a remnant of a dark past, a being consumed by vengeance. Naruto frowned. Vengeance? Why? Kurama let out a deep sigh. He listened with attention. Naruto, the story of the Headless Horseman is a story steeped in betrayal and injustice. Long ago, he was a noble warrior, a protector of his people. His name was lost in time, but his exploits were legendary. He was a man of honor, a man of convictions. Kurama's voice grew deeper, carrying with it the weight of history. But as happens with many stories of heroes, his story took a dark turn. He was betrayed by those he trusted most. His own comrades accused him of treason, of crimes he did not commit. His loyalty was rewarded with chains, and his bravery with contempt. Naruto's jaw tightened as he listened to his anger boil. They sentenced him to death, continued Kurama, But not to just any death, they beheaded him in front of his people, a spectacle of humiliation, and fear. His body was abandoned to its fate, but his soul could not rest. The injustice, the betrayal, and the pain tied him to this world. Naruto swallowed hard. The weight of history invaded him, and now he wants revenge. Yes, confirmed Kurama. His hatred was fed over the centuries. The darkness perverted his spirit, and he became what you saw, a force of destruction driven by a single goal: to make those who hurt him suffer. He will not stop until he gets enough heads to fill the void left by his own. Naruto's hands shook as he assimilated Kurama's words. How can we stop something like this? You must understand, Naruto, said Kurama. It's not just about power, it's about solving the hatred that binds him. But be careful, his revenge will not be easily swayed. He sees the living as accomplices to his suffering. Naruto lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The enormity of the task ahead of him weighed on him. For a moment, he felt the crushing weight of responsibility, the same weight he had borne all his life. A soft knock on the door brought him out of his thoughts. The door creaked open, and in came Ino with a bag of food in his hand. His face lit up when he saw him awake, but there was a sadness lingering in his eyes. Naruto-kun said with a warm smile, picking up the bag, I brought you something. It's grilled chicken, your favorite dish. Naruto smiled weakly, but didn't say anything. His mind was still clouded by thoughts of the rider. Ino walked over to the bed and placed the food on the small tray. He opened the containers, filling the room with the tasty aroma of freshly cooked chicken and steamed vegetables. Come on, she said, sitting next to him. You have to eat, open your mouth. He took a piece of chicken with a pair of chopsticks and offered it to him. Naruto shook his head. I can feed myself. Ino pouted playfully. No, I'm feeding you. This is your chance, Naruto-kun. How many boys can say they were fed by a beautiful girl like me? Naruto's cheeks flushed, but he reluctantly opened his mouth. Ino smiled and carefully gave him the bite of chicken. She continued in a light and teasing voice, although there was a hint of sadness behind her cheerful attitude as she fed him. Naruto noticed her hands were shaking slightly, and her eyes occasionally rested on his bandaged wounds. She was putting on a brave face, but he could see the guilt and the pain she was trying to hide, and he didn't say it quietly. After swallowing another mouthful, she looked at him, and her smile faltered slightly. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? You don't have to pretend, she said in a soft but firm voice. I know you're hurting too. Ino's hands stopped, and for a moment she looked like she was about to break. But then she took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'm okay, Naruto-kun, she said, although her voice was soft and firm. I know you're hurting too. Ino's hands stopped, and for a moment she looked like she was about to break. But then she took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'm okay, Naruto-kun, she said, although her voice was soft and she couldn't help but smile. She trembled. It's just that I hate seeing you like this, and I hate that I couldn't do more to help you. Naruto reached out and gently took her hand with his gaze fixed. We will get through this, they said together. Ino's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded, squeezing her hand tightly. After a moment, she wiped her eyes and said, anyway, guess what? Tsunade-sama said you can go home. I got your discharge papers today. Naruto blinked, surprised. Seriously, can I go? Ino nodded and smiled again. Yes, but first you have to get dressed. She took out a carefully folded blue suit from another bag and handed it to him. I picked this out for you. I think it will look great on you. Naruto accepted the clothes with a small smile. Thanks, Ino. As she began to change, Ino began to tidy up. She bent down to pick something up from the floor, and unintentionally Naruto's gaze drifted away. His face turned bright red, and he quickly looked away. I straightened up and saw his nervous expression. She smiled knowingly. Were you watching, Naruto-kun? And no, he stuttered. With his face burning, she laughed. She approached him, and she gave a quick kiss on the cheek. Don't worry, she said with a wink. You'll be able to see a lot more when we're home. Naruto's heart raced, and for the first time in what seemed like days, he allowed himself to smile. Hino's playful energy and unwavering support were exactly what he needed. Let's go home, she said, taking his hand. Together, they walked out of the hospital, ready to face any challenge that awaited them. The sunlight streaming through the hospital windows didn't help lift Naruto's spirits. He leaned on his arm, and each step felt heavier than the last. Not because of physical pain, but because of the weight of his recent failure. The memory of the Headless Horseman lingered as a constant reminder of his defeat. Ino walked beside him, his arm firmly around his waist to steady him as they walked down the hospital hallway. His concern was evident, although he tried to hide it with a radiant smile. As they left the hospital, a group of young women gathered, their animated chatter rising above the noise of the bustling street. Quickly surrounded Naruto with eyes wide with curiosity and admiration. Naruto-kun, please tell us what happened. One of them pleaded in a voice full of wonder. We heard about your battle. Was it really that scary? Another asked excitedly. Naruto's eyes darkened, and he turned his face away. He didn't want to relive the fight or explain his defeat to anyone, much less to a crowd of eager listeners. Ino immediately intervened. His expression hardened. He raised his voice. His tone was high-pitched and authoritative. Enough. Leave Naruto alone. Kuin at peace gave them a fierce look and added with a possessive tone, "He's with me, so back off." The girls cringed in surprise at his sudden change in attitude. Mumbling apologies, they dispersed and cast curious glances at Ino and Naruto. As they walked away, Naruto sighed. His irritation was evident. "I'm not yours," Ino muttered, her tone flat. Ino smiled, leaning closer. "Not yet, but you will." Naruto-kun, he didn't answer, and they continued down the street in silence. After a while, a familiar figure appeared, running towards they at full speed. Rogel, with his characteristic bouncing cut. As he ran, he stopped suddenly in front of Naruto, tears running down his face as he hugged Naruto until he crushed him. Naruto-kun sobbed with a trembling voice, "I have missed you so much. It has been so long since we last fought together in the war." Naruto grimaced, struggling to free himself. "Let go of me, idiot." Growl, "You are crushing me." Lee immediately let go, bowing deeply in apology. "I am so sorry." Naruto-kun, he was overwhelmed with emotion, but he straightened up and his expression turned serious. "I heard about your recent battle. They say the Headless Horseman defeated you in combat." Naruto narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. The humiliation of his defeat was still fresh, and Lee's words felt like on the wound. He was oblivious to Naruto's growing anger. He continued, "Please, Naruto-kun, tell me about your fight. I need to learn from your mistakes, so I can become stronger. Teach me where you failed so I never experience the same." The patience of Naruto exhausted himself. "Get lost, you idiot," he yelled. "I'm not in the mood for your nonsense." Ino, who had been silently watching the exchange, couldn't help but laugh. Lee's sincerity struck him as amusing and endearing, though she was careful to stay away from his overly enthusiastic hugs. Lee looked dejected, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "I see, sorry." Naruto-kun stepped back and bowed respectfully to Naruto before turning to leave. "If you ever feel like sharing, I'll be ready to hear you." Naruto rolled his eyes and muttered whatever before continuing on his way, leaning heavily on No. As they turned the corner, they almost collided with another familiar face. Yuga remained silent, her eyes the bands. They opened wide in surprise at seeing Naruto. She fidgeted, her cheeks turned pink. Naruto-kun greeted softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Naruto looked at her with some curiosity. "Oh, it's you, Hinata, right? The weird, quiet girl." Hinata's blush deepened and lowered her gaze, fiddling nervously with her fingers. "I heard about your battle," she said hesitantly. "I'm sorry for your loss." Her expression darkened. The last thing she needed was another reminder of her failure. Nat, noticing her discomfort, reached into her bag and pulled out a small vial filled with a bright green liquid. "Take it," she said, reaching out. "It's a special herbal remedy. It might help you recover." Before Naruto could respond, Ino stepped forward and narrowed her eyes. "Thank you, Hinata, but Naruto-kun, no, you need that. I'm a medical ninja and I have everything under control." Her tone was polite, but firm, leaving no room for argument. Hinata hesitated, her hand remained in the air before slowly withdrawing it. "I see," she said in a low voice. "Take care, Naruto-kun." Without saying another word, she turned around and walked away with her head down. Naruto watched her as she walked away, frowning. "What's wrong?" "There's nothing to worry about," said Ino, quickly squeezing her waist. "Come on, Naruto-kun. We'll take you home." After what seemed like an eternity, they finally arrived at the Naruto's apartment. Ino helped him inside and guided him to the couch. He sank into the cushions with a deep sigh and closed his eyes as he tried to relax. Ino busied herself in the kitchen, unpacking the food she had brought. When she returned, she found Naruto staring intently at the television. The news was on, and the headline read, "War Hero Naruto Uzumaki suffers a crushing defeat." The anchor spoke with exaggerated seriousness, detailing Naruto's battle and its outcome. Naruto's face twisted in anger. "Stupid reporter," he muttered, taking the remote and turning off the TV. "I came back now dressed in a light, casual outfit, a sleeveless tank top and shorts." I sat down next to Naruto. My expression softened as I placed a hand on his arm. "Don't let that get to you," Naruto-kun said sweetly. "People care about you, that's all. You're a hero to them, and they're just worried." Naruto scoffed. "I don't care about any of that." Ino frowned but didn't insist. Instead, he bowed, and she gave him a soft, lingering kiss on the lips. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, and his cheeks turned a deep red as he pulled away. His eyes were filled with determination. "Train me," Naruto-kun said firmly. "I don't want to be a burden anymore. Teach me the wind style so I can fight by your side." Naruto hesitated, surprised by her determination. He finally nodded. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'll train you." Ino smiled and hugged him tightly. Naruto's face burned as he felt the softness of her body. pressed against him, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he relaxed and found comfort in her warmth. The path that awaited them was uncertain, but for the first time in days, Naruto felt a sense of hope. Together, they would face whatever challenge awaited them. In a quiet and secluded town nestled deep within the forest, a small cabin stood under the pale glow of the moon. The air outside was cool, and there was the soft rustling of the leaves of the trees, swaying gently in the wind. Inside, the warmth of a roaring fire filled the room and cast flickering shadows on the walls. The family gathered around the fireplace, their faces illuminated by the golden light. The father, a stout man with a weathered face, was sipping hot cider. His wife, a sweet woman with kind eyes, was humming a soft tune as she rocked her baby in her arms at her feet. Her two older children, a boy and a girl, were playing with wooden toys, their laughter filling the room. It was a scene of peace and contentment, a moment of solace in the world that often seemed too cruel. Outside, the night was quiet save for the occasional call of an owl or the distant howl of the wolves. But then a sound broke the serenity, a deep rhythmic thud like the beating of a colossal heart. Thud, thud. The father frowned and put the cup down. Did you hear that? He asked quietly. The mother stopped humming and looked at the window. It was probably the wind, she said, although her tone betrayed her uneasiness. Thud, thud. The sound grew louder, louder and clearer. Was the heavy clatter of hooves that echoed through the night. The family exchanged worried glances as the noise came closer, each blow reverberating off the ground beneath them. The boy stood up with curiosity in his eyes. Is it a horse, Daddy? He asked. The father rose from his chair and instinctively reached out for the axe that was leaning against the wall. Stay here, he ordered in a firm voice. He made his way to the door with cautious steps. The thud had ceased and had been replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press against the walls of the cabin. The father placed his hand on the latch of the door and hesitated a moment before opening it. The night greeted him with an eerie stillness. The moonlight bathed the forest in a pale glow, but the road that led to his house was empty. There was no horse. No rider came out and scanned the shadows for any sign of movement. Who's there? He shouted, his voice heard in the darkness. There was no answer. The father, he tightened his grip on the axe and turned towards the cabin, his heart pounding in his chest. As he headed for the door, a sudden, deafening crash broke the silence. The door flew open and shattered as a huge figure on horseback burst into the cabin. The beast's eyes glowed a menacing red, and its breath was visible in the cold air as it snorted and pawed at the ground. The rider wore black armor, and his presence exuded an unnatural terror. His cape billowed behind him. He looked like a shadowy specter, and in his gloved hands, he held a wickedly curved sword that gleamed in the firelight. But most horrifying of all was the rider's head, or rather the lack of one. His neck ended in a jagged stump from which a dark, swirling mist sprang like a ghastly vapor. The family screamed, and their once welcoming home became a chamber of horror. The father lunged forward and raised his axe, but the headless horseman was quicker. With a swing fast and merciless, the sword sliced through the air and severed the father's head from his body. Blood sprayed across the walls as the man's lifeless body fell to the ground. The mother held her baby tightly, her screams mixing with the cries of her children. No, please, no, she screamed as tears ran down her face. The rider turned his attention to her sword, dripping with fresh blood. He spurred his demonic steed forward. The beast's hooves threw sparks against the wooden floor. With another thud, his sword silenced the mother, whose head fell to the ground with a horrible noise. The child cried in her arms, oblivious to the carnage that was breaking out around him. The rider raised his sword once more, but before he could attack, the boy lunged at the monster, slamming his small fists against the black armor. "Leave my family alone," the boy shouted, his voice cracking with fear and fury. The rider stopped as if considering the boy's bravery, but pity was not in his sight. Nature, with a single brutal movement, swung his sword and ended the boy's life with the same ease with which a girl extinguishes a candle. Now the last surviving member of his family backed away into a corner, covering his mouth with his small hands to stifle his sobs. His wide-open eyes reflected the monstrous figure that dismounted while his boots echoed ominously on the blood-soaked ground. He whispered a prayer in a trembling voice. "Please, don't." The headless horseman approached, his sword glistening in the firelight. He raised it high, and for a moment the flames seemed to dance in anticipation, and then the sword fell. The hut was silent again save for the crackling of the fire and the faint trickle of blood pooling on the floor. The rider stood in the middle of the carnage with his sword sheathed and fleshy, He turned and walked to his steed, who waited patiently at the shattered door. With one fluid movement, he mounted the horse, and together they disappeared into the night, leaving behind only death and the echoes of terror. The cabin that was once warm and lively was now a cold and lifeless tomb. The fire burned slowly and cast long shadows over the gruesome scene outside. The forest remained silent, as if mourning the lives that had been lost. The legend of the Headless Horseman would grow that night, a tale of vengeance and blood that would haunt the village for generations. Tsunade sat in her office. The morning light filtered through the blinds, cast long shadows across her desk. The room smelled faintly of woodchip and ink, but the air was thick with tension. She leaned back in her chair and massaged her temples as the reports spread out before her. They all detailed the same gruesome events: a family brutally murdered, their heads severed and missing. "This is madness," Tsunade muttered under her breath. Her voice was barely audible over the pounding in her head. "No, this is beyond madness. It's a nightmare. Reality." He poured himself a glass of skew, and his hands shook slightly as he brought it to his lips. Just as he took a sip, the door to his office opened and Kakashi appeared, whose usual calm demeanor had been replaced by a grim expression. "Tsunade-sama," said, entering and closing the door behind him. "I suppose you heard the news." "No, Tsunade." He put down his glass with a sigh. "Yes, Kakashi, an entire family murdered in their own home. There are no heads, no sign of the killer. It's as if he vanished into thin air." He shook his head, her golden hair swayed. "This is beyond anything we've faced before." Kakashi stepped forward and narrowed his eye. "The villagers are terrified. They are locking their doors and refusing to leave their homes after sunset. Fear is spreading rapidly. We have to act," Tsunade said in a firm voice. "We can't allow this to continue. If this thing keeps up, the entire village will fall into chaos." Kakashi crossed his arms. "I agree. We need a unified response, not just from Konoha, but from every hidden village. This threat does not discriminate. It could strike anywhere at any time." Tsunade slowly advances with her gaze fixed on the reports. "Call a summit of the Kaj. We will meet in a week to discuss our next move. If this Headless Horseman wants to terrorize the world, then the world will unite against him." Kakashi bowed his head. "Understood. I will send the summons immediately." As Kakashi turned to leave, Tsunade leaned back in her chair and exhaled deeply. "I will need another drink," he muttered, taking the bottle of sake. Once more in another part of the town, Sasuke Uchiha stood on the roof of a tall building, his dark eyes scanning the streets below. The once bustling town was now eerily quiet. People moved quickly with their heads down and eyes shifting nervously, as if expecting the rider to appear at any moment. "So it's already begun," Sasuke muttered, his voice barely audible over the wind. "The rider has begun his rampage." Tightened his grip on his sword. His thoughts raced as he considered the implications. This wasn't just about one village or one family. The rider's vengeance knew no bounds, and fear had already sunk its claws deep into the hearts of the people. "This is beyond terrifying," Sasuke thought grimly. "He's destabilizing everything. Fear is the ultimate weapon, and he wields it masterfully." In a small apartment across the village, Naruto stood in his kitchen. Friend knew the smell of sizzling butter filled the air, but his mind was elsewhere. His hands moved on autopilot as his thoughts spun, replaying the events of the previous night. The images were vivid, as if they were burned into his mind. A family gathered around the fireplace, laughing and enjoying a quiet evening. Then the door swung open. The horseman entered with his sword gleaming as he brought death to all who stood before. Blood splattered the walls. Screams were heard, and then silence. Naruto blinked. His hand shook as he turned off the stove. His breathing became ragged and sweat beaded on his forehead. He staggered into the living room and collapsed onto the couch. His body shuddered as the vision faded away, leaving behind a lingering feeling of dread. At that moment, the bathroom door opened and Inino stepped out, his hair wet from the shower. He was wearing a loose t-shirt that clung to his body a little, revealing a bit of his skin. Her cleavage didn't seem to matter to her appearance as she walked towards Naruto with a towel over her shoulders. "Naruto-kun," said in a soft but concerned voice. "What's wrong?" Naruto quickly dried his face and sat up straighter. "Nothing," he muttered, blocking his gaze. Ino frowned and narrowed his eyes. "Don't give me that. I've known you long enough to know when something's eating away at you." She walked over and stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. "You've been distant all morning. You're in your own world, and that scares me." Naruto looked at her with tired eyes. "It's nothing, Ino. Just leave it." Ino's expression hardened, and her usual playful attitude was replaced by a strange seriousness. "No, Naruto, I won't leave it just like that. I'm not like everyone else. I'm not going to pretend that I don't see what's happening to you." Her voice trembled slightly as she continued, "I'm your future wife. I have the right to know when something is wrong." Naruto sighed, running a hand through his messy hair. I'll tell you when the time is right, he said in a low voice, but for now, just trust me. And he didn't clench his fists. His frustration was evident. He wanted to argue, demand answers, but he could see the exhaustion in her eyes. He reluctantly moved on. Okay, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, but don't think I'm going to let this go. Naruto offered him a slight smile. Thank you. And no, they sat in silence for a moment before Naruto stood up. Let's go eat. You wanted to train, right? Let's not waste the day. Ino ascended, though his mind was still spinning. He had heard the rumors, the horrible stories of what had happened the night before. The Headless Horseman was no ordinary enemy, and the thought of facing him made his stomach turn. As they sat down to eat, Ino glanced sideways at Naruto. I need to get stronger, he thought, and his resolve hardened. Stronger for him, stronger to protect the people he loved. In the heart of the hidden sand village, the atmosphere was tense. The wind blew grains of sand through the narrow streets, but even the familiar howl seemed to be muffled inside the hunter's office. Gaara sat behind his desk with a grim expression. The news of the massacre in the Leaf Village had reached him, and the implications were worrying. This is madness, Gaara muttered, breaking the heavy silence. His voice was calm, but his eyes betrayed a storm of thoughts. The door to his office opened, and his siblings Kankuro and Temari entered. It was obvious that they had heard the same news. The usual playful smile of Kankuro disappeared and was replaced by a worried look, while Temari's face had a hard expression. Gaara started. Kankuro with a serious tone, we know what happened. It's all everyone talks about. Gaara nodded and crossed his hands on the desk. I already guessed, but we won't discuss the details now. Our priority is the cage. Summit. Kankuro leaned against the wall with his arms crossed in a weak, no. Yes, Gaara confirmed. Then we will decide our course of action. Temari stepped forward with a frown. There's something else we need to address. I've been thinking about the implications. Naruto, at the mention of his name, Gaara's look was, or what about him? Temari hesitated, then said the rider was freed using his blood. That's no coincidence. Naruto's bloodline is weird, maybe even unique. If he were to join forces with them. Gaara held up a hand to silence her. Naruto is on our side. His voice was firm, but his eyes softened a bit. He's proven his loyalty time and time again. Temari nodded, but her expression remained awkward. I know, but we can't ignore the possibility if the wrong people manipulate him, or if he feels betrayed. Gaara's eyes darkened. So we must treat him with care and respect. If we start to see him as a threat, if we reject him, we run the risk of throwing him into the arms of those who want to exploit his power. Kankuro frowned. But how can you be sure? How do you know he wouldn't turn against us? Gaara leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful expression. It's the nature of humanity, Kankuro. When someone he feels isolated, distrustful, or condemned, he begins to see the world as his enemy. If Naruto feels that we fear him or blame him for the actions of the rider, he will feel the weight of that suspicion. It will grow inside him like a poison, feeding on his doubts and insecurities. He paused with a lost look, as if remembering something painful. Trust is something fragile. It takes years to build it, but it can be broken in an instant. If Naruto falls into darkness, it will not be because of his power or the rider. It will be because we failed him. And if that happens, there will be no one strong enough to stop him. The room fell silent as Gaara's words sank in. Temari's face was pale, and Kankuro shifted uncomfortably. Temari finally broke the silence. If that's true, then we must be careful. Not just us, but all the other Kaj must understand this as well. Gaara nodded yes, but I can't guarantee that they will. Fear makes people act irrationally. It prevents them from reasoning and feeds their worst instincts. Kankuro pushed himself away from the wall with a determined expression. Then we will have to make sure that they see things clearly. We can't allow Naruto to become our enemy. Gaara's gaze softened. Exactly. We must support him, not out of fear of what he might become, but because it is the right thing to do. In a distant and shadowy lair, the air was permeated with the stench, blood, and sweat. The dim light of a single torch flickered against the damp stone walls, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance with malice. In the center of the room, a man knelt over a trembling figure. The girl's body was weak and battered, her eyes wide open in terror. She was already motionless, without strength, while the man stood up. He was tall and imposing. His face was hidden by a dark hood. His presence alone was suffocating, an aura of pure malevolence. He looked at her with a crooked smile, his voice cold and lacking empathy. You have fulfilled your purpose, he said in a monotonous tone. He walked away, leaving her collapsed on the floor like an abandoned doll. She turned to the men gathered in the room and spoke with an air of authority. The H of the cages will be celebrated in a week. We will use it as an opportunity to send our message. The world will see our power and tremble before us. The men around him cheered, their faces lit with malicious joy. Yes, leader, they shouted in unison, and their voices echoed off the stone walls. The leader raised a hand and silenced them. Our attack will show them that no one is safe. Don't even catch them, let them believe in their false. That feeling of security, we will destroy it with one decisive blow. The men nodded enthusiastically, their eyes shining with anticipation. Prepare yourselves, continued the leader. When the time comes, we will attack with all our strength, and the world will know true fear. The men erupted in cheers. Once more their voices filled with bloodlust. The leader smiled grimly. His gaze shifted to the girl on the ground. She moaned softly, her body trembled. But he paid her no further heed. The world will burn, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible above the din. And we will rise from the ashes as its true rulers. The sky above the training grounds was a vast expanse of pale blue streaked with wisps of white clouds. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of fresh grass. Despite the serene surroundings, the atmosphere between Naruto and Ino was anything but relaxed. Ino stood in the center of the clearing. His body trembled under the weight of the training equipment Naruto had placed on her. The weights clung to her arms and legs, pulling her down with each movement. Sweat dripped from her forehead, soaking her training clothes, but her eyes were filled with determination. Are you ready? Ino asked Naruto, his voice firm but firm. Ino gritted her teeth and nodded. I'm as ready as ever. Naruto crossed his arms and watched her carefully. Well, we'll start with something simple. Channel your chakra into the wind. It's not about strength, brute, it's all about control and precision. He raised his hand and created a small gust of wind that spun around his palm. The wind formed a sharp, cutting edge that easily cut through a branch of a nearby tree. The branch fell to the ground with a thud. Your turn, he said, taking a step back. I took a deep breath, concentrating on the energy swirling within him. He extended his hand, trying to imitate Naruto's technique. The wind around him stirred, but it was wild and unfocused. The air stirred for a moment before completely dissipating. Naruto frowned. Not bad, but you're trying to force it too much. Let the wind flow naturally, feel its rhythm, and guide it, don't disorder it. Ino nodded with his face reddened by the effort, and Naruto's attention closed his eyes, trying to calm his racing heart again. Extended his hand this time, concentrating on the subtle currents that surrounded it. The wind began to stir, forming a weak but visible vortex. Better, said Naruto with a small smile on his lips, but you'll have to try harder if you want real results. He moved behind her and put his hands on her shoulders, and she didn't feel an electric shock at his touch, but she quickly concentrated. You feel it, he murmured softly. The wind, it's not only around you but inside you. Connect with it. Ino nodded, and her breathing steadied. She concentrated, drawing the wind to her center, and then releasing it in a controlled gust. This time the vortex was sharper and cut through the air with a soft. Naruto took a step back with a serious expression. Not bad, now let's increase the difficulty. He pointed to a row of wooden targets lined up along the edge of the clearing. Your goal is to get through those targets. Focus on accuracy and power. Ino squared his shoulders, and his muscles protested under the weight of his training equipment. He raised his hand and summoned the wind once more. The first target splintered when his wind blade hit it, but the second and third remained intact. Continue, go ahead, Naruto shouted. Don't stop until you've caught up to them all. Ino clenched her jaw and pushed through despite the tension. She channeled her chakra and sent another gust of wind towards the remaining targets. The second target shattered, but the third held firm. Her arms were shaking and she was breathing heavily. I can't, she gasped. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Can you not give up now? And no, he walked over and picked up a heavy wooden staff. If you want to get stronger, you'll have to endure more than this. In one swift motion, he held out the staff towards her legs. Ino barely dodged it, stumbling under the weight of her equipment. What are you doing? She exclaimed with wide eyes. Test your reflexes, Naruto replied calmly, and battle. The enemy won't wait for you to catch your breath. They will attack relentlessly. You have to be prepared. He hit her again, this time aiming to the side, and she didn't twist. The movement was slow but effective. Well, Naruto said, but faster. The training intensified. Naruto continued hitting with the staff, forcing Ino to dodge and counterattack while maintaining control of the wind. Her movements became more fluid, her strikes more precise. The last target finally splintered under her wind blade. I fell to my knees, chest heaving. I did it, gasped Naruto, smirked. Not bad, but we're not done yet. Ino's eyes widened. What, Naruto? I can barely move. Naruto crouched in front of her, his expression softened a bit. You said you wanted to get stronger, right? This is what it takes, without breaks or shortcuts. He stood up and held out his hand to help her up. Come on, we still have a long way to go. And she didn't hesitate but took his hand and stood up. Her legs were shaking from the tension, but she managed to stabilize herself. It's okay, she said with determination in her eyes. Let's keep going. The sun was sinking in the sky as they continued with the training. Naruto pushed Ino to the limit, making her run laps around the clearing with the weight equipment. Each step was a battle against gravity, but she refused to give up any faster. Naruto shouted, his voice cutting through the evening air. Ino gritted her teeth, and her muscles screamed in protest. The weights dragged her down, but she kept going with unwavering focus. Okay, Naruto said as he completed another lap. Now let's see how you handle a moving target. He created several shadow clones, each armed with a wooden staff. They surrounded Ino, their expressions reflecting Naruto's firm determination. Defend yourself, he ordered the clones. They attacked in unison. Their blows were fast and precise. Ino raised her arms, blocking and dodging as best she could. Her control of the wind came into play, deflecting some of the blows with strong gusts. But the clones were relentless, pressuring her, forcing her to adapt and react quickly. Ino's movements became more confident, her blows more calculated. She managed to dispel a clone, then another. Naruto watched from the side with his arms crossed. Not bad, he muttered to himself. Finally, Ino emerged victorious, and the last clone disappeared in a cloud of her. She collapsed on the ground with her body completely exhausted. Naruto approached and offered her a bottle of water. You did well, Ino. But remember, she looked at him with her eyes barely open. We are not done yet, Ino groaned but managed a weak smile. She expected no less. Naruto chuckled and sat down next to her. Well rested for now. Tomorrow, we will try even harder. Ino nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. Thank you, Naruto, for believing in me. Naruto's gaze softened, and he put a hand above his head. Always the moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale glow over the deserted village. The only sounds were the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze and the rhythmic crunch of Naruto's footsteps on the dirt road. With his back to him, Ino slept soundly with her arms draped over his shoulders, her soft snores breaking the silence, a stark contrast to the eerie stillness that surrounded them. Naruto adjusted his grip, his face flushed as he felt the weight of her body against him, his chest pressing against her back. Every night, so she would fall asleep like that, she thought. Her cheeks reddened. Still he kept his steady pace, not wanting to disturb her rest. She had tried her best during training, and now she deserved a moment of peace. As she walked through the empty streets, she couldn't help but notice how desolate the town felt. All the doors were closed tightly, the windows were dark and unwelcoming. It was as if the entire town had vanished into the night, leaving back there are only real shadows. They're so scared, Naruto muttered under his breath as his eyes scanned the empty streets. The story of the Headless Horseman had spread like wildfire, and now seemed to take hold of the hearts of the villagers with an unwavering fear. He passed through the market district that was usually packed with people. Even at this hour was now a ghost town. Naruto frowned. All this because of one man, he muttered in a barely audible voice, pathetic, just as he turned the corner. Around a corner, a familiar figure came into view. Sakura walked slowly with her gaze downcast, and her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Naruto almost didn't notice her until they were only a few feet away. Sakura looked up and her eyes widened slightly at the sight before her. Yasuno in her training attire was slumped over Naruto's back with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her clothes clung to her body from the intense training, and even while she was sleeping, her exhaustion was evident. Naruto looked into Sakura's eyes for a brief moment, but didn't say anything. He simply walked past her with an impassive face. Sakura clenched her fists at her sides, her heart tightened. She didn't even say hello. Her eyes fell on Naruto's retreating figure. She felt a pang of jealousy. She couldn't suppress. Ino, who had always kept her distance from Naruto, was now training with him and spending time with him in ways Sakura had never imagined. She bit her lip and her thoughts went crazy turns. Why now? Sakura let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. I must be losing control, she whispered. However, she couldn't get the image of Ino resting peacefully on Naruto's back out of her head, a sight that should have been comforting, but instead filled her with envy. She turned around and continued her walk with a heavy heart from unspoken words and unresolved feelings. Naruto finally arrived at his apartment. The trip had been more longer than usual, not only because of Ino, but because of the strange tension in the air. He pushed the door open with his foot and entered. The familiar creak of the floorboards greeted him. The warmth of the apartment enveloped him as he kicked the door shut. Naruto shifted Hino's weight, carefully adjusting his position. His head bowed slightly, and he mumbled something incoherent in his sleep. Naruto sighed and carried her through the dimly lit living room. He pushed the bedroom door open with his foot and entered. The soft glow of the night lamp illuminated the small space softly. He laid her down on the bed, burying her head in the pillow. She shifted slightly, her lips moving as she murmured something. Naruto came closer, more curious. Stay, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked in bewilderment. His heart skipped a beat. A slight smile appeared on his face. Even when he sleeps, he's close. He covered her with the blanket and tucked her in carefully. He stayed there for a moment, watching her sleep. Her face was calm, free of the usual confidence, and with that, she looked vulnerable but also happy. Naruto said softly, his voice barely above a whisper as he turned to leave. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. She's grown fond of you, hasn't she? Naruto paused in the doorway with his hand resting on the frame. He looked at Ino with an unreadable expression. It seems so. She replied quietly. Kurama chuckled. You're not as clueless as you used to be, huh? Naruto didn't answer. He closed the door behind him and walked back to the living room. He sank into the couch with a deep sigh. The weight of the day was finally catching up to him for a moment. He simply stared ahead. His thoughts were a tangled mess. He reached under the couch and pulled out a worn notebook with the edges frayed from years of use. He opened it up. He grabbed a pen from the table and began to write. Kurama, he moved again. You still have that old thing? Naruto didn't look up. Help, he said. Simply help. How to relive the past? Kurama's tone was tinged with skepticism. Naruto's pen stopped and remained hovering over the page. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said, nothing finally helps me remember why I keep going. Kurama snorted. You're a strange boy. Naruto smirked and looked to the side. You've known that for years. The room fell silent again, save for the scratching of pen against paper. After a while, Naruto leaned back, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. Kurama said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yes, at Cage Summit. Do you think they'll blame me for the Headless Horseman? Kurama was silent for a moment. His tone was cautious. When he finally spoke, are you worried that they will point fingers at you because of your connection? Naruto nodded. After everything I did for them, if they think I'm part of this. He fell silent and tightened his grip on the notebook. Kurama sighed, his deep voice echoing in Naruto's mind. I don't know, kid, people are fickle. Maybe yes, maybe not. Naruto closed his eyes and rested his head on the couch. Yes, he muttered, I guess you're right. The room fell silent. Once again, the weight of unresolved fears hung in the air. Kurama's voice was calmer this time, almost gentle. But no matter what happens, you are not alone. Remember that. Naruto opened his eyes, a faint flash of determination flickering in their depths. He closed the notebook and set it aside as he looked out into the night. Thank you, Kurama, he said softly. The fox didn't respond, but Naruto could feel his presence firm and unwavering. The night grew longer and the village was still mired in fear and silence. But within the walls from Naruto's apartment, a quiet determination began to take root, ready to face whatever came next. The night was calm, and the town was immersed in the peaceful embrace of sleep. The stars dotted the sky, and their dim light barely penetrated the dense veil of clouds that loomed over it. All was peaceful except for the faint sound of hooves that echoed in the distance. The sound grew louder, constant, and relentless, like the ticking of a macabre clock. The Headless Horseman had his steed arrived, a huge black beast with glowing red eyes, moved with an unearthly grace. Its breath came out in heavy ghostly puffs, visible even in the cold night air. Upon its back sat the rider, his imposing figure wrapped in dark, tattered armor. His severed neck emanated a dull, sinister glow, an eerie substitute for the head that was no longer there. He pulled on the reins, and the horse stopped just outside the perimeter of the village. For a moment, the rider stood still, observing the surroundings. His invisible eyes took in every detail of the sleeping settlement, every dimly lit street, and every shadowy corner. Then he heard a sound that pierced the quiet night: laughter. His steed turned its head and moved its ears in the direction of the fountain. The rider encouraged him to advance and guided him along a narrow dirt path that led deeper into the town. The sound grew louder and clearer. It came from a house on the outskirts where a warm light spilled through the windows, and it cast a soft glow on the surrounding trees. Inside, a family was gathered around a modest table. The laughter of children could be heard as they played with their toys. Their high-pitched giggles were contagious. The parents watched with their faces lit up with joy and contentment. It was a scene of pure, unfiltered happiness, a stark contrast to the shadow that now loomed outside. The rider dismounted, and his armored boots landed noiselessly on the ground. He approached the house with deliberate steps, and Predator through the window could see all the parents leaning towards each other with eyes full of pride, the children chasing each other around the room, their faces red with excitement. For a moment, the rider stood still as if he was savoring the sight. Then, with a single movement, he drew his weapon. The sword was enormous, serrated, and stained with the blood of countless victims. It seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, and the air around it grew heavy and oppressive. The rider lifted it high, and the blade caught the faint glow of the moon. In one fell swoop, the weapon fell on the front door. The wood splintered and shattered. The sound was like thunder in the silence of the night. The family inside froze, and their laughter was replaced by screams of terror. Before they could react, the rider was already upon them. The father was the first to fall. He barely had time to rise from his saddle before the rider's sword pierced his neck with brutal efficiency. Her head hit the ground with a horrible noise, and her body collapsed shortly after. The mother screamed, clutching her children to her chest, but the rider showed no mercy. He tore her from the children's hands, and with another quick movement, he cut off her head. Her lifeless body collapsed to the ground with blood pooling around her. The children sobbed. Their small bodies trembled with fear. They tried to run, but the rider was faster. One by one, he caught them, his sword whistling through the air. Their screams were silenced as their heads rolled across the ground. Their lifeless bodies joined their parents in a rising sea of crimson. The house that had once been filled with warmth and laughter was now a charnel house. The horseman stood in the middle of the carnage, his armor stained with blood. He examined his work. His headless body exuded a cold, unfeeling satisfaction. Then, as if to complete his grotesque ritual, he began to gather up the severed heads one by one. He picked them up with gloved hands, firm and precise. He carried them outside to his steed. Waiting patiently nearby stood a large hollow tree, whose twisted branches stretched toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The rider approached and opened a hidden compartment within the trunk. Inside was a gruesome collection. Dozens of heads with lifeless eyes. Staring into space, he added the new heads to the collection, ordering them carefully, almost reverently. When he finished, he closed the compartment and stepped back, fulfilling his task without saying a word. The rider mounted his steed again. The beast glowed before me as it emitted a chilling neigh. Then, with a powerful kick, it launched itself into the night, taking its rider away from the town. The silence returned, but it was no longer the peaceful stillness of before. It was a silence laden with death and despair, a silence that would remain in the hearts of those who woke up the next morning and discovered that their loved ones had disappeared. The headless horseman had attacked again, leaving behind nothing but blood, terror, and a chilling reminder of his wrath. Naruto sat alone at his desk, the dim glow of a candle casting flickering shadows across his cluttered room. His hands rested on a half-finished journal entry. The ink was still wet, but his quill had fallen from his hand. His eyelids grew heavier with each passing second, and before he knew it, sleep had overtaken him. But this was no ordinary dream. The dream came suddenly and plunged him into a realm of darkness and horror. Found himself in a desolate village, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Men, women, and children lived their simple lives, unaware of the doom that stalked them. An icy wind blew, bringing with it the faint sound of horses' hooves. The headless horseman appeared, his monstrous horse cart making its way through the shadows. The villagers screamed, but there was no escape. The horseman's sword swung down swiftly and mercilessly. Heads rolled, their faces frozen in terror. Blood soaked the ground, and the once peaceful village was reduced to a graveyard. Naruto could only watch, paralyzed with fear, as the horseman collected the severed heads. Then the tree saw it, that twisted and ancient tree with its hollow trunk, a gruesome shrine to the horseman's macabre trophies. The heads stared at him with accusing eyes, as if they blamed him for their fate. Naruto's heart, the ant with force in his chest, felt the bile rise in his throat, and the disgusting stench of death overwhelmed him. He tried to scream, but he couldn't. The rider turned around, and his headless body faced Naruto. Slowly, the rider raised a finger and pointed directly at him. Naruto woke up with a start. His body drenched in sweat, his heart was racing, and each beat echoed in his ears like a drum. He tried to steady his breathing, but it was useless. His vision blurred, and he felt his legs buckle. He fell to his knees, gasping for air. His hands shook as he clutched his chest. The persistent fear gripped him like a vice. Images of the tree and its gruesome contents flashed through his mind. He didn't whisper, in a hoarse voice barely audible. The need to vomit invaded him, and he stood up, staggering towards the bathroom. Barely reached the sink when he felt gagging, and his body convulsed as he expelled the contents of his stomach. The acidic taste burned his throat, but it was nothing compared to the terror that gripped his soul. When he finished, he leaned heavily on the sink, breathing raggedly. He rinsed his mouth, and he splashed cold water on his face, hoping to wash away the remaining fear. But the images wouldn't fade, and the oppressive weight of sleep still weighed on him. Naruto staggered to his room, bypassing his desk or the unfinished journal entry. Instead, he made his way to his bed and plopped down on the edge, his body shaking from exhaustion. "And she's not next door," he muttered, looking at the adjoining wall. She's probably asleep. He shook his head, trying to chase it away that thought. He didn't want to bother her. He didn't want anyone to see him like that. Kurama, Naruto whispered. With a trembling voice, what is happening to me? Why do I see these things? The great fox stirred inside him, and his voice sounded like a low murmur. Why, Naruto, you are special. There is something inside you, something unique. Naruto clenched his fists and dug his nails into his palms. I didn't ask for this, he growled. No, I didn't want to be special. I just wanted a normal life. Peace is too much to ask. Kurama sighed, his tone full of resignation. Life doesn't always give us what do we want? Boy, you've been through more than most, and still you've kept going. It makes you stronger than you think. Naruto laid back on the bed, his chest rising and falling as he tried to calm his racing heart. I'm tired, Kurama. I don't want to keep fighting. I don't want to carry this burden any longer. Kurama watched him in silence for a moment before speaking. I know what you'll become, Naruto, but I hope you always choose the right path. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and let the tiredness take over him. Her breathing slowed, and she fell into a restless sleep with the weight of Kurama's words still on her mind. Somewhere else, the village, hidden in the leaves in the middle of the night, Tsunade lay slumped over her desk with a half-empty bottle of sizzle beside her. The papers she had been working on were scattered, haphazardly forgotten in exhaustion. Suddenly, the door slammed open and Shizen ran in with a pale face and eyes wide with panic. Tsunade-sama, Tsunade moaned and raised her head with great effort. What is it, Shizun? It can't wait until morning. No, it can't be, Shizen answered with a trembling voice. There has been another attack, more victims, and their heads. She couldn't finish the sentence. Her voice broke. Tsunade's eyes opened wide and the fog of sleep dissipated instantly. She murmured, getting up. We can't keep waiting. We have to act now. But what about the Kage summit? Asked Shizen. We can't wait for the summit, snapped Tsunade. We have to stop this monster before it takes more lives. Elsewhere in the village, Sakura woke up startled with her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. She stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with thoughts she couldn't control. Naruto, Ino, whispered, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and sadness. Why did it bother her so much to see them together? Why did she feel that pain in her chest every time she thought of him? Was it jealousy, regret? I love him, she asked herself with barely audible words. No, that's ridiculous. She didn't cover her face with her hands, trying to push those thoughts away, but no matter how hard she tried, they came back and haunted her like a persistent ghost. Ino's room. Ino stirred in her sleep with her face wrinkled with discomfort. She muttered incoherently, and her dreams were filled with vague and disturbing images. Suddenly, her voice grew louder and clearer. Get away from Naruto-kun, billboard face, she muttered in a drawl. She shifted under the sheets, her expression softened as she settled back into a deep sleep. In the silence of the night, the village was far from peaceful. Each heart carried its own burdens, its own fears, as the shadows of the headless horseman drew ever closer. In the dim, oppressive silence of a hidden lair, the leader stood alone, his face partially obscured by the shadows. A wicked smile played on his lips as he went over the intricate details of his plan. The summit of the cage was fast approaching, and with it a chance to shake the very births of the world. They'll never see it coming, he muttered in an icy voice. When the time comes, their precious alliances will crumble, and in chaos will reign. He turned to the map spread out on the table in front of him and ran his fingers over the marked locations. His eyes flashed with a malevolent light as he imagined the carnage that would be unleashed. Let the world tremble before true power. Somewhere else, tomorrow in Naruto's apartment, Ino's eyes snapped open, and her body slowly came to life as the soft morning light filtered through the curtains. She stretched languidly only to realize she was alone in bed. She frowned in mild annoyance. That boy got away from me again last night, she muttered in a sleepy voice. As she sat up, she realized she was still wearing her workout clothes from the night before. Her cheeks were tinted a delicate pink. I didn't even try to undress, she mused out loud, biting her lip. He has more self-control than he thought. His mind wandered, imagining how any other man could have taken advantage of the situation. Any other boy would have taken the opportunity, but Naruto did not. A loving smile appeared on her lips. He is different, not like a super perverted sensei. Still blushing, Ino stood up and began to take off her sweat-soaked clothes. Ugh, I need a shower, she said to herself, throwing the clothes into a corner. The fresh morning air brushed her bare skin, causing a pleasant shiver down her spine. She grabbed her towel and headed to the bathroom. There's nothing better than a refreshing shower to start the day, she sighed as the warm water cascaded over her. As she stepped out, drying her wet hair with a towel, she suddenly realized, wait, I forgot about Naruto. Kun wrapped himself in his robe, tied it loosely around his waist, and hurried to the next room, slammed the door open and saw Naruto. Lying on the bed shirtless, his chest rising and falling to the steady rhythm of a deep sleep, and the bandaged wound that was still bleeding slightly stood out against his pale skin, and she didn't hold her breath and her eyes fell on the scars that marked his otherwise flawless torso. She felt a heat rise in her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. "Concentrate," I scolded herself. Shaking her head, she walked over and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking him awake. "Naruto, Kun, wake up," she whispered. "We have to take care of that wound." Naruto stirred, his eyes blinked and opened dazedly. He looked at her. His expression was a mix of confusion and exhaustion, and he muttered hoarsely. "You're still hurt," he said softly, pointing to his side. "Let me heal it." He sat up slowly, wincing in pain as the movement pulled at the wound. Ino's gaze softened as she noticed the dark circles under his eyes. "You didn't sleep well, did you?" Naruto shook his head and gave a weak smile. "I've had worse nights." I rolled my eyes, but didn't say anything. He knelt down beside her. His hands glowed with the soft green light of his healing jutsu. As he worked, his robes shifted slightly, revealing more of her ample cleavage. Naruto's face turned bright red, and he looked away, swallowing hard, and didn't notice her soundless reaction. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun? You've seen worse things in battle." "No kidding." Naruto muttered something incoherent with his gaze fixed firmly on the wall, and not satisfied with her provocation, he finished his work and took new bandages as he wrapped them around her torso. His fingers brushed her skin, causing a jolt in both of them. "Ready," he said as he tied the bandage. "It's as good as new." Naruto, she let out a sigh. She hadn't realized she'd been holding in. "Thank you, Ino." Ino smiled, but her expression quickly turned serious. She put a hand on his shoulder, leaning in closer. "Naruto-kun, you've been acting strange lately. There's something you're not telling me." Naruto stiffened and narrowed his eyes. "It's nothing," he said dryly, standing up and grabbing his shirt. Ino frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. "You're a terrible liar." "You knew that," she said. "Whatever it is, you can tell me." "I promise I won't tell. Not a word to anyone." Naruto snorted. "True, they call you the queen of gossip for a reason." Her cheeks flushed with indignation. "That's not true." "Well, okay, maybe a little, but not when it comes to you, Naruto-kun. I'm serious." Naruto hesitated a moment, and his gaze softened. As he looked at her, the sincerity of it was not evident, and for a moment he considered opening up, but the weight of his nightmares and the burden of his visions were too much to share. "It's better that you don't know," he finally said with a firm tone. Ino's shoulders sank, but he didn't insist further. "Okay," she said with a sigh, "but if you ever want to talk, I'm here." She leaned down and surprised him with a quick kiss on the lips. Naruto's eyes widened and he stepped back nervously. "And don't relax," she said with a playful wink. "It's just my way of saying that I care about you." Naruto shook his head and a small smile appeared on his lips. Despite himself, "You are impossible," she muttered. "Get dressed," he said with a happier tone. "I made breakfast, and then we'll go back to training." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to give up? You're not, right?" Ino said cheerfully as Naruto turned to leave. Ino watched him go and her playful expression changed to one of quiet concern. "What's really wrong with you, Naruto-kun?" she whispered to herself. She clenched her fists, determination shining in her eyes. "Whatever it is, I'll help you get through it." The morning sun filtered through the windows of Naruto's small apartment, bathing the room in a soft golden light. Naruto sat at the table, his gaze fixed on the plate of food he was holding. In front of him, he was absent-mindedly pushing a piece of toast with his chopsticks, without appetite. In front of him, Ino sat in a bathrobe with her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, and her radiant skin shining with the freshness of the shower. The loosely tied robe revealed more than Naruto could afford, her cleavage dipped just enough that her presence was distracting, and yet despite her attractiveness, he found himself preoccupied by the weight of his thoughts. Ino's sharp eyes, did not they miss nothing? He had noticed the tension in Naruto's shoulders, the anguished look in his eyes, and the slowness of his movements, as if he carried an invisible weight. "Ruto-kun said softly, leaning forward. "You've been acting strange all morning. What's wrong?" Naruto stiffened at his words, but didn't look up. Instead, he took a small mechanical bite of his toast, chewing without tasting it. "Nothing's wrong," he replied dryly. Ino frowned. "Don't lie to me," he said in a firm but kind tone. "I can tell something is bothering you." Naruto sighed and put down his chopsticks. He ran a hand over his face with a tired gesture. "It's nothing, Ino," he repeated in a monotone. Ino leaned back in his chair and watched him. His heart ached seeing his tired and dejected expression. Naruto Uzumaki, the man who had saved the world, did not deserve to look so broken. He thought about how much he had changed since the war. The boy who was once bright and full of hope was now a shadow of his former self, cold, distant, and burdened by something he refused to share. And without yet, despite everything, he had treated her with respect and decency, even when I practically threw myself at him, she thought with slightly flushed cheeks, and she didn't know she was attractive, men told her so often, although they rarely had the chance to show their admiration. Her striking beauty, her slender figure, and her confidence had always given her an advantage in her interactions with others, but Naruto was different. He never looked at her with his eyes, nor made inappropriate comments. He hadn't even touched her that night previous, despite how easy it would have been. Only you would be such a gentleman, Naruto-kun muttered under his breath. What was that? Naruto asked, his voice interrupting his thoughts. Nothing, Ino said quickly with a mischievous smile forming on her lips. She stood up with her robe billowing around her legs as she made her way to his side of the table. Before he could react, she sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto stood up with wide eyes and red cheeks, blushing. Yaino, what are you doing? Ino smiled, tilting her head and looking at him. Naruto-kun, do you find me attractive? He asked in a mocking tone. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, and he stuttered, you are. She laughed. The sound was soft and musical. Relaxed, Naruto-kun, I already know the answer, she said, moving slightly in his lap. Naruto gasped as her movements gave him an electric shock. He looked away, desperate to focus on something other than the heat of her body pressed against his. You are impossible, he murmured, trying to push her away gently. But Ino wouldn't let herself be defeated. She tightened her grip, and her expression softened. Naruto-kun said now in a serious voice, please talk to me. I know something is wrong. Let me help you. Naruto sighed and let his hands fall to his sides in defeat. And no, you wouldn't understand. Try me, she said, her blue eyes staring into his for a long moment. She didn't say anything. Then, breathing deeply, she began to speak. I've been having dreams, she said slowly in a low voice. No, they're not dreams, they're nightmares. Naruto tilted his head and listened carefully. These aren't normal islands, Naruto continued, clenching his fists. They seem real. As if I were there. I see things, horrible things, people dying, villages burning, and this tree. This monstrous tree. Where his voice trailed off and he swallowed hard. Ino reached out and placed her hand on his cheek to comfort him. She continued, urging him gently, there's a tree where the heads are, she said in a trembling voice. I can't explain it, but I feel like these dreams are more than just nightmares. Like if they were trying to show me something there. Her heart didn't hurt. She couldn't imagine the torment he must be going through, but she could see the toll it was taking on him. You're carrying so much, Naruto-kun said softly, hugging him tightly. Naruto's head rested on her chest, and she felt her tension begin to ease. I don't want to burden anyone else with this, she muttered against him. She's my problem, and I have to take care of him. Ino moved away a little and took his face in her hands. You're not alone, Naruto-kun said with firmness. There are people who care about you, people who want to help you. I am one of them. He looked at her with a mix of gratitude and sadness in his eyes. I don't want you to see what I see, he said. It's too much. I don't want to drag you into this. Ino smiled, leaning forward to give her a soft kiss on the forehead. You don't have to protect me, Naruto-kun. I'm stronger than I seem, you know. She kissed him again, this time on the lips, her fingers tangling in his hair. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't pull away when she broke the kiss and smiled at him with her cheeks flushed. Come on, she said as she stood up and adjusted her robe better. Get ready. We have to train. Naruto watched her as she walked away. Her confidence and determination lit a spark of hope within him as she disappeared into the other room. Her voice called out to him, I won't give up on you, Naruto-kun. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Ino muttered, shaking his head, and he couldn't be stubborn. But maybe that was exactly what he needed. In the Okage office, the dim evening light cast long shadows across the room. Papers were stacked neatly on the desk, but the tension in the air was anything but orderly. Shikamaru stood in front of Tsunade, brow furrowed in deep thought. He's attacking again tonight, Shikamaru said, breaking the silence. Tsunade leaned back in his chair, his face a mix of frustration and worry. Yes, all attacks happen under the cover of darkness. We need to act before it takes its toll. More lives. Shikamaru nodded, thinking of all the possibilities. We should send a team. We need people who can track and control themselves and things get ugly. Tsunade crossed her arms. I've already decided. Summon Sasuke and Sakura have experience and their skills complement each other well. What about Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Tsunade sighed deeply and shook her head. Naruto is not in the right state for this mission. He has enough problems as it is, and frankly he's busy training his new girlfriend. A flash of surprise crossed Shikamaru's face. You mean Hino? Tsunade nodded, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Yes, after the war, and especially after losing her family, she isolated herself from the world. She barely left her family's flower shop except for missions, and even then she was cold and hostile to anyone who tried to get close. She attacked people harshly. Shikamaru chuckled dryly. Yes, I noticed. She rejected all the help that was offered to her. She even scared some of them, the boys who tried to comfort her with how abrupt she was. Tsunade laughed lightly. But with Naruto, it's a different story. She's practically throwing herself at him. There's definitely something between them, something that brought her out of that dark place. Shikamaru smiled thoughtfully. Naruto has that effect on people even without trying. He changes them. Maybe it's not surprising that she fell in love with him. He's always been the one to reach out to people no one else could reach. Tsunade nodded with a hint of pride in her expression. The third box always said that Naruto's true strength was not only his power, but his heart. He wanted people to see the true essence of Naruto, and now while the world can no longer deny it, he is the real. Shikamaru leaned against the wall with a lost look. Even now, despite everything, Naruto has not changed. He is still the same person willing to sacrifice himself for the people he cares about. He showed it when he protected Ino. He could have finished off that leader, but instead he received the blow for her. It almost cost him his life. But he didn't hesitate. Tsunade smiled softly. That's Naruto. No matter how far away he goes, he'll always be Naruto. In the background, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Sasuke and Sakura entered, each with expressions of varying age. Miss Tsunade began. Sakura with a curious tone. You called us? Tsunade stood up, and her attitude adopted an attitude of total authority. There was another attack. The rider attacked again last night, this time, and made a brief pause. In the Satori village, a small house in the outskirts, were completely decimated. The victims were slaughtered. The air in the room grew heavy as the gravity of the situation took hold of them. I want the three of you to go there immediately, continued Tsunade. Gather all the evidence you can find. Be cautious. We don't know where he might strike next. Stay alert at all times. The trio nodded in unison. Understood, Sasuke said simply. His Sharingan flashed momentarily. What about Naruto? Asked Sai, looking around as if I expected him to walk in at any moment. Tsunade's expression hardened. Naruto won't be joining you. He's not in the right state for this, and he has other priorities right now. Sakura, you know why? Sakura's face twisted, and she frowned. He's with that pig, and no, he muttered under his breath. Tsunade ignored the comment and turned back to the team. Focus on the mission. That's all. The three of them nodded and walked out of the office. Their footsteps were lost in the hallway in the training camp. The sound of Ino's voice, it resounded loudly. Take that front, she screamed triumphantly as she executed a flawless kunai throw, hitting right in the center of the target. Naruto stood to the side with his arms crossed as he looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who are you talking to? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Ino turned to him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Sakura, of course. Naruto blinked. Sakura isn't even here. How did you hear her? Ino smiled, flipping her blonde hair over her shoulder. Oh, I have a special talent for take the insults no matter how far away they are. Years of dealing with that giant forehead trained me well. Naruto shook his head, and a small smile appeared on his lips. You are amazing. Thank you, said Ino sweetly while twirling another kunai in her hand. Now we can get back to training. Naruto nodded. Okay, let's move on. Perfect, she said with her voice full of determination. She prepared for the next exercise, radiating confidence. Naruto, despite his tiredness, could not help but feel a flash of pride as he watched her. The sun was high in the sky as Naruto stood on the training field with his arms crossed. As he watched Ino, his determination was evident, but frustration was drawn on his face as he looked at the glowing orb in his hand. This is Naruto, exclaimed Dino with a sharp tone. Are you telling me that the Rasengan is made with a ball of chakra that spins balls that spin? Really? Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah. And if you don't spin it right, it will explode on you. The face Ino glared at him angrily and threw the incomplete Rasengan to the ground, where it went out with a weak puff of chakra. You must be kidding me. Exploding balls. This is your great technique. Naruto smiled. It's not just any technique, and it's not one of the most powerful jutsus out there, but it requires precision control and a lot of practice. She rolled her eyes. So you're telling me it took you years to learn this? Years, Naruto repeated, rubbing his chin. To me, more like months. But for other people, it can take years, even Jiraiya-sen said. And Noel hands in exasperation. I'm not old, Naruto. I want to learn it now. Naruto's smile widened at the sight of her determination, reminded him so much of himself when he was younger, brash, impatient, and full of determination. Okay, he said, reaching into his bag and pulling out a rubber ball. You remind me of myself. So let's get started like my sensei taught me. She eyed the ball skeptically. A rubber ball? What is this, a kindergarten workout? Naruto picked it up with a knowing smile. This ball you will help. You learn the first step of the Rasengan, the rotation of the chakras. You have to channel your chakra into the ball and make it spin in all directions. It's harder than it looks. Ino grabbed the ball and squinted his eyes. Really, how hard can this be? He concentrated his chakra, and his hands glowed slightly as he tried to spin the energy inside the sphere. It wobbled, throbbed, and then exploded with a small gust of air, leaving his hands tingling. Ugh, he groaned. This is impossible. Naruto smiled. You have to keep trying. There are no shortcuts. The Rasengan is about control, not just brute strength. Ino glared at him, but didn't back down. Control, huh? Okay, Naruto. I'll show you who's in control. He tried again and again, but each attempt ended in failure. Every time the ball would go out or explode prematurely, I would let out a series of curses, making Naruto laugh. You know, said a deep voice from inside her. She's exactly like you. Naruto's smile faltered at the amused tone of Kurama. I'm not like that, Naruto muttered under his breath. Surely not. Kurama replied with a snort. Say what you want, but watching her fight like this is like seeing yourself again when you were younger. I wasn't that bad, Naruto argued, although her smile betrayed him. Kurama chuckled. Keep lying to yourself, boy, it's entertaining. Naruto shook his head and focused back on Ino. Despite her string of failures, she wasn't giving up. He couldn't help but admire her determination. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Sakura, Sasuke, and Issei jumped between the trees. Their mission took them closer to the Satori village. Sakura's expression was bitter, and her irritation was palpable as she moved. So looked at her from the corner of her eye with her face as neutral as always. You seem upset, Sakura. It's because Naruto spends all the time with Ino. She clenched her fists while staring at him. No, it's not like that. Issei tilted her head. Are you sure he hasn't talked to you in over 3 years? And now he's training Ino instead of working with us? That must hurt a little. Sakura bit her lip, unable to answer right away. Sai's voice remained calm, but his words were direct. It's understandable. You were close to him once, but now, well, it's clear that he moved on. Maybe he finds her no more attractive. Sakura's face turned red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. You're wrong, Sai continued, unfazed. Plus, it's not like either of you are particularly attractive, although between you and Ino she could be a little less ugly. What did Sakura yell, launching herself at him with a fist aimed at his head? Issei dodged it with agility, and her expression didn't change. She was just stating facts. You're dead, Sai roared Sakura, chasing after him while jumping from tree to tree. Sasuke, who had remained silent until now, sighed deeply. Can you stop doing that? You idiots were on a mission, not on a playground. Sakura growled, but reluctantly got back into formation. Sai, still unfazed, looked at Sasuke. I wonder how you tolerate them, Sasuke mused. Sasuke didn't answer his question. Gaze was fixed straight ahead. Shut up and move on. As the team approached the village, the trees thinned out, revealing a quiet settlement nestled in a clearing. The villagers saw the team and immediately rushed towards them with their faces full of hope and despair. You're here to save us, one villager shouted. Thank you, brave shinobi, another said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Sasuke frowned and looked at the crowd. This is ridiculous, she muttered under her breath. Sai smirked. They think we're here to defeat the rider. It's only natural that they cling to any glimmer of hope. Sakura, despite herself, smiled lightly. It's a nice feeling to be appreciated for once. It feels good to be seen as a hero. Me back at the training camp, she groaned as another attempt to use the Rasengan ended in failure. She fell to her knees, panting heavily. Naruto walked over and crouched down beside her with a smirk. You're giving up already? She glared at him with her eyes flaming. I'm never going to master this, Naruto. You just watch. Naruto smiled, his respect for her growing with each failed attempt. She wouldn't stop until she succeeded. Okay, she said, let's go again. Ino stood up, determination etched into every fiber of her being. This time, I'll make it. Believe it. The sun set over the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the village as Sakura, Sasuke, and Sai approached the abandoned house on the outskirts, guided by a local villager who seemed eager to help them on their way. They arrived at the place where the infamous Headless Horseman had attacked the night before. The house was in ruins. The windows were broken. The furniture was broken, and the dark stains on the wooden floor told a gruesome story. A faint metallic smell hung in the air despite the villagers' efforts to clean it. Sasuke scanned the room with piercing eyes, his Sharingan activated, and he ordered, look for anything, any clue that might lead us to that supposed horseman. Sakura wrinkled her nose at the sight of dried blood splattered on the walls. This place is disgusting, he muttered, stepping carefully over the broken glass. Sai, always calm, he walked to a corner and began to examine the area. The villagers buried the bodies, he said flatly, but they didn't clean them up thoroughly. The rider left more than just blood. Sakura shuddered at his tone. but didn't argue as they searched through the house. Sasuke felt drawn to a small room at the end of the hallway. The air inside was colder, heavier. On a wall, scrawled in blood, there was a single word: death. Sasuke frowned, and the word gave him an unsettling feeling in his chest. He stared at her as his Sharingan picked up every detail of the stained letters. Sasuke called Sakura from behind. She entered the room, and her expression twisted in horror as her eyes fell on the bloody word. What kind of lunatic writes something like that? And with blood, Sai appeared at the door with an impassive face. Death. Why would it be written here? Is this word? Sasuke shook his head. Whoever did this wanted to send a message, or is he just crazy? Either way, it doesn't matter. We'll wait here until night falls. If the rider shows up, we'll deal with him. Sai tilted his head. And how exactly do you plan to do that? It's rumored to be unstoppable. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with confidence. I'm in Yukiya. I'll take care of it. Sakura crossed her arms. Her irritation was evident. Your arrogance will get us all killed. Sasuke, you can't rely on your name alone. Sasuke smiled, ignoring her. We'll see. Meanwhile, in the training field, Ino collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily, sweat dripping down her face as she looked at the rubber ball in her hand, now soaked and deformed from her failed attempts with the Rasengan. I can't believe it, she growled, throwing the ball aside. I'm so weak. I haven't even managed to pop a single water balloon, let alone get close to the first step. Naruto, who was sitting nearby, gave her an encouraging smile. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. I was worse than you when I started. Ino, he gave a skeptical look, but he doubted it. Naruto laughed. Believe it, you're doing great, and no, you just have to keep believing in yourself. Before he could react, Ino lunged at him and wrapped her arms around his neck in a tight hug. Naruto, Kun, you always know what to say to make me feel better, she said in a warm and sincere voice. Naruto stiffened. His face turned bright red when he realized how close she was and her broad chest pressing against him. I'm not trying to do anything, let me go. No, Ino said with a mischievous smile, clinging to him tighter. Naruto squirmed awkwardly. Seriously, and don't get off of me. She finally let go, laughing as he stumbled back with his face still flushed. You're so cute when you're nervous. Naruto Kun crossed his arms, trying to regain his composure. Whatever, let's go eat something hard today. Ino's eyes lit up. There's a restaurant I'm dying to try. Let's go. Without waiting for his answer, she took his hand and started pulling him towards the village. Naruto barely he had time to protest, stumbling after her as she led the way. As they walked through the village, the atmosphere was tense. People were rushing into their houses, locking doors and windows as if the falling night brought danger. Ino noticed the nervous glances and whispered conversations as they passed. Everyone is very nervous, he said, looking around. Naruto nodded with a thoughtful expression. They are afraid of the rider. You can't blame them. He's actually been terrorizing this place for weeks. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. Humans are always like this, cowards by nature. Naruto rolled his eyes. Says the fox that spent years hiding in a seal. Kurama Br, no, I wasn't hiding, Brad. I was imprisoned. Whatever helps you sleep at night, replied Naruto, smiling internally. Their discussion was interrupted by Ino pulling his arm. Naruto Kun, we are here. The restaurant was small but cozy. Its warm lights contrasted with the cold night outside. They entered, and they were greeted by a nervous-looking waiter who flinched at the sound of the bell. Welcome, the man said in a shaky voice. Please take a seat quickly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's your problem? The waiter's eyes darted around, as if he expected the rider to appear at any moment. He could come at any moment. The rider? You're a shinobi. You won't protect us, will you? Naruto sighed quietly. We're just here to eat. Ino laughed as they sat down. Naruto Kun, you're quite a celebrity. Even terrified waiters feel safe when you're around. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. The waiter cautiously approached with shaking hands as he held his notepad. What can I get him? Ino smiled. I'll take the special. And some tea, please. Naruto ordered something simple, but the waiter just stood there looking obviously scared. Please stay here for a while. Your presence alone calms me. Naruto frowned, sensing the sheer terror of the man. We'll just stay here as long as it takes. Now take our food. The waiter nodded and left in a hurry. Ino leaned back in his chair and laughed softly. Naruto Kun, you are something special. You are so bossy. Sometimes I don't know whether to impress me or scare me with you. Naruto sighed, leaning on the table. You are not the only one. Ino laughed again. His voice contrasted with the heavy atmosphere. For a moment, they felt that the darkness outside could not touch them. Naruto and Ino returned to their shared apartment under the dim light of the streets were nearly deserted, with only a few cautious villagers running from building to building, their fear of the headless horseman palpable. Naruto moved slowly. His steps wavered more and more with each passing minute. His vision blurred, and an intense dizziness took over him, forcing him to grab onto Ino for support. Naruto Kun, what's wrong? Ino's voice was full of worry as she wrapped an arm around his waist to steady him. I feel so dizzy, Naruto muttered with weak voice. Ino frowned. worry appearing on her face. Let's get you home, come on. She guided him to a nearby bench beneath an old oak tree and helped him sit down. Naruto leaned back heavily. His breathing was shallow and ragged. Without hesitation, Ino knelt beside him and placed his head gently on her lap. Her soft thighs provided a comforting cushion as she stroked his hair. Are you still with me, Naruto-kun? She whispered in a soothing voice. Naruto moaned weakly. Yes, I'm here. Just stay there. I'll get you some water or something. Her tone was firm but tender as she stood up carefully, leaning his head against the bench. She hurried into the apartment and headed straight for the kitchen. She opened a cupboard in search of something that might help him, and her eyes fell on an unusual bottle hidden in the back. The label was partially peeled off, but the pills inside were unmistakable sleeping pills. She muttered, half closing her eyes in disbelief. So that's why she feels like that. And she didn't gasp when she realized she had brought those pills to her house without knowing what Naruto was doing with them. Anger invaded her, but it was tempered by a deep concern. She has been avoiding sleep because of those nightmares, she thought, with her heart aching for him, furious at his recklessness. And she didn't leave furious with the bottle in her hand. Do you want to explain this to me, Naruto-kun demanded, holding the pills for him to see. Naruto's face paled. Those hey, where did you find them? They were in the kitchen, you idiot, she snapped. I wasn't even looking for them, and they were just lying there. How long have you been taking these and why? Naruto shifted, uncomfortably avoiding her gaze. It's no big deal, it's no big deal. Ino's voice rose in frustration. Naruto, these pills are dangerous. They're not made to be taken like candy. You're getting sick. I can handle it, Naruto muttered, but his weak voice betrayed his trust. No, you can't, Ino yelled. You're dizzy, pale, and can barely stand. This is what you call handling the situation. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. You have to stop this right now. Naruto finally looked at her with guilt in his eyes. It's just that I can't deal with dreams, and they're not too much. Suira softened and gave way to empathy. She knelt in front of him and took his hands in hers. Naruto-kun, I know you've been through a lot, but this is not the way to deal with it. You're not alone anymore, okay? You have me. Naruto hesitated, and the weight of her words sank deep into him. Ino stood up suddenly and helped him stand up despite his protests. Come on, she said firmly. Tonight, you will sleep with me. Naruto's eyes opened, and his face turned red. Cook, did you hear me? Replied Ino, dragging him towards the bedroom. When they got to the room, Naruto was still stuttering incoherently, and his face was red, and he didn't ignore it. He took off his jacket and unhooked her bra with ease. He threw it aside, and her full figure left Naruto speechless. And he didn't squeal, turning his head in embarrassment. Relax, Naruto-kun said with a smirk. She grabbed his chin gently and turned his face towards her. You're too cute when you're shy. She guided him to the bed, pushing him down before slipping under the covers beside her. Naruto still nervously tried to pull away, but she pulled him close and pressed his face into her chest. Good night, Naruto-kun, she whispered, wrapping her arms around him securely. Naruto's muffled voice came from somewhere in their embrace. Good night. I'll be there in a matter of seconds. Your breathing slowed, and he fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Ino smiled softly and brushed a strand of hair from his forehead. You're safe with me, she murmured before closing her eyes elsewhere. The night stretched long and dark over the abandoned house where Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai waited. The oppressive silence was only broken by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. Sasuke stood near the door. His sword gleamed in the dim moonlight. His Sharingan burned with force, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. Do I really plan to fight this thing head on? No, Sakura asked in an uneasy voice. Sasuke didn't look at her. He's just a rider. If he bleeds, they can kill him. Sai tilted his head with a blank expression. Is always overconfidence is a common weakness. Sasuke smiled. It's not overconfidence, it's skill. There's a difference. Sakura sighed and crossed her arms. Your impossible. Hours passed, and the tension grew more intense. Then finally a slight sound broke the silence, the distant echo of hooves on cobblestones. The headless horseman emerged from the shadows, his dark steed snorting and stamping the ground. He carried no weapon, but his aura alone was enough to send shivers down the spine of any ordinary person. Sasuke crouched down, his hand crackled with electricity. As he readied his Chidori, stay back, he ordered. The horseman stopped, and his invisible gaze scanned the AR. He seemed to sense the presence of his observers, but did nothing movement to intervene. Sasuke did not wait. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward. His Chidori illuminated the night as he aimed at the rider's chest. The cold and oppressive silence of the forest was interrupted by the electrifying roar of Sasuke's Chidori. The blue lightning illuminated his intense features, casting sharp shadows on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he launched himself towards the headless horseman. With his arm turned into a spot of light and a lethal intent, the Chidori hit the target and stuck in the rider's chest. Dark sparks flew as the attack locked onto its target, forcing the rider to stagger slightly for a moment. Sasuke felt the surge of triumph. "It's too easy," Sasuke muttered, smirking. But then to his horror, the rider's skeletal hand shot out and grabbed Sasuke's wrist in a vicious grip. The icy cold of the hold sent a jolt through his arm as the rider slowly turned its headless neck towards him, as if mocking his efforts. Before Sasuke could react, the rider grabbed him and swung it at him. He threw it aside with inhuman force. His body flew through the air before crashing into a nearby tree. Astal Mandela on impact. What the hell?" Sasuke growled as he struggled to his feet, clutching his side. His eyes went wide, seeing the impossible. The gaping wound on the rider's chest was healing. The dark energy was stitching it together in seconds, until it was as if nothing had happened. The headless horseman stood still for a moment, exuding an aura of silent menace. He then raised a hand, and the air around him crackled with black energy. The shadows swirled together, condensing into a pulsating orb that radiated malice. With a flick of his wrist, the rider launched the orb towards Sasuke with terrifying speed. Sasuke barely had time to react. He activated his Rinnegan and teleported a short distance away. Just as the orb crashed into the ground where he was located, the resulting explosion sent shock waves running through the forest, uprooting trees, and leaving a crater in its wake. Sasuke muttered under his breath, summoning his Susanoo. The gigantic purple construct materialized around him, its glowing eyes fixed on the rider. The rider remained unfazed. His arm and the shadows around him coalesced into jagged spikes that shot towards the Susanoo like deadly projectiles. Sasuke's ethereal armor deflected most of them, but the force of the attack destroyed them so that cracks formed on its surface. "This guy is no ordinary opponent," Sasuke growled in reply. With a volley of Susanoo arrows, each one imbued with lethal precision and power, the arrows whistled through the air, but the rider moved with supernatural speed, dodging and evading the attack as if it were a child's game. The rider counterattacked, summoning dark tendrils from the ground, each one writhing and attacking like a snake. Sasuke leapt into the air, avoiding the tendrils, and unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. The flames engulfed the rider, but when the smoke cleared, he remained unharmed, his form glowing faintly with protective energy. "This is getting ridiculous," Sasuke muttered, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he hoisted his enemy. The rider gave him no time to think of a strategy. He attacked with his massive steed, making the ground tremble beneath his hooves. Sasuke activated his Chidori again, aiming to intercept the charge, but the rider stepped aside at the last second and swung a sword forged in shadows at Sasuke. Sasuke stopped the attack with his katana, and the clash of their weapons made sparks fly. The force of the rider was overwhelming, and each blow sent Sasuke back. Despite his best efforts, the rider moved with precision and brutality. His blows were relentless and unyielding. Sasuke changed tactics and summoned lightning on his sword to increase its cutting power. He attacked the rider, forcing him to briefly retreat, but he quickly recovered and responded with a wind chakra burst that sent Sasuke hurtling back from the shadows. The rider began to form. Sasuke struck back with his own elemental jutsu, and the two forces collided in a spectacular display of power that lit up the night. Despite his best efforts, Sasuke was pushed to the limit. The rider's mastery of the chakra elements was unmatched. His transitions were seamless and his attacks devastating. "It's okay," Sasuke muttered as he wiped the blood off his face. The mouth, "Let's see how main." This activated his full body Susanoo, the enormous construction that rose above the battlefield. With a powerful roar, brandished his sword towards the rider, the blade shining with immense energy. The rider stood firm and raised his hand. From the darkness emerged a colossal sword that crackles with shadow energy. The two swords collided with a deafening roar, and the impact made the earth tremble. The battle continued, and each exchange was fiercer than the last. Su put everything he had in his attacks, but the rider seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Finally, in a desperate move, Sasuke channeled all of his remaining chakra into his Chidori and lunged at the rider. The attack hit home, and the crackling lightning engulfed them both in a flash, blinding. For a moment there was silence. Then as the light faded, Sasuke saw the rider standing seemingly unfazed. His dark sword moved at terrifying speed, slicing through Sasuke's katana as if it were paper. The broken blade fell to the ground as the rider's weapon came towards Sasuke's neck. At the last second, Sasuke dodged the attack, but the sword grazed his neck, leaving a deep cut. He staggered back, blood dripping down his neck, and his vision blurred. The rider loomed over him, raising his sword to deal the finishing blow. Sasuke's strength failed him, and he fell to his knees, his body shaking. Before the rider could attack, a burst of pink and white light emerged from the trees. Get away from him, Sakura screamed, her fists glowing with chakra. As he charged, Sai followed closely behind with his ink beasts, rushing towards the rider in a coordinated assault. The rider turned his attention towards the newcomers and effortlessly crushed them with waves of shadow energy. Sakura's blows barely affected him, and Sai's creations were shattered in a matter of seconds. Despite his best efforts, the three shinobi were no match for the rider. He toyed with them. His attacks were precise and brutal. With each blow, he demonstrated his overwhelming power, leaving the team battered and broken. Just when it seemed the rider was going to deliver the final blow, he stopped as if he had heard a silent command. He looked at the unconscious Sasuke, then at Sakura and Sai, who were injured, before retreating into the shadows. Without a word, the forest fell silent. Once again, the eerie stillness returned. As if nothing had happened, Sakura crawled towards Sasuke. Her hands trembled as she placed them on his chest. Sasuke-kun, awake, she whispered with tears running by his face. Sai stood nearby with his normally calm demeanor. Upset, we underestimated him, he said quietly. We were completely outmatched. The three of them were left shattered and defeated, with the mark of their encounter etched deep into their bodies and minds. The soft rays of dawn filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room with a soft glow. I moved. Her golden hair spread out over Naruto's chest. She blinked lazily, taking a moment to register his position. Her naked body was pressed against his, her ample curves enveloping his muscular body comfortably. He blushed as he realized the intimacy of their situation. His cheeks turned a soft pink. Naruto was still fast asleep, his peaceful expression free of the burdens that usually clouded his face. Ino's eyes softened as she leaned forward, giving him a tender kiss on the forehead. Her gaze drifted to his chest, where faint scars had marred his skin from the wounds he had sustained. Suffered in her last battle. Slowly, she removed the bandages she had applied the night before with her fingers, shaking slightly. To his amazement, the scars had disappeared. His skin was flawless, as if he had never been hurt. He touched the surface. Lisa marveled. Send it, Dad, of his recovery, of course, she muttered to herself, forming a small smile. I forgot about the QB. Actually, it's something else. Her blush deepened as she observed his serene face and the way his golden hair framed his features. Naruto looked so innocent, so carefree, like the child he once was. Not unable to resist, decided to sit quietly and watch him sleep. Minutes passed, and her face wrinkled slightly as she woke up. Naruto rubbed his eyes groggily. His voice was heavy with sleep. Good morning, sleepyhead, replied Ino with a mischievous smile, and the phone in her hand. Naruto froze as he stretched, seeing her holding the device. His sleepy brain, she struggled to understand everything before finally asking, What are you doing? Oh, nothing out of the ordinary, said Hino, smiling even more. I'm just taking some pictures of my adorable Naruto-kun while he sleeps. What? Naruto suddenly stood up with a red face as he looked at her in disbelief. Why would you do that? I didn't ask for this. Because I wanted to, joked Ino, winking at him. You're too cute. When you sleep, erase them, demanded Naruto, raising his voice an octave. No, she said, standing up and stretching with complete nonchalance. It was then when Naruto noticed that she was completely naked with her perfect figure on display. He immediately turned his head away, and his blush grew deeper. Put some clothes on. And no, why? Did she reply with a mischievous smile, walking towards him. Anyways, we're going to shower together. No, we're not, Naruto protested, shielding his eyes. Yes, we are, said Ino, firmly grabbing his arm and dragging him towards the bathroom. Despite his protests, Naruto couldn't stop her, and his embarrassment only grew when he heard the QB's booming laughter echoed in his mind. You remind me so much of your parents, Kurama laughed. Your mother used to drag your father around like this. Shut up, Kurama, Naruto snapped internally, his nervous state only getting worse. Meanwhile, far away in a small village, Sasuke woke up startled. His body ached from the events of the previous night, and his pride ached even more in his mind. Flashes of his humiliating defeat repeated themselves, each one fueling his anger. Sakura entered the room with a worried look, carrying a tray of food. You're awake. Okay, eat something and get ready, we're leaving soon. Sasuke frowned. Why? The villagers don't want us here, I explained. They've made it very clear that they don't feel safe with us around. We're going back to the leaf. Sasuke frowned and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. He winced, but forced himself to stand up. Cowards, he muttered. They're not cowards, Sakura snapped, putting the tray down with more force than she intended. They're just scared, and honestly, you can blame them after all what happened last night. Sasuke glared at her. I didn't see you do anything to stop the rider either. Before Sakura could respond, Sai walked into the room with his arm bandaged. Then Sasuke said in his usual monotone, How did that brilliant plan of yours work? You know, the one where you attacked and got defeated? Shut up, Sai, growled Sasuke. Narrowing his eyes, Sai smirked. I'll take it as something that's not going well for me. Stop it, said Sakura, stepping between them. We have to go now. Sasuke reluctantly followed them, limping lightly as they walked out of the small, and outside the villagers whispered amongst themselves and cast disdainful glances at the trio. Some were packing their belongings, preparing to leave the village altogether. They are abandoning their homes, muttered Sasuke in a voice full of disdain, all out of fear. Because we failed to protect them, Sakura replied. Because of your reckless plan. Sasuke turned to her. Don't blame me, Sakura. Last night, you did exactly nothing. The two began to argue, and their voices grew louder and louder. Sai sighed and stepped between them. Enough. You're both making fools of yourselves, he said calmly. Let's get back to the leaf. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade sat at her desk reviewing the mission report. Her face darkened as she read the details. Her hands gripped the paper tightly. With a growl of frustration, she tore the report in half and threw it aside. This is unacceptable, she muttered, pacing back and forth across the room. We need a solution real to this problem, and there is only one person who might be able to deal with that monster. He paused, his gaze drifting to a picture of Naruto on his desk. But not yet, not yet. The morning sun rose higher, casting its warm light over the village, but the shadows of the previous night lingered in the hearts of all who had witnessed the rider's terror. The morning sun rose higher in the sky, casting its warm light over the training ground as Naruto and Ino, they finished their breakfast, and she was not standing in the center of the field with a determined expression. A small drop of sweat ran down her head. 100 Naruto leaned casually against a nearby tree, watching her carefully with his arms crossed. Come on, Ino, he said in a firm but encouraging voice. Concentrate, you can do it. Ino gritted her teeth and channeled her chakra into the water balloon in her hands. The surface trembled violently and rippled under the pressure of her control. With a high-pitched scream, she pushed her energy to the limit, and the balloon had exploded in an explosion of water. Yes, she screamed, jumping in excitement. Yes, 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 I did it. I finally did it. Naruto's lips curved into a small smile as he stepped forward, holding another balloon. Good job, he said, nodding his head in sign of, but you're not done yet. Hino blinked, and her celebration faded as she noticed the new challenge in her hand. This time the balloon wasn't filled with water, it was heavier, denser, and looked much more intimidating. This, Naruto said, throwing it, is the next step. Ino caught it, and he staggered slightly under her weight. He looked at him with a mix of disbelief and frustration. Naruto-kun, this is cruel. If you want to get stronger, you have to make an effort, he replied in a firm but kind tone. There are no shortcuts. Naruto took a step back and proved that this was the case by lifting his own dense rubber ball. With a concentrated explosion of chakra, he made it explode into fragments. Do it like this, and he didn't pout. It's easy for you to say, Mr. Prodigy. He shrugged and smiled mischievously. Come on, show me what you've got. Ino. She nodded determinedly and got to work. She frowned as she focused her chakra, and sweat began to build up on her forehead. Naruto watched her closely and noticed the fire in her eyes. She's serious, he thought to himself. His smirk softened and turned into a proud smile. After hours of practice, Naruto decided it was time to do some strength training. He handed Ino a pair of dumbbells, and the two trained side by side. Ino's determination never wavered, and her resolve impressed Naruto. When they finished, the sun was beginning to set. Ino wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Naruto with her cheeks rosy from the effort. She reached out and grabbed his hand without hesitation. Let's go, she said with a bright smile, intertwining her fingers with his. Naruto didn't answer. His expression was neutral, but he didn't move away either. They walked together, their silhouettes framed by the orange tones of the setting sun from afar. Hinata watched them with her heart blooming from sadness. She brought her hands to her chest, and tears welled up in her eyes. The color of the band. Why, she whispered to herself, why now? She had loved Naruto for as long as she could remember, but there he was walking hand in hand with Ino Yamanaka, the girl who had made fun of him in his academy days. The image was too much to bear. Nat turned around with her vision clouded with tears. She seems so happy, even though she doesn't show it. But why couldn't it be me? Sobbing silently, she disappeared into the shadows. Her anguish echoed in the silence of the night. At the Okage office, tension hung in the air as Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura stood in front of Tsunade. The atmosphere was charged with disappointment. Then Tsunade began with her voice filled with frustration. The mission failed. Yes, Tsunade-sama, replied Sai bluntly. Yasuke, suffered a humiliating defeat. Sasuke gave him a glare and clenched his fists. Watch what you say, Sai. Ignoring the bickering, Tsunade rubbed her temples and sighed. This is worse than I thought. The rider is much more dangerous than we expected. And with the Cage Summit only 2 days away, I have no doubt they will make a move against us to show their power. What are we going to do? Tsunade-sama asked. Sakura, her voice tinged with worry. Tsunade's gaze hardened. For now, we will prepare ourselves. Luckily, Naruto has fully recovered, but I hesitate to use him. Sa tilted his head. Why isn't he busy with something? No, Tsunade said, shaking her head. I'm worried he might get lost. Sakura frowned and crossed her arms. You mean Ino? Not that one girl is a walking distraction with her body. She is meant to corrupt. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at Sakura's jealous. Dude, you're such a fool. Sakura, I'm not worried about her getting distracted. I'm worried she's going down the wrong path into darkness. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Are you saying you're afraid she'll turn on us? Tsunade nodded sadly. Exactly. Naruto has been distant lately, isolating himself from everyone. His lineage is rare and powerful, and I wouldn't be surprised if our enemies, they will try to manipulate him. If they succeed, if he feels abandoned or blamed for the world's problems, that could push him over the edge. Sakura's expression softened. Do you think he could feel like the world is against him? Yes, Tsunade replied, and that's exactly what worries me. If Naruto goes over to the other side, it will not only be a loss for us, but it will be the end of everything. A heavy silence fell over the room. Issei interrupted him with a wry smile. Well, that's reassuring. Sasuke clenched his jaw. Yes, that's the case. We better make sure he doesn't feel abandoned. If he does, we'll all pay a price. Tsunade looked at them seriously. You all understand what's at stake. We can't afford to lose him, not to our enemies, nor to his own desperation. Sakura nodded firmly. Now I understand. As the sun set over the horizon, the village fell into an eerie calm. Naruto and Ino returned to the training ground. The air between them was light and filled with a camaraderie. Quietly, but in the shadows, unseen forces began to move. Her eyes set on the blonde shinobi, whose future hung on a knife's edge. The soft light of late morning filtered into the room as Naruto sat on the couch, drinking a glass of freshly made juice. The acidity of the drink was perfectly balanced, with a hint of sweetness, and he found himself savoring the refreshing taste in front of him. Ino leaned on the counter, watching him with a playful smile. She was dressed in a revealing outfit, light-colored, that accentuated her figure. Her neckline dipped just enough to tease without being too scandalous. And well, she asked with a tone full of mischief, do you like my juice, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked at her and put the glass on the table. Yes, it is fruity. And no, he chuckled as he flipped his golden hair over his shoulder. Of course it is fruity. I make it fresh every day. Naruto nodded slightly and leaned back even further with a neutral expression. His mind was distant, his thoughts swirled in a vortex that Ino couldn't escape from. Noticing his distracted behavior, decided to change the subject. She approached, her bare feet treading softly on the wooden floor, and sat down next to him. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, hey Naruto-kun, you know a lot about flowers. I've noticed that you've been growing some in the garden. Naruto blinked, surprised by the sudden question. Flowers? Yes, I've been growing some. Nothing too fancy. Ino's curiosity deepened. Seriously, what kind? Naruto paused and scratched the back of his neck. Mostly chrysanthemums, the band, and some sunflowers, also some cherry trees. My mouth dropped open, and his blue eyes opened wide in disbelief. Wait, are you serious? Do you really know about flowers? Naruto frowned slightly, and a hint of irritation crept into his voice. What do you think, I'm some kind of idiot that doesn't know anything? Ino quickly waved his hands and laughed nervously. No, it's just that most guys aren't interested in flowers. Isn't it exactly? Call Naruto, he sighed and crossed his arms. I've been interested in them since I was a child. Back then, when everyone in the village hated me, I would escape. This old garden I found was my escape. There was one flower that always stood out, a beautiful golden lily. I would sit and stare at it for hours every time I felt angry or sad. And he didn't listen attentively. His expression softened as Naruto continued. One day, the third time he caught me there, instead of scolding me, he brought me a book about flowers and told me to read it. I still have that book. Ino's heart filled with admiration. That's amazing, Naruto-kun. I never would have imagined you had such a deep connection with flowers. I guess I'm lucky to have a husband who shares my interests. Naruto turned to her and raised an eyebrow. I'm not your husband. Ino smiled and moved closer. Not yet. But you will. Naruto sighed and shook his head, but before he could answer, his gaze drifted to the window. His expression darkened, and his jaw tensed slightly. Why you have such a long face, Naruto-kun? Asked Ino, tilting her head. You are tense, I can feel it. Naruto hesitated before muttering, it's the Cage Summit. Ino's playful demeanor disappeared and was replaced by worry. Why, what's up with that? Naruto clenched his fists and spoke in a low, tense voice. I'm afraid of what they will say, afraid that they will blame me. Ino frowned and walked over to him. Naruto-kun, you have done so much for everyone. You have saved the village, you have saved the world. Why would I blame you? They always blame me, she said Naruto, bitterly, his voice shaking with anger. Even when I was a child, they blamed me for the Nine Tails attack, as if it was my fault. And now, even as a hero, I know they will find something. They always do. People don't see the good. You can save them 100 times, but they will only remember the mistake you make there. No, his heart sank at hearing those words. Without thinking, he leaned forward and wrapped his arms around him, hugging him tightly. Naruto stiffened when Hino's soft, warm body pressed against him. His broad Naruto's chest nearly suffocated him. His cheeks turned red, but he didn't move away. Let them blame the whole world. His Ino, with his voice full of emotion, I will always be by your side, Naruto-kun. I will never turn my back on you. Naruto swallowed hard. His voice was barely audible. You used to ignore me too, like everyone else. Ino grimaced at the truth of his words. You're right, I did. Back then, my parents told me to stay away from you. Everyone told their children to avoid you, but despite everything, you took us all on your shoulders. If it had been anyone else, they would have hated the village. They would have turned against them. Back then, I was an idiot, Naruto said with a self-deprecating tone. I wanted people to notice me, to recognize me. Ino stepped back a little and placed his hands on either side of his face. You're not an idiot, Naruto-kun. You're amazing. I was just a kid who wanted to be loved, and honestly, if you had turned against the village, you would have had every right to do so. Naruto's eyes darkened as he muttered almost to himself, who knows what the future holds? The enigmatic statement sent a chill down Ino's spine. She forced a nervous laugh, trying to lighten the mood. No, Naruto-kun, we do know the future. You would never do something like that. Naruto stood up suddenly, causing Ino to stagger a little as she clung to him this time. He put his arms around her, hugging her tightly. Ino buried her face in his chest, inhaling the soft, earthy scent of his shampoo. What are you using? She muttered in a mocking tone in the voice. You smell too much. Well, it's not fair that a man smells so good. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's just soap. Ino laughed softly. You're too perfect, Naruto-kun. You're like some kind of experiment, a beautiful woman in a man's body. Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. What happened to you? Ino laughed even harder, clinging to him as the heavy atmosphere slowly began to dissipate. The outside world was still rife with uncertainty and danger, but for now, right now, Naruto allowed himself to feel a small measure of peace. The chamber was dimly lit. Flickering torches cast long shadows upon the stone walls. In the center of the room sat Malric, the enigmatic leader of the mysterious organization whose name was spoken by those who dared to speak it. His throne was a masterpiece of dark art. Ornate carvings of twisted snakes and clawed beasts adorned the ebony structure. He leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on the portrait of a young boy nailed to the wall. Naruto Uzumaki. The silence in the room was broken when Malric's lips curved into a sinister smile. He soon muttered in a low voice full of malice, soon we will achieve our goal. He reached out, and his hand crackled with flames to claim the legendary sword. We must unlock its seal, and only one person can do it. His eyes burned intensely as he looked at the image of Naruto. Only he. With a flick of the wrist, the fire engulfed the retract, consuming it in seconds. The flames danced wildly. His reflection, it shone in Malric's cold, calculating eyes. Yes, it's time for you to reveal your true self. Naruto, it's time to remember who you are. It's time for the world to bow down to us. Somewhere else under the cover of night, Naruto slept restlessly in his small apartment. The room was silent save for the occasional rustle of curtains as the wind blew through the open window. However, his mind was not at peace. In his dreams, the faces of his past and present blurred together. The villagers mocked, and their voices were a cacophony of reproaches and anger. It's your fault. A voice whispered, you brought us the nine-tailed dragon, accused another. One by one the voices grew louder, and their words more hurtful. Friends, comrades, and even strangers turned their backs. He held out his hand to them, but they vanished into the darkness. The last face he saw was the Dano standing before him with eyes full of anger and disgust. I thought I loved you, he said in a cold and distant voice, but you are nothing but a monster. Naruto's heart sank, shattered as the words echoed through his mind. No, and no. He jerked awake, breathing ragged and body drenched in sweat. The room was dark save for the faint glow of the moon filtering through the window. He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. When he looked down, he noticed Ino lying next to him, her body curled up against his, her blonde hair falling over his chest and her arm covering her. Possessively, his face turned bright red as he realized that her soft, warm body was pressing against him, in particular the weight of her broad chest that was currently suffocating him. Naruto stood paralyzed, not knowing what to do. Carefully, he looked away to her face. She seemed peaceful, with her lips slightly parted as she breathed softly in her sleep. Is it possible? Naruto thought, with his mind racing. He looked away, confused. The warmth of her presence was comforting, but the words from his dream remained like a dark cloud about his thoughts. Could she really love me? Or is it just a lie like everything else? Naruto clenched his fists as he looked out the window, his expression hardened. The outside world felt heavy with the weight of uncertainty, and his mind was a battlefield of doubt and fear. For now, he lay still, letting Hino's warmth anchor him, even as his thoughts drifted into the unknown. The day before the cage summit dawned with a silent tension weighing down the village. Each person had their own thoughts, fears, and goals as they prepared for the crucial meeting that could shape the future of the shinobi world. Sakura's resolve. Sakura Runo sat on her bed. The sunlight filtered through the blinds at her window. The warmth of the morning sun failed to dissipate the weight on her heart. She stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with memories of laughter, camaraderie, and shared struggles. Memories of a team that had once been her world. Today is the day, she muttered to herself with determination shining in her emerald eyes. I will try to make things right with Naruto. No more excuses. I let this go on for too long. She clenched her fists, and her resolve strengthened. I have to make him my friend again, no matter what. After quickly getting dressed, Sakura walked out into the village, her heart pounding with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Naruto and Ino training across the village on a quiet training ground surrounded of towering trees. Naruto Uzumaki was already lying on the ground, fast asleep. His orange jacket was crumpled beneath him like a makeshift pillow, and his breathing was slow and steady. Standing nearby, Hino Yamanaka eyed him with her hands on her hips. She had been awake since before dawn, eager to continue her training under Naruto's guidance. Unfortunately, her sensei seemed more interested in taking a nap than teaching Naruto. Kuin yelled with frustration reflected in his voice. Naruto stirred, but didn't open his eyes. Ino growled and clenched her fists. She turned to the glowing orb of chakra floating in front of her, the product of hours of practice. She concentrated, channeling her energy into it, wishing for the orb to explode. She blinked, but it remained intact. This is impossible, she growled, throwing her hands up in exasperation. She looked over her shoulder and saw Naruto was still fast asleep. Are you kidding me? She ran towards him, furiously grabbed his ear, and pulled hard. Naruto couldn't awake. Naruto stood up, grabbing his ear. I know why. Was that you were supposed to help me? He snapped. I was supervising, replied Naruto, rubbing his ear. Supervising while sleeping? Naruto shrugged and gave him a sheepish smile. Hey, I'm saving energy. I rolled my eyes but couldn't help a small smile that spread across his lips. This time, look at me, okay? Fine, Naruto said, stifling a yawn. Let's see what you got. Shikamaru reflection. Near the edge of the village, Shikamaru Nara was sitting on a rocky promontory overlooking the ocean. The waves crashed against the shore in a steady rhythm. Their sound was soothing yet ominous. I sighed, looking out at the horizon, the summit of the cage. It's tomorrow. What a bummer. He leaned back and rested his hands behind his head. I just hope everything turns out well with Tsunade-sama bringing Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, and of course Naruto. It's sure to be interesting. A mocking smile tugged at his lips as he muttered, Naruto, the golden boy. By the way she talks about him, you'd think he was a genius. Shikamaru laughed softly, but became serious and right away. But I'm worried there's a lot at stake. And if something goes wrong, well, let's just say I have a bad feeling about this. The wind picked up and ruffled his hair as he stared at the sea, lost in his thoughts. Discussion between Tsunade and Kakashi and Okage. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk with her fingers joined together as she looked at Kakashi Atake, who stood in front of her with his usual calm demeanor. They are our best shinobi, he said. Tsunade with a firm tone. They are strong, capable, and skilled. If anyone can handle what is coming, it's them. Kakashi nodded. I agree, especially Naruto has come a long way. There is no way of knowing how many techniques and secrets he has been keeping, like that chain technique he used in his last battle. He almost defeated Malric with it. Tsunade frowned, and her mind drifted to that fateful encounter. She would have done it if she hadn't sacrificed herself to save Ino. Mar threatened her, and Naruto didn't hesitate. Kakashi crossed his arms. That is what makes him so strong, but it is also what makes him vulnerable. He will always put others before himself. Tsunade smiled lightly. It seems that Naruto has finally found something, or someone worth fighting for. I am happy for him. He has grown up a lot. He is no longer the dumb boy who chases after Sakura like a lost puppy. He is now a man, a hero, and the girls can't seem to get enough of him. Kakashi chuckled. Hino doesn't let anyone else get close to him. He is relentless. When he sets his mind to something he doesn't know stops until she gets it. She's always been like that. Tsunade nodded, and now she's determined to be Naruto's pose no matter what the cost. But now, we don't have time for love stories. The Cage Summit is our priority. Tsunade stood up and walked over to the window to look at the town at her feet. The location of the summit is perfect. Isolated, safe, and surrounded by natural defenses. The location of the summit. The Cage Summit would take place in a large hall located deep in a mountain range. The hall was carved directly into the rock with towering pillars supporting its domed ceiling. Natural light filtered through strategically placed openings, casting dramatic shadows across the stone floor. The path to the top was treacherous with narrow mountain paths and sheer cliffs on either side. Only the most skilled shinobi were allowed to navigate the terrain, ensuring the safety of the place. Ino's determination. Back to the training camp. Ino sneezed. Someone must be talking about me, she muttered as she wiped her nose. The golden hues of the setting sun painted the sky as Naruto and Ino concluded their rigorous training session. Ino stood proudly, catching her breath. Her progress was evident in the way she handled her chakra orb. Naruto, still a little dazed from being dragged out of bed at dawn, gave her a feeling of approval. "You've come a long way," she said with a small smile on her lips. Hino smiled. Beaming at the compliment, she brushed a few strands of hair out of her face. "Of course, I did have the best teacher." Naruto scratched the back of his neck, feeling a little embarrassed. Yeah. "So what's next now? We clean up and enjoy the evening," he declared. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You enjoyed the evening?" Ino smiled. She grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the village. "Come on, Naruto-kun, can't you train me and then disappear? Let's take a walk around the village. Plus you owe me one for making me yell at you all morning." Naruto sighed, but didn't protest. He was still wearing his old orange jacket that he had hastily put on when Ino had pulled him out of bed, and his hair was a mess from lying in the grass during their training. As they walked back to the house, the villagers greeted them, and Naruto couldn't help but notice the envious glances some of the men were giving him. A change of clothes on the way back to the house. Naruto stretched and yawned. Ino pointed towards the bathroom. "Go freshen up. I'm not going to walk around the village with you looking like that," she joked. Naruto looked at his wrinkled clothes. "What's wrong with all this?" Ino said, pushing him towards the door. "Now go." Naruto rolled his eyes but obeyed and walked into the bathroom. As the hot water fell on him, he felt the tiredness of the day dissipate. He ran his fingers through his hair, cleaning the dirt and sweat from training. When he emerged with his hair damp and disheveled, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. "You should wear something that impresses her." Naruto, it's clear he's trying to turn this into a date. "Is not a date," Naruto protested internally. "Sure, keep telling yourself that." Kurama laughed. "Now, pick something nice. Don't make me do it for you." Naruto sighed and rummaged through his closet, settling on a fitted black blazer with subtle gold detailing on the collar paired with an elegant white shirt and dark pants. The outfit was both classy and understated at the same time and accentuated his slim, athletic build. As he adjusted the cuffs, Ino's voice was heard from the other room. "Naruto-kun, are you ready?" Yes, I'm coming." When Naruto came out, Ino was already waiting for him in the living room. She was wearing a stunning white dress that fit her figure perfectly. Its delicate fabric shone with the soft light. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, and her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement. For a moment, Naruto was speechless while he murmured before he could stop himself. Ino blushed, and her cheeks turned a deep pink. "You're not so bad either," Naruto-kun said, approaching him. He reached out his hand and adjusted his collar from the shirt. "You look amazing." Naruto felt his face heat up, but before he could respond, Kurama stepped in again. "Congratulate her, you idiot. Tell her she's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen." Naruto gulped hard and followed the advice. "You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Ino's eyes opened wide and her face turned an even deeper red. Little hearts practically floated in her eyes as she looked at him. "Naruto-kun," whispered before wrapping her arms around him, and Naruto stiffened, not knowing how to react. But when Ino leaned down and kissed his cheek, he felt his heart race. "Come on," she said, taking him by the hand and leading him outside for a walk through the town. The streets of the town were lively as night began to fall. The lanterns cast a warm glow over the bustling market stalls. Naruto and Ino strolled side by side. She held Ino's arm. It was obvious she was having fun, and her laughter was contagious as they passed a dango seller and didn't stop him. "Let's go buy some." Naruto chuckled. "You just want to eat sweets?" "No, of course, life is too short to not enjoy it." They shared a skewer of dango. Their fingers brushed as they passed it back and forth. Naruto couldn't help but notice how happy Hino looked. His smile lit up his entire face. Sakura's frustration. Meanwhile, Sakura wandered around the town. Her shift at the hospital had finally ended. She had spent the last hour searching for Naruto, but had found nothing. Where the hell is he? She muttered, growing more annoyed with each passing minute. The village was large, but Naruto wasn't exactly the type to blend in with everyone else. When night fell, Sakura finally saw him, and her heart sank. Naruto was sitting on a bench in the village square with Ino by his side. Her head rested on his shoulder, and she looked completely content. Sakura clenched her fists, and a wave of jealousy washed over her. Why does he bother me so much? She thought bitterly. She had never thought of him that way before, but seeing him with her frustration increased when she saw Ino lean down and kiss Naruto on the lips. The way she blushed and the small smile that followed made Sakura squirm. Magician. That pig, Sakura muttered under her breath. She thinks Jesus her curves and her charm will keep him. But I have that too. She looked down at herself. Her petite figure had its own appeal, with modest curves and a figure toned from years of training. But Ino's beauty was undeniable. Her long, shapely legs, her perfect skin, and her chest generous. They drew attention wherever he went. Sakura's jealousy flared, and she decided to intervene. The warm evening air carried the faint sound of laughter and chatter from the nearby market as Naruto and Ino strolled together. Ino's hand held his firmly and lovingly. They had wandered through the town for hours, and Naruto was beginning to feel the lightness of being with her, the absence of expectations, the simple joy of her company. They stopped near an ice cream stand. The cool breeze from a nearby stream mixed with the sweet aroma of freshly made cones. Wait here, Naruto-kun, said Ino, letting go of his hand and taking a step towards the vendor. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ice cream? That's not for kids. Ino turned and gave him a playful smile. Yes, Naruto-kun, but tonight we're kids again. Now wait here, okay? Before he could answer, she leaned down and kissed him deeply, cupping her hands over his face. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise before relaxing at the moment. The warmth of her lips, it caused a jolt as she pulled away. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her smile had a mischievous glint to it. Don't move, handsome. I'll be right back. Naruto stood frozen for a moment, watching her walk away, her white dress billowing gently with her steps as the crowd swallowed her figure. Naruto's smile faltered. His mind drifted to the dream that had plagued him, the one where she had called him a monster. Could it be true? He muttered to himself. I'm kidding myself. He put his hands in his pockets and began to walk. His steps took him away from the bench. His thoughts swirled in a chaotic storm as he tried to make sense of his feelings. Sakura's chance. From a distance, Sakura watched as Naruto walked away. Her heart raced. This was her chance. For weeks she had wanted to get close to him to repair what had been broken between them. She took a deep breath. She gathered her courage and took a step forward. Naruto screamed. She stopped but didn't turn around immediately. Slowly, she looked over. The Naruto looked at her shoulder with a cold and unreadable expression. When he saw it was her, his face darkened and he turned around. Continuing to walk, Sakura quickened her pace and stood in front of him. Naruto, please, it's been so long. Can we talk? Naruto stopped and lowered his gaze to the ground before finally meeting hers. His sharp blue eyes, more penetrating than she remembered, they made her feel small and vulnerable. Talk about what? He asked with a tone lacking warmth. Sakura shifted nervously under his gaze. Her cheeks, they blushed. I just wanted to see you. You've changed a lot. Naruto didn't say anything. His silence was sharper than any word. You look different, continued Sakura with a broken voice. She wasn't used to that side of him. His charm that was once childish had matured into something much more striking, and his distant attitude only contributed to his attractiveness. She tried to smile, although her nerves betrayed her. Maybe we could go somewhere, just the two of us. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. No thanks. The blunt rejection hurt her, and Sakura's smile faltered. Why not? Naruto's gaze hardened. That's none of your business. His frustration boiled over, and he blurted out, it's because of that pig. It's not her the reason you're avoiding me. Naruto's jaw tightened, but he didn't answer. Sakura moved closer. Desperation took over her voice. Listen to me, Naruto. I know Ino likes you, and maybe even loves you, but she's not the right girl for you. She only cares about her looks. You need someone strong, someone who understands you. Naruto's lips, Naruto, curved into a humorless smile. You're wrong, Sakura repeated, raising her voice. I don't need you to tell me who's the right one for me, Naruto said in a voice sharp as a blade. It's not you who decides. That Sakura's pride was affected, but she continued on. Naruto, I'm telling you this because I care about you. I may not love you now, but I'll never understand you like I do. It's shallow. Stop. Naruto interrupted her in a tone sharp enough to make her shudder. Sakura's eyes opened in a state in shock. What? I don't want to hear, he said coldly, and I don't want to hear anything about you again. Sakura's frustration exploded. What the hell is wrong with you? You used to follow me around like a lost puppy, begging for my attention. Now that I'm giving you a chance, you're rejecting me. Naruto's expression didn't falter, but his eyes burned with silent fury. She continued with a broken voice, you didn't even give Nada a chance after everything she did for you. and now you're wasting your time. With Ino, it's me who's enough. Naruto's voice thundered, silencing waves. Sakura froze, her words got caught in her throat. Naruto's gaze locked on hers, his voice was low, but full of venom. You think you can come back into my life and tell me who I should be with? You think you know me? You know nothing. Sakura's eyes sparkled with tears, but Naruto insisted. You say I was a puppy chasing you. Maybe I was, but that was the me before I've grown up, and I see you for what you really are, a selfish and disgusting person who only cares about himself. The words, they hit her like a physical blow, and she staggered back with tears streaming down her face. You know what I hate most about you, Sakura, Naruto said in a calm but cold voice. You used me. You used my feelings to bring Sasuke back, and then you threw me aside like I was trash. And now you have the nerve to stand here and judge me. Sakura's sobs grew louder. Her hands shook as she clutched her chest. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean it like that. Naruto shook his head with a bitter smile on his eyes. Lips save your apologies. I don't care about you anymore. And for the record, I don't love you. I never loved you. The firmness of his words completely destroyed her. She fell flat on her face, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Naruto. I love you. Naruto turned his back, and his voice transmitted one last message as he walked away. And I hate you. Sakura remained on the ground. Her sobs echoed in the empty street. She clutched her chest, the weight of her actions, and his words crushed her. What have I done? He whispered, his barely audible voice. Sakura froze in the middle of the deserted street. Her sobs echoed in the silent night. The weight of Naruto's last words, and I hate you, repeated over and over in her mind like a haunting refrain. She clutched her chest as if trying to keep her heart from breaking even more. With tears, Sakura remembered every interaction they had had, every time he had ignored her feelings, every time she had leaned on him while she longed for someone else. The realization cut her deeper than any sword. She had taken it for granted. What done? She whispered. Her knees buckled and she fell back to the ground, her hands shaking as she covered her face. Her thoughts went back to that fateful day years ago when she stood at the gates of the village with tears running down her face as she begged Naruto to bring Sasuke back. Please, Naruto, bring him home. This is my only wish. And he had it. Naruto had faced impossible odds. He had endured the unthinkable and had fulfilled her selfish request. And how had she repaid him? Treating him like a tool, overlooking his worth, and not even considering his feelings. Sakura sobbed. The guilt suffocated her. He was right, muttered Naruto. You were right. The pain she felt now, the crushing regret, was worse than when Sasuke had left the village, because this time it wasn't someone who abandoned her, it was someone she had pushed away. Sakura stood up shakily and wiped away her tears. Although they continued to fall, her thoughts turned to Ino, and a pang of jealousy, it hit his heart. That pig, he whispered through clenched teeth, but the venom in his words was soon replaced by another wave of sadness. No, she whispered, shaking her head, it's not about her, it's about me. I did this. And with that she turned and walked away with her heart heavier than ever. The storm of Naruto. Elsewhere, Naruto walked aimlessly with his fists clenched, and his breathing ragged. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, low and calm. Calm down, Naruto, you are letting her get to you. Why shouldn't I be angry? Naruto growled loudly, earning a few curious glances from passers-by before they quickly looked away. She ducked into a quieter alley to continue her internal conversation. She had no right to say such things. Kurama, after all the times he used me, he ignored me, he still thinks he can come back into my life and decide who I should be with. Kurama sighed. You're not wrong, but letting your anger control you won't help you. You're not that kind of person. Naruto. He leaned against a wall with his head down. I don't even know what kind of person I am anymore. I've spent my whole life being used, he muttered, around the village by my supposed friends, even by her, and now he has the nerve to act like this. His fist slammed into the wall, leaving a small crack in the stone. His breathing slowed as he tried to regain control. The calming presence of Kurama helped calm the storm that was raging around him and reminded him of what awaited him. The cage summit is tomorrow, he said in loudly, trying to calm down. I need to focus on that. Everything changes after tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed off the wall and walked over to where he had left Ino. Ino's fierce loyalty. Ino was standing near the bench, holding 2 ice cream cones in her hands. She looked around with an impatient expression. Naruto-kun, where have you gone? She muttered when she finally saw him approaching. Her anger turned to worry. Her shoulders were tense, and her usual cheerful expression was replaced by a melancholic smirk. Where did I tell you not to move? Naruto-kun scolded him, offering him one of the cones. You're not a very obedient boyfriend, are you? Naruto sketched a small smile and took the ice cream. I'm sorry. And no, she frowned and looked at him attentively. What happened? Are you upset? It's nothing, said Naruto with a dismissive tone, and did not raise an eyebrow. Don't give me that. You know, I won't let it go until you tell me. Naruto sighed, knowing that she wouldn't back down. It's okay. Sakura found me, and she decided to lecture me on who I should and shouldn't be with. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she say? That I should be with Hinata instead of you. Naruto continued in a bitter tone. She even called you shallow and her mouth didn't drop. That's that girl on your forehead. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. I already told her to go away. Don't worry about it. But Ino was already furious. Her cheeks turned red with anger, and she grabbed the ice cream so hard that it broke. That idiot, who does she think she is to tell you who to date and call me shallow? I will show her that I am shallow. I calm down, said Naruto. Although he couldn't help but smile at her fierce reaction, no, Naruto-kun snapped, stomping his foot. This is not right, you are mine, and if that ska head thinks he can just appear suddenly and take you away from me, he is wrong. He saw a sturdy branch on the ground. He picked it up and threw it against a nearby tree with such force that it embedded itself in the trunk. Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. I remind me that don't make you mad, he said, half joking. She snorted and crossed her arms. Let her try something, I'll protect you, Naruto-kun. No matter what happens. Suira softened as she looked at him and moved closer, placing her hands on his shoulders. But seriously, don't let his words get to you. You don't belong to anyone but yourself. And as for me, she leaned down and brushed her lips against his in a soft kiss. I'm not going anywhere. Naruto smiled, and his expression returned to showing genuine warmth. Thanks. And no, anyway, I don't care about anyone else, not even me, she joked, pouting playfully. Naruto chuckled. You're the only one I care about. And no, her pout turned into a radiant smile and took her hand. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go home. You need to rest before the summit tomorrow. As they walked hand in hand to her apartment, Naruto felt a strange sense of calm despite everything. He knew that with Ino by his side, he could face any challenge that came his way. The night was filled with an eerie stillness as the tension spread across the world. Shadows moved silently, carrying the weight of secret plans and unspoken fears. The calm before the storm was deceptive, masking the tumult that awaited dawn. Tsunade's worry in Lokage's office. Tsunade paced back and forth. Her footsteps echoed in the empty room. The dim light of a single lantern cast long shadows on the walls, reflecting the heaviness of her heart. Tomorrow, she murmured, looking out the window at the quiet town that it stretched out further down. Tomorrow could change the course of history forever. He paused with his hand resting on the edge of the desk and his knuckles white from the pressure. I hope no one blames Naruto for whatever might happen. His voice trembled. The vulnerability in his tone was a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Kakashi, who was standing silently near the door, nodded, his one visible eye reflected an uncommon sadness. Naruto has suffered more than anyone, he said quietly. He has carried the weight of this village, of this world on his shoulders since he was a child. If things go wrong tomorrow, he fell silent, not wanting to express that thought. Tsunade turned to look at him with a grim expression. We can't predict how the others will react, CJ. Some still see him as a danger, something to be controlled or eliminated if necessary. Kakashi's voice became firm. He is not a threat, he is a hero. But if he is forced to act, Tsunade closed her eyes. The weight of her position was pressing down on her. If he is forced to act, we will lose him, not only as a shinobi, but as the person we trusted, and I don't know what kind of man Naruto will become if that happens. Sasuke's resolve in the distance, in the dimly lit ruins of the Ukiya complex. Sasuke sat silently on the cold stone floor. His sword lay across his lap, its polished blade gleaming dimly in the moonlight. Tomorrow, he muttered in a cold, resolute voice. His dark eyes reflected the hatred and determination that burned within him. This time will be different, he said, squeezing with more force the hilt of his sword. I will regain my honor, whatever the cost. Reflection of Gaara in the country of the wind. Gaara stood by the window of his office, contemplating the endless expanse of the desert. Under the starry sky, the cool night breeze ruffled his crimson hair, but his mind was far from the tranquility of the scene before him. Tomorrow marks a turning point, he said out loud in a calm but firm voice. Temari, sitting nearby, raised her eyes from her papers. You're worried about Naruto? No, Gaara nodded. He's done so much for this world, for all of us. However, there are those who refuse to see him as he really is. If things go wrong tomorrow, he feared and frowned. Naruto is strong, he'll handle it. I hope so, Gaara said with a blank look, but strength alone might not be enough. The world has a way of turning against those who try to change it, and if you push it too hard. He fell silent with heavy thoughts. I just hope they see him as the hero that he is, not as a threat that must be eliminated. Malric's ambition in a hidden lair shrouded in darkness. A man with a malicious smile sat at a stone table and rhythmically drummed his fingers. Malric, a shadowy figure whose name struck fear into the hearts of those who knew him, leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Tomorrow, he said in a low, malevolent voice, tomorrow the world will tremble before us. We will be the future destroyers. We will destroy the concrete world. Once Naruto is left blamed for the chaos that is coming, he will have nowhere to go. Malric continued in a tone full of confidence. He will see the truth, that this world has never trusted him, and when that trust is shattered, when those he loves betray him, we will be there to welcome him back. A cruel smile spread across his face. It may take time, but once he is ours, nothing will stand in our way. The headless horseman in a quiet country house, far from the chaos that was unleashed in the outside world. The family of 5 slept peacefully. The soft hum of crickets filled the air, mingling with the occasional rustling of leaves. But in the darkness outside, a shadow moved. The figure was tall and imposing. He was dressed in black armor that seemed to melt into the night. In his hands was a huge sword, the blade shining ominously in the dim moonlight. The eldest son stirred, his senses heightened at the disturbance. He sat up in bed and shouted, "Who is he?" He shook his head and laughed nervously. "It's just my imagination," he muttered as he laid back down, but the moment he closed his eyes, the shadow entered the room. The boy's laughter died in his throat. As he spun around, eyes wide in terror, before he could scream, the sword swung in a wide arc and sliced his head cleanly off. The figure moving with calculated precision, leaving no sound but the soft thud of bodies falling to the ground one by one, slaughtering the entire family. Their muffled screams, before they could even the carnage, began to end. The headless horseman gathered up the severed heads and placed them in a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. He approached a huge, ancient tree in the middle of the forest. The tree's bark was twisted, and its gnarled roots looked like clawed hands reaching toward the sky. The horseman knelt down and placed the heads at the base of the tree. A faint glow emanated from the ground, and the heads were absorbed into the tree trunk. The horseman stood up, fulfilling his task, and disappeared into the night. Tomorrow would bring chaos, betrayal, and the revelation of secrets that could shatter the fragile peace the world had fought so hard to achieve. But for now, the night held its breath, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The morning sun bathed the hidden leaf village in a golden hue, but the air transmitted a palpable tension. Today was not just any other day for Naruto Uzumaki. This marked the beginning of a crucial moment, not only for him, but for the entire shinobi world. Farewell at the village gate. Naruto adjusted the collar of his jacket. As he approached the village gates, his expression was stoic, but his mind was filled with thought about the events to come. The Cage Summit was a rare event filled with tension and unpredictability for Naruto. It was both an honor and a burden. As he approached the gate, a familiar voice called out to him. Naruto-kun turned and saw Hino running towards him, her blonde hair shining in the sunlight. She had a radiant smile, but her eyes dilated, a mix of pride and worry. Before Naruto could say a word, she put her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Ino began. Her cheeks reddened as she noticed several pairs of eyes watching how the scene developed. Ino moved away a little and moved her hands to smooth her hair. "Rebel, you have to look your best," Naruto-kun said with a mocking but affectionate tone. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, increasingly embarrassed. "You don't have to worry so much, it's just a Ino meeting." She took his face in her hands and leaned down to give him a soft kiss on the lips. Naruto froze and looked nervously at the others waiting nearby. "Take care of yourself," she said firmly, lowering her voice to a whisper, "and don't you even think about looking at other women." Naruto sighed and his face turned even redder. "I'm not looking at anyone, okay? It's just a day." Behind them, Tsunade crossed her arms and stomped her foot impatiently. "And you're not done, we're on." He looked at him with a mix of disbelief and frustration. "Naruto-kun, this is cruel. If you want to get stronger, you have to make an effort," he replied in a firm but kind tone. "There are no shortcuts." Naruto took a step back and proved that this was the case by lifting his own dense rubber ball. With a concentrated explosion of chakra, he made it explode into fragments. "Do it like this," and he didn't pout. "It's easy for you to say, Mr. Prodigy." He shrugged and smiled mischievously. "Come on, show me what you've got." "Ino." She nodded determinedly and got to work. She frowned as she focused her chakra, and sweat began to build up on her forehead. Naruto watched her closely and noticed the fire in her eyes. "She's serious," he thought to himself. His smirk softened and turned into a proud smile. After hours of practice, Naruto decided it was time to do some strength training. He handed Ino a pair of dumbbells, and the two trained side by side. Ino's determination never wavered, and her resolve impressed Naruto. When they finished, the sun was beginning to set. Ino wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Naruto with her cheeks rosy from the effort. She reached out and grabbed his hand without hesitation. "Let's go," she said with a bright smile, intertwining her fingers with his. Naruto didn't answer. His expression was neutral, but he didn't move. Away, either they walked together, their silhouettes framed by the orange tones of the setting sun from afar. Hinata watched them with her heart blooming from sadness. She brought her hands to her chest, and tears welled up in her eyes, the color of the band. Why, she whispered to herself, why now? She had loved Naruto for as long as she could remember, but there he was walking hand in hand with Ino Yamanaka, the girl who had made fun of him in his academy days. The image was too much to bear. Nat turned around with her vision clouded with tears. She seems so happy, even though she doesn't show it. But why couldn't it be me? Sobbing silently, she disappeared into the shadows. Her anguish echoed in the silence of the night at the Okage office. Tension hung in the air as Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura stood in front of Tsunade. The atmosphere was charged with disappointment. Then Tsunade began with her voice filled with frustration. The mission failed. Yes, Tsunade-sama, replied Sai bluntly. Yasuke suffered a humiliating defeat. Sasuke gave him a glare and clenched his fists. Watch what you say, Sai. Ignoring the bickering, Tsunade rubbed her temples and sighed. This is worse than I thought. The rider is much more dangerous than we expected. And with the Cage Summit only 2 days away, I have no doubt they will make a move against us to show their power. What are we going to do? Tsunade-sama asked Sakura, her voice tinged with worry. Tsunade's gaze hardened. For now, we will prepare ourselves. Luckily, Naruto has fully recovered, but I hesitate to use him. Sa tilted his head. Why isn't he busy with something? No, Tsunade said, shaking her head. I'm worried he might get lost. Sakura frowned and crossed her arms. You mean Ino? Not that one girl is a walking distraction with her body. She is meant to corrupt. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at Sakura's jealous. Dude, you're such a fool. Sakura, I'm not worried about her getting distracted. I'm worried she's going down the wrong path into darkness. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Are you saying you're afraid she'll turn on us? Tsunade nodded sadly. Exactly. Naruto has been distant lately, isolating himself from everyone. His lineage is rare and powerful, and I wouldn't be surprised if our enemies, they will try to manipulate him. If they succeed, if he feels abandoned or blamed for the world's problems, that could push him over the edge. Sakura's expression softened. Do you think he could feel like the world is against him? Yes, Tsunade replied. And that's exactly what worries me. If Naruto goes over to the other side, it will not only be a loss for us, but it will be the end of everything. A heavy silence fell over the room. Issei interrupted him with a wry smile. Well, that's reassuring. Sasuke clenched his jaw. Yes, that's the case. We better make sure he doesn't feel abandoned. If he does, we'll all pay a price. Tsunade looked at them seriously. You all understand what's at stake. We can't afford to lose him, not to our enemies, nor to his own desperation. Sakura nodded firmly. Now I understand. As the sun set over the horizon, the village fell into an eerie calm. Naruto and Ino returned to the training ground. The air between them was light and filled with a camaraderie. Quietly, but in the shadows, unseen forces began to move. Her eyes set on the blonde shinobi, whose future hung on a knife's edge. The soft light of late morning filtered into the room as Naruto sat on the couch, drinking a glass of freshly made juice. The acidity of the drink was perfectly balanced, with a hint of sweetness, and he found himself savoring the refreshing taste in front of him. Ino leaned on the counter, watching him with a playful smile. She was dressed in a revealing outfit, light-colored, that accentuated her figure. Her neckline dipped just enough to tease without being too scandalous. And well, she asked with a tone full of mischief, do you like my juice, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked at her and put the glass on the table. Yes, it is fruity. And no, he chuckled as he flipped his golden hair over his shoulder. Of course it is fruity. I make it fresh every day. Naruto nodded slightly and leaned back even further with a neutral expression. His mind was distant, his thoughts swirled in a vortex that Ino couldn't escape from. Noticing his distracted behavior, decided to change the subject. She approached, her bare feet treading softly on the wooden floor, and sat down next to him. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, hey Naruto-kun, you know a lot about flowers. I've noticed that you've been growing some in the garden. Naruto blinked, surprised by the sudden question. Flowers? Yes, I've been growing some. Nothing too fancy. Ino's curiosity deepened. Seriously, what kind? Naruto paused and scratched the back of his neck. Mostly chrysanthemums, the band, and some sunflowers, also some cherry trees. My mouth dropped open, and his blue eyes opened wide in disbelief. Wait, are you serious? Do you really know about flowers? Naruto frowned slightly, and a hint of irritation crept into his voice. What do you think, I'm some kind of idiot that doesn't know anything? Ino quickly waved his hands and laughed nervously. No, it's just that most guys aren't interested in flowers. Isn't it exactly? Call Naruto. He sighed and crossed his arms. I've been interested in them since I was a child. Back then, when everyone in the village hated me, I would escape. This old garden I found was my escape. There was one flower that always stood out, a beautiful golden lily. I would sit and stare at it for hours, every time I felt angry or sad. And he didn't listen attentively. His expression softened as Naruto continued. One day, the third time he caught me there, instead of scolding me, he brought me a book about flowers. and told me to read it. I still have that book. Ino's heart filled with admiration. That's amazing, Naruto-kun. I never would have imagined you had such a deep connection with flowers. I guess I'm lucky to have a husband who shares my interests. Naruto turned to her and raised an eyebrow. I'm not your husband. Ino smiled and moved closer. Not yet. But you will. Naruto sighed and shook his head, but before he could answer, his gaze drifted to the window. His expression darkened, and his jaw tensed slightly. Why you have such a long face, Naruto-kun? Asked Ino, tilting her head. You are tense, I can feel it. Naruto hesitated before muttering, it's the cage. Summit. Ino's playful demeanor disappeared and was replaced by worry. Why, what's up with that? Naruto clenched his fists and spoke in a low, tense voice. I'm afraid of what they will say, afraid that they will blame me. Ino frowned and walked over to him. Naruto-kun, you have done so much for everyone. You have saved the village, you have saved the world. Why would I blame you? They always blame me, she said, Naruto, bitterly, his voice shaking with anger. Even when I was a child, they blamed me for the Nine Tails attack, as if it was my fault. And now, even as a hero, I know they will find something. They always do. People don't see the good. You can save them 100 times, but they will only remember the mistake you make there. No, his heart sank at hearing those words. Without thinking, he leaned forward and wrapped his arms around him, hugging him tightly. Naruto stiffened when Hino's soft, warm body pressed against him. His broad Naruto's chest nearly suffocated him. His cheeks turned red, but he didn't move away. Let them blame the whole world. His Ino, with his voice full of emotion, I will always be by your side, Naruto-kun. I will never turn my back on you. Naruto swallowed hard. His voice was barely audible. You used to ignore me too, like everyone else. Ino grimaced at the truth of his words. You're right, I did. Back then my parents told me to stay away from you. Everyone told their children to avoid you, but despite everything, you took us all on your shoulders. If it had been anyone else, they would have hated the village. They would have turned against them. Back then I was an idiot, Naruto said with a self-deprecating tone. I wanted people to notice me, to recognize me. Ino stepped back a little and placed his hands on either side of his face. You're not an idiot, Naruto-kun. You're amazing. I was just a kid who wanted to be loved, and honestly, if you had turned against the village, you would have had every right to do so. Naruto's eyes darkened as he muttered almost to himself, who knows what the future holds. The enigmatic statement sent a chill down Ino's spine. She forced a nervous laugh, trying to lighten the mood. No, Naruto-kun, we do know the future. You would never do something like that. Naruto stood up suddenly, causing Ino to stagger a little as she clung to him this time. He put his arms around her, hugging her tightly. Ino buried her face in his chest, inhaling the soft, earthy scent of his shampoo. What are you using? She muttered in a mocking tone in the voice. You smell too much. Well, it's not fair that a man smells so good. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's just soap. Ino laughed softly. You're too perfect, Naruto-kun. You're like some kind of experiment, a beautiful woman in a man's body. Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. What happened to you? Ino laughed even harder, clinging to him as the heavy atmosphere slowly began to dissipate. The outside world was still rife with uncertainty and danger, but for now, right now, Naruto allowed himself to feel a small measure of peace. The chamber was dimly lit. Flickering torches cast long shadows upon the stone walls. In the center of the room sat Malric, the enigmatic leader of the mysterious organization whose name was spoken by those who dared to speak it. His throne was a masterpiece of dark art. Ornate carvings of twisted snakes and clawed beasts adorned the ebony structure. He leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on the portrait of a young boy nailed to the wall. Naruto Uzumaki. The silence in the room was broken when Malric's lips curved into a sinister smile. He soon muttered in a low voice full of malice, soon we will achieve our goal. He reached out, and his hand crackled with flames to claim the legendary sword. We must unlock its seal, and only one person can do it. His eyes burned intensely as he looked at the image of Naruto. Only he. With a flick of the wrist, the fire engulfed the retract, consuming it in seconds. The flames danced wildly. His reflection it shone in Malric's cold, calculating eyes. Yes, it's time for you to reveal your true self. Naruto, it's time to remember who you are. It's time for the world to bow down to us. Somewhere else under the cover of night, Naruto slept restlessly in his small apartment. The room was silent save for the occasional rustle of curtains as the wind blew through the open window. However, his mind was not at peace. In his dreams, the faces of his past and present blurred together. The villagers mocked, and their voices were a cacophony of reproaches and anger. It's your fault. A voice whispered, you brought us the nine-tailed dragon. Accused another. One by one the voices grew louder, and their words more hurtful friends, comrades, and even strangers turned their backs. He held out his hand to them, but they vanished into the darkness. The last face he saw was the Dano standing before him with eyes full of anger and disgust. I thought I loved you, he said in a cold and distant voice, but you are nothing but a monster. Naruto's heart sank shattered as the words echoed through his mind. No, and no. He jerked awake, breathing ragged and body drenched in sweat. The room was dark save for the faint glow of the moon filtering through the window. He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. When he looked down, he noticed Ino lying next to him, her body curled up against his, her blonde hair falling over his chest and her arm covering her. Possessively, his face turned bright red as he realized that her soft, warm body was pressing against him, in particular the weight of her broad chest that was currently suffocating him. Naruto stood paralyzed, not knowing what to do. Carefully, he looked away to her face. She seemed peaceful, with her lips slightly parted as she breathed softly in her sleep. Is it possible? Naruto thought with his mind racing. He looked away, confused. The warmth of her presence was comforting, but the words from his dream remained like a dark cloud about his thoughts. Could she really love me? Or is it just a lie like everything else? Naruto clenched his fists as he looked out the window, his expression hardened. The outside world felt heavy with the weight of uncertainty, and his mind was a battlefield of doubt and fear. For now, he lay still, letting Hino's warmth anchor him, even as his thoughts drifted into the unknown. The day before the cage summit dawned with a silent tension, weighing down the village. Each person had their own thoughts, fears, and goals as they prepared for the crucial meeting that could shape the future of the shinobi world. Sakura's resolve. Sakura Runo sat on her bed. The sunlight filtered through the blinds at her window. The warmth of the morning sun failed to dissipate the weight on her heart. She stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with memories of laughter, camaraderie, and shared struggles. Memories of a team that had once been her world. Today is the day, she muttered to herself with determination shining in her emerald eyes. I will try to make things right with Naruto. No more excuses. I let this go on for too long. She clenched her fists, and her resolve strengthened. I have to make him my friend again, no matter what. After quickly getting dressed, Sakura walked out into the village, her heart pounding with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Naruto and Ino training across the village on a quiet training ground surrounded of towering trees. Naruto Uzumaki was already lying on the ground, fast asleep. His orange jacket was crumpled beneath him like a makeshift pillow, and his breathing was slow and steady. Standing nearby, Hino Yamanaka eyed him with her hands on her hips. She had been awake since before dawn, eager to continue her training under Naruto's guidance. Unfortunately, her sensei seemed more interested in taking a nap than teaching. Naruto Kuin yelled with frustration reflected in his voice. Naruto stirred, but didn't open his eyes. Ino growled and clenched her fists. She turned to the glowing orb of chakra floating in front of her, the product of hours of practice. She concentrated, channeling her energy into it, wishing for the orb to explode. She blinked, but it remained intact. This is impossible, she growled, throwing her hands up in exasperation. She looked over her shoulder and saw Naruto was still fast asleep. Are you kidding me? She ran towards him, furiously grabbed his ear, and pulled hard. Naruto Kun awake. Naruto stood up, grabbing his ear. I know why. Was that you were supposed to help me, he snapped. I was supervising, replied Naruto, rubbing his ears. Supervising while sleeping? Naruto shrugged and gave him a sheepish smile. Hey, I'm saving energy. I rolled my eyes but couldn't help a small smile that spread across his lips. This time, look at me, okay? Fine, fine, Naruto said, stifling a yawn. Let's see what you got. Shikamaru reflection. Near the edge of the village, Shikamaru Nara was sitting on a rocky promontory overlooking the ocean. The waves crashed against the shore in a steady rhythm. Their sound was soothing yet ominous. I sighed, looking out at the horizon. The summit of the cage. It's tomorrow. What a bummer. He leaned back and rested his hands behind his head. I just hope everything turns out well with Tsunade-sama bringing Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, and of course Naruto. It's sure to be interesting. A mocking smile tugged at his lips as he muttered, Naruto, the golden boy. By the way she talks about him, you'd think he was a genius. Shikamaru laughed softly, but became serious and right away. But I'm worried there's a lot at stake. And if something goes wrong, well, let's just say I have a bad feeling about this. The wind picked up and ruffled his hair as he stared at the sea, lost in his thoughts. Discussion between Tsunade and Kakashi and Okage's office. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk with her fingers joined together as she looked at Kakashi Atake, who stood in front of her with his usual calm demeanor. They are our best shinobi, he said. Tsunade with a firm tone. They are strong, capable, and skilled. If anyone can handle what is coming, it's them. Kakashi nodded. I agree, especially Naruto has come a long way. There is no way of knowing how many techniques and secrets he has been keeping, like that chain technique he used in his last battle. He almost defeated Malric with it. Tsunade frowned, and her mind drifted to that fateful encounter. She would have done it if she hadn't sacrificed herself to save Ino. Mar threatened her and Naruto didn't hesitate. Kakashi crossed his arms. That is what makes him so strong. But it is also what makes him vulnerable. He will always put others before himself. Tsunade smiled lightly. It seems that Naruto has finally found something, or someone worth fighting for. I am happy for him. He has grown up a lot. He is no longer the dumb boy who chases after Sakura like a lost puppy. He is now a man, a hero, and the girls can't seem to get enough of him. Kakashi chuckled. Hino doesn't let anyone else get close to him. He is relentless. When he sets his mind to something he doesn't know stops until she gets it. She's always been like that. Tsunade nodded, and now she's determined to be Naruto's pose no matter what the cost. But now, we don't have time for love stories. The Cage Summit is our priority. Tsunade stood up and walked over to the window to look at the town at her feet. The location of the summit is perfect. Isolated, safe, and surrounded by natural defenses. The location of the summit. The Cage Summit would take place in a large hall located deep in a mountain range. The hall was carved directly into the rock with towering pillars supporting its domed ceiling. Natural light filtered through strategically placed openings, casting dramatic shadows across the stone floor. The path to the top was treacherous with narrow mountain paths and sheer cliffs on either side. Only the most skilled shinobi were allowed to navigate the terrain, ensuring the safety of the place. Ino's determination. Back to the training camp. Ino sneezed. Someone must be talking about me, she muttered as she wiped her nose. The golden hues of the setting sun painted the sky as Naruto and Ino concluded their rigorous training session. Ino stood proudly, catching her breath. Her progress was evident in the way she handled her chakra orb. Naruto, still a little dazed from being dragged out of bed at dawn, gave her a feeling of approval. You've come a long way, she said with a small smile on her lips. Ino smiled. Beaming at the compliment, she brushed a few strands of hair out of her face. Of course, I did have the best teacher. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, feeling a little embarrassed. Yeah. So what's next? Now we clean up and enjoy the evening, he declared. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You enjoyed the evening? Ino smiled. She grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the village. Come on, Naruto-kun, can't you train me and then disappear? Let's take a walk around the village. Plus you owe me one for making me yell at you all morning. Naruto sighed, but didn't protest. He was still wearing his old orange jacket that he had hastily put on when Ino had pulled him out of bed, and his hair was a mess from lying in the grass during their training. As they walked back to the house, the villagers greeted them, and Naruto couldn't help but notice the envious glances some of the men were giving him. A change of clothes on the way back to the house. Naruto stretched and yawned. Ino pointed towards the bathroom. Go freshen up. I'm not going to walk around the village with you looking like that, she joked. Naruto looked at his wrinkled clothes. What's wrong with all this? Ino said, pushing him towards the door. Now go. Naruto rolled his eyes but obeyed and walked into the bathroom. As the hot water fell on him, he felt the tiredness of the day dissipate. He ran his fingers through his hair, cleaning the dirt and sweat from training. When he emerged with his hair damp and disheveled, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. You should wear something that impresses her. Naruto, it's clear he's trying to turn this into a date. Is not a date, Naruto protested internally. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Kurama laughed. Now, pick something nice. Don't make me do it for you. Naruto sighed and rummaged through his closet, settling on a fitted black blazer with subtle gold detailing on the collar paired with an elegant white shirt and dark pants. The outfit was both classy and understated at the same time and accentuated his slim, athletic build. As he adjusted the cuffs, Ino's voice was heard from the other room. Naruto-kun, are you ready? Yes, I'm coming. When Naruto came out, Ino was already waiting for him in the living room. She was wearing a stunning white dress that fit her figure perfectly. Its delicate fabric shone with the soft light. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, and her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement. For a moment, Naruto was speechless while he murmured before he could stop himself. Ino blushed, and her cheeks turned a deep pink. You're not so bad either, Naruto-kun said. Approaching him, he reached out his hand and adjusted his collar from the shirt. You look amazing. Naruto felt his face heat up, but before he could respond, Kurama stepped in again. Congratulate her, you idiot. Tell her she's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. Naruto gulped hard and followed the advice. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Ino's eyes opened wide and her face turned an even deeper red. Little hearts practically floated in her eyes as she looked at him. Naruto-kun whispered before wrapping her arms around him, and Naruto stiffened, not knowing how to react. But when Ino leaned down and kissed his cheek, he felt his heart race. Come on, she said, taking him by the hand and leading him outside for a walk through the town. The streets of the town were lively as night began to fall. The lanterns cast a warm glow over the bustling market stalls. Naruto and Ino strolled side by side. She held Ino's arm. It was obvious she was having fun, and her laughter was contagious as they passed a dango seller and didn't stop him. "Let's go buy some." Naruto chuckled. "You just want to eat sweets?" "No, of course, life is too short to not enjoy it." They shared a skewer of dango. Their fingers brushed as they passed it back and forth. Naruto couldn't help but notice how happy Hino looked. His smile lit up his entire face. Sakura's frustration. Meanwhile, Sakura wandered around the town. Her shift at the hospital had finally ended. She had spent the last hour searching for Naruto, but had found nothing. "Where the hell is he?" she muttered, growing more annoyed with each passing minute. The village was large, but Naruto wasn't exactly the type to blend in with everyone else. When night fell, Sakura finally saw him, and her heart sank. Naruto was sitting on a bench in the village square with Ino by his side. Her head rested on his shoulder, and she looked completely content. Sakura clenched her fists, and a wave of jealousy washed over her. "Why does he bother me so much?" she thought bitterly. She had never thought of him that way before, but seeing him with her frustration increased. When she saw Ino lean down and kiss Naruto on the lips, the way she blushed and the small smile that followed made Sakura squirm. "Magician. That pig," Sakura muttered under her breath. "She thinks Jesus her curves and her charm will keep him. But I have that too." She looked down at herself. Her petite figure had its own appeal with modest curves and a figure toned from years of training. But Ino's beauty was undeniable. Her long, shapely legs, her perfect skin, and her chest generous. They drew attention wherever he went. Sakura's jealousy flared, and she decided to intervene. The warm evening air carried the faint sound of laughter and chatter from the nearby market as Naruto and Ino strolled together. Ino's hand held his firmly and lovingly. They had wandered through the town for hours, and Naruto was beginning to feel the lightness of being with her, the absence of expectations, the simple joy of her company. They stopped near an ice cream stand. The cool breeze from a nearby stream mixed with the sweet aroma of freshly made cones. "Wait here, Naruto-kun," said Ino, letting go of his hand and taking a step towards the vendor. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Ice cream? That's not for kids." Ino turned and gave him a playful smile. "Yes, Naruto-kun, but tonight we're kids again." "Now wait here, okay?" Before he could answer, she leaned down and kissed him deeply, cupping her hands over his face. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise before relaxing at the moment. The warmth of her lips, it caused a jolt. As she pulled away, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her smile had a mischievous glint to it. "Don't move, handsome. I'll be right back." Naruto stood frozen for a moment, watching her walk away, her white dress billowing gently with her steps as the crowd swallowed her figure. Naruto's smile faltered. His mind drifted to the dream that had plagued him, the one where she had called him a monster. Could it be true? He muttered to himself. "I'm kidding myself." He put his hands in his pockets and began to walk. His steps took him away from the bench. His thoughts swirled in a chaotic storm as he tried to make sense of his feelings. Sakura's chance. From a distance, Sakura watched as Naruto walked away. Her heart raced. This was her chance. For weeks she had wanted to get close to him to repair what had been broken between them. She took a deep breath. She gathered her courage and took a step forward. Naruto screamed. She stopped but didn't turn around immediately. Slowly, she looked over. The Naruto looked at her shoulder with a cold and unreadable expression. When he saw it was her, his face darkened and he turned around, continuing to walk. Sakura quickened her pace and stood in front of him. "Naruto, please, it's been so long. Can we talk?" Naruto stopped and lowered his gaze to the ground before finally meeting hers. His sharp blue eyes, more penetrating than she remembered, they made her feel small and vulnerable. "Talk about what?" he asked with a tone lacking warmth. Sakura shifted nervously under his gaze. Her cheeks, they blushed. "I just wanted to see you. You've changed a lot." Naruto didn't say anything. His silence was sharper than any word. "You look different," continued Sakura with a broken voice. She wasn't used to that side of him. His charm that was once childish had matured into something much more striking, and his distant attitude only contributed to his attractiveness. She tried to smile, although her nerves betrayed her. "Maybe we could go somewhere, just the two of us." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. "No thanks." The blunt rejection hurt her, and Sakura's smile faltered. "Why not?" Naruto's gaze hardened. "That's none of your business." His frustration boiled over, and he blurted out, "It's because of that pig. It's not her the reason you're avoiding me." Naruto's jaw tightened, but he didn't answer. Sakura moved closer. Desperation took over her voice. "Listen to me, Naruto. I know Ino likes you, and maybe even loves you, but she's not the right girl for you. She only cares about her looks. You need someone strong, someone who understands you." Naruto's lips, Naruto curved into a humorless smile. You're wrong, Sakura repeated, Raising her voice, I don't need you to tell me who's the right one for me, Naruto said in a voice sharp as a blade. It's not you who decides that Sakura's pride was affected. But she continued on, Naruto, I'm telling you this. Because I care about you, I may not love you now, but I'll never understand you like I do. It's shallow. Stop, Naruto interrupted her in a tone sharp enough to make her shudder. Sakura's eyes opened in a state in shock. What I don't want to hear, he said coldly, and I don't want to hear anything about you again. Sakura's frustration exploded. What the hell is wrong with you? You used to follow me around like a lost puppy, begging for my attention. Now that I'm giving you a chance, you're rejecting me. Naruto's expression didn't falter, but his eyes burned with silent fury. She continued with a broken voice, you didn't even give Nada a chance after everything she did for you, and now you're wasting your time. With Ino, it's me who's enough. Naruto's voice thundered, silencing waves. Sakura froze, her words got caught in her throat. Naruto's gaze locked on hers, his voice was low, but full of venom. You think you can come back into my life and tell me who I should be with? You think you know me? You know nothing. Sakura's eyes sparkled with tears, but Naruto insisted. You say I was a puppy chasing you. Maybe I was, but that was the me before I've grown up, and I see you for what you really are, a selfish and disgusting person who only cares about himself. The words, they hit her like a physical blow, and she staggered back with tears streaming down her face. You know what I hate most about you, Sakura, Naruto said in a calm but cold voice. You used me. You used my feelings to bring Sasuke back, and then you threw me aside like I was trash. And now you have the nerve to stand here and judge me. Sakura's sobs grew louder. Her hands shook as she clutched her chest. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean it like that. Naruto shook his head with a bitter smile on his eyes. Lips save your apologies. I don't care about you anymore. And for the record, I don't love you. I never loved you. The firmness of his words completely destroyed her. She fell flat on her face, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Naruto. I love you. Naruto turned his back, and his voice transmitted one last message as he walked away. And I hate you. Sakura remained on the ground. Her sobs echoed in the empty street. She clutched her chest, the weight of her actions, and his words crushed her. What have I done? He whispered, his barely audible voice. Sakura froze in the middle of the deserted street. Her sobs echoed in the silent night. The weight of Naruto's last words, and I hate you, repeated over and over in her mind like a haunting refrain. She clutched her chest as if trying to keep her heart from breaking even more. With tears, Sakura remembered every interaction they had had, every time he had ignored her feelings, every time she had leaned on him while she longed for someone else. The realization cut her deeper than any sword. She had taken it for granted. What done? She whispered. Her knees buckled and she fell back to the ground, her hands shaking as she covered her face. Her thoughts went back to that fateful day years ago when she stood at the gates of the village with tears running down her face as she begged Naruto to bring Sasuke back. Please, Naruto, bring him home. This is my only wish. And he had it. Naruto had faced impossible odds. He had endured the unthinkable and had fulfilled her selfish request. And how had she repaid him? Treating him like a tool, overlooking his worth, and not even considering his feelings. Sakura sobbed. The guilt suffocated her. He was right, muttered Naruto. You were right. The pain she felt now, the crushing regret, was worse than when Sasuke had left the village, because this time it wasn't someone who abandoned her, it was someone she had pushed away. Sakura stood up shakily and wiped away her tears. Although they continued to fall, her thoughts turned to Ino, and a pang of jealousy it hit his heart. That pig, he whispered through clenched teeth, but the venom in his words was soon replaced by another wave of sadness. No, she whispered, shaking her head, it's not about her, it's about me. I did this. And with that she turned and walked away with her heart heavier than ever. The storm of Naruto. Elsewhere, Naruto walked aimlessly with his fists clenched and his breathing ragged. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, low and calm. Calm down, Naruto, you are letting her get to you. Why shouldn't I be angry? Naruto growled loudly, earning a few curious glances from passers-by before they quickly looked away. She ducked into a quieter alley to continue her internal conversation. She had no right to say such things. Kurama, after all the times he used me, he ignored me, he still thinks he can come back into my life and decide who I should be with. Kurama's side, you're not wrong, but letting your anger control you won't help you. You're not that kind of person. Naruto. He leaned against a wall with his head down. I don't even know what kind of person I am anymore. I've spent my whole life being used, he muttered, around the village by my supposed friends, even by her, and now he has the nerve to act like this. His fist slammed into the wall, leaving a small crack in the stone. His breathing slowed as he tried to regain control. The calming presence of Kurama helped calm the storm that was raging around him and reminded him of what awaited him. The cage summit is tomorrow, he said in loudly, trying to calm down. I need to focus on that. Everything changes after tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed off the wall and walked over to where he had left Ino's fierce loyalty. Ino was standing near the bench holding 2 ice cream cones in her hands. She looked around with an impatient expression. Naruto-kun, where have you gone? She muttered when she finally saw him approaching. Her anger turned to worry. Her shoulders were tense, and her usual cheerful expression was replaced by a melancholic smirk. Where did I tell you not to move? Naruto-kun scolded him, offering him one of the cones. You're not a very obedient boyfriend, are you? Naruto sketched a small smile and took the ice cream. I'm sorry. And no, she frowned and looked at him attentively. What happened? Are you upset? It's nothing, said Naruto with a dismissive tone, and did not raise an eyebrow. Don't give me that. I won't let it go until you tell me. Naruto sighed, knowing that she wouldn't back down. It's okay, Sakura found me, and she decided to lecture me on who I should and shouldn't be with. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she say? That I should be with Hinata instead of you. Naruto continued in a bitter tone. She even called you shallow, and her mouth didn't drop. That's that girl on your forehead. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. I already told her to go away. Don't worry about it. But Ino was already furious. Her cheeks turned red with anger, and she grabbed the ice cream so hard that it broke. That idiot, who does she think she is to tell you who to date and call me shallow? I will show her that I am shallow. I calm down, said Naruto, although he couldn't help but smile at her fierce reaction. No, Naruto-kun snapped, stomping his foot. This is not right. You are mine, and if that ska head thinks he can just appear suddenly and take you away from me, he is wrong. He saw a sturdy branch on the ground. He picked it up and threw it against a nearby tree with such force that it embedded itself in the trunk. Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. I remind me that don't make you mad, he said, half joking. She snorted and crossed her arms. Let her try something. I'll protect you, Naruto-kun. No matter what happens. Suira softened as she looked at him and moved closer, placing her hands on his shoulders. But seriously, don't let his words get to you. You don't belong to anyone but yourself. And as for me, she leaned down and brushed her lips against his in a soft kiss. I'm not going anywhere. Naruto smiled, and his expression returned to showing genuine warmth. Thanks. And no, anyway, I don't care about anyone else, not even me, she joked, pouting playfully. Naruto chuckled. You're the only one I care about. And no, her pout turned into a radiant smile and took her hand. Come on, Naruto-kun. Let's go home. You need to rest before the summit tomorrow. As they walked hand in hand to her apartment, Naruto felt a strange sense of calm. Despite everything, he knew that with Ino by his side, he could face any challenge that came his way. The night was filled with an eerie stillness as the tension spread across the world. Shadows moved silently, carrying the weight of secret plans and unspoken fears. The calm before the storm was deceptive, masking the tumult that awaited dawn. Tsunade's worry in Lokage's office. Tsunade paced back and forth. Her footsteps echoed in the empty room. The dim light of a single lantern cast long shadows on the walls, reflecting the heaviness of her heart. Tomorrow, she murmured, looking out the window at the quiet town that it stretched out further down. Tomorrow could change the course of history forever. He paused with his hand resting on the edge of the desk and his knuckles white from the pressure. I hope no one blames Naruto for whatever might happen. His voice trembled. The vulnerability in his tone was a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Kakashi, who was standing silently near the door, nodded. His one visible eye reflected an uncommon sadness. Naruto has suffered more than anyone, he said quietly. He has carried the weight of this village, of this world, on his shoulders since he was a child. If things go wrong tomorrow, he fell silent, not wanting to express that thought. Tsunade turned to look at him with a grim expression. We can't predict how the others will react, CJ. Some still see him as a danger, something to be controlled or eliminated if necessary. Kakashi's voice became firm. He is not a threat, he is a hero. But if he is forced to act, Tsunade closed her eyes. The weight of her position was pressing down on her. If he is forced to act, we will lose him, not only as a shinobi, but as the person we trusted, and I don't know what kind of man Naruto will become. If that happens, Sasuke's resolve in the distance, in the dimly lit ruins of the Ukiya complex. Sasuke sat silently on the cold stone floor. His sword lay across his lap, its polished blade gleaming dimly in the moonlight. Tomorrow, he muttered in a cold, resolute voice. His dark eyes reflected the hatred and determination that burned within him. This time will be different, he said, squeezing with more force the hilt of his sword. I will regain my honor, whatever the cost. Reflection of Gaara in the country of the wind. Gaara stood by the window of his office, contemplating the endless expanse of the desert. Under the starry sky, the cool night breeze ruffled his crimson hair, but his mind was far from the tranquility of the scene before him. Tomorrow marks a turning point, he said out loud in a calm but firm voice. Temari sitting nearby, raised her eyes from her papers. You're worried about Naruto? No, Gaara nodded. He's done so much for this world, for all of us. However, there are those who refuse to see him as he really is. If things go wrong tomorrow, he feared and frowned. Naruto is strong. He'll handle it. I hope so, Gaara said with a blank look. But strength alone might not be enough. The world has a way of turning against those who try to change it, and if you push it too hard. He fell silent with heavy thoughts. I just hope they see him as the hero that he is, not as a threat that must be eliminated. Malric's ambition in a hidden lair shrouded in darkness. A man with a malicious smile sat at a stone table and rhythmically drummed his fingers. Malric, a shadowy figure whose name struck fear into the hearts of those who knew him, leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Tomorrow, he said in a low, malevolent voice, tomorrow the world will tremble before us. We will be the future destroyers. We will destroy the concrete world. Once Naruto is left blamed for the chaos that is coming, he will have nowhere to go. Malric continued in a tone full of confidence. He will see the truth, that this world has never trusted him. And when that trust is shattered, when those he loves betray him, we will be there to welcome him back. A cruel smile spread across his face. It may take time, but once he is ours, nothing will stand in our way. The headless horseman in a quiet country house, far from the chaos that was unleashed in the outside world. The family of 5 slept peacefully. The soft hum of crickets filled the air, mingling with the occasional rustling of leaves. But in the darkness outside, a shadow moved. The figure was tall and imposing. He was dressed in black armor that seemed to melt into the night. In his hands was a huge sword, the blade shining ominously in the dim moonlight. The eldest son stirred, his senses heightened at the disturbance. He sat up in bed and shouted, "Who is he?" He shook his head and laughed nervously. "It's just my imagination," he muttered as he laid back down, but the moment he closed his eyes, the shadow entered the room. The boy's laughter died in his throat as he spun around, eyes wide in terror. Before he could scream, the sword swung in a wide arc and sliced his head cleanly off. The figure moving with calculated precision, leaving no sound but the soft thud of bodies falling to the ground one by one, slaughtering the entire family. Their muffled screams before they could even the carnage began to end. The headless horseman gathered up the severed heads and placed them in a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. He approached a huge, ancient tree in the middle of the forest. The tree's bark was twisted, and its gnarled roots looked like clawed hands reaching toward the sky. The horseman knelt down and placed the heads at the base of the tree. A faint glow emanated from the ground, and the heads were absorbed into the tree trunk. The horseman stood up, fulfilling his task, and disappeared into the night. Tomorrow would bring chaos, betrayal, and the revelation of secrets that could shatter the fragile peace the world had fought so hard to achieve. But for now, the night held its breath, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The morning sun bathed the hidden leaf village in a golden hue, but the air transmitted a palpable tension. Today was not just any other day for Naruto Uzumaki. This marked the beginning of a crucial moment, not only for him, but for the entire shinobi world. Farewell at the village gate. Naruto adjusted the collar of his jacket. As he approached the village gates, his expression was stoic, but his mind was filled with thought about the events to come. The Cage Summit was a rare event filled with tension and unpredictability for Naruto. It was both an honor and a burden. As he approached the gate, a familiar voice called out to him. Naruto-kun turned and saw Hino running towards him, her blonde hair shining in the sunlight. She had a radiant smile, but her eyes dilated, a mix of pride and worry. Before Naruto could say a word, she put her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Ino began. Her cheeks reddened as she noticed several pairs of eyes watching how the scene developed. Ino moved away a little and moved her hands to smooth her hair. "Rebel, you have to look your best," Naruto-kun said with a mocking but affectionate tone. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, increasingly embarrassed. "You don't have to worry so much, it's just a Ino meeting." She took his face in her hands and leaned down to give him a soft kiss on the lips. Naruto froze and looked nervously at the others waiting nearby. "Take care of yourself," she said firmly, lowering her voice to a whisper. "And don't you even think about looking at other women." Naruto sighed and his face turned even redder. "I'm not looking at anyone, okay? It's just a day behind them." Tsunade crossed her arms and stomped her foot impatiently. "And you're not done. We're on a tight schedule." Shikamaru, standing next to her, he let out an exasperated sigh. "Seriously, this is a pain." Sai, always attentive, took notes in his sketchbook with an expression of mild amusement. Meanwhile, Sakura was a few steps away with her hands clenched into fists. Her face was a mix of sadness and envy. and her mind repeated Naruto's harsh words. From the night before I hate you, Naruto tried to get away from Ino, but she held him firmly. I mean it, Naruto-kun, be careful, he said, his voice now softer, almost trembling. I will, he replied in a more serious tone. Ino hugged him one last time before taking a step back. She reached into her bag and brought him a white peony, her favorite flower for luck, she said with a hesitant smile. Naruto took the flower, surprised by the gesture. He gave her a small, sincere smile before putting it safely away in his jacket. Thank you. And no, as she turned to leave, Ino grabbed the twin flower in her hand, pressing it to her chest. Naruto-kun whispered. Watching him walk away, she stood there until he was gone from her. Seeing the weight of the importance of the day pressed heavily on the journey to the summit, the group moved in silence. As they traveled towards the location of the summit, Naruto walked a little further ahead with his gaze fixed on the horizon. He had not spoken much since they left the village. His usual energy was replaced by a somber demeanor. Kakashi, noticing the change, broke the silence. Naruto, you have been quiet. You have something on your mind. Naruto shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about what lies ahead. Sai, always curious, bowed his head. You don't seem to be okay. You're unusually tense. SP Perino. Naruto shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Sai, irritating, jotting something down in his notebook. Interesting. I was hoping you'd break up with Sakura or maybe Hinata. And that's not unexpected. Sakura turned her head towards Sai and her face turned red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. What's that supposed to mean? Sai snapped, oblivious to the tension he was causing. He looked up from his notebook. Well, you're unattractive, and Hinata, even though she's kind, she doesn't have the Ino's confidence. Ino seems to have won this competition. The vein on Sakura's forehead was throbbing dangerously. Idiot, this isn't a competition, she yelled, lunging at him. She took a step back. She dodged with ease. It's not my fault you lost. Maybe if you smiled more impressively. As Akura chased Sai down the path, Kakashi chuckled. Some things never change. Naruto, however, didn't even smile. His mind was elsewhere, going over the events of the previous night. Tears of Sakura, her desperate confession, and her own bitter words lingered in her thoughts. I hate you, she had said, and she meant it after years of being ignored, after years of seeing her long for Sasuke, only to turn to him when it suited her. She couldn't contain her anger now as she watched her being chased. Sai felt a pang of regret, not for her words, but for the situation. Things could never be the same again. Curiosity was there. Finally, Sakura gave up her chase and retreated to walk next to Kakashi. Sai returned to his place near Naruto, still taking notes in his notebook. Naruto started to say with a curious tone, why Ino? I mean, she's not who nobody expected. Naruto sighed, his patience was running out. Why does it matter? It's my life. Sai tapped his chin thoughtfully. It's true, but people were betting on Sakura or Hinata. It's surprising that someone like Ino. Naruto interrupted him with a sharp voice. Enough. Sai blinked, unfazed. Interesting, he said, writing something down. Kakashi, sensing the frustration, Naruto decided to intervene. Okay, that's enough. Sai, concentrate on the mission. Sai nodded, but his curiosity remained. The silent pain of Sakura. Sakura walked a few steps behind the group and felt a strong pain in her heart. She had spent the night repeating Naruto's words, each one more painful than the last. I hate you. She had never seen that kind of anger in his eyes for years. She had taken for granted that his feelings would be there waiting for her. But now, seeing it with Ino, she realized how much she had lost. Her fingers clenched into fists. She wanted to scream, cry, do anything to ease the pain in her chest, but she couldn't. She had no right to this. Is my punishment, she thought bitterly. I deserve it. As they continued their journey, she kept her head down, unable to face Naruto. The others, the group, continued on with the weight of the day that awaited them on their shoulders. Unbeknownst to them, the world was on the brink of change, and each of them would play a role in shaping their future. But for now they walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, unaware of the gathering storm beyond the horizon. The morning sun cast its rays upon the imposing mountains, illuminating the treacherous paths that led to the legendary summit. Cage, the hall, carved directly into the stone of the mountain, stood as a testament to the craftsmanship and power of the shinobi world. Huge stone pillars held up the great vaulted ceiling with natural light filtering through openings carefully placed, creating an ethereal ambience within. The shadows played across the smooth stone floor, adding a solemn atmosphere to the gathering. The five Kage, accompanied by their trusted advisors and guards, began to arrive from the land of lightning. The imposing Raikage arrived with Daru, and at his side, both exuding an aura of readiness for any threat. That Tsuchikage from the land of earth Kurotsu made her entrance. Then her sharp gaze scanned the room. The land of water was represented by the elegant Mizukage Might Terumi, flanked by her always reliable assistant Pao. The hunter Kage of the country of Wind Gara arrived with his typical calm demeanor, accompanied by his brothers Temari and Kankuro, Finally, the representative of the country of fire, the Okage Tsunade, entered with her guards Kakashi, Itachi, Sasuke, Yukiya. Sakura, Aruno, Shikamaru, Era, and Naruto Uzumaki followed them in silence with an indecipherable expression. His usual enthusiasm and warmth were replaced by a cold detachment that it made those around him nervous. Sasuke, ever attentive, noticed Naruto's attitude and the tension in his posture. Something was simmering beneath the surface, and Sasuke intended to find out. The circular table in the great room had an air of authority about it. Each of its surfaces was etched with intricate carvings of the emblems of the 5 great nations. The cage, resplendent in their unique attire and auras of leadership, sat in solemn silence with their trusted aides standing nearby ready to intervene. If necessary, the stone walls of the chamber echoed with faint whispers of the tense conversations that had taken place in the hallways before now. However, the room was silent, charged with anticipation as all eyes turned to the Mizukage Might Terumi, always serena. She shifted slightly in her seat, her gaze sharp as a kunai. She folded her hands on the table, her voice soft but firm, cutting through the silence like a sword. "The situation is dire," she began, and her tone of voice reflected the weight of the many lives lost. "There have been very grim reports of a headless knight wreaking havoc on our lands, entire families slaughtered, their heads taken as trophies. The brutality of these attacks is like nothing we have faced before. This threat is unprecedented." His words hung in the air. A chilling reality sank into the hearts of those present. The Raikage was the first to react. His muscular body tensed as his fist he crashed into the stone table with a resounding boom. The force of his anger made several attendees shudder, and we know who is responsible. His voice was a roar. His fury was directed at a single figure in the room. The Rake's penetrating gaze was fixed on Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was standing at the edge of the room with his arms crossed and an indecipherable expression. The light that filtered through the openings of the chamber cast shadows on his face, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. He immediately leaned forward in his seat, his knuckles turned white as he gripped the table. His voice was calm, but his underlying frustration was evident. "Raikage, I hope you're not implying what I think you're implying." The Raikage scoffed, leaning back in his chair, but his gaze never left Naruto. "Of course I am. Who else could it be? He's the reason for this mess. His blood, his recklessness." That one word came from Gaara. The cage's soft voice cut through the tirade of the Rake like the desert wind ripping flesh from bones. He did not raise his voice, but the authority within it demanded attention. "Raikage," continued Gaara with a firm and calm gaze, "this is not the time to assign blame without proof. We all know what Naruto has done for this world. How many times has he sacrificed himself for the good of others? Let us not forget his role in saving not only our own, but the shinobi world as a whole." The Raikage's lips curved in a sneer. "Sacrifices? Do not me sermons about sacrifices. Sekage, we've all made them, but none of us has left the world teetering on the edge of chaos like him. His bloodline is cursed. His recklessness has opened doors that should have remained closed. How many lives must be lost before we recognize the truth?" Shikamaru, who had remained silent next to Tsunade, finally stepped forward with his hands shoved into his pockets. His posture was deceptively relaxed, but his piercing eyes fixed on Rake with precision. "With the due respect, Rake," Shikamaru said in a measured voice, "blaming Naruto is not only unfair but counterproductive. You talk about sacrifice. No one here has sacrificed as much as he has, and let us not forget it is his actions that ensured that any of us are alive to sit at this table today." The Raikage's eyes glittered, but before he could respond, another voice joined the fight. "That's enough." Tsuchikage said. His tone was firm, his patience was wearing thin. He leaned forward, and his fingers drummed rhythmically on the table. "We need solutions, not excuses. This is not the time to fall into sentimentality or start a witch hunt." However, Tsunade's patience was reaching its limit. Her golden eyes shone as she slammed her hand on the table with enough force to open diets like cobwebs on stone. The sound was deafening and silenced the room. "Enough," she roared, and her voice echoed throughout the room. "I will not sit here and listen to any more baseless accusations against Naruto." She stood up, and his imposing presence filled the room. "You dare call him reckless? You dare blame him for this? You've forgotten what he's done for you, for your villages, for your people. If it weren't for Naruto, none of you would be here to point fingers." The Raikage's fists clenched, but he didn't interrupt, not even he was foolish enough to challenge Tsunade when she was like this. Tsunade's gaze swept the room, daring anyone to contradict her. "Naruto is not a danger to us. He is one of us, has earned his place here more than any of you. And if you think for a second that I'm just going to stand by while you make him a scapegoat, Then you don't know me at all. The tension in the room was stifling. The air was thick with unspoken words. Sasuke stood against the wall, watching everything with a calculating gaze. His eyes briefly landed on Naruto, who remained silent with no change in expression. From a corner of the room, Sakura shifted uncomfortably, looking at Naruto, and felt a tightness in her chest at the sight of his stoic demeanor. She knew him well enough to see through his mask of indifference. It wasn't apathy. It was something much darker. The ever-diplomatic Mizukage raised her hands in a gesture of peace. Let's not forget why we're here. This summit is meant to address the threat we face, not tear each other apart. Fighting each other won't solve anything. Tsunade sat up slowly, her gaze fixed on the Reiki. He looked into her eyes, but said nothing. His anger boiled beneath the surface. For a moment, silence reigned. Then the rake spoke again in a low and dangerous voice. Sentimentality will kill us, Okage. You would do well to remember that. And you would do well to remember, Tsunade replied in a voice of steel. That Naruto Uzumaki is the reason why you have a village to protect. The room fell silent again. The weight of her words took hold of everyone in the corner. Naruto remained motionless with his gaze fixed on the ground. Sasuke's gaze stopped on him, his racing mind. Why don't you defend yourself? Naruto thought. What are you waiting for? Without anyone seeing, a shadow moved in the far corner of the chamber. A sinister smile was drawn on invisible lips. The tension in the room was the perfect prelude to chaos. The room was a tempest of voices, accusations, defenses, crumbling. The tension, coiling like a snake, ready to attack each box. With his retinues of trusted shinobi, he threw his arguments all over the room, none willing to back down. However, in the middle of the cacophony, Naruto Uzumaki remained silent, his arms crossed, his head slightly bowed, his golden hair casting a faint shadow over his impassive face. The light filtering through the stone openings above changed direction as the clouds moved across the sky, casting fleeting shadows and beams over his figure. He was a figure of unwavering determination. In the chaos, a mountain in the middle of a storm, but behind its stillness, a storm was brewing, a hurricane of repressed anger, disappointment, and a bottomless well of power. Sasuke stood nearby, his crimson Sharingan flickering weakly as he watched Naruto. He could feel the tension slowly building within his old friend. His sharp gaze turned to the cage, who ignored the growing storm like lambs, ignoring the wolf that stalked them. The Rake slammed his fist on the table again, the sound echoing throughout the room. Enough of the silence, he shouted in a thunderous voice. Say something. Uzumaki, defend yourself or admit your guilt. The room fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned to Naruto, but he didn't move. The typical Raikage growled, running out of patience. Not a word. Is this the so-called savior of the shinobi world? The one we are supposed to trust with our lives? Coward. A slight sound broke the air, barely a whisper, but enough to draw the attention of all the shinobi in the chamber. Naruto had spoken. You were done. The words were soft, without volume but very heavy. It was as if the entire room contained the breathing, and silence was accentuated by the sharp tone of his voice. Naruto finally raised his head, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room like a predator looking at its prey. He took a step forward, each step deliberate and powerful. The cage, so accustomed to imposing respect and fear, found themselves involuntarily reclining. Reiki, without surprise you call yourselves Kage, leaders of the shinobi world. But what do I see? Cowards, relics of a broken system that is too afraid to face the truth. The fist of the Rake closed in and her body shook with rage. Watch your tongue, boy. Naruto's eyes sharpened, cutting her off. Finish, or else you'll knock me down. Go ahead, try it. The challenge hung in the air like thunder. I walked to Rake instantly. Naruto took another step forward, his gaze scanned the room, stopping at each box. His voice grew colder, higher, pitched each word sharper. Do you think I care about your opinions? Do you think your approval means something to me? Let me make something clear. Don't you mean that anymore? He paused and let the weight of her words settle on the room before continuing. You are all the same. You are dust beneath my feet, relics, clinging to a system that has done nothing but perpetuate suffering and war. You talk of peace, but you know nothing about it. You point your finger in hopes of placing the blame somewhere else, because deep down you are too afraid to look in the mirror and face your own failures. Mizukage may intervened gently in a tone meant to calm the growing tension. Naruto, we are here to discuss solutions. No, stop. No, Naruto interrupted her, and his voice cut through her like a sword. You are here to justify your own incompetence. Don't act like you are different from the rest. Mei's lips tightened, but she said nothing. Naruto turned his attention back to the Raikage with an unforgiving look. You want to blame me for the headless knight? Well, Let's say it's my fault. What will that change? Will it bring back the lost lives? Will it stop the next massacre? Not all it does is feed your ego and give you a convenient scapegoat. The rake growled low in his throat, but didn't speak. Naruto's voice grew colder, his tone emotionless, but full of power. You speak of justice, of responsibility, but what do you know of sacrifice? I've given everything for this world, more than any of you could ever understand. And yet here you are pointing your finger as if that somehow absolves you of your own failures. Tsunade shifted uncomfortably, her golden eyes filled with unspoken concern, but she knew that he wasn't supposed to interrupt. This was Naruto's moment. Naruto walked to the center of the room. His presence was overwhelming. The light above seemed to dim, casting shadows that danced ominously throughout the room. Let me make something clear to all of you. I am not your pawn, I am not your scapegoat, and I sure as hell am not your savior anymore. His gaze swept over the box, his eyes burned with an intensity that made even the Tsuchikage shudder. You want peace, then earn it, but don't think for a second that you can control me, dictate my actions, or decide my destiny. I'm sick of playing by your rules. I'm sick of saving a world that doesn't deserve it. The silence that followed was deafening. No one dared to speak. No one dared to move. Even the rake, who had always been the loudest in the room, froze in place. Naruto turned his back on the table and walked towards the exit. His footsteps echoed in the chamber, each one a reminder of power and rebellion. He carried it. He stopped at the door, his voice heard over his shoulder. This summit is a joke. You're all a joke. And if you think you can stop me, try, but don't say I didn't warn you of the consequences. With that, he opened the doors and walked out, leaving the room in stunned silence. In the shadows far away, hidden in the depths of the darkness, Malric watched through his enchanted mirror. A slow, sinister smile spread across his face as he witnessed the chaos that it was unraveling perfectly. He muttered, his voice full of malice. The seeds of doubt have been planted. Now let the games begin. His subordinates gathered around him, awaiting his orders. Malric turned to them, smiling more and more. It's time. Let's begin the operation. Let's see how far your precious savior falls. As he spoke, the distant sound of screams echoed through the mountains, signaling the beginning of the next massacre of the Headless Knight. The game was on, and the shinobi world would never return to be the same. As Naruto disappeared into the shadows behind the large stone doors, an awkward silence took over the room. The tension crackled like static in the air. The Kage were lost in their thoughts, some still furious at Naruto's scathing words. Kakashi, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, finally broke the silence, then said in a light but cutting tone, did you enjoy the show, or did you finally see the consequences of pushing too much to someone? Before anyone could respond, a deafening boom echoed through the chamber. The massive stone doors, reinforced with layers of chakra and carved to withstand even the most powerful jutsu, shattered into countless fragments. The air filled with dust and debris, and a freezing wind blew through the room. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he activated his Sharingan. They're here, he muttered in a cold, steady voice. From the smoke and dust emerged dark, silhouetted figures adorned in black armor with eyes that glowed an unnatural red. The oars moved with deadly precision, cutting down the guards outside. Without hesitation, the screams of the dying shinobi echoed ominously and grew louder as the attackers burst into the chamber. The first wave of attackers charged into the room, their swords and jutsus slicing through the air. The Kage barely had time to react before the attack began. The Kage stood united. The Raikage was the first to move. With a roar, his body became engulfed in crackling lightning. As she activated her lightning-release chakra mode, her speed was unrivaled as she launched herself at the nearest attacker, and her fist collided with the intruder's chest. The sheer force of the impact sent the enemy flying, shattering a stone pillar upon impact. Those cowards think they can defeat us, she shouted for them to try. The Mizukage might. Terumi stepped forward, and her hands wove a series of seals. Lava, release molten apparition technique, he screamed, throwing out a torrent of molten lava that consumed several attackers in its scorching path. The invaders screamed as the lava consumed them, and their bodies disintegrated into ash. The Tsuchikage Karatsu floated into the air. Her dust release technique formed a glowing cube of energy between her hands. With a quick movement, she launched it at a group of invaders, disintegrating instantly. Don't hold back, she screamed. They want to kill us all. Gaara the Sekage remained calm and collected in the center of the fray. His sand was launched forward as a living entity, forming shields to protect his fellow Kage and crushing the attackers with merciless precision. Focus on defense, he ordered. We must hold the line. The Kage fought with unmatched skill and determination, and their individual abilities created a lethal synergy. However, the invaders kept coming, and their numbers seemed infinite. The arrival of Malric amidst the chaos, a cold and sinister laugh echoed in the chamber. the temperature dropped and the air became heavy. With malevolent energy emerged from the shadows Malric, his presence radiating an overwhelming darkness. His crimson eyes glowed with malice as he strode confidently into the room, his cloak billowing. Behind him, he drawled, his voice soft but chilling. The large cage crawled like ants beneath my heels. What a delight. The rake growled. His body sparked with electricity as he charged at Malric. You dare mock us? He roared, his fist pointed directly at Malric's chest. But before his attack could reach its target, Malric raised a hand, and a sinister black aura swirled around Dark Wind. His voice, devoid of emotion, chains of pure darkness erupted from the ground, wrapped around the rake's limbs, and stopped his advance. The rakeage struggled against the bonds. His lightning crackled furiously, but the chains held firm, and their grip grew stronger with each passing second. You rely too much on brute force, said Malric in a mocking tone. What, too bad? The Mizukage and Tsuchikage launched simultaneous attacks. Mi's boiling mist and Kuratsuchi's dust element converged towards Malric, but with a wave of his hand, he summoned an enormous shadow barrier, absorbing their combined attack effortlessly. Is that the best you can do? He scoffed. No wonder the shinobi world is in ruins. Your supposed strength is ridiculous. Gaara's sand launched itself towards Malric and formed a huge hand that aimed to crush him, but Malric simply smirked, and his eyes glowed even brighter. Shadow rend. A wave of dark energy surged from his body and cut through the Gaara sand like a hot knife, squealing through butter. The cage staggered back and his sand recoiled as if in pain. Your tricks won't work on me, Malric said coldly. The rakeage's last stand. The rakeage, still bound by the dark chains, let out a furious roar. His lightning grew brighter, and his muscles tensed as he pushed his chakra to the limit. With one last surge of power, broke the chains, and his body was a blur as he charged at Malric once again. This time he was faster, and his movements were unpredictable. He launched a devastating blow against Malric's barrier, breaking it with great force. You will regret underestimating me, the rakeage shouted, hitting the barrier relentlessly with his fists. For a moment, it seemed like Malric was on the defensive. The barrier flickered and cracks spread. The other cage took advantage of the opportunity and launched coordinated attacks to support the rakeage, but Mauler's mocking smile didn't change. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? He asked in a voice dripping with disdain. With a sudden burst of power, the barrier exploded outwards, sending the rakeage and the other cage flying. Malric raised his hand, and a sphere of pulsating darkness formed in his palm. Dark Nova intoned. The sphere expanded rapidly and enveloped the rakeage before he could react. As the darkness dissipated, the rakeage G was left lying on the ground, with his Euro weapon shattered and his body motionless. The other cage stood frozen with expressions that mixed shock and horror. Malric lowered his hand, and his smile grew wider. One less, said naturally. Who follows? The camera fell silent, and the invaders momentarily stopped their assault. The cage exchanged grim glances, and their resolve hardened. Despite the overwhelming odds, they would not give up. They knew they were entering a power unlike anything they had ever known before, and that the battle was far from over. The body of the rakeage lay motionless amongst the rubble, his once powerful presence reduced to silence. His fall struck a chilling chord in the room. The Kage and their guards stood frozen in disbelief. Rakeage Sama, Samui shouted in a trembling voice as he launched himself towards his fallen leader. His eyes widened at the sight of his motionless figure, and for the first time fear flashed across his usually calm expression. Malric's sinister grin widened as he deliberately took a step towards forward. His shadowy figure X sweated menacingly. Who's next? He said mockingly in a voice that echoed with malevolent glee. Sasuke took a step forward. His Sharingan glowed like crimson fire. He extended his hand that crackled with lightning as the Chidori came to life. I am, he said coldly, his voice without hesitation. The tension in the air was suffocating as Sasuke activated his Susanoo. The skeletal figure that formed around him had a menacing glow. In a single leap, he attacked Malric. His Chidori aimed to the heart of the dark figure, but Malric was prepared. With a flick of the wrist, a dark barrier materialized, absorbing the Chidori with ease. The sound of electricity colliding with the shadow reverberated through the chamber as Malric sneered. Impressive but useless. Sook gritted his teeth and pushed harder. His lightning surged, but the barrier held firm before he could press any further. Sakura, Kakashi, Tsunademi, and Gaara joined the battle, and their combined attacks fell upon Malric like a storm. Lightning, fire, sand, and boiling mist converged, their power threatening to overwhelm the dark figure. But Malric merely laughed. With a wave of his hand, a wave of dark energy erupted from him, scattering them and sending the cages and their allies flying. Do you think your pathetic teamwork will be enough to stop me? Mal RCK mocked, his voice full of disdain. The headless knight entered as the cages regrouped. The temperature in the room plummeted, and an unearthly chill seeped into the bones. The sound of heavy, metallic footsteps echoed ominously. Each step resonated like a death sentence. From the shadows emerged the headless knight, whose enormous figure armored towered over all. His sword, a huge, serrated blade, radiated an aura of pure evil. Without saying a word, he raised his weapon and slammed it into the ground. The impact was catastrophic. The entire chamber trembled and the ground cracked and splintered as debris fell from above. A shock wave of dark energy spread outward and unbalanced everyone. "They are attacking us," one of the guards in the box shouted, but his warning was cut short when the headless knight appeared behind him, moving at inhuman speed. With a single swing of his sword, the guard's head was cleanly severed from his body. Blood sprayed across the ground as the guard's lifeless body collapsed. Samui stood frozen in horror as the headless knight turned his eyeless gaze on her. The sight of his comrade's severed head clutched in the knight's hand sent a chill down his spine. Samui stepped back. Nade yelled, but his voice betrayed his own unease. The headless knight tossed the severed head aside like it was a discarded toy and charged towards the group, his sword cutting through the air with terrifying force. Chaos unleashed. Gaara's sand lunged forward, forming a protective wall to block the knight's attack. "I won't let you take another step," said the cage with a firm voice, but the knight's sword pierced the sand with ease, and the force of his blow dispersed Mater Umi's defense like dry leaves in the wind. Mater Umi unleashed a torrent of acidic mist. The air whistled as it corroded in its wake. "Let's see how you manage it." The knight responded by raising his sword, which began to glow with dark energy. With a single blow, he unleashed a wave of destruction that pierced May's attack, forcing her to retreat to the other side of the room. Malric's forces, they advanced at full speed, their sheer numbers overwhelming the guards. The invaders were relentless, their swords digging into flesh as screams filled the air. Malric stood at the center of the chaos, his dark aura pulsing. He looked at Samu, a predatory smile curving his lips. "You're coming with me," he said, his voice full of malice. Samui clenched his fists as he backed away. But before she could act, Malric's soldiers surrounded her. One of them grabbed her by the arm and dragged her forward. "Bastards," he spat. She struggled. With against his grip, Sasuke counterattacked. Amidst the chaos, Sasuke's Susanoo glowed with renewed power. Suiki Sharingan spun furiously as he summoned a colossal bolt of lightning from the heavens, aiming it directly at Malric. The room lit up with a blinding flash as the lightning struck, and the resulting explosion shook the entire structure. The air filled with dust and debris, and for a moment silence reigned. But as the dust cleared, Malric emerged in Lesso with a barrier of dark energy glowing around him. "You'll have to do better than that," he said mockingly. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "Then I will." He focused his energy, and the Susanoo solidified into its armored form with a deafening roar. It launched itself at Malric, their clash sending shockwaves through the chamber. The two engaged in a fierce battle where Sasuke's lightning-powered attacks collided with Malric's dark energy. The force of their attacks tore through the room, leaving destruction in their wake. The knight's reign of terror. Meanwhile, the headless knight continued his attack. He moved with supernatural speed and precision, taking down guards and shinobi alike. His sword seemed unstoppable. Each blow left a trail of destruction. At one point, the knight cornered Might Terumi and currently grabbed May by the neck and lifted her off the ground with ease. She fought against his hold. Her hands glowed with molten chakra as she tried to burn it. "Let her go," yelled Gaara, and his sand formed a huge hand that grabbed the knight by eye. At that moment, it seemed that Gaara had the advantage, but the knight's strength proved to be too great. With a burst of energy, he shattered the sand and threw May aside as if she were a rag doll. Gaara gritted his teeth and unleashed his desert coffin technique. His sand engulfed the knight completely. He clenched his fist with the intention of crushing him, but the knight emerged unscathed. His armor glowed with dark energy. He struck Gaara with a devastating blow, sending the hunter to the ground. The tide turns while the battle continued. Tsunade, bloodied and exhausted, leaned against a crumbling pillar, sweat dripping down her face as she watched the devastation. "Where is Naruto?" she muttered under her breath, her voice shaking with frustration and despair. From a distance, Naruto watched from a high point with his arms crossed as the massacre unfolded below. His expression was indecipherable, but a slight, involuntary smile appeared on his lips. He didn't know why, but the sight of chaos had awakened something deep within him. Without a word, he turned and disappeared into the shadows. Sasuke's Chidori hissed and crackled as lightning spread around his body. The furious energy illuminated the shattered remains of the summit chamber. His Sharingan ignited with lethal tension. Each tomo spun. As he focused on the adversary before him, Maul remained unfazed. His dark aura shone like a veil of shadowy fire. "You are persistent," Malric said in a voice calm, but with a hint of mockery. "But persistence without power is pointless." Yukiya Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "I have faced gods and monsters. You are but another obstacle." Maul smirked. "Then prove it." The two of them launched Eren at each other, and the air split with the force of the collision. Sasuke's Chidori hit Malric's barrier, and the impact sent shock waves through the room. Sparks flew as the crackling electricity pushed against the swirling darkness. Sasuke pressed with harder through gritted teeth, and Susanu's skeletal form formed around him to give him more strength. "Amaterasu!" roared Sasuke, and black flames erupted and engulfed Malric's shield. The dark energy hissed and crackled as the flames consumed it, but Malric emerged unscathed. His movements were unnaturally fluid. "You're wasting your energy," Malric said, raising his hand. With a snap of his fingers, the ground beneath Sasuke erupted in dark spikes. Sasuke leapt back, barely dodging the serrated projectiles. Susanoo ignited with all her strength. The armored colossus stood up as it swung its sword at Malric with incredible force. The blade crashed into the ground, splitting it, but Malric moved faster than the eye could see, appearing behind Sasuke. "You trust your Sharingan too much," Malric said in a cold, whispering voice. He reached out, and dark tentacles extended and wrapped around Sasuke's Susanoo. The dark chains tightened and constricted Sasuke's chakra structure. Sueki growled, spinning even faster. Enten Kagetsu screamed. The black flames erupted, cutting the tendrils. Malric staggered a little, and his barrier flickered for the first time. Impressively, he admitted and smiled again. "But you still lack the determination to finish this." Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he raised both hands and channeled his chakra into a devastating attack. The lightning bolts joined above him and formed a massive dragon that roared with pure Kirin energy. The room lit up as the dragon descended, and its thunderous roar made the foundations of the peak tremble. Malric narrowed his eyes and raised both hands, summoning a huge black dome that enveloped him. The dragon lightning attacked with a deafening explosion, destroying everything in its path. The air filled with dust and debris, and for a moment silence reigned. Malric's retreat. When the dust settled, Malric stood in the middle of the destruction with his barrier cracked but intact, blood running from the corner of his mouth. But his smile remained intact. "You are strong," Yukiya, Malric admitted in a tone of reluctance louder than he expected. "But this fight is far from over." Sasuke was on his knees and breathing heavily. The tension of his techniques was beginning to take its toll. "You already escaped," he mocked hoarsely. Mar laughed darkly. "Call it a strategic retreat. You will soon see why it was necessary." With a flick of the wrist, some shadowy tentacles rivers shot out and caught Samui, who had frozen nearby. "You are going to come with me," he said, dragging her towards him. Samui struggled against the dark restraints, his eyes wide with fear. "Let me go," he screamed. "But badly." RG ignored her. "You bastard," roared Sasuke, forcing himself to his feet. He summoned Susanoo's sword once more and attacked, but Malric waved his hand, sending a shockwave, knocking Sasuke back. "Stop, Yukiya. You are in no condition to continue." Malric turned to the remaining shinobi and said in a booming voice, "Listen up, all of you. This is just the beginning. Your so-called peace is based on lies and stolen power. I will destroy this corrupted world and rebuild it from the ashes. Your era is over." Sasuke gritted his teeth. "You will regret this," Malric scoffed. "Maybe, but for now bask in the despair." He raised his hand, and a portal of swirling darkness appeared behind him. The headless knight emerged holding the severed head of one of May's guards. Blood dripped from the gruesome trophy. As the knight mounted his spectral horse, his presence radiated malice. "Come on," Malric ordered, entering the portal with Samui in tow. The headless knight turned to the remaining shinobi one last time before disappearing into the portal, his laughter echoing ominously. Aftermath. The room was in ruins. The cage and his allies were battered, and broken blood stained the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of death and despair. Tsunade leaned against a broken column, sweat and blood dripping from her face. "Where is Naruto?" she muttered in a shaky voice. At that, Shikamaru stood up with a pale face, but determined. "We have to go," he said with a firm voice despite the fear in his eyes. "This fight is over. We need to regroup." "Noos. But where is Naruto?" repeated Tsunade, her voice now louder. Almost desperate, from the shadows appeared Naruto. His orange jacket had disappeared and had been replaced by a dark cloak that seemed to blend in with the night. His expression was calm, but there was a dangerous edge in his eyes. He said nothing as he entered the light. His presence silenced the room. Everyone they turned to him with eyes full of unspoken questions and a lingering fear. Shikamaru stepped forward in a calm but firm voice. Naruto, you saw everything. You didn't just stand there. Naruto's lips curved into a slight smile, a gesture that sent chills through those watching him. Without saying a word, he turned around and began to walk away with slow and deliberate movements. Say something, Tsunade shouted in a broken voice, but Naruto didn't answer. His smile widened slightly, and for a fleeting moment his eyes glinted with an eerie satisfaction. As he disappeared into the shadows, Shikamaru exhaled sharply. He's slipping further and further into the darkness. He muttered, I warned you all. It's not about blaming him anymore. It's about fixing what we've broken. The shinobi began to follow Naruto, his movements hesitant and unsure. Gaara hung back for a moment, his gaze fixed on the spot where Naruto had been. Naruto looked grim. What have we done to you? And with that, the remnants of the cage summit began their retreat, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that their strongest ally had become a distant shadow. The sun rose over the village of Konoha, casting a soft orange glow over the rooftops and streets. The faint chatter of villagers going about their day began to fill the air, but the mood amongst the returning shinobi was subdued. Each of them carried the weight of the disastrous cage summit, the scars of battle etched not only on their bodies but also in their hearts. The group walked through the main gate of Konoha in silence. Tsunade walked in front, her shoulders heavy with responsibility. Behind her, Kakashi adjusted his headband, his face unreadable. Sasuke, his cloak in tatters and his body bruised, kept his gaze straight ahead, lost in thought. Shikamaru, Gaara, and the others followed, each dealing with their own confusion. However, Naruto was nowhere in sight. Tsunade paused and looked over her shoulder at the group. She sighed deeply and left. Out of breath. I guess we all have something to think about, she said quietly, turning her gaze towards the village. Kakashi stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. I say goodbye, he said, simply. Without waiting for an answer, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. One by one the others dispersed, each taking their own path. Tsunade stood there for a moment with her eyes scanning the horizon, as if she expected Naruto to appear, but he didn't. At Ino's house, Ino was sitting cross-legged on the She sat on the couch in her living room, staring absent-mindedly at her phone. She was wearing a casual outfit, a tank top and shorts, and her long blonde hair was tied in a loose ponytail. She looked at the clock on the wall for the third time in 5 minutes. Dawn, where is he? She muttered to herself, frowning. The mission was over, and by then, everyone had returned to the village, all except Naruto. I felt a stabbing sickness in my stomach. I didn't want to admit it out loud, but I was worried maybe he gorged himself, she said out loud. She lowered herself, trying to convince herself, but that thought didn't calm her. Down at the top of the monument to the fourth box, Naruto was sitting on the edge of the stone head of the fourth box with his legs hanging over the edge. The morning breeze ruffled his spiky blonde hair. As he looked at the village below, he leaned forward. He rested his elbows on his knees and buried his face in his hands. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The memory of the previous night was repeated in his mind. The screams, the fighting, the destruction, and his own stillness. He hadn't moved to help, he hadn't moved a finger, and yet a shiver ran down his spine as he remembered the weak, twisted satisfaction he'd felt at seeing the chaos, the desperation in their voices. The sight of his comrades fighting something had awakened in him. He clenched his fists. What's wrong with me? He whispered. Why did I feel good? He looked towards the horizon. The rising sun painted the sky with gold and crimson veins. The heat of the light failed to drive away the cold fear settling in her chest. I'm turning into a monster, she muttered in the office. As she cashed it, Ino stormed into the office, her heels clacking loudly against the wooden floor. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk with piles of papers spread out in front of her. And she didn't say. Tsunade, surprised by the sudden entrance. What are you? Where is Naruto? Ino asked with her hands on her hips, her blue eyes shining urgently. He hasn't come home. Everyone else has come back, but he hasn't. What is past? Tsunade leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. And it's not complicated, then make it simple, she snapped. Ino, tell me what happened. Tsunade hesitated a moment before sighing. She recounted the events of the summit cage, the accusations, the distrust, and Naruto's silent departure. He didn't intervene, he concluded. Tsunade stood there and was inspected and didn't clench her fists. Those bastards, he whispered. How dare they treat him like that? Tsunade shook her head. It's not just about them. Naruto is struggling with something deeper. I can see it, and I don't know how. Help him. Ino took a deep breath, her anger softening into determination. I know where he is. I'll go find him. Back to the fourth Okage monument. Naruto's head snapped up as he felt a pair of hands cover his eyes. The familiar scent of the band hit his nose. And he sighed. I said flatly. His voice was playful and his tone provocative. Guess who? I'm not in the mood for games, he replied in an emotionless tone. Ino laughed softly and took her hands away to sit next to him. You're always so serious, Naruto-kun said in a calm voice. He leaned back and his arms supported her as he looked out at the village. Naruto didn't answer. He looked ahead with his mind still foggy. Ino tilted her head to look at him, and her playful attitude faded. It's a beautiful sight, no? He asked softly. He nodded absent-mindedly. She sighed, and her gaze softened. I know what happened, Naruto-kun said. Naruto's head turned slightly, and his blue eyes met hers. You know that? Yes, I do, said Tsunade. Told me everything, how they blamed you, how you didn't intervene, and how he hesitated. You watched. Naruto looked away. Shame was reflected on his face. Then you know why I can't face them. Ino reached out her hand and placed it on his. You're human, Naruto. What you felt is normal, no? She said in a firm voice. It's not. I felt something dark, and I'm scared. And no, she gasped. She'd never heard Naruto admit he was scared before. Scared of what? She asked softly. Naruto turned to her with a pained expression. I'm scared of myself. Her heart ached at her words. Without thinking, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. The kiss was deep, filled with unspoken emotions. When she pulled away, she whispered in his ear, you don't have to be afraid, Naruto-kun. I'm here always. Naruto looked at her with wide eyes. For a moment, the storm inside her calmed down, and he didn't stand up and offered her his hand. Come on, she said in a firm voice. Let's go home. We'll figure this out together. He hesitated before putting his hand in hers. She helped him to his feet and hugged him, hugging him strong as they walked back to the village. Naruto's steps were heavy, but for the first time in days, he felt a ray of hope whose presence was a firm anchor that kept him from sinking further into the abyss. And as they disappeared down the road, the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its light over Konoha, a light that promised a new day, no matter how dark the night had been. The golden tones of the setting sun bathed Konoha in a soft light, creating an atmosphere of calm within. A modest but well-kept Naruto was sitting on the edge of the couch, looking through the pages on his phone. His expression was neutral, his posture relaxed, but his mind was a storm of conflicting emotions. He had put on something more formal, dark pants, paired with a crisp white shirt and a tailored black blazer. His blonde hair was slightly damp, combed back carefully after a recent shower. The effort he had put into his appearance was subtle, but it did not go unnoticed. In the kitchen, Ino hummed to herself as she prepared dinner. She was wearing a light apron that fit comfortably around her waist, and the fabric barely reached mid-thigh. Her long legs were bare, and her blonde hair was tied in a loose braid that swayed with her movements. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, not from the heat of the stove, but from thinking about the man waiting for her in the other room. Dinner is almost ready, Naruto-kun yelled, looking over his shoulder with a small smile. Naruto, no, he replied immediately. He was still focused on his phone, but his ears twitched slightly at the sound of her voice, and he set the device down, letting out a small sigh. Ino brought 2 steaming bowls of ramen to the table with an expression full of pride. She carefully set them down before clapping her hands. Guess what, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked up from his phone. His expression was curious, but reserved. What did I do? Ramen, he announced with a playful glint in his eyes. Your favorite Naruto food archaeologist he was drawn to, and I didn't know exactly how to get to him. If there was one thing Naruto couldn't resist, it was a freshly made bowl of ramen. She followed him to the table. Her apron swayed as she walked. Naruto noticed her bare legs, but quickly looked away and sat down without a word. Ino placed a bowl in front of him before sitting down in the opposite seat with his own bowl in hand to eat. She encouraged me as she picked up her chopsticks. Naruto didn't need to be told twice. He took his chopsticks and began to eat. The delicious and the savory taste of the broth lifted her spirits immediately, and she didn't look at him as she ate. Her blue eyes settled on his face. There was a strange gentleness in his demeanor, a stark contrast to the cold and distant Naruto she had seen the day before. As Naruto continued to eat, Ino took some ramen from her bowl with her chopsticks. Naruto-kun said, leaning forward slightly. He looked up with his mouth full. Take, she said, offering him the noodles. Eat it, I've prepared them for you. Naruto hesitated. I'm already eating my own bowl, she said in a monotone, and didn't give a playful pout. Come on, don't be close, just try it. Naruto sighed, but opened his mouth slightly, allowing Ino to feed him. She smiled radiantly, and her cheeks were tinted with a soft blush. Ready, she said, leaning back in her chair. Now it's your turn. Naruto blinked. What do you have to feed me? She insisted, pushing her bowl towards him. Naruto frowned, but complied, and took a small portion of noodles with his chopsticks. He leaned forward slightly and gave them to her. Ino offered. She leaned down and took a bite, brushing the chopsticks with her lips. She chewed slowly, savoring the taste before smiling. It's even better when it's from you, Naruto-kun, she said quietly. Naruto's ears turned slightly red, but he didn't say anything. and went back to his food after dinner. Ino stood in the kitchen humming to herself as she cleaned up the dishes she had taken off her apron and was now wearing a simple tank top and shorts. The sound of running water filled the small space, accompanied by the light clinking of plates and bowls. She didn't hear Naruto approach until he was standing right behind her. She turned her head, slightly surprised. Naruto-kun, what are you? Her words caught in her throat when Naruto reached out and took her hand. His touch was gentle but firm. He lifted her hand to his lips and placed a soft kiss on her knuckles. Her cheeks turned a deep red. She brought her free hand to her face, her heart pounding. Naruto-kun stuttered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Naruto didn't say a word. He took a step back, let go of her hand, and walked out of the kitchen without looking at her again. Ino stood frozen with her heart racing and her face flushed. She stared at the hand he had kissed. Her fingers trembled slightly. A dreamy smile spread across her lips, and her eyes sparkled. If she keeps doing things like that, she whispered to herself, I will make her ramen every day for the rest of my life. Naruto's thoughts. Naruto walked into the living room, running a hand through his hair. His face was slightly red, though he wasn't sure why. He sank into the couch and leaned back with a deep sigh. What did I just do? He muttered to himself, staring up at the ceiling despite the confusion swirling through his mind. A small smile played on his lips for the first time in a long time. He felt a sense of peace elsewhere. In a dimly lit room, Malric stood in front of his gathered men with a smile sinister in the face. She leaned against the edge of a table and placed possessively the hand on the waist of Samui. She looked at him with anger but did not say anything. His body was tense. We have taken the first step, declared Malric with a resonant voice. You have seen our power, you have tasted fear. And soon he smiled with mockery and passed his hand lazily by the side of Samui. We will show them what we are really capable of. The men cheered, and their voices resonated in the room. Samui clenched his fists, but remained silent, and his eyes reflected defiance. In Sakura's apartment, Sakura sat alone in her room. The moonlight filtered through the window. Her hands rested on her knees, and her emerald eyes stared at the floor. Her thoughts were consumed by Naruto, by the man he had become. She clenched her fists and dug her nails into her palms. Naruto whispered. The memories of the previous night flooded her mind, the chaos, the bloodshed, and Naruto's refusal to come. She remembered the coldness in her eyes, the way she had turned her back on everyone. Tears welled up in her eyes as she buried her face in her hands. He's changed, she said quietly. He's not the Naruto I knew. Her mind turned to Hino, the way he clung to Naruto like he belonged to her. That pig, Sakura whispered through clenched teeth. He's taken him, he's consumed him. She slammed her fist on the ground, her voice shaking with anger and pain. Why? She whispered. Her tears fell freely and stained the ground. Why did I tell her those things? She remembered the last words he had spoken to her, the venom in his voice cutting deeper than any blade. I hate you. The memory echoed in her mind, leaving her broken and empty. The soft glow of moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting a dim light over the silent room. Ino slept soundly, wrapped comfortably in the warmth of a thick blanket. Her delicate features were peaceful. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. Beside her, Naruto sat on the edge from the bed, looking at the floor with a distant expression. His heart felt heavy, a weight that oppressed him, and that he could not get rid of. The air in the room seemed stifling in silence. Careful not to disturb Ino, Naruto got up and left the room. Memories in ink. Naruto was sitting alone in Star's living room with a small notebook on the table in front of him. The worn cover and the folded pages showed the marks of years of use. Next to him was an inactive pen waiting for his hand. The voice of Kurama, it echoed in his mind, breaking the silence. You still have that old thing? Naruto took the pen and turned a few pages, looking through the notes he had written over the years. Yes, he muttered, I have it since I was a child. It is one of the few things I never let go. Kurama snorted in a tone that held a tinge of amusement and exasperation. You have saved the world, you have fought gods, and you have survived the worst of humanity, but here you are writing in a notebook. Like a poet in love. Naruto's lips, they curved into a slight smile, but it didn't reach their eyes. It helps me think, he said, simply turning the page to a blank page. As the pen floated over the paper, Kurama spoke again, softening his, you haven't changed, Naruto, since the war, especially after what happened 3 years ago. Naruto's hand froze. He didn't respond immediately. His mind was already taking him back to those moments. I remember, he said quietly with a tone of pain in his voice. Flashback. The antiseptic smell of the disinfectant, it hung in the air, mixed with the soft hum of the fluorescent lights. Naruto sat on the edge of his hospital bed, his blue eyes staring at the floor. Drip. The rhythmic beeping of the monitors was his only company in the sterile room. Bandages covered his torso and limbs, a harsh reminder of the war that had nearly taken everything from him. He should have felt relief, maybe even joy at the peace they had achieved. but instead a deep pain gnawed at him. Chest. The cheers and gratitude of the villagers echoed faintly in his memory. The cries of hero and salvation had followed him everywhere. Immediately after the war, however, as the days passed, those cheers faded to whispers, and then silence. No one had visited him. They are simply busy, muttered Naruto, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Sakura-chan is probably overwhelmed with patience. Yes, that's it, she has too much to do. He repeated the lie like a mantra, but he couldn't chase away the growing loneliness. The hours seemed endless, each minute stretched into an eternity. He thought about Team 7 and everything they had endured together, and how they had promised to never leave each other. Then where were they finally? The silence became unbearable. Naruto swung his legs over the edge of the bed, wincing as he felt a sharp pain shoot through his ribs. He tested his weight on unsteady legs, grabbing onto the support of the track. He took an intravenous to sustain himself. He said, "A walk to no one. Maybe he'll find them." The cold tiles beneath his feet sent a chill down his spine as he made his way down the hall. The hospital hallways were eerily quiet. The occasional murmur of voices behind closed doors was the only indication that there was still life in the building. He wandered aimlessly. Each step brought him closer to an unknown destination. His mind raced with thoughts he couldn't quiet. Why hadn't they come? Maybe they weren't maybe I'm not as important to them as they are to me. He shook his head, dispelling the thought. That's stupid. Of course they care. Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei are busy. Even Sasuke probably has something to do. I'm just thinking about it too much. But still his chest tightened. The voices. Naruto turned a corner and stopped dead. His heart skipped a beat, seeing that the door to Sasuke's room was ajar. The light spilled into the dark hallway, and a few voices. Naruto's heart sank painfully as he took a step back, instinctively wanting to leave. But his feet refused to obey. Something in her tone forced him to stay, even when every fiber of his being screamed at him to leave. "I've always loved you," Sakura continued in a softer voice, almost pleading. "I wanted so badly for you to come back. I never stopped waiting for you." Naruto's hand closed in on him, a fist at his side, pressed against the wall beside the door, hidden, but close enough to hear every word. There was a long pause before Sasuke answered. His voice was quiet and distant. "And what about Naruto?" Naruto's chest tightened. Sakura's laugh was low and bitter, lacking the warmth he had always associated with her. "Naruto, don't be ridiculous. I could never love someone like him. He's a fool, always has been. How could I fall for someone so inferior to me?" His words pierced through. Naruto staggered back like a sword, and his vision blurred inside the room. Sasuke's tone remained neutral. "Then why did you spend so much time with him?" Sakura's response was dismissive, almost flippant. "It was part of the plan. If you hadn't come back, at least I would have him as a backup. He's always been so desperate for my attention. It was easy to keep him close." Naruto's stomach turned. The air felt thick and suffocating. He grabbed the wall for support. His legs threatened to give way. "But now you're here, Sasuke-kun," continued Sakura in a softer voice. "And that's all that matters. I'll give you whatever it is, whatever you want. Just say it." There was a long silence. When Sasuke finally spoke, his tone was sharp. "I don't want that." Sakura's voice cracked. Why don't you want me, Sasuke-kun? I've waited for you. I've loved you. Isn't that enough?" Naruto didn't wait to hear more. His feet carried him away. His mind was a storm of emotions. He didn't know where he was going. He just needed to escape. When Naruto reached his room, his hands were shaking. He stared at the floor, his mind repeating Sakura's words over and over like a broken record. A knock on the door startled him. He turned around to see Tsunade come in with an expression that was both worried and curious. Naruto began with a hesitant tone. "I wanted to talk to you about. Can you accommodate my arm now?" Naruto interrupted her. His voice was colder than she'd ever heard. Tsunade blinked in bewilderment. "What did I think you wanted to wait?" "You said that Sasuke doesn't matter to me," Sasuke interrupted. Naruto, with his blue eyes, cold and distant, "Nor anyone else, really. Just do it." The venom in his tone left Tsunade momentarily speechless. She watched him, noticing the tension in his jaw, the hardness in his gaze. "Okay," he finally said in a cautious voice, "we will prepare the operating room." The operation went smoothly. When Naruto woke up, his new prosthetic arm was bandaged and immobilized. Tsunade was standing next to his bed with a clipboard in her hand. "You won't be able to use it fully for a while," she said. "You need help to adapt." Naruto snapped, interrupting her. His voice was emotionless. "I don't need anyone's help. I'll figure it out myself." Tsunade frowned. "Naruto, I don't think so. I said I don't need anyone." He repeated in a harsher tone this time. "Leave me alone." Tsunade hesitated, but eventually nodded. Her concern was evident as she left the room. Naruto stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. The warmth and optimism that had once defined him were gone, replaced by a cold emptiness. The sun was shining. It sank into the horizon and cast a warm orange glow over the village as Tsunade walked out of Naruto's hospital room. Her heart was heavy, and her mind swirled with thoughts of the boy. No, the man who had just attacked her. This was not the Naruto Uzumaki. She had known the energetic and optimistic young man who lit up every room he entered. This Naruto was cold, aloof, and filled with an anger that was both strange and unsettling. For the next few days, Naruto remained confined to his hospital room. Nurses came and went tending to his wounds and overseeing his recovery, but he barely acknowledged them. Their interactions were abrupt, their tone clipped, and devoid of any warmth. He spent most of his time staring out the window as his mind replayed the events that had shattered his trust. Sakura's words haunted him, echoing in his mind like a cruel taunt. They used me, he thought, bitterly clenching his fingers into fists, all of them. Kurama. He watched silently from within without his usual sarcastic comment. For once, the great fox didn't have the heart to speak. He could feel Naruto's confusion, as if it were his own. As the doctors finally gave him the all-clear, Naruto stood in front of the mirror and pulled off his old orange jumpsuit. The vibrant color that had once symbolized his unbreakable spirit now looked childish, out of place on a man who had faced death and betrayal. He reached into a bag that was on a nearby chair and pulled out the new clothes he had ordered, a smart tailored suit in deep black with a crisp white shirt and a dark tie. He adjusted the collar as he looked at his reflection. The orange doesn't suit me anymore, he muttered under his breath. Kurama chuckled lightly. It took you quite a while to realize. Naruto didn't respond. He put on a pair of polished black shoes and ran a hand through his spiky blonde hair to smooth it out a bit. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of the room, a hero among the village. When Naruto walked out of the hospital, the bustling streets of Konoha came to life around them. The villagers stopped in their tracks and their eyes lit up at the sight of their Eve. A small crowd began to gather, and their admiration was evident in their excited whispers and eager smiles. Naruto-sama, can I have your autograph? Yelled a young man holding a notebook. Thank you for saving us, Naruto-sama, said an older woman, bowing deeply, but Naruto's expression remained neutral. Almost distant, he ignored the crowd and walked forward with a stride. The villagers watched him, and their enthusiasm dimmed as they noticed the coldness in his demeanor. Kiba, what was wrong with Akamaru? He saw Naruto and ran towards him. Hi, Naruto, yelled Kiba, smiling widely. Long time no see, friend. How are you, Naruto? He looked at him briefly. His blue eyes lacked their usual warmth. Without saying a word, he continued walking. Kiba stopped dead in his tracks, and his smile turned into a grimace. What's your problem? He muttered as he watched Naruto's figure walk away. He returned home. Finally, Naruto found himself in front of his childhood home. The small, run-down apartment looked even worse than he remembered. The paint was peeling off. The windows were cracked. The door creaked loudly as he opened it. He entered the house. The air was stale and stuffy. The walls were bare, and the furniture was sparse and worn. It was a stark contrast to the luxurious properties he had seen others live in. No, he muttered in a disgusted tone at the voice. I will not stay here. I will not live in this garbage can. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. And where do you plan to go? Naruto smiled lightly. Somewhere better. Facing Tsunade, the Okage's office was bustling with activity when he arrived. Naruto opened the doors without knocking, startled. The shinobi inside. Tsunade looked up from her desk. And Naruto, you know, housing assignments are based on. I don't care about your rules, Naruto interrupted, slamming his hand on his desk. I am the hero of this village. I saved you all I deserve. Better. The room was left in silence. The shinobi who were nearby exchanged uneasy glances, surprised by Naruto's audacity. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Be careful with the tone, Naruto. You are talking to the Okage, and I am the hero of the fourth great ninja war, replied Naruto in a cold voice. That puts me in a position above the rest of these shinobi. I have earned special treatment. Tsunade's jaw tensed. What exactly are you asking for? I want a mansion, Naruto said. Simply something appropriate for someone of my status. Tsunade, she watched for a long moment. This was not the Naruto she remembered. The boy who once fought tooth and nail for his friends and his village now stood before her, demanding privileges with a sense of entitlement that was almost unrecognizable. Okay, he said finally with a resigned tone, you will have your mansion, but you will have to wait 2 days while we make arrangements. Naruto narrowed his eyes. 2 days? I don't want the keys now, Tsunade raged. Naruto, be reasonable. If you make me wait, Naruto interrupted with the voice dangerously low, I will leave this village forever. The room fell completely silent. Tsunade stared at him, stunned by the threat. Has something happened to you? she said quietly. You have changed Naruto's expression. He did not hesitate. What happened does not matter. What matters is that I am a hero and I deserve to be treated as such. Tsunade sighed, deeply rubbing her temples. It's okay. I'll take care of it now. She pointed to a nearby shinobi. Prepare a suitable residence for Naruto. Immediately, the shinobi nodded quickly. Yes, Okajima. The day of the tribute to the fallen heroes dawned gloomy. The sky was cloudy, as if the heavens themselves were mourning the losses of the fourth great ninja war. The streets of the town were quieter than usual, with most of its inhabitants gathered on the ceremonial ground. Shinobi of all ranks were standing shoulder to shoulder with their heads bowed in reverence as Tsunade addressed the crowd. This day began with a voice full of emotion. We honor those who gave their life to ensure peace in our world. They are the true heroes, and their sacrifices will never be forgotten. Among the crowd were familiar faces: Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Inada, Kiba, and even Sasuke, whose own journey to redemption had been due to his recent surgery. However, there was one face that was conspicuous by his absence: Naruto Uzumaki, the hero of the war, the one felt by all. As the ceremony progressed, murmurs spread among Naruto's friends. Shikamaru bowed to Tsunade with Kiba frowned, whereas Naruto asked. Tsunade sighed, staring straight ahead. He's not here, he's not here, repeated Kiba in a tone of disbelief. What do you mean he's not here? We're talking about Naruto. No, he would get lost. This has changed, said Tsunade. Simply. Sakura frowned, her frustration coming to the surface. That idiot, how could he disrespect something so important? He's lost all sense of responsibility. Tsunade gave him a warning look. It's not that simple, Sakura. None of us. Does he really know what's going on with him? Sasuke's observation at the monument grounds. Sasuke remained silent with his dark eyes scanning the crowd. He noticed Naruto's absence immediately, although it didn't surprise him as much as it did the others. It's different now, Sasuke thought, since the war. After the ceremony, as he prepared to leave for his journey of atonement, Sakura approached him. Can you believe it? She said with an indignant tone. Naruto got a mansion just because he's the war hero. Meanwhile, the rest of we've earned it. Sasuke interrupted in a neutral tone. If anyone deserves special treatment, it's him. Sakura snorted. I still want to see him. I want to know what's going on with him. Sasuke's gaze lingered on her for a moment before turning away. Do whatever you want. Days later, a chance encounter. A few days after the tribute, Naruto walked through the streets of the village with his hands shoved into the pockets of his black coat. His presence was imposing yet distant, and the villagers seemed hesitant to approach him. The warmth that once radiated was gone, replaced by an air of coldness, unapproachable. In the distance, Shikamaru and the others were gathered in their usual meeting place, laughing and chatting. However, In was not absent and preferred to remain isolated in her house. Shikamaru saw Naruto and waved to him with his hand. Hey, Naruto, over here. Naruto didn't answer. His gaze remained forward, and his step uninterrupted. Hey, Kiba yelled, taking a step forward. Join us, man. Still, Naruto ignored them and continued down the street. Somewhat. It's not okay, Shikamaru muttered, his eyes narrowing. Sakura, who was watching from the side, felt a surge of determination. She ran after Naruto and grabbed his arm. Naruto, wait, he said. You can't keep avoiding him. Naruto suddenly stopped, his body tensing without saying a word. He released his arm from her grip. The force of his action surprised everyone. Leave me alone, Sakura said coldly, her voice lacking the familiar affection that once colored her name. Sakura froze, her mouth open. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Naruto turned to look at her. His blue eyes were piercing and unyielding. What's wrong with me? He repeated in an icy tone. Nothing. What do you want, Sakura? The group fell silent. The tension was palpable. Naruto's expression was indecipherable, but the emptiness in his eyes was unmistakable. Sakura's voice wavered. I just wanted. Did you want? Naruto interrupted her, raising his voice slightly. What's wrong with what I want? Have any of you ever thought about that? Shikamaru stepped forward cautiously. Naruto, calm down. Let's talk. Naruto slapped his hand away with a quick and forceful movement. Don't touch me, he said harshly. Everyone stared in shock, feeling the weight of the moment. Naruto turned on his heels and walked away without another word, leaving his friends to deal with the sudden change in their once unbreakable bond. The aftermath. Shikamaru sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Something serious is wrong with him, something we're not seeing. Sakura looked at Naruto and her chest tightened. I don't understand, she muttered. What did I do to make him act like that? The others exchanged glances, uneasy. Each one felt the growing gulf between them, and the boy they had once called their friend. Naruto's shadow stretched across the pavement as he walked away with a heavy heart, but with an unwavering determination he no longer needed anyone. The silence in the village was heavy, and unspoken tension took hold of those who once called Naruto Uzumaki a friend. It had been days since the confrontation in the streets, and in that time Naruto had not spoken to anyone, Nor had he left his new home. The once lively boy who jumped at the chance to reunite with his friends now seemed a shadow of himself, withdrawn and unreachable. On the other side of the village, Sasuke Uchiha stood in his modest home, gathering the last of his remaining supplies for his journey of redemption. The ceremonial bandages covering his newly reattached arm were a constant reminder of his mistakes and the second chance he had been given. As he fastened his cloak, Kakashi entered the room. His usual relaxed demeanor was replaced by a subtle undercurrent of concern. "Are you sure about this?" Sasuke asked Kakashi, leaning against the doorframe. Sasuke nodded. "It's something I need to do to better understand the world and myself." Kakashi sighed and crossed his arms. "It's okay, but before you go, there's something I need to ask you. Have you talked to Naruto? You haven't left that house since." "Well, you know." Sasuke's expression darkened, and a flash of guilt crossed his face. "But I have a feeling I know why." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Sasuke hesitated before admitting it might have to do with something he overheard at the hospital between Sakura and I. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. "Do you think he heard that?" "I can't say for sure," Sasuke replied as he adjusted his gear. "But if he did, that would explain a lot." Kakashi sighed again. "More deeply this time. If you leave today, maybe you should try talking to him first. It might help." Sasuke remained silent for a moment before nod. "I'll try, but I can't promise anything." Naruto's isolation away from the bustling center of the village. Naruto sat alone in one of Konoha's secluded training grounds. His back rested against a tree, and in his hands was a scroll he had recently discovered among the belongings left to him by his mother Kusina Uzumaki. The scroll had a simple title: The Sealing Techniques of the Uzumaki Clan. As he unfolded it, Naruto's eyes widened at the intricacy of the diagrams and instructions that contained the techniques that could bind the tailed beasts, strengthen defenses, and even control the flow of life and death were detailed in elegant writing. "So this is what he left behind," Naruto muttered, running his fingers over the nearby path were several open books, each of them delving into the history, culture, and unique powers of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto had been immersed in these texts for days, determined to discover all the secrets that his heritage held. "If this is what it takes to become stronger," he thought, "then I will learn everything." As he began to read again, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his concentration. He looked up with a neutral expression as Sasuke emerged from between the trees. "I thought I would find you here," Sasuke said in a measured tone. Naruto did not answer. His gaze returned to the scroll in his hands. Sasuke took a step closer. "Naruto, I am leaving the village today. Before I go, there is something that I need to tell you." Naruto's fingers paused on the scroll, but he didn't look up. "I know you heard that conversation in the hospital," Sasuke continued, "and I know you think we've all been using you to a certain extent." "You're right to that." Naruto's eyes suddenly rose, fixing on Sasuke's with an intensity that made the fighter hesitate. But Sasuke insisted. "That doesn't change the fact that enough." Naruto interrupted with a cold and sharp voice. He stood up, closed the scroll, and put it away in his coat. "No, I want to hear your excuses." Sasuke frowned. "I'm not making excuses, I'm just trying." "I said enough," Naruto repeated louder this time. His expression was icy, lacking the warmth that had once defined him. "I don't care about your explanations or your apologies. I don't care about you, Sakura, or anyone else in this village." Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, surprised by the pure venom in Naruto's tone. "You think I care? This bond that we're supposed to share," continued Naruto, raising his voice. "Let me make it clear, I don't care. It doesn't matter anymore." Sasuke clenched his fists. "Naruto, you don't mean it." Naruto smirked, a bitter tone to his expression. "Don't you let me remind you something, Sasuke. The first time we fought at the Valley of the End, I let you win. I could have beaten you, but I didn't want to hurt you." Sasuke's jaw tightened. "The second time," Naruto continued, "we tied, and even then I could have activated Sage Mode and ended it, but I didn't." Naruto stepped closer, and his gaze pierced her. "The third time, I didn't hold back. I would have killed you if I had to do it." Sasuke's breathing hitched, and the weight of Naruto's words sank deep into him. "And you know what?" Naruto said, lowering his voice to a dangerous whisper. "I have no regrets, because I've realized something. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. All I need is power, the power to destroy whoever stands in my way, even you." Sasuke looked at Naruto with a mix of surprise and sadness on his face. "Naruto, go away," said Naruto, turning around. "I don't want to see you again." For a moment, Sasuke hesitated, as if he wanted to say something more, but the unwavering coldness in Naruto's stance made it clear there was nothing more to say. Without another word being said, Sasuke turned around and walked away, the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance, the beginning of a new path. Once Sasuke was gone, Naruto sat back down under the tree and opened the scroll again. He stared at the words for a long moment before speaking out loud to no one in particular. "The first lesson," he muttered with a firm voice. From that moment on, Naruto dedicated himself completely to mastering the techniques of his clan. He isolated himself even more. He buried his emotions and cut his ties with those he once called friends. Back to the present, the light scratch of a pen echoed in the dimly lit room as Naruto wrote in his journal, and his thoughts flowed onto the page, and that was the moment everything changed. He wrote in a crisp and precise handwriting. Kurama stirred inside him, and his deep voice broke the silence. So it was so. When did it all start? The day you decided to stop talking to everyone. Naruto smiled slightly. Could you say that? And yet Kurama continued with a hint of amusement in his tone. Despite everything you say about not needing anyone, you have that blonde girl on your finger. Naruto's expression darkened slightly. She's not me. Sure, Kurama interrupted, laughing. Keep telling you that. Naruto sighed, closed his journal, and leaned back in his chair. The weight of his past still held him, but for now he allowed himself a brief moment. The morning sun filtered through the curtains and cast a warm golden glow throughout the room. She shifted under the soft sheets, her mind still clouded with sleep. She instinctively reached out to find the warmth of Naruto's body beside her, but the space was empty. Her eyes shot open, and she blinked a few times before realizing he wasn't there. A small pout formed on her lips as she rose, the cool air caressing her bare skin, etching its scent into her mouth. State of undress, she looked down at herself. Her black lace bra was the only thing covering her otherwise naked body. That idiot, she muttered with a playful smile, left me alone after a night like that. Ino got out of bed and stretched her long, toned legs. Reflected the light as she moved. Her blonde hair fell messily down her back, giving her an effortlessly seductive appearance. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand, curious as to where Naruto could be. She wandered around through the house, her bare feet softly padding across the hardwood floor. As she reached the study, the sight before her made her pause. Naruto was slumped over his desk, his head resting on a book, fast asleep. His hair was disheveled, and the faint shadows under his eyes hinted at how long he had been awake before exhaustion overcame him. The room was filled with the faint scent of paper and ink, a stark contrast to the warmth exuded from Sesame's lips. They curved into a mischievous smile. You are so adorable when you are like this, she whispered, taking out her phone. Taking a few pictures, carefully marking his peaceful expression. These will be good memories for the future, she thought, giggling softly. After taking enough pictures, she leaned down and gently shook his shoulder. Naruto-kun, wake up, she called out to him softly. When he didn't move, she tried again, this time louder. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Finally moved. She raised her head dazedly and blinked at the light. Her eyes met hers, and her face immediately flushed red when she noticed his outfit, or lack thereof. Sees good morning. Ino stuttered, looking anywhere but at her. Ino tilted her head, pretending not to notice her embarrassment. Good morning, Naruto-kun yelled. Why are you sleeping at your desk? You should have stayed in bed with me. Naruto looked away with his cheeks burning. Could you maybe put something on? Hino irritating, crossing his arms in mock indignation. What's the problem? We're alone here. Besides, she added with a boy, you've seen much more than this. No. Naruto's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and he quickly stood up, muttering something about needing to take a shower as he headed to the bathroom. Hollow as she watched, she bit her lip to hold back her laughter. He's so cute when he's nervous, she muttered to herself. A breakfast interrupted as Naruto emerged from the shower, freshly dressed and with his composure somewhat regained. I was sitting at the kitchen table expectantly waiting for breakfast, she asked with a sweet smile, resting his chin on his hand. Naruto sighed, knowing there was no way to refuse. Okay, but you really should get dressed. I gestured for him to leave. I'm comfortable like this now. Go. Chop chop. Shaking his head, Naruto set about making breakfast. The smell of eggs and toast soon filled the air, mixing with the aroma of freshly brewed tea. Ino watched him work. His eyes softened as he watched the way he moved around the kitchen. When the food was ready, Naruto set the plate down in front of her and sat down across from her. Thanks, Hino said, eating it with enthusiasm. After a few bites, she paused and noticed that Naruto wasn't eating. What's wrong? Why isn't he coming? Naruto hesitated, staring at the table. I'm not really hungry, she muttered. Ino frowned and put down her fork. She could see the sadness in his eyes, the way his shoulders slumped as if they carried an invisible weight. She knew exactly what it was that was bothering him. The cage summit. The event had been a turning point. Naruto had decided not to intervene during the chaos that broke out there, allowing the others to face their struggles alone. His decision had been deliberate, calculated, but it had a cost. The rumors and accusations of indifference weighed on him. The same people who before praised him as a hero now questioned his character, painting him as cold and insensitive. His heart did not hurt for him. He hated to see him like this, lost in the shadows of his own mind. Without saying a word, he stood up and walked around the table. Naruto, he looked surprised when she slid onto his lap, straddling him, and he exclaimed with a blushing face, as he felt the heat of her body pressing against him, her arms around his neck. "You're not going to get away from me that easily," she joked. "Now listen to me, Naruto-kun, you need to eat for me, okay?" Naruto tried to look away, but Ino took his face in her hands and forced him to look into her eyes. Her eyes were full of determination and a hint of mischief. "If you don't eat, I'll have to feed you myself," she said, taking a spoonful of food from his plate. Before he could protest, she brought it to her lips and shoved it into her mouth. Naruto's face turned beet red as he chewed, unable to argue with her assertiveness. "Ready?" said Hino with a smirk. "See, it's not that hard. And it's not me," Naruto began, but she silenced him by putting a finger on his lips. "Listen to me, Naruto-kun," she said softly. "You're the strongest person I know. You're kind, brave, and so much more than those old fools in the summit could never understand. Don't let their words get to you. You're better than them, than all of them. And you're not alone. You have me." Naruto's eyes softened as her words sank in. For a moment, the weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter. "Thank you," I said softly. She smiled and leaned down to give him a soft kiss on the forehead. Always somewhere else. Orders and regrets in Okage-safa's Tsunade stood with her arms crossed and her sharp eyes fixed on the Ambu agent in front of her. "I want you to Naruto Uzumaki, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru era, and Koya Akimichi meet up immediately." The masked figure ordered, nodded in understanding. Lady Tsunade. As the agent disappeared, Tsunade sighed deeply and suspensefully turned to Naruto. She knew he had been going through some rough times lately and hoped this mission would help him find some clarity. Meanwhile, in a quiet room in another part of the village, Sakura sat alone with her hands clasped in her lap. Her mind, she was replaying a conversation from 3 years ago, one she had tried to forget, but could never quite erase. "Could he have heard me?" she whispered to herself, the weight of guilt pressing down on her. Her heart sank as she remembered the bitterness in her own voice, the words she had spoken so carelessly. "If she heard me, what would she think of me now?" She buried her face in her hands, desperately wishing for a chance to undo the past. The clearing in the forest echoed with the sound of blows landing on a training dummy. Naruto stood tall, his sharp eyes watching Ino's every move as she struck her target, his hair sticking to his sweat-dampened face, but his determination shining through. "Focus," Naruto said in a calm but firm voice. "Your stance is still wrong. If you don't keep your center of gravity balanced, you'll lose power." He gritted his teeth and adjusted his balance. He took a deep breath, channeling his chakra into his palm, and delivered a perfect blow. The puppet shook violently, and the wood cracked. "The better strength," said Naruto, nodding slightly. Ino turned to him, and a triumphant smile lit up her face. "You are a very tough teacher, Naruto-kun. Maybe I should start calling you sensei." Naruto crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "If you spent less time talking and more time training, you might actually improve faster." "Oh, relax," joked Ino, sticking out her tongue. "You know you love spending time with me." Before Naruto could answer, a shadow appeared between the trees. In an instant, an Ambu agent masked appeared before them. "Naruto Uzumaki, Ino Yamanaka," said the agent in an energetic and formal tone. "Both of you are to report to Lady Tsunade immediately for instructions on the mission." Deo's cheerful demeanor disappeared in an instant, replaced by a fierce look. He stepped forward, placing his hands on his hips. "And who do you think you are interrupting my training, you rude little hammer?" The agent hesitated, clearly bewildered. "This is urgent business, Lady Tsunade." "I don't care how urgent. Let it be," Ino interrupted, throwing her hair over her shoulder. "I'll go when I'm ready. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into these training sessions with Naruto-kun? And now you expect me to drop everything because you said so, and you didn't," Naruto said, his voice interrupting her speech. "Let's go," Ino pouted, but her eyes softened when she saw Naruto's serious expression. "It's okay," she snorted, pointing at her sweat-soaked training clothes. "But first I need to change. I'm not going to walk around the village like this." Naruto gave up. Naruto turned to leave, but Ino stopped him with a playful smile. "Actually, thinking about it, I think I look good like this. However, I wouldn't want anyone else to see me like this." She placed her hand suggestively. "This look is just for you, Naruto-kun." Naruto's face turned red, and he quickly turned around. "Just hurry up," he muttered. Minutes later, Naruto and Ino entered the Okage Tower. Ino, true to her word, had put on something more elegant, an elegant and tight suit that accentuated her figure, and at the same time was practical for a Naruto. For his part, wore a dark-fitted suit that exuded a calm authority. His long black coat was adorned with crimson detailing, and the Uzumaki clan symbol was embroidered in gold on the back. Underneath, he wore a high-collared shirt and dark pants tucked into polished boots. They entered the office and found Shikamaru and Choji already waiting, and no Shikamaru greeted with his usual lazy tone mixed with warmth. "It's been a while since we last saw each other." "Yes, it's been a while," Choji added with a smile. Ino smiled brightly and waved at them, It's really been too long, hasn't you two changed at all? Naruto, standing silently beside her, he didn't respond to the greetings. Ino noticed her distancing and gave her a playful heart. Come on, Naruto-kun, don't be rude. Diola. Naruto looked at her, but remained silent. His expression was unreadable. Choji laughed awkwardly. I see you left aside the color orange. Naruto. That's new. Naruto's cold gaze went to Choji, but he didn't respond. To Sachemaru sighed, scratching the back of his neck. The last time I saw you, Naruto, you were pretty angry during and after the war. I guess that hasn't changed yet. Naruto didn't react. Shikamaru frowned, and his tone hardened. You really have changed, man. You have become so distant. It's almost arrogant. Naruto's gaze finally settled on him, piercing and unyielding. Don't give up, Shikamaru. I don't need advice from a jerk like you. Shikamaru clenched his jaw, but before he could respond, Ino stepped between them. I'm sorry, she said quickly, bowing lightly at Shikamaru. He doesn't mean it, he's just going through a lot. Naruto scoffed. I'm not apologizing, and I don't care what he thinks. Before the tension could rise any further, the office door swung open and Tsunade walked in with her authoritative presence demanding attention. Enough of this nonsense, she said harshly. You're not kids anymore. Act like the shinobi you're supposed to be. Naruto and Shikamaru fell silent, although the tension between them was still palpable. Tsunade sighed and gestured for them to that they gather. Now listen, there is a situation that requires your attention. The Headless Horseman has been terrorizing the village of Kurisu. The death toll is rising, and the villagers are desperate for help. Your mission is to investigate, gather evidence, and if possible eliminate the threat. The room fell silent as the gravity of the mission became present. Tsunade's gaze fell on Naruto. I'm counting on you, Naruto. This mission requires your strength and determination. Naruto's expression hardened, and Ino nodded in understanding. She looked at him, and her heart ached. Seeing the flash of determination in his eyes, she knew that this mission would be difficult for him, not only because of the danger, but because of the memories it would awaken. As they left the office, Tsunade called out to them in a softer voice. Good luck. I have faith in you. A moment of resolution outside Okage Tower. The team reflected. Naruto walked in front with a rigid and determined posture. I ran to catch up with him and grabbed his hand. Naruto-kun, are you sure of this mission? She asked in a worried voice. Naruto didn't stop, walking with his gaze fixed ahead. No matter, I'll find a way to stop him. Ino squeezed his hand and scrutinized his face. In his eyes, she saw not only determination, but also deep pain and regret. She smiled softly despite the nervousness she felt in her chest. You are amazing, Naruto-kun, she said. With blushing cheeks, Naruto looked at her, and his expression softened for a moment before turning around as they walked towards their next challenge. And no, he squeezed her hand tighter. She would be by his side no matter what. The golden rays of the morning sun bathed the huge gates of Konoha, where Shikamaru and Choi waited leaning against the wooden beams. The usual bustle of the villagers filled the background, but their attention remained on the path that led to the heart of the village. Why is Naruto always late these days? Choji complained, popping a French fry into his mouth. Shikamaru sighed with his arms crossed over his chest. It's like his old sense and Kakashi always take your timing is troublesome. Before Choji could reply, I stepped closer. Her blonde hair glistened in the sunlight. She was dressed impeccably. Her fitted mission attire combined practicality with her innate sense of style. She had a bright yet impatient look in her eyes. Where is Naruto-kun? She asked, looking around. We were about to ask you the same thing. Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. What's taking you so long? Ino rolled her eyes and rested her hands on her hips. She's just getting ready. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. He's getting ready, huh? Why is he taking so long? Don't tell me you've turned him into a fashionista. Yo, Ino snorted, and her cheeks blushed slightly. Naruto-kun isn't late, he's just thorough. Choji laughed softly, while Shikamaru's smile widened. You really stand up for him. He didn't joke. Shikamaru, you like him? No. Ino's blush deepened as she waved her hand dismissively. That's none of your business. Shikamaru shrugged. A delicate subject. I think I know why you like him so much. It's because of that mission. No. Ino froze for a moment before sighing. What are you talking about? Shikamaru leaned against the door with a contemplative expression. I remember hearing about how you two argued, how Naruto left you two alone. But something must have happened to change the dynamic between you two. I hesitated and looked away. It's not something I like to talk about. Shikamaru's curiosity was piqued. What happened? Ino took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and began to explain to us. They sent me on that mission together. We argued. He was so cold and stubborn, and I was just as determined to prove myself. After he left, I decided to finish the mission on my own. That was when it almost happened. He lowered his voice, tinged with shame and anger. Almost. What did Choji ask softly? I swallowed hard. They ambushed me. I underestimated the enemy, and they tried. His voice cracked a little, And he shook his head. If Naruto-kun hadn't come back when he did, I don't know what would have happened. He saved me. He didn't have to. He did it, especially after the way we fought, but he did. Choji's expression softened. It seems like you've been through a lot. Shikamaru nodded. Slowly, his tone was serious. For once, it's very typical of him. No matter how much Naruto's core has changed, he doesn't abandon the people he cares about. I blinked in surprise. Do you really think he cares about me? Shikamaru laughed softly. I don't think so, and I don't know. Think about it. He could have just left you and focused on the mission, but instead he risked everything to save you, even if it meant not being able to stop Malric. At the mention of Malric, a shadow fell over Ino's face. She vividly remembered the battle, Naruto standing between her and the enemy, taking brutal blows while still trying to protect her. Shikamaru continued in a calm but firm voice, Naruto doesn't take those kinds of risks unless it's for someone he really cares about. He may be colder now, more distant, but deep down he's still the same guy who values his friends more than anything else. His cheeks, Ino blushed in shame and guilt. I feel terrible for what happened. If I hadn't been so reckless, he wouldn't have had to sacrifice so much for me. Shikamaru put a hand on her shoulder and offered a strange smile. Don't let it happen again. You're strong, and don't make sure he doesn't have to go through that twice for you. Ino nodded firmly, and her resolve hardened. Don't let him down again before the moment got too sentimental. Choji spoke up. So where is Naruto? He hasn't yet arrived. Shikamaru smiled. Maybe he's with another girl. You know how he is now, cold, distant. Maybe he's cheating on you. Ino's eyes opened wide, and her face turned red like a tomato. What a scream, and her voice echoed in the clearing. How dare he cheat on me? I'll kill him. Shikamaru laughed calmly. He was joking. He's troublesome. As always, as if it were a sign, Naruto appeared at the end of the path, walking towards them with his usual calm attitude. His dark coat fluttered slightly in the breeze, and his gaze, it would be on his face. It made it clear that he was ready for the mission, and he didn't approach him with his hands on his hips. Where have you been, Naruto-kun? And who is that girl you're cheating on me with? Naruto raised an eyebrow. His expression was expressionless. What are you talking about? You're gone forever, she exclaimed. Ino, what were you doing? Sneaking off with someone else? Naruto sighed, clearly unamused. If I had wanted to cheat on you, and I wouldn't have done it long before you moved in with me. And for the record, I promised my mother I would only sleep with you, with my wife. Shikamaru and Chojin couldn't contain their laughter. Their amusement only fueled Ino's embarrassment. Ino's face turned bright red, and she quickly looked away. I'm not sorry, Naruto-kun. This is all your fault. She pointed accusingly at Shikamaru. Naruto simply shrugged. I don't care. Let's move on. He turned and began walking towards the doors. Ino clenched her fists and glared at Shikamaru angrily. I'll pay you for this, you idiot. Olgazan. Shikamaru smirked, watching her storm off after Naruto. Troublesome, as always. Choji chuckled as he finished off the last of his fries. Come on, Shikamaru, let's get to work. The two followed their teammates, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The air grew heavier as the team of four, Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, approached the outskirts of the village. Dark clouds loomed overhead, casting an ominous shadow over the settlement that was known for the recent spate of gruesome murders. Despite the threatening atmosphere, Ino clung to Naruto's arm, her grip strong yet tender. Naruto-kun said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, this place gives me the creeps. Naruto looked at her with a stoic expression, but with a reassuring tone. Stay close, and don't let your guard down. Choji always tried to lighten the mood. At least we're together. This isn't a solo mission. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. It's still troublesome. Let's get this over with. As they approached the gates of the village, a guard stepped forward with a face tired from countless sleepless nights. Who are you? He asked, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Naruto stepped forward. His presence commanded respect. We are Shin from Konoha, sent by the Okage to investigate the murders and put an end to the threat. The guard's eyes opened wide in recognition. You are Naruto Uzumaki, he said, his tone going from suspicion to amazement. The hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Please come in. We have been praying for someone like you. Help us. Naruto bowed his head slightly. Thank you. As the doors creaked open, the team entered the village. Ino looked at Naruto with a playful smile. You're famous, Naruto-kun. Everyone seems to know your name. Choi chuckled. Well, he's the hero of the world. It's no surprise. Shikamaru, unimpressed, muttered under his breath. Let's not get carried away. Fame doesn't solve everything. They hadn't advanced very far in the village when a young girl with long silver hair appeared. Her striking features and her demeanor elegant caught everyone's attention. Immediately approached with a warm smile, and her pale blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. Welcome, she said, bowing slightly. My name is Asami. I was asked to guide you during your stay. Her gaze shifted to Naruto, stopping on him for a moment longer than the others. Her cheeks blushed a delicate pink. Must be Naruto Uzumaki, she said shyly, the hero of the world. Your reputation precedes you. but seeing you in person you are even more than what the stories Naruto simply nodded his expression unreadable. Asami took a step closer and looked at him in admiration. Your hair is a very rare shade of blonde. You are she hesitated, and her blush deepened. You are incredibly handsome. Before anyone could react, Asami hugged Naruto tightly. What do you say, hero? Why don't we spend the night together, just you and I would love to get to know you better. Naruto's eyes went wide in surprise before he narrowed and glared at her angrily. A wave of jealousy washed over her as she stormed forward, pushing Asami away from Naruto. Step back, Ino snapped, standing protectively in front of him as Sammy looked really confused. Why is he so handsome? I just want to spend some time with him. Ino clenched her fists, her voice rising in indignation. He's not interested in spending the night with you. Asami tilted her head. Her curiosity was incessant. Why not? What does he mean to you? Ino's face blushed. Her emotions were torn between embarrassment and possessiveness. He's my fiancé. Naruto snapped, raised an eyebrow, and said in a monotone, I'm not your fiancé. Ino turned to stare at him, then looked back at ACI, redoubling her hopes he will be in the future. Asami laughed. Her tone was mocking. If he's not officially your fiancé yet, then that's fair. No, maybe he'll choose me instead. She took a step closer to Naruto, her shy smile. I mean, who wouldn't want to spend the night with a guy like him? Ino's temper flared, and her jealousy reached its peak. Listen, he's mine. He's my boyfriend, my future husband. And there's no way I'm letting him spend the night with someone like you. Asami's mocking tone didn't hesitate. If it's really yours, why doesn't he say anything to this? H didn't turn to Naruto with his hands on his hips. Naruto-kun, say something. Naruto looked at her, and then looked at Sangi. His expression didn't change. This doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, Kurama, watching the scene from Naruto's subconscious, laughed deeply. I can't believe it. They're actually fighting over you, Naruto. This is too good. Shikamaru, who had been watching the exchange with growing irritation, finally he sighed and activated his shadow possession jutsu. The shadows spread out, freezing Ino and Sammy in place. Enough, Shikamaru said in an exasperated tone. Enough of this nonsense. Both women turned to stare at him and spoke in unison. She started. Shikamaru rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, it's troublesome. It's very troublesome. Choji chuckled from the side, shaking his head. Well, this will be an interesting mission. The air inside the inn was heavy. A feeling of dread loomed over the small group as they sat together listening to Asami's shaky words. The young woman's silver hair caught the dim light of the room as she spoke, her voice low and wavering. There's a terrible curse on this village. It began as Sammy, every night someone is found dead, their body mutilated and headless. Naruto sat across from her, his eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping the wooden table with an unreadable expression. Headless bodies, he muttered almost to himself. The headless horseman. Asami jade covering her mouth. Have you heard of that? Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, frowning, as he thought, if this only happens at night, he's probably taking advantage of the darkness that makes it even more complicated to deal with. Asami hesitated before continuing. There's an old legend about the headless horseman, Zop. They say he's the spirit of a warrior condemned to wander the earth, taking the heads of those he deems unworthy. No one has been able to stop him. Shikamaru looked at her with an unusually expression. Would be, I remember something about this. He said a few months ago there was a mission in which a girl was traveling with us. That thing appeared out of nowhere, and we saw how it took her head off right in front of us. I shuddered, and her face turned pale. I remember, he said in a low voice. I was there. It was horrible. Choji looked at his hands, and his usual appetite was not noticeable. I did not participate in that mission, but everyone in the village found out. They said that the headless horseman cannot be stopped. Shikamaru crossed his arms. Yes, he attacks people every night. Then we have no other choice. We'll have to stay up tonight and wait for him to show up. Asami turned to Naruto with wide, hopeful eyes. But you will protect us. You're not the hero of the world. You're strong enough to save us. She leaned closer to him and wrapped her arms around him. Suddenly, please, Naruto. Ino sat next to Naruto, tensed up and clenched her jaw as she gave Asami a dirty look. Take your hands off him, she said in a dangerously low voice. Asami smirked, refusing to move. Why is it yours? Without a second thought, Ino grabbed Naruto by the neck, turned him towards her, and pressed her lips against his in a deep, passionate kiss. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. His face turned beet red as Ino's tongue teased his, and he failed to murmur between the intense kiss, but she only deepened it, her hands bringing him closer. The kiss became more intense until they both fell off the couch and landed on the ground in a heap on Shikamaru's side, rubbing his temples. That's right, Ino is never afraid to make a scene. Ino finally broke the kiss and sat on top of a completely flustered Naruto, who was still struggling to process what had just happened. She smiled triumphantly at Asami. This is how I prove it. He's mine. Ace. Sammy looked at her, stunned and speechless. No, I can't believe you did that. Ino stuck her tongue out playfully. Believe it. You'd even think of trying anything else. Naruto, who was still lying on the ground, tried to regain my composure. And you can't get off of me now, this is kinda embarrassing. Ino smiled and leaned in to whisper in his ear, no way. Naruto-kun. Kurama's deep laugh echoed through Naruto's mind. This is the most entertaining thing I've seen in years. Humans are ridiculous. Later that night the village became eerily silent. The darkness pressed down on them as if it were a living being. Naruto sat on the roof, his eyes scanning the empty streets below. He could feel the weight of the mission over his shoulders. I climbed up to join him, carrying 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate. I handed one to him with a soft smile. Take it, Naruto-kun, you will need this to keep you warm. Thanks, she said quietly, taking a sip. The warmth spread throughout her body, momentarily dissipating the chill of the night. For a while, they sat in silence. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Ino, she rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, her voice barely audible. Naruto-kun, are you sure this thing is dangerous? Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. I'm not afraid of anyone or anything, and if this headless horseman is as dangerous as they say, then it's my job to keep it. Whose hands tightened around his cup. But Naruto-kun, we saw what that girl can do. She cut off his head right in front of us, and I heard that she defeated Sasuke on another mission. If she could do that to him. Naruto's voice was firm and unwavering. I'm not Sasuke, and I'm not just anyone. I will stop the horseman tonight, no matter what it takes. Ao's heart ached at his determination. She turned to him, her eyes filled with unshed tears. I'm scared for you, Naruto. I've already lost so many people, my parents, my sensei. I can't lose you too. Naruto finally looked at her, his gaze softened. Don't worry. And no, I'm not going to die, I promise. Ino held her breath and leaned down to give him a soft kiss on the lips. We'll face this together, Naruto-kun whispered, his voice shaking with emotion. Naruto nodded, his determination unbreakable. Together, as the night grew deeper, Ino rested her head on his shoulder, finding comfort in his presence. Kurama watched the scene from within, shaking his massive head with a smile. A young love, humans really are something different. The night was eerily quiet. The darkness clung to the air like a suffocating blanket. Naruto sat on the cold ground, his back leaning against the weathered tree trunk beside him. Ino sat silently, her gaze fixed on the starless sky. The tension was palpable, and Naruto's keen senses picked up a slight disturbance in the distance. A shiver ran down his spine as he suddenly stood up and narrowed his eyes. It's here, he muttered in a low but resolute voice. I quickly stood up, instinctively extending her hand towards his. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? He ascended, and his sharp blue eyes scanned the shadows. Stay close, but be ready to move if things get ugly. Across the village, the phone of Shikamaru vibrated and brought him out of his quiet planning. He looked at the screen and saw Hino's name. He brought the phone to his ear and answered. What's the status? His voice sounded tense but determined. It's here, Shikamaru is coming towards us. Shikamaru exhaled deeply and looked at Choji, who was already putting on his equipment. Get ready, he said. Choji, it's time. Choji stood up and cracked his knuckles. So it begins. Somewhere else in a dimly lit room shrouded in shadows, Malric was sitting on a chair that looked like a throne, with his sinister smile hidden in the darkness. His piercing red eyes glowed as he spoke to himself. Then Naruto has decided to face him after all, he mused with an amused tone. This is not just a battle. It is the opening act of a much larger war, a war that will destroy new males in this world. He chuckled, and the sound echoed ominously throughout the room. Let the games begin. Back in the village, Naruto's body stiffened as he felt a suffocating presence approaching. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of hooves echoed in the distance. The air grew colder, and the oppressive aura grew stronger with each passing second. Here, Naruto said again, his voice higher this time. Ino followed his gaze and froze. From the shadows emerged the headless horseman. His imposing figure was wrapped in black armor that shone dimly under the pale moonlight. His horse, an enormous black steed with glowing red eyes, snorted, and its breath was visible in the cold air. Naruto pressed on. With more force, the hilt of his ambu sword, he could feel the power of the rider, his presence almost overwhelming. The rider moved slowly, his headless body exuded an eerie calm despite having no head. Naruto could feel his consciousness. He knows we're watching him, Naruto muttered, and did not hold on to his sleeve. Naruto-kun, what do? We attack now? Naruto shook his head. He's not provoking us yet. If we move too soon, we'll lose the advantage. But Ino started with a hesitant voice. Before he could finish, the rider's horse reared up sharply. Ino gasped and took a step back instinctively. It's too late, Naruto said seriously, his tone colder than ever. He knows we're here. The rider's steed moved forward and covered the distance between them in a matter of seconds. Naruto pushed Ino behind him and unsheathed his sword in one fluid motion to block the rider's massive sword. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, and the force of the impact sent vibrations through Naruto's arms. Naruto, I said Naruto, firmly in a steely voice, go find Shikamaru, and Choji warned the civilians and helped them evacuate. Ino's eyes widened in protest. I'm not leaving you, Naruto-kun, I can take care of this, she replied in a firm tone. You have to keep the others safe. The rider stepped back, preparing for another attack. Naruto took a step forward, using his body to protect Ino. Go away, he ordered. Ino hesitated, heartbroken. But the rider's horse attacked again, brandishing his sword. Scary dad. Naruto intercepted him, and the crash sent shock waves through the air. Go away now, she screamed in a fierce voice, and she didn't bite her lip. Her hands were shaking. Naruto-kun, promise me that you'll be okay. I promise, she said, and his eyes briefly met hers before she turned to run. She surprised him by grabbing his face and pressing her lips against his in a desperate and passionate kiss. The warmth of her lips against his contrasted starkly with the cold and deadly air that surrounded them. They had, careful, Naruto-kun, he whispered with a cracked voice as he walked away. Naruto gave him a small smile, and his cold exterior cracked for a moment. I'll do it now, go. Ino reluctantly ran away with her heart heavy with worry. He looked back once and saw Naruto standing in front of the rider with his sword shining in the moonlight. As Ino disappeared into the distance, Naruto focused all his attention on the headless horseman. The creature dismounted, and its imposing figure loomed over him. The air crackled with tension as the rider unsheathed his sword, and his aura pulsed with malevolent energy. Naruto tightened his grip on his sword, and his expression hardened. Then you came for me, he said in a firm voice. The rider bowed his headless body slightly, as if in recognition. Then, without warning, he lunged forward with his sword pointed straight at Naruto's heart. Naruto stepped aside with fluid, precise movements. He countered with a quick strike of his own. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the night. You are strong, Naruto admitted. His breath was visible in the freezing air. But I am stronger. The rider did not respond. His attacks were relentless and inflexible. He matched each blow with his own. His movements were a perfect combination of attack and defense. The voice of Kurama echoed in his mind. This is not going to be easy, Naruto. This thing is not only strong, it is smart. I know, Naruto answered to himself, but I will take it down no matter what happens. The rider's sword came dangerously close and brushed Naruto's cheek. Blood ran down his face, but he did not flinch and change. He smiled with satisfaction, and his determination burned more than ever. This is my way of being a ninja, he said in a firm voice. The rider seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if he was evaluating him. Then, with a surge of power, he attacked again, his blows faster and fiercer than before. Naruto prepared himself with his heart beating hard as he prepared for the battle of his life. The fight begins now, he muttered with his eyes shining with determination. The tension in the air was suffocating as Naruto and the headless horseman, they faced each other beneath the pale moonlight. The imposing figure of the rider radiated an unnatural darkness. His aura pulsed with raw, malevolent energy. The steed he once rode had disappeared into the shadows, leaving only the silent, headless knight standing with sword in hand. Naruto gripped his sword tightly, breathing steadily through the frigid night air, and the adrenaline surging through his veins. He had faced countless powerful enemies before, but this one was different. His energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. The rider attacked. First, his sword cut through the air with a dark and sinister hum. Naruto barely managed to dodge the first blow. The force of the blow caused the ground beneath him to crack. He responded with a slash of his own, aiming for the rider's abdomen. The rider blocked the attack effortlessly with quick, calculated movements. He countered with a powerful downward slash, forcing Naruto to roll to the side to avoid being impaled. Naruto stood up in one fell swoop. He jumped and narrowed his eyes. You're not just a mindless puppet, are you? He muttered. The rider didn't answer but moved forward again. His attacks were relentless. Each blow of his sword carried a dark energy that floated in the air, distorting the space around him. Naruto blocked one blow after another. His arms trembled under the force of the blows. With a grunt, Naruto jumped back. Endo put the distance between him and the rider. He exhaled sharply, concentrating his chakra. The golden energy began to flicker around him. He tried to summon Kurama's chakra cloak. Kurama, let's go, but nothing happened. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He tried again, searching deep within his reserves, but the golden aura refused to manifest. What's going on, he asked. Internally, Kurama's voice boomed in his, the aura of this thing is disrupting our connection. I can't get through the dark energy. It's using. Naruto gritted his teeth and frustration took over him. Without the cloak, his options were limited. The rider didn't wait for he recovered, and launched himself forward with terrifying speed. His sword fell with force and Naruto barely managed to stop it with his own. The force made him slide backwards and his boots dug into the ground to keep his balance. "It's okay," Naruto muttered in a low but firm voice. "If I can't use Kurama's chakra, I'll use something else." He raised his free hand and golden chains sprouted from his back with a metallic sound. The adamantine sealing chains, a distinctive seal of the Uzumaki clan, shone in the moonlight as they launched themselves at the rider. Like snakes, the rider dodged the first chain and cut another with his sword, but the chains instantly regenerated and continued their relentless attack. Naruto guided them with precision, forcing the rider to stay on the defensive for a moment. It seemed like the chains had the upper hand. They wrapped around the rider's arm, trying to disarm him, but the rider's armor glowed with dark energy, and with a burst of force, he broke the chains as if they were crystal. Naruto clenched his jaw. "This isn't going to be easy." The rider extended his free hand, and a swirling sphere of black energy formed in his palm. He launched the sphere towards Naruto. The attack moved faster than he could react. The sphere exploded on impact, sending Naruto flying into a nearby tree. He coughed and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. As he stood up, his sword was a few feet away, and he quickly summoned it back to his hand with another chain. "It's okay," Naruto said in a loud voice, firm despite the pain that ran through his body. "Let's see how you handle this." The chains came out of his back again, but this time they didn't attack directly, but instead they wove intricate patterns in the air, forming glowing seals that floated around the battlefield. The rider hesitated for the first time. His movements faltered, apparently sensing the power of the seals. Naruto smiled. "You're not the only one who has tricks up his sleeve," he said with a flick of the wrist. The seals activated and released an explosion of energy that headed towards the rider. The Dark Knight raised his sword and tried to deflect the attack, but the energy of the seals beat him and forced him to stagger back. Naruto took advantage of the advantage and closed the distance with a series of blows. His sword collided with the rider's in a blur of motion, and each blow sent shock waves through the air. The rider's movements were precise and unyielding, but Naruto's determination drove him forward. The rider swung his sword in a wide bow, releasing a wave of dark energy that pierced the ground. Naruto leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. He responded by launching a volley of Inf-kuna, fused with explosive tags, each detonating upon hitting the ground around the rider. The explosions created a cloud of smoke and debris that momentarily hid the rider from view. Naruto landed a few feet away, his eyes scanning the smoke for any sign of movement. Without warning, the rider emerged from the smoke. His armor flashed with a renewed intensity. He moved faster than before, and his attacks came at Naruto with blinding speed. Naruto's chains shot forward to block the attacks, but the rider's sword cut through them with ease. Desperation flared within him as he ducked and dodged each blow. He got closer and closer to finally hitting the target. The rider's sword grazed his side, drawing blood. Naruto winced, but didn't hesitate. He jumped back and raised his hand to summon more chains. The rider, sensing an opportunity, lunged forward with his sword aimed straight at Naruto's heart. But Naruto was ready. He dodged at the last second. One of his chains wrapped around the rider's leg, knocking him off balance. The rider staggered, and Naruto took the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the rider's chest, sending him to the ground. "You are tough," Naruto admitted, breathing heavily. "But I'm not done yet." The rider slowly stood up with deliberate movements. He raised his sword raised high, and the air around him seemed to darken. A massive surge of energy surged from his body. The force was so intense that it pushed Naruto back. Naruto gritted his teeth, and his chains formed a protective barrier around him. The rider's energy attack slammed into the barrier, cracking but not breaking through. As the energy dissipated, the rider took a step back, and his headless form bowed slightly as if assessing the situation. Then, without warning, he turned and began to back away, his figure dissolving into the shadows. Naruto didn't chase after him. His body was shaking, and his energy was nearly gone. He fell to one knee, his breath ragged, as he watched the rider disappear into the night. "That's right," he muttered with a weak smile on his face. "Run while you still can." Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. "That was no victory. Naruto is coming back stronger than ever." "I know," Naruto replied. His voice was barely more than a whisper. "But for tonight it's over." He collapsed on his back and looked up at the dark sky. His body ached and his mind was racing, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this battle was just the beginning. The night was calm, but the air was heavy with unease. The trees bore the scars of battle, a testament to the intensity of the showdown between Naruto and the Headless Horseman. In the distance, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choi moved cautiously through the forest, guided by Ino's sensory abilities. "I feel his chakra," Ino said in a tense but determined voice. "He's weak, but he's alive." I'm sure of it. Shikamaru nodded. His sharp mind was already reconstructing the consequences. Let's hurry. If the fight is over, we have to go see. Choji followed closely, eating a handful of snacks to calm his nerves. Yes, Naruto managed to face that thing and survive. He is stronger than he thought, but still this whole situation is unsettling. Shikamaru looked at Ino. Your sensory abilities are as sharp as ever, Ino. Plus, with your wind nature chakra, you have a good advantage in situations like this, Ino. No. She answered. Her attention was completely focused on Naruto's faint signature before her. A sinking feeling in her chest made her quicken her pace. Her heart was pounding at the thought of him fighting alone against such a terrifying opponent. Meanwhile, Naruto leaned against a battered tree, his chest heaving. His way up and down his body screamed in protest. Every muscle ached from the grueling fight. He reached out to touch his neck, where he felt a sharp sting. When he pulled his hand away, there was blood. Kurama growled. In your idiot mind, that wound may seem minor, but it's not healing. I can't regenerate it with my chakra right now. The dark energy from that thing is still in your system. Naruto wiped the blood on his sleeve and shrugged. Okay, I've had worse. Kurama snorted. Okay, you're a mess. You didn't eat, you barely slept, and now you're fighting headless monsters. You're lucky you're still standing. Naruto smiled weakly. Yeah, keep lecturing, you furball. Kurama snorted. Don't make me laugh, idiot. If I could put eyes rolling, would do so. The conversation continued as Naruto looked at the destruction around him. Splintered trees and scorched earth marked the path of the battle. Although he had failed to defeat the rider, he had managed to drive him away and prevent further bloodshed. That night, Naruto's gaze drifted to a particularly large tree nearby with its branches twisted and gnarled. A feeling of deja vu washed over him. That tree, he muttered, I've seen it before in my dreams. His legs threatened to give in and collapsed to the ground, leaning heavily against the trunk. Tiredness oppressed him like a weight. Kurama's voice boomed again. You're trying too hard. Rest, idiot. Naruto let out a tired chuckle. You're starting to sound like Grandma Tsunade. Before Kurama could reply, Naruto felt familiar chakra signals approaching his head, and his vision blurred slightly as he saw Ino running towards him, followed closely by Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto-kun, the voice of Ino broke the silence. As she ran to his side, she knelt down and hugged him tightly, and trembling. Naruto's face flushed as she felt the warmth of her body against his. Ino, I'm really okay. This seems fine, and didn't move away far enough to examine him, and her piercing eyes caught the blood on his neck. Don't tell me he tried to take your head off. Naruto raised a hand, cutting her off. Yes, he tried, but I'm not just anyone. Remember, he forced a weak smile, but his attempt at humor didn't ease her worry. Shikamaru and Choji, they arrived and looked at the scene. Shikamaru looked around the battlefield. This place is a mess. That rider must have been incredibly powerful to do all this. Choji nodded. Yes, but there's no sign of him now. Naruto, did you manage to scare him away? Naruto leaned his head against the tree and nodded slightly. It's gone for now, but this isn't over. That thing will be back. Shikamaru crossed his arms with a thoughtful expression. You used the Uzumaki sealing chains. No, that's what kept it at bay. Choji looked surprised. Wait, chains? Uzumaki? I thought that was just a legend. Shikamaru sighed. No, the Uzumaki clan was famous for their sealing techniques, and those chains, they were one of the strongest clans in history before being annihilated. Naruto is one of the last of them. Choji scratched his head. Well, I'm glad he has those powers. We're lucky he's on our side. While the others talked, Ino focused completely on Naruto. He activated medical Sunin Hutsu, and his hands glowed with a soft green light as he carefully healed the wound on her neck. You're an idiot, Naruto-kun muttered in a slightly shaky voice. You shouldn't have fought alone. I should have been there with you. Naruto's cheeks flushed again. Ino, I don't argue with me, she snapped, half closing her eyes, but her touch was delicate as she worked. You're reckless, stubborn, and her voice softened. And you scared me. Naruto's gaze softened and guilt appeared in his eyes. I'm sorry, Ino, but I had to do it. It's my job to protect everyone. Ino finished healing the wound and he moved closer with his face inches from his. Next time, he won't fight, just you understand. Before Naruto could respond, Shikamaru cleared his throat. All right, lovebirds, let's get moving. This place is trashed, and we need to regroup. No's. Ino ignored him. He put Naruto's arm over his shoulder and helped him to his feet. Come on, Naruto-kun, I'll take you home. Naruto swayed slightly, his body weak and his mind clouded. He tried not to think about how close Ino was or how his arm pressed against his. Ino's chest, however, seemed perfectly aware of the situation. A playful smile drew on his lips when he noticed her blush. Quietly, Naruto-kun, she said in a mocking tone. I have you. Naruto growled, trying to concentrate on anything but the feeling of her heat. You are enjoying this? No, maybe a little, she admitted, winking at him. As they walked, Shikamaru and Choji followed them. Their conversation was low. But would that rider be just any enemy? Said Shikamaru. Is related to something else big. We have to find out what we're dealing with before it's too late. Choji nodded with an unusually grim expression. Yes, but for now, I'm glad Naruto is okay. Ino squeezed Naruto tighter, As they approached the village, his resolve was stronger. "We'll ever figure this out," he said quietly. Together, the dim moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a faint glow over the small room. Naruto lay motionless in bed. His breathing was slow and steady. A bandage surrounded him, his neck and several more covered his arms and chest. His body bore the marks of his grueling battle with the Headless Horseman. But for now, he was at peace, lost in the depths of a much-needed sleep. At his side, Ino lay curled up with her head resting gently on his chest, her fingers occasionally brushing his bandaged arm as if to make sure he was really there. The soft rise and fall of his breathing beneath her ear brought her a fleeting sense of comfort, but the events of the night weighed heavily on her mind, refusing to let her sleep completely. As the hours passed, the final fatigue finally took hold of her, driving her into a restless sleep. Hino's dreams were dark and chaotic. An oppressive fog swirled around her. She found herself standing in the middle of the forest, the same forest where Naruto had faced the Headless Horseman. The trees were eerily silent, their twisted branches scratched at the night sky like skeletal fingers. The ground beneath her feet, it was wet, stained with what looked like blood. Naruto-kun screamed with a trembling nose. The only answer was the echo of her own distorted and hollow voice. Panic gripped her as she took a hesitant step forward. As the fog thickened around her, she felt the weight of an invisible presence watching her, waiting for her. The air grew colder, and his breath was visible in the cold. Then she saw him. Naruto stood right in front of her, turning his back. Relief flooded her chest, and she began to run towards him. "Naruto-kun is fine," he didn't answer. As she approached, realization hit her like a punch to the stomach. Something was wrong. Naruto's posture was rigid. His head was tilted at an unnatural angle. The mist around him seemed alive, coiling and writhing like dark tendrils. "Naruto," whispered, slowing his pace before she could reach him. A shadow appeared behind him, a figure on a huge dark horse. "The Headless One, didn't Lino?" shouted, her voice cracking as she tried to shorten the distance. Her legs felt heavy, as if the ground itself was trying to hold her back. The rider raised his weapon, a curved and evil sword that shone ominously in the moonlight. In a swift movement, the sword descended. Hino's scream echoed through the forest as Naruto's head fell to the ground and rolled to a stop at her feet. His lifeless eyes stared at her, frozen in an expression of shock and pain. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as the rider turned to looking at her. The darkness around her suffocated her. She reached out to touch Naruto's severed head. Her hands trembled while she asked in a cracked voice, barely audible. The rider's sword rose again, and the mist closed in, swallowing everything, and she didn't wake up. Suddenly, with a gasp, her chest heaving as she sat upright, her aunt tightly on her chest, the image of Naruto's lifeless eyes burned itself into her mind. She gripped the blanket tightly, struggling to steady her breathing. Her eyes open, and tear-filled eyes stared at Naruto as he lay beside her, unfazed. His face was at peace. His chest rose and fell at a steady pace. Seeing him alive and safe brought a wave of relief to her. "Oh, thank you, Ci," he whispered shakily. She reached out her hand, and her fingers brushed his cheek as if to confirm it was real. Naruto stirred slightly at her touch, but did not wake. His expression remained soft, free of the burdens he carried while he was awake, and he did not let out a shaky sigh, and she leaned down to give him a tender kiss on the forehead. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she whispered. "I couldn't protect you in my dream, but I won't let anything happen to you in real life, I promise." Still in shock, she laid down beside him, unable to stop thinking about the horrible vision. She hugged him and brought him close to her. His head rested on her chest, and her cheek brushed the soft warmth of his bare skin. She held him tightly, her fingers caressing his hair as she whispered, "Naruto-kun, I love you." The steady sound of her breathing and the warmth of his body against hers began to calm his nerves. He closed his eyes, buried his face in her golden hair, and let himself drift off to sleep again. This time his dreams were calm, peaceful. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating the room. Naruto woke up feeling a peculiar softness beneath his head. Still half asleep, his hand instinctively pressed against the object beneath him. "Soft, so soft," he murmured dazedly, his fingers clenching unconsciously as his mind registering the warm, supple feeling. Suddenly reality hit him like a bolt of lightning. His eyes shot open, and he froze, staring down in shock, his head resting directly on Ino's chest, her large, bare breasts pressed warmly against his cheek. His face turned a deep shade of crimson as he realized the truth of the situation. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Inino purred in a teasing yet gentle voice. She returned his nervous gaze with a mischievous smile. "You had a good time?" Naruto yelled, getting out of bed. "So out of it." He almost tripped. "I didn't mean to, I swear," he stuttered, avoiding eye contact. Ino's laughter filled the room, a playful but knowing sound, but when her laughter faded, a shadow crossed his features. The memory of the nightmare he had woken up from moments before came to the surface, vivid and disturbing. He had dreamed of the headless horseman with Naruto's severed head lying lifeless at his feet. His cheerful attitude faded and was replaced by a flash of fear. Naruto-kun whispered, his voice tinged with worry. He looked at her, still nervous, but she shook her head, trying to shake off that feeling. It was just a dream, just a dream, she told herself, though the uneasiness persisted. Meanwhile, in Okage's office, Shikamaru's message had reached Tsunade. She leaned back in her chair, frowning as she analyzed the report. A headless horseman. Huh, she muttered as she drummed leave with her fingers on the desk. Her sharp eyes examined the details and stopped at the mention of Naruto's wound. If the wound is on his neck, he muttered out loud, this enemy has a specific target. It's not a coincidence, and knowing Naruto, he's probably refused to give up. He sighed deeply, pinching her. He flew up with confidence. Naruto is strong, he will pull through, he said, though the weight of his words hung in the air. In a dimly lit chamber, the sinister figure of Malric appeared, his lips curved into a cruel smile. The pieces are falling into place, he whispered with the voice full of malice. Naruto, Uzumaki, your blood will unleash a new era of chaos. Soon everyone will see you as the catalyst for their downfall. He chuckled sadly, imagining the OS that would unleash. Just like at the summit I fell, the world will turn against you. And when it does, I will be there to ensure your destruction. Back in the dining room of the inn, Naruto was sitting at a table, devouring a plate of food with his usual fervor, and No was sitting next to him, watching him intently with a mix of affection and concern lingering in her gaze. At a nearby table, Shikamaru leaned towards Choji and spoke softly. He hasn't left his side since the mission, Shikamaru commented, looking at Ino. Choji nodded, smiling slightly. She's completely attached to him. You can blame her. Shikamaru chuckled. He's really lucky a guy like Naruto is like winning the lottery. Choji frowned and lowered his voice even more. What's wrong with Sakura? Do you think she'll just let this go without further ado? Shikamaru shrugged. She really has no other choice. Option. Naruto has changed. He no longer cares what others think, and he is not afraid to call people's attention. The last thing I heard is that he attacked Sakura very hard the last time they talked. She is too scared to even approach him now. Their quiet conversation did not go unnoticed. Ino's sharp sensory skills picked up on her words. Despite her attempt to be discreet, she gave them a suspicious look. But when they quickly looked away, she decided not to insist. Naruto, oblivious to the exchange, he continued eating. His concentration was interrupted when a familiar voice called him from behind. Naruto-kun barely had time to react before the white-haired innkeeper wrapped her arms around him from behind, radiating her cheerful energy. Thank you so much for saving us last night, she exclaimed, leaning towards him. You are so strong and brave and so handsome too. Ino's eyes narrowed dangerously. Jealousy erupted inside her. She stood up with a jerk. She pulled Naruto away from Asami's embrace and pulled him towards her so that she could see the light of day. Protective, back off, she snapped. It's mine. Asami blinked, surprised but unfazed. Yours, she repeated with a mischievous smile on her lips. Well, it seems he doesn't agree. Maybe she should try again. Naruto sighed, pinching her. They were about to argue. I'm not a toy you two can fight over, he muttered, getting up abruptly. I'm leaving. He walked away, leaving both women shocked by his departure. Ino looked at Sammy, angrily pointing an accusatory finger at him. This is your fault. It was my fault, Asami replied with a playful tone, but defiantly. You're the one who scared him. The argument continued, and their voices grew louder. Shikamaru groaned and massaged his temples. Here we go again, he muttered. Troublesome women. Choji chuckled and shook his head. At least things aren't boring with them around. Naruto stepped outside and breathed in the fresh morning air. Despite the chaos that reigned inside, a small smile played on his lips. Despite all the headaches, his friend's antics brought him a strange sense of normality, a reminder that even in the face of danger, life went on. Still, as he touched the bandage on his neck, his expression darkened. He couldn't shake the feeling that the fight with the Headless Horseman was just the beginning. Naruto wandered through the bustling streets of the village with his hands casually stuffed into the pockets of his sleek black jacket. A pair of dark sunglasses hid his piercing blue eyes, masking the weight of his thoughts. The village bustled with life, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous night. Merchants shouted to advertise their wares, children laughed as they chased each other, and families strolled together with their faces beaming with happiness. Naruto's gaze fell on a mother kneeling before her two small children, offering them a hot meal before he excitedly rushed towards a small ninja puppet theater set up nearby. Her sweet smile and the laughter of the children awakened something deep within him, a smell that resonated with the emptiness of his own past. His steps slowed and his mind drifted to long-buried memories. He saw himself as a lonely child wandering the same streets, looking for a recognition that never came. The faces of the villagers from back then appeared in his mind. Expressions of disdain, fear, and hatred etched deep into his memory. Kurama's voice rumbled softly from within him, a mix of frustration and worry. You're thinking about the past again, Naruto. You can't undo it. And if you keep holding on to those feelings, you'll only deepen this darkness within you. That's why you can no longer access my power. That hatred is consuming you. Naruto smiled bitterly, his voice low and sharp. I've forgiven too much, Kurama, and what did I get for that? They used me, my kindness, my hope. Everything was exploited. I sacrificed everything for these people, and they turned on me the moment something went wrong. He clenched his fists in his pockets, and his knuckles turned white. Now they blame me for the rider headless, as if I had summoned it myself. No matter what I do, I will always be the outcast, and honestly, I don't care anymore. I have stopped caring that they face the consequences of their stupidity. I will not save them again. Kurama fell silent, feeling the storm of emotions that burned inside Naruto. Naruto continued, walking at a steady pace, but with a heavy heart. The world around him blurred as he was lost in his thoughts. At the inn, Ino was sitting in her room with her arms crossed as she frowned at the empty space where Naruto should have been. Where did that boy go? She muttered to herself. He left without a word, and with that wound on his neck, no less. Her worry overcame her irritation, and she stood up suddenly. I have to find him, she decided, grabbing her jacket and storming out of the room. Back in the village, Naruto continued his aimless walk, passing by shops, restaurants, and vendors. His attention was drawn when he felt a small tug on his jacket, looked down, and saw a boy of no more than 5 years old, looking at him with wide and curious eyes. Hello, the boy said in a shy voice. But would it be you who fought the Headless Horseman last night? Naruto blinked, surprised by the question. Yes, that was me, he answered, crouching down slightly to meet the boy's gaze. Why do you ask? The boy's eyes sparkled with admiration. You are so strong. What can I do to be as strong as you? Naruto looked at the boy for a moment, and his heart softened at the sight. So much determination. Why do you want to be strong? The boy asked, puffing his chest out with pride. Because I have a big dream. I want to be a hero like Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. The boy didn't even realize he was talking to the very person he idolized. For a moment, a warm spark hope maybe ignited in Naruto's chest. With a small smile, Naruto placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. If that is your dream, then hold on to it tight. Trust in yourself. No matter what others say, train in silence, and when the time comes, prove them wrong. You can do it. The boy smiled radiantly, and his enthusiasm was contagious. Thank you, sir. I will do the best I can, he said happily before running off with his little feet, carrying him towards the horizon of his dreams. Naruto watched him as he walked away with a strange smile on his lips. A hero, he muttered to himself without him knowing, and he had not been watching from afar. Leaning on a nearby lamppost, couldn't help but smile at the tenderness he had just witnessed. Stepping forward, Naruto-kun shouted, I didn't know you could be so gentle. Naruto turned around abruptly, surprised to see her there. He quickly looked away with his face slightly flushed. It's nothing, she muttered in a defensive tone. Ino laughed and walked over to him. You're very good with children, Naruto-kun. It will be great when we have our own someday. Naruto froze. His expression was a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Ours, stuttered. Ino nodded enthusiastically with a dreamy look in her eyes. Of course, I plan on marrying you, you know. And we will have beautiful children with golden hair that will walk around calling me mom. Doesn't that sound perfect? Her cheeks blushed deeply as she imagined the future she so desired. But when she turned to assess Naruto's reaction, she found nothing but empty space. He had disappeared, leaving her alone. Her embarrassment quickly turned to frustration. Her cheeks burned with anger and humiliation. That idiot growled, no, when she finds him, he'll pay for this. Inside, the quiet in the room was filled with the soft glow of green chakra. As Dano knelt next to Naruto, her hands hovered just above his ID, emitting a soothing light. As she carefully tended to the wound left by the Headless Horseman's blade, Naruto lay with his head resting in her lap, his cheeks flushed a deep red as he tried to look anywhere but at her. Dano's thighs felt incredibly soft beneath him, and the faint scent of her shampoo tickled his senses. She had insisted on that position, claiming it was the only way to keep him still while she worked. Why do you have me like this? Muttered Naruto. His voice was heavy with embarrassment, and he didn't smile but focused on his healing. Why do you keep running away without telling me anything? I can't let you do it again, Naruto-kun. His tone was mocking, but his gaze was serious. Naruto sighed, trying to relax as the warm sensation of her healing chakra began to do its magic. Little by little, the pain in his neck faded, and the wound closed completely. After a few moments, two more. Ino leaned back and wiped his forehead. Ready, he said with a satisfied smile. It's as good as new. Naruto sat up, and turned his neck to experiment. Finally, he muttered, "Thanks, Ino." I let out a small sigh of relief, but his expression remained stern. "Naruto-kun, you have to be more careful. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. I don't want to see you hurt again." Naruto scratched the back of his neck, avoiding his gaze. "I'll be fine, don't worry." So much I rolled my eyes, but didn't insist. Instead, he changed the subject. "By the way, I've completed the second stage of the chakra exercises you gave me. What's next?" Naruto smiled and pulled out a small glowing sphere from his pocket. It was a new training, or brighter and denser than the previous ones. "This is the final stage," he said, offering him strong and talented. "And know you have mastered these exercises faster than anyone else. Most people would need months to get there so far, but you did it in just 20 days. Ino's cheeks blushed at his praise. "Thank you," Naruto-kun stuttered, taking the orb from him. He held it in his hands, concentrating his chakra. The orb trembled slightly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make it spin. After several minutes of effort or frustration, "This is so hard. It's not working." Naruto laughed softly, seeing his determination. "Don't give up, you'll get it." Suddenly, Naruto stood paralyzed with glassy eyes. As a vision filled his mind, he saw a huge, twisted tree with roots twisted like claws. The tree was adorned with severed heads with sunken eyes, staring into nothingness. Standing in front of him was the headless horseman with his sword raised as he pointed it directly at Naruto. The image was so vivid, so real, that Naruto's breath caught in his throat. He sat up, suddenly gasping. "Naruto-kun!" screamed Dino, dropping the orb and grabbing his face. His hands cupped his cheeks, forcing him to look at her. "What come in? You're breathing so hard. Don't tell me you had that nightmare again." Naruto's chest heaved as he struggled to calm down. "It's not just a dream," he said hoarsely. "That tree is real. There's something in it. We have to find it." Hino frowned and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. "Naruto-kun, you have a really high fever. You're burning up." Naruto shook his head and pushed her hand away as he stood up. "It doesn't matter. I need some air." Without waiting for her answer, he headed for the door with stiff steps, and Ino hurriedly and did not hesitate a moment before following him outside. The cool night air failed to calm Naruto's restless thoughts. He leaned against the railing of the inn's balcony and looked out into the darkness. Ino was a few steps behind him, silently watching him as he fought the demons chasing him. After several minutes, Naruto spoke in a low but determined voice. "Tonight we're going to find that tree." "Tonight?" Ino repeated, surprised. "Naruto-kun, do you even know where it is? There's so many trees in this village. How are we supposed to find the right one?" Naruto turned to look at her with a determined expression. "We will find it. It's one of a kind. I'll know when I see it." Ino opened her mouth to argue, but stopped when she saw the fire in his eyes. Instead, she walked over and reached out to gently place her hand on his arm. "Naruto-kun." Before he could say more, he leaned down and pressed his lips firmly against his. The kiss was sudden, passionate, and filled with all the emotions he couldn't express. With Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and his face turned bright red as she finally pulled away, he was speechless. I smiled softly with flushed cheeks. "I'm going with you," she said firmly. "No matter what happens, I'll be by your side." Naruto stared at her, his heart pounding in his chest. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Then, nodding slightly, he muttered, "Okay." The night sky stretched endlessly over the village as the group gathered near the stables. The stars twinkled faintly in the sky, casting a dim glow over their preparations. Asami stood over the horses, arms crossed, as she pointed at the three of them. "Kosila managed to get this. Is all I could get," she said with an irritated tone. "There is no more." Maru inspected the horses, then turned to Naruto. "Are you sure that tree of yours exists? We are basing it on vague descriptions and a dream." "It exists," Naruto said firmly with his gaze fixed. "I will know when I see it." Ino intervened, approaching Naruto. "I'll go with Naruto-kun," declared, giving Samami a triumphant look. Naruto sighed, but didn't argue. He mounted his horse with the ease that practice gave him, gripping the reins tightly. "We'll separate," he said to Shikamaru. "It's faster this way." Shikamaru nodded and got on his horse next to Sammy. "Don't do anything reckless," he said with a hint of annoyance, "and get married already." Naruto ignored the blow and clicked his tongue to signal his horse to move. Meanwhile, Ino was standing next to the remaining horse, watching it warily. "How am I supposed to ride this thing?" Naruto whined. He held out his hand to her with a patient expression. "Take my hand." Reluctantly, Ino grabbed her hand and allowed her to lift it. With some effort and a clumsy wobble, she finally managed to settle behind him in the saddle. Asami watched the scene unfold and smiled. "It took you a long time." Ino stuck her tongue out at him, then turned her attention to Naruto. She wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed herself against him. "Back, let's go," he said, ignoring her slightly stiff posture. Naruto shifted uncomfortably in his seat, very aware of the heat radiating from Ino's body. As she hugged him, he couldn't help but notice the force with which her chest pressed against his back. Could you not hold on so tight? He muttered with flushed cheeks. No reply. Ino cheerfully tightened her grip. Even further, Naruto sighed, urging the horse forward. The rhythmic clatter of hooves filled the air as they began their journey into the forest. The hair, Ino's blonde hair, didn't dance in the wind, mixing with Naruto's unruly locks. She rested her chin on his shoulder, his face inches from hers. Ino couldn't help but blush as she admired the way his hair reflected the moonlight and glowed faintly in the darkness. Her arms instinctively tightened around him, and she leaned in closer, feeling his warmth against her. Meanwhile, Naruto did his best to focus on the path ahead, but it was impossible to ignore the feeling of Naruto's presence. Ino, its softness, its warmth, and the way her chest pressed firmly against his with each movement of the horse. How did it grow so big? He wondered, with his face burning somewhere else in a dark chamber far from the village. Malric stood before a huge ancient tome. The room was dimly lit, and the faint glow of the candles cast eerie shadows on the walls. He turned the brittle pages, and his eyes examined the symbols and diagrams. A wicked smile spread across his face as he came to a passage detailing a dark ritual. Yes, he muttered in a voice filled with malice, a new door will open. A new name will emerge. His fingers ran over the name, etched on the page. The letters burned faintly with a sinister light. Sukaru the tyrant, whispered. His laughter echoed through the chamber. And here is the end of this story. I will see you all in my next video. See you then.